Chapter 236, the number one profligate of the Seeking Monthly Pass. Before he could speak, Yan Pingshu, seeing the situation, hurriedly said, "Junior brother, don't panic. Your sister is fine. She just used your name to borrow a large amount of spirit stones. Now the debt is piling high. I'm afraid you'll have to pay when you get back." Debt piling high? Just debt piling high? Just debt piling high? Senior brother, why do you say it in such a frightening way? Lu Qingfeng's heart settled, and he looked at Yan Pingshu with a mixture of crying and laughter. Owing a little spirit stone, to speak of it so horrifyingly. It's really a trap. Just debt piling high? Xiang Chao came forward and said to Lu Qingfeng with a mocking smile, "In Feather Immortal Pavilion, she spent lavishly on blue gold pure liquid, using no less than 600 spirit stones just to indulge in sensual pleasures. Indeed, if there's such a brother, there must be such a sister. 600 spirit stones would take 10 years for the former Luoxia sect to earn. For an ordinary spirit void practitioner, it would take decades, even 100 years to accumulate. To spend 600 spirit stones just for sensual pleasures, even a Jiadan true man would not be willing. 600 spirit stones." Lu Qingfeng turned to look at Xiang Chao, seeing the schadenfreude in his eyes. His gaze involuntarily moved to Zhou Su, and just as their eyes met, Zhou Su also looked at him. So the junior brother actually has a sister who is so caring towards him. Senior sister would love to meet and have a good chat with her. Their eyes met. Zhou Su only felt that in Lu Qingfeng's eyes, there seemed to be boundless spirit light, transforming into endless mysteries. Suddenly, it was as if she was back in Xuanyin Cave, with the yin wind confusing. Standing in the yin wind, Lu Qingfeng wore a chilling and evil smile on his face as he threw a punch at her. "How dare you deceive me?" Zhou Su was furiously angry. Instinctively, she mobilized her true yuan, striking out with her palm first and hitting Lu Qingfeng squarely in the chest. Lu Qingfeng was sent flying like a broken kite, but Zhou Su didn't stop, pressing on, pummeling the Lu Qingfeng beneath her with punches and kicks, the suppressed anger from 3 years in Xuanyin Cave finally finding release today. 3 years in Xuanyin Cave? Didn't I come out? How? Zhou Su doubted in her heart, and upon closer inspection, this was clearly not Xuanyin Cave, but just outside it. Lu Qingfeng was in front of her, already sent flying by her palm strike. Xiang Chao was unprepared and also struck. The one she was now fiercely beating was not Lu Qingfeng, but Xiang Chao. Xiang Chao dared not fight back, only able to defend, and his injuries worsened. Crash! Zhou Su snapped out of her stupor and stopped, hearing a familiar sound of chains. Upon regaining her senses, she saw chains binding her, immobilizing her. "Senior brother Yan." Zhou Su looked towards the other end of the chains and saw Yan Pingshu with an expression of helplessness. "Junior sister's inner demon has not dissipated. Do not be overly elated. Fluctuations in emotions might provoke the inner demon again. Please suppress your inner demons and follow me to the law enforcement hall again." The inner demon has not dissipated. Too elated. The inner demon arises again. Zhou Su heard these familiar words and looked into the distance. Xiang Chao lay dejectedly on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of hot blood. Lu Qingfeng was getting up from the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face even more scared and innocent. "Heart demon! Heart demon!" Zhou Su's mind shattered. The aura on her body became erratic. The tribulation of heart movement arose, and indeed, the heart demon had come. Xuanyuan Water Realm. Lu Qingfeng and Yan Pingshu walked side by side, treading on air. "Junior brother, are your injuries okay?" Yan Pingshu looked at Lu Qingfeng and asked. "They are no longer serious," Lu Qingfeng smiled. The palm strike from Zhou Su, though appearing severe, was nothing serious for him who was already prepared. In reality, after swallowing several spirit pills, he had long since recovered. It's good if there's nothing serious. It's just a pity that junior sister Zhou, after spending 3 years in Xuanyin Cave, still cannot suppress her inner demon. I hope she can smoothly pass the heart demon tribulation in Fairy Sun Valley this time. Yan Pingshu shook his head. Zhou Su had just come out from Xuanyin Cave, and because of the inner demon, she had violently injured someone. If it were only Xiang Chao she had injured, it could have been passed over. Without report, there is no investigation. Unfortunately, Lu Qingfeng was also seriously injured, and the matter could not be easily resolved. Help us out by reading on MVLM5PYR. Enter the law enforcement hall twice, even if she acted because of the inner demon and injured someone, because the incident was quite serious this time. She was sent into the even more tormenting Fiery Sun Valley. Until the inner demon is suppressed, you must not leave. Heart movement tribulation. The calamity of the heart demon. This is a process every spirit void practitioner must go through. If having an inner demon could allow one to bypass the Xuanyuan sect's rules and freely harm fellow disciples, the Xuanyuan sect would have been in chaos long ago. I hope that after these 2 lessons, Senior Sister Zhou can penetrate the realm of heart movement and not be controlled by the heart demon again. Lu Qingfeng sighed. Hearing this, Yan Pingshu glanced at Lu Qingfeng, unable to discern any other expression on his face. Shaking his head inwardly, he clasped his hands behind him and said no more. Instead, Lu Qingfeng turned his head. By the way, Senior Brother Yan, there is something I would like to inquire about. What is it? Yan Pingshu looked at Lu Qingfeng. Junior Brother would like to gather some artifact refining and alchemy materials from Luozhen Hall, but as a newcomer to the sect, I'm at a loss for access. Does Senior Brother perhaps know any elders with real power or true inheritors from Luozhen Hall? Lu Qingfeng asked directly. Having been held up in Xuanyin Cave for 3 years, he happened to meet Yan Pingshu today, so Lu Qingfeng decided not to wait until next time. That's easy to say. Let me introduce you to a few friends from Luozhen Hall in a few days, Yan Pingshu said with a smile. Then I will thank you in advance, Senior Brother. Zhou Su was sent to Fiery Sun Valley for punishment. Xiang Chao was seriously injured, and the connection with Luozhen Hall was also settled. Lu Qingfeng was in high spirits. Looking ahead, Gathering Immortal Island was already in sight. Gathering Immortal Square. Peak Rain Mountain. Located on Feihuang Mountain, Peak Rain Mountain was a 3-layer pavilion situated in a bustling area. 3 years ago, when Lantian Pavilion closed down, this 3-story pavilion was taken over by the newly promoted true inheritor of Combined Pill Hall, Lu Qingfeng, and handed over to his younger sister, Lu Qingyu, to manage. Renamed Peak Rain Mountain. For 3 years, Peak Rain Mountain wasn't properly managed. Lu Qingyu, using the name of her brother, Lu Qingfeng, borrowed spirit stones from everywhere. Yet only a small fraction of these spirit stones were used to manage Peak Rain Mountain. And the vast majority were spent by Lu Qingyu on purchasing blue gold pure liquid to indulge her appetite. Within Xuanyuan realm, there's a place called Illusion Wave Sea. At the bottom of Illusion Wave Sea grows a kind of spirit tree called blue gold tree. Every 200 years, the blue gold tree secretes spiritual liquid from its roots, which is known as blue gold pure liquid. The blue gold tree got its name because its color closely resembles blue gold. The blue gold pure liquid, however, is so named because it is as sweet and rich as spiritual wine, satisfying the appetites of many cultivators. Neither the blue gold tree nor the blue gold pure liquid are of much use for cultivation. They're considered useless, luxurious indulgences. Without her brother's discipline, Lu Qingyu somehow came into contact with blue gold pure liquid at Feather Immortal Pavilion and instantly became addicted. Not only did she spend all her spirit stones on the purchase of blue gold pure liquid, but she also borrowed heavily using Lu Qingfeng's name. Given Lu Qingfeng's status as a 3rd-rank alchemist and 3rd-rank artifact refiner, as well as the true inheritor of Combined Pill Hall, she indeed managed to borrow quite a lot of spirit stones. And all were squandered in Feather Immortal Pavilion. A good storefront in a bustling district was neglected, leading to a desolate entrance. The title, the #1 profligate of Xuanyuan sect, gradually spread. Lu Qingfeng stood in front of Peak Rain Mountain, seeing the quiet Peak Rain Mountain that was secluded amidst the hustle and bustle. Inside the 3-story pavilion, there was only one figure. She held a golden book in her hands, engrossed in it. Even Lu Qingfeng's entry did not prompt her to raise her head from the golden books. Lu Qingfeng silently watched. 3 years had passed. Qingyu had changed. She had acquired an indescribable aura, no longer the ordinary female cultivator who had little presence following behind Lu Qingfeng. Now, from Lu Qingyu's body exuded the aura of an intellectual on earth. She had become knowledgeable. 3 years might not see great changes for an ordinary cultivator, but for Lu Qingyu, it was an earth-shattering 3 years. Wearing a long green robe, her hair cascading down like a waterfall, she occasionally pinned her bangs back while holding the golden book, her delicate and somewhat handsome face engrossed. Lu Qingfeng's mind was filled with images of the past, the skinny and dark little girl from Blackwood Village grabbing a blackwood hoe from the bucket with a fierce look. Time flowed. The years were tranquil. Lu Qingyu, immersed in the infinite ocean of knowledge within the golden book, suddenly sensed someone nearby and looked up. In that moment, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes quickly turned red, and she was at a loss for words. Her lips parted as tears fell, and all that was left was an almost inaudible "Big Brother." "Big Brother, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming back? You make me look so bad." Lu Qingyu stood prettily in front of Lu Qingfeng, with her nose and eyes still red, but her face showed an undeniable joy. "How could I tell you when I was in Xuanyin Cave?" Lu Qingfeng shook his head. "Humph." Lu Qingyu turned her head away and snorted lightly. "All right. It's my fault. Big Brother should have told you in advance." Lu Qingfeng said with a smile as an apology. "That's not all. Big Brother said when he left that he would be fine and come back soon. But it has been 3 years." Lu Qingyu couldn't help but turn her head back, her watery eyes staring straight at Lu Qingfeng. "You remember that?" Lu Qingfeng said helplessly. "Zhou insisted on dragging me down. I didn't expect it either." "Zhou, has that crazy woman come out too?" Lu Qingyu's eyes widened with a hint of evil qi. "She's out, but she was sent back to Fiery Sun Valley to suffer the punishment of the Fiery Sun Whip." Lu Qingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke. "Ah? What happened? Tell me quickly." Lu Qingyu asked eagerly. Then Lu Qingfeng roughly recounted outside Xuanyin Cave, how he provoked Zhou, brought out her inner heart demon, leading to her uncontrollable attack, and her subsequent punishment by the law enforcement hall. He just didn't tell Lu Qingyu that he had to endure a blow from Zhou, which allowed him to trap Zhou in Fiery Sun Valley. Since the injury wasn't serious, there was no need to mention it and worry her. "That's great. This crazy woman should stay in Fiery Sun Valley for the rest of her life." Lu Qingyu clenched her fists and said vehemently. Zhou caused her to be separated from her big brother for 3 years, and she had hated Zhou to the bone. Hearing that Zhou had just come out of Xuanyin Cave, only to be sent back to Fiery Sun Valley, made her feel hugely relieved. The siblings who had not seen each other for a long time talked a lot after their reunion. Lu Qingfeng's experiences in Xuanyin Cave were not worth mentioning. It was mostly Lu Qingyu who spoke. In these 3 years, Lu Qingyu alone, in Gathering Immortal Square, had encountered all kinds of people and experienced a variety of events, even being called the #1 profligate of Xuanyuan sect throughout the entire square. Wherever she went, there were eyes watching her strangely. These stories were saddening to hear, but Lu Qingyu spoke with pride. She felt a sense of superiority, as if she was the only one awake amidst a world of drunkards. With that superiority filling her heart, even the sorrow of parting with Lu Qingfeng was somewhat dissipated. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 37, 200-700, Vote for Monthly Ticket. Big Brother, follow me. Lu Qingyu closed the shop, looking secretive, and took Lu Qingfeng to the 3rd floor of the attic. Then he took out a storage bag, handed it to Lu Qingfeng, his eyes proud, wearing a look that awaited praise. When Lu Qingfeng looked inside the storage bag, he saw it was packed full, probably containing 300 to 500 jade pots. Lu Qingfeng reached out and summoned a jade pot, opened the lid, and was greeted by a deep fragrance that hit his nose like aged fine wine, intoxicating. Blue gold pure liquid? Lu Qingfeng looked at Lu Qingyu, only to see Lu Qingyu's face showing an even greater sense of pride. Yes, it's blue gold pure liquid. A total of 390 pots. Each pot contains 365 drops of blue gold pure liquid. I should have had 412 pots. However, To fool those people at Gathering Immortal Square, I drank 22 pots in front of them. 390 pots. 142,350 drops of blue gold pure liquid. Lu Qingfeng clutched the storage bag, his face also showing an expression of surprise. Seeing his big brother's surprise, Lu Qingyu laughed with pride. They all think I'm truly a prodigal, recklessly squandering big brother's spirit stones without remorse. Little do they know that this blue gold pure liquid is a real treasure. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Qingfeng nodded in praise. Lu Qingyu's smile grew even more brilliant. Indeed, the blue gold pure liquid was a treasure. The entire 3 mountains and 9 waters might not know, but from what Yan Pingshu and Lu Qingyu each found out, at least in the Xuanyuan realm, the blue gold tree had only been discovered not long ago. In the vast Xuanyuan realm, there was only one place in the Illusion Wave Sea where blue gold trees grew, deep in the ocean trenches, and only Foundation establishment cultivators could go down to collect the blue gold pure liquid exuded by the blue gold trees. As for outside the Xuanyuan realm, there were no reports of blue gold trees and blue gold pure liquid's existence. It seemed to be a unique product of the Xuanyuan realm. But according to Yan Pingshu, the blue gold trees in the Illusion Wave Sea were only discovered a few thousand years ago. To say it is exclusive to the Xuanyuan realm, in reality, it still cannot compare to the cold frost spirit shells, cold light fish, and ice skin fish of the cold frost pond. These other 3 kinds of spiritual items, with their delicious flesh, contain spiritual energy. For ordinary cultivators, apart from savoring a delicacy, they can also slightly enhance their cultivation. For those cultivators who practice cold frost attribute cultivation techniques, even more so helpful in advancing their cultivation. However, the blue gold pure liquid is purely a substance of enjoyment. Drinking it truly surpasses many fine wines, causing it not to be priced lowly, but it does not help cultivation in the slightest, only improving vision to some extent. It is usually only those cultivators with an abundance of spirit stones and who are fond of fine wines that would be willing to purchase it. Apart from that, there are cultivators and sects who are interested in the blue gold tree and blue gold pure liquid, who would purchase some to research, hoping to uncover other uses for the blue gold pure liquid and to develop more value from the blue gold tree and blue gold pure liquid. But for thousands of years, no such discoveries have been made. It is still treated as a special kind of spiritual wine to be sold. A pot of 1,000-year-old liquid only for 150 spirit stone fragments. What Big Brother said was indeed correct. With Daluo Cave Temple, Peak Rain Mountain could close for 3 years, but once open, sustain for 3 years. With this blue gold pure liquid, Big Brother no longer has to search everywhere for blue gold pure liquid, whether it's for cultivating Daluo Cave Temple or other spirit eye skills and divine skills. After 3 years of reveling in his lucky find, Lu Qingyu was now able to share with someone, cheerfully disposed of the intellectual temperament that Lu Qingfeng had when he just returned. However, Lu Qingfeng understood. Spiritual objects, alcohol liquid, blue gold pure liquid. Quality. Description. Every 200 years, the spirit eye tree, blue gold tree, secretes spiritual liquid from its roots, which can be mixed with Mingqing spirit water. It can enhance spiritual eye and dharma eye techniques and divine skills. The blue gold tree. In the primordial 5 directions realm, red smoke realm, it is known as the spirit eye tree. The liquid it secretes is called alcohol liquid. The spirit eye tree was not initially known by this name when it was first discovered. The secreted spiritual liquid was only used similarly to fine wine for enjoyment. But who knows how many years ago it was accidentally discovered by a cultivator after numerous experiments, that with alcohol liquid as the main ingredient, and combined with 7 other common types of spiritual liquids and 13 types of spirit water, one can concoct Mingqing spirit water. Depending on the age of the spirit eye tree, the quality of the alcohol liquid varies, and the resulting Mingqing spirit water differs. The different spiritual liquids and spirit waters used in the concoction lead to various focuses for the final Mingqing spirit water. But even the lowest quality Mingqing spirit water can enhance the potency of various spiritual eyes and dharma eyes techniques by 20%. A technique. To be able to enhance by 20% through external help on top of what's learned in cultivation, the value of minking spirit water is thus imaginable. And as the essential ingredient for concocting minking spirit water, the value of alcohol liquid also skyrocketed. It became priceless. Previously, in the red smoke realm, Lu Qingfeng had only heard of such materials, as well as the Mingqing spirit water that could benefit spiritual eye and Dharma eye techniques and divine skills. Once he arrived in the Five Directions realm, in the Broken Star Sea spending 100 years there, did he finally encounter the alcohol liquid and Mingqing spirit water. In the Star Sea, the spirit eye tree was controlled by the immortal sects of great sects. Alcohol liquid was highly valued and sold by the drop. A drop of the lowest quality 1,000-year alcohol liquid was worth about 2 spirit stones. A drop of 1,000-year alcohol liquid mixed with different spiritual liquids and water could concoct a portion of Mingqing spirit water of different attributes. A portion of ordinary quality, average attribute Mingqing spirit water was valued at 90 spirit stones, with the total cost of alcohol liquid not exceeding 4 spirit stones. And in a mere 3 years, Lu Qingyu had hoarded 142,350 drops of alcohol liquid. Struck it rich! Lu Qingfeng and Lu Qingyu exchanged looks, both overwhelmed with immense joy for a moment. The materials in Primordial and the real world, while largely similar, have some differences in detail. Various materials, elixir pills, and magic artifacts are essentially the same. What Lu Qingfeng had encountered before were mostly common materials, such as materials for artifact refining, such as ingredients and spiritual medicines for alchemy. Materials for artifact refining can be recognized for their quality at a glance, and even less common or recently discovered materials can quickly have their functions identified and their values unearthed. There is no need to dwell on medicinal herbs and spiritual medicine. Their medicinal properties are apparent, and many alchemists and pharmacists are often in search of and excavating new types of herbs. The situation where precious herbs or spiritual medicine are treated as useless waste does not exist. Furthermore, Lu Qingfeng's energy is invested in cultivation and the primordial, leaving him no time for other concerns. To date, there has yet to be the discovery of materials or spiritual objects that hold unique value in the primordial, but are considered common in the 3 mountains and 9 waters. Lu Qingyu is different. In these 3 years, she has been cultivating at the Daluo Cave Temple, while perusing the records of various materials left by Lu Qingfeng. And at the same time, she has been browsing the gathering immortal square market, practicing the cultivation techniques of the Daluo Cave Temple. In 3 years, she's seen materials numbering not in 10,000, at least in 8,000. Perhaps it was luck, or perhaps it was fate. She indeed discovered a type of spiritual object that was temporarily overlooked in value: alcohol liquid. Even in the Five Directions realm and Red Smoke realm, alcohol liquid is something that was discovered for its true effects after many years had passed. In the 3 mountains and 9 waters, research on the effects of alcohol liquid appears to still be ongoing. The value of alcohol liquid was not truly discovered. Hence, Lu Qingyu pretended to indulge in luxury, pretending to squander wealth, borrowing money from everywhere, massively stockpiling. The profit margin earned in just 3 years reached 486 times. The differential arising from the information asymmetry between the 2 worlds is enough for Lu Qingfeng to earn a profit of over 100,000, even over 1,000,000 spirit stones in a short amount of time. Lu Qingfeng gripped the storage bag. Inside were 390 jade pots, totaling 14,235 drops of alcohol liquid. Calculating at the market price of the Broken Star Sea, they're worth a total of 284,700 spirit stones. The latest chapters are uploaded first on MVLE3 MPYR, whereas Lu Qingyu, including the 22 pots she drank, only spent 618 spirit stones. On the way back to Fading Sun Peak, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but reveal a smile from time to time. The value of the alcohol liquid, over 200,000 spirit stones. For Foundation Establishment level cultivator Lu Qingfeng, that truthfully wasn't of much use. Firstly, wealth should not be flaunted. Without sufficient strength, excess fortune instead becomes a disaster. Secondly, With Lu Qingfeng's proficiency in alchemy and artifact refining, it would only take a little time out of each day to earn enough for the stinting cultivation expenses of the three siblings. Just like with iron fire ants and refining crystals. At the current stage, the purpose of the alcohol liquid is more reflected in the enhancement of Lu Qingfeng's own cultivation level. Using alcohol liquid mixed with Mingqing spirit water can further strengthen the power of the Daluo Cave Temple's techniques. It's also possible to practice a few more Spirit Eye and Dharma Eye divine skills in the game to increase their potency. Only when Lu Qingfeng reaches Spirit Void or even Core Formation will he have the ability to protect his business dealing with alcohol liquid and Mingqing spirit water, which brings tremendous profits. That's still far in the future. But Qingyu has become more independent. Lu Qingfeng's eyes smiled, yet they contained a hint of complexity. If it were the usual times, being separated from her elder brother for 3 years, Lu Qingyu would not only cling to Lu Qingfeng to spend more time with her, but she would also likely follow him back to Fading Sun Peak. But not this time. When Lu Qingfeng suggested that he needed to return to Fading Sun Peak to pay respects to the master first, although Lu Qingyu was reluctant, she didn't act coquettishly or insist on following him. This was a good thing. On the path of cultivation, one must learn to become independent after all. Lu Qing had this realization long ago. Lu Qingyu, as a girl and the younger sister whom Lu Qingfeng had raised since she was little, was someone he couldn't bear to see this for. Although being imprisoned in the Xuanyin Cave for 3 years was an undeserved calamity. But a blessing in disguise relies on misfortune, and misfortune may actually be hiding a blessing. The ways of the world are so mysterious and indescribable. The emergence of alcohol liquid, to Lu Qingfeng, the greater benefit still lies after achieving core formation. But for now, it has allowed Lu Qingyu to realize her self-worth, to build confidence, and thus become a crucial step towards independence. During these thoughts, Fading Sun Peak arrived. Disciple Lu Qingfeng pays respects to master. In the main hall of Daluo Cave Temple, Lu Qingfeng bowed deeply to the principal Gu Buyan. 3 years have passed, and Gu Buyan seemed to have no changes, yet also appeared somewhat older. Rise. Gu Buyan waved his sleeve, and a Qingfeng lifted Lu Qingfeng to his feet. Thank you, master. Greetings, senior brother. Lu Qingfeng stood up and saluted Di Zhao, who stood to the side. Di Zhao looked indifferent towards everything and had little interaction with him. However, during the 3 years when he was thrown into the Xuanyin Cave, this senior brother, with whom he had little relationship, lent 52 spirit stones to Qingyu in succession. One should know. The amount of spirit stones earned by Luoxia sect in 1 year was just around 50 or 60. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 238, Return to Feian Island. Di Zhao, though a third-rank alchemist, was not as wealthy as Lu Qingfeng. Among alchemists, the disparity between the two levels is extremely profound. Those who painstakingly research alchemy techniques, the spirit stones earned from alchemy, are all spent on purchasing various spiritual medicines, elixir recipes, and researching new elixir recipes. It is common to have more expenses than income. On the other hand, those who are content with old knowledge and only focus on refining 1 or 2 kinds of spirit pills tend to be richer in possessions. Di Zhao belonged to the former category. Despite his own financial constraints, he was willing to lend 52 spirit stones to Qingyu, clearly out of respect for Lu Qingfeng's face. Lu Qingfeng kept this kindness in mind. In fact, Qingyu also had her own little cunning plan. While stockpiling alcohol liquid, she borrowed spirit stones from everywhere. Firstly, she genuinely did not have many spirit stones. Secondly, she thought that as long as people were willing to lend her spirit stones, it meant her brother was fine. Conversely, if no one was willing to lend anymore, or if those who had lent her the stones came to demand their repayment with a bad attitude, it would indicate that her brother had encountered trouble. It was precisely by occasionally borrowing spirit stones from others that Qingyu was able to be somewhat at ease, stockpiling alcohol liquid in the gathering immortal square, waiting for her brother's return. This resulted in the newly returned Lu Qingfeng owing a large amount of debt and plenty of favors all over town. Owing favors is not a bad thing. Lu Qingfeng smiled in his heart. Favors given and received naturally foster relationships. For example, with Di Zhao, once Lu Qingfeng repaid the spirit stones, their relationship would certainly progress further and become more cordial. In the future, at Xuanyuan Sect, when facing situations like finding no way to enter Sunluo Treasure Hall, he wouldn't have to rack his brain to find a suitable connection. Junior brother is too polite. Di Zhao looked up, giving Lu Qingfeng a slight nod. Gu Buyan, sitting at the head, looked at Lu Qingfeng and said, "This time, you were implicated by the young girl from Jade Pillar Peak and suffered for 3 years in Xuanyin Cave. Although as your teacher, I couldn't exempt you from the punishment, I have acquired an opportunity for you from Jade Pillar Peak." Master overstates the matter. It was the disciple who acted recklessly. During these days in Xuanyin Cave, my younger sister has also troubled Master, which is indeed my fault. Lu Qingfeng continued. Not only Di Zhao, Qingyu even went to Gubuyan and borrowed a total of 200 spirit stones. This little girl Qingyu has a likable temperament. She's not bothersome at all. If she finds Gathering Immortal Island dull, you can have her visit Crepuscular Island frequently, or your Feiyun Island. However, you can't spoil her too much. It can lead to lax behavior. This was clearly a case of love me, love my dog. As for the latter comment, it was obviously in reference to Qingyu, who was dubbed the Xuanyuan sect's #1 wastrel. Since Lu Qingfeng was in Xuanyin Cave, Gu Buyan couldn't discipline her himself and took the opportunity to remind Lu Qingfeng. Disciple has already admonished Qingyu. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly responded. Gu Buyan nodded and didn't mention it again. He changed the subject, asking, "Aren't you curious about what opportunity I got for you from the head of Jade Pillar Peak?" Since Master says it's an opportunity, it must be greatly beneficial to the disciple. The disciple is curious but cannot guess it. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Gu Buyan waved his hand and bestowed a jade talisman, speaking clearly. Our Xuanyuan sect has the Dharma Transmission Hall. The countless magic methods of the sect all come from this hall. With this jade talisman, you may enter the Dharma Transmission Hall to comprehend wonderful methods greatly beneficial to your cultivation. Big Senior Brother, is the quota for the Dharma Transmission Hall really that precious? Upon exiting the main hall, Lu Qingfeng, holding the translucent jade talisman, curiously asked Di Zhao, who was standing beside him. Di Zhao glanced at the jade talisman in Lu Qingfeng's hand and slowly replied. The Dharma Transmission Hall controls the sect's first secret realm, which contains a giant palm imprint. Among the 13 secret techniques of our sect, 9 were comprehended from this imprint. The secret technique Angry Wave Mountain of Jade Pillar Peak, for example, is one of them. Besides the 9 secret techniques, over the years, countless talented predecessors of our sect have comprehended numerous middle-level and low-level techniques from it. Our Xuanyuan sect's reputation for techniques, suppressing the demons and 2 sects in Xuanyuan realm, comes from it. Lu Qingfeng listened and nodded lightly. However, it seemed to lack any attraction to him. He had plenty of middle-level and low-level techniques at his disposal. Even high-level techniques were not in scarce supply. He even had quite a few super-level techniques and divine skills. The Dharma Transmission Hall, which is a great opportunity for ordinary practitioners or even true inheritors of the Xuanyuan sect, was less precious to Lu Qingfeng than opening up the Luozhen Hall. Turning his hand, he put the jade talisman into his storage bag, no longer interested. Planning to casually stroll through it whenever he had time, take a quick look around, and then leave, so as not to let his master's efforts go to waste. Di Zhao looked at his junior brother, expecting Lu Qingfeng to continue asking so he could share more details. After all, for the true inheritors of each hall, entering the Dharma Transmission Hall was not an easy task. Once inside, there was always something to be gained, which could greatly enhance one's strength. However, Lu Qingfeng, after asking, seemed indifferent. This surprised Dijao a bit, but then he saw Lu Qingfeng take out the 52 spirit stones from his storage bag and floated them in mid-air, saying to Dijao, "My younger sister has troubled you these past days. Thank you, big senior brother, for your care during this time." As he spoke, he pushed the spirit stones over. Dijao smiled faintly, waving his hand to collect the spirit stones. Junior brother is too polite. He had wanted to mention the spirit stones to Lu Qingfeng ever since he came out from Xuanyin Cave. But thinking that Lu Qingfeng had just come out and it wasn't quite appropriate, he held back. However, his finances were really tight, so now that Lu Qingfeng took the initiative to repay the money, he felt relieved. Lu Qingfeng didn't say much and kept it in mind. After separating from Dijao, Lu Qingfeng was thinking about increasing their interactions in the future. He determined the direction and hurried towards Feiyon Island. Although he was confined in Xuanyin Cave for 3 years, Feiyon Island was still under Lu Qingfeng's control. Feiyon Island. Greetings, senior brother. Led by Zhang Qi and Liu Feng, 7 entry-level alchemists on Feiyon Island stood before Lu Qingfeng, respectfully saluting him. At the side, there were also 2 deacons, Qin Hai and Zhao Yunxing. Qin Hai was in charge of materials allocation on Feiyon Island, including herbs, spiritual medicine, spirit stones, and distribution of spirit pills, and so on. Zhao Yunxing was responsible for personnel, including the movement and promotion or demotion of mundane disciples. There's no need for formalities. Lu Qingfeng raised his hand in a welcoming gesture, his face smiling. Everyone rose. Zhang Qi smiled at Lu Qingfeng and said, "Congratulations on leaving seclusion, senior brother. This time, you have really saved face for our combined pill hall. Even the Spirit Void True Inheritor from Jade Pillar Peak is no match for you. It's now well known within and beyond the sect." 3 years ago. This chapter was made possible by the MVL community. As a newly promoted True Inheritor of the combined pill hall, with a foundation establishment cultivation, Lu Qingfeng fought against Zhou Su, the True Inheritor from Jade Pillar Peak on Gathering Immortal Island, and had the upper hand. When the news spread, Lu Qingfeng, who had originally become famous due to the competition between the combined pill hall and the artifact-making hall, gained even more renown. Many were aware that, apart from alchemy and artifact refining, the array prowess of this newly promoted True Inheritor from the combined pill hall was also formidable. With only a foundation establishment cultivation, he managed to fight against a spirit void practitioner. At this moment, Zhang Qi's compliment was intended to flatter and please. Lu Qingfeng gave a modest smile. That day was impulsive, not worth mentioning. As he spoke, he waved his hand and scattered dozens of spirit stones, falling in front of everyone. Zhang Qi received the most, followed by Qin Hai and Liu Feng, and the others were after them. Seeing the spirit stones, everyone understood, yet no one was the first to take them. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, "In my absence, Feiyon Island has relied on all of you. My younger sister Qingyu is ignorant, and I apologize for causing trouble. These borrowed spirit stones are naturally to be returned, just take them." Indeed, Lu Qingyu had also come to Feiyon Island and had borrowed from everyone. It was foreseeable that Lu Qingfeng, having just left Xuanyin Cave, would continue encountering situations where he had to repay his debts for a while. Yes, upon hearing this, everyone accepted them. Zhang Qi, who had lent the most, a total of 12 spirit stones, felt more affiliated with Lu Qingfeng and said with a smile, "Sister Qingyu is modest and polite. A few spirit stones are nothing." Lu Qingfeng gave Zhang Qi a slight nod. Zhang Qi was overjoyed and was about to compliment further, but then he saw Lu Qingfeng gesture with his hand and look towards everyone, asking, "How has Feiyon Island been in these 3 years of my absence?" Hearing Lu Qingfeng's question, Zhang Qi and Qin Hai exchanged glances. Qin Hai stepped forward. Reporting to senior brother Lu, the alchemy apprentices on Feiyon Island vary greatly in skill level. Over these 3 years, a portion of the elixir pills refined did not meet standards and were rejected by the hall. The remaining amount was insufficient to meet quotas, resulting in a continuous decrease in the resources allocated to Feiyon Island. Now many alchemy apprentices have no herbs for alchemy and are idled. Lu Qingfeng looked at Qin Hai, then at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi said with a wry smile, Senior brother may not be aware that the alchemy apprentices on Feiyun Island mostly have mediocre talent and poor alchemy skill. It is also my fault for not supervising properly, resulting in Feiyun Island not passing the assessments for the past 3 years. Lu Qingfeng listened, his gaze passing over Lu Feng, Zhao Yunxing, and the rest. Lu Feng and the others were fine, but Zhao Yunxing's gaze met with Lu Qingfeng's, and he seemed to hesitate to speak. Lu Qingfeng looked towards Qin Hai. Are the detailed accounts of Feiyun Island's resource inflow and outflow, consumption of herbs, and spirit stones for these 3 years available? Qin Hai nodded continuously. They are available. I'll go get it right away. Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly, and Qin Hai left. Lu Qingfeng then said to Zhang Qi and the others, "My junior brothers and sisters, you should also go back later and prepare a detailed account." "Do we need to as well?" Zhang Qi looked puzzled and said to Lu Qingfeng, "Deacon Qin has all the detailed accounts for every major alchemy room. There shouldn't be a need for us to prepare it again, right?" Lu Qingfeng shook his head. "Deacon Qin only has records of expenditures and income. Specific details about the consumption in each major alchemy room are still needed from all of you. It's not difficult. Every major alchemy room should have disciples responsible for record keeping. Once Deacon Qin returns, you can order someone to deliver them directly to the Feiyun Hall." Even in decline, the profits from the combined pill hall were staggering. As for Feiyun Island, with 7 entry-level alchemists and 200 alchemy apprentices, even if each person only skimmed a bit each day, after 3 years, it would amount to a considerable sum. The accounts must be thoroughly audited. Lu Qingfeng glanced at Zhang Qi with a light smile in his heart. "As senior brother says." Zhang Qi agreed and stopped talking. Then there was a silent wait. Lu Qingfeng stood in the middle and said nothing, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Zhang Qi's head was lowered, his expression unclear. Liu Feng and the others looked either bewildered, indifferent, or like Zhang Qi, heads bowed, lost in thought. About half an hour later, Qin Hai returned. "I've kept senior brother Lu waiting. It's just that there are so many account books over these 3 years that sorting through them is very time-consuming." Qin Hai took out hundreds of account books, almost as tall as a person, from his storage bag and explained to Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly and stepped forward, his hand running down over hundreds of account books, and said to Zhang Qi and the others, "You may go now." Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 239, Yellow Dragon Pill Recipe. Vote for monthly ticket. Yes, senior brother. The people withdrew. Before leaving, Zhang Qi exchanged a glance with Qin Hai. Qin Hai looked at Lu Qingfeng. "Senior brother Lu, is this?" "It's nothing." In all major alchemy rooms, there are many items for supply and demand. Consumption projects are also numerous. Have them go down and sort it out so I can study how to revitalize Feiyun Island. Year after year of failing the assessments, it's truly embarrassing to speak of it. Lu Qingfeng said helplessly. "Ha ha. Senior brother Lu is joking. With your alchemy accomplishment, even if Feiyun Island fails the assessment every year, who in the entire Xuanyuan sect would dare to criticize?" Qin Hai said with a laugh. Lu Qingfeng pursed his lips, non-committal. Seeing this, Qin Hai suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly said to Lu Qingfeng, "Look at my memory. I forgot to bring 2 account books. Please wait a moment. Senior brother Lu, I will go fetch them now." Saying so, he turned and headed towards Feiyun Hall. Lu Qingfeng did not stop him. For a while. In the hall, only Lu Qingfeng and Zhao Yunxing were left. Does Steward Zhao have anything he wishes to discuss with Lu? Lu Qingfeng looked at Zhao Yunxing and inquired. Zhao Yunxing lifted his head and saw Lu Qingfeng casually marking on a pile of account books. Yes. Once the island master came back, he actually drove out stewards Qin Hai, Master Zhang Qi, and junior masters Liu Qing and Zhou Qing from Feiyun Island. Humph. Qin Hai, colluding with Zhang Qi, Liu Qing, and Zhou Qing, they embezzled our share of medicinal materials, lined their own pockets. They reported poor results in alchemy, causing Feiyun Island to fail the assessments 3 years in a row. How could the island master tolerate them? That's too much. No wonder the island master was angry. Yes, Qin Hai and the others thought the island master was solely dedicated to alchemy and did not understand worldly affairs and accounts, trying to bluff their way through. Ridiculous. Now it's good, being driven out of Feiyun Island and handed over to the hall. With the Venerable holding the island master in such high regard, they will not be let off lightly. Feiyun Island. The disciples watched as the 4 people were taken away by someone from the hall, discussing angrily amongst themselves. They originally thought it was truly because of their own lack of alchemy skills that led to the failure to pass the assessment, which in turn caused Feiyun Island's resources to continuously decrease, leaving them without any elixirs to refine. Little did they know, it was all Qin Hai and the others causing trouble. The confidence that had been previously shattered began to return substantially. Feiyun Hall. Steward Zhao Yunxing, second-rank alchemist, Liu Feng, first-rank alchemists, Fang Changzai, Jie Yingyuan, and Ye Mu, 5 people stood before Lu Qingfeng. Their faces were somewhat awkward, and there was also a bit of relief. This island master was indeed not someone easy to handle. No wonder he was valued by the Venerable, and even made true inheritors from Jade Pillar Peak suffer a loss. Seeing that everyone was a little reserved, Lu Qingfeng did not mind and took out 4 jade scrolls from his bosom and handed them to Liu Feng and the others. This is the Yellow Dragon Pill recipe? All 4 of them were entry-level alchemists, and at a glance, the Yellow Dragon Pill, being a low-level elixir recipe, was almost immediately familiar to them. Liu Feng, holding the jade scroll, looked at Lu Qingfeng quizzically. This Yellow Dragon Pill has a similar effect to the Life Breath Pill and Fetal Breathing Pill in the combined pill hall, all of which can aid Fetal Breathing Realm practitioners in improving their cultivation. I'm not sure what Senior Brother means. Liu Feng was puzzled. There were not many kinds of low-level elixirs. In terms of enhancing cultivation, Life Breath Pill and Fetal Breathing Pill were completely sufficient, and the medicinal materials for refining these 2 elixirs were also very common. Many such low-level medicinal mountains and medicine gardens were cultivated within the sect, self-sufficient and not requiring outside sources. Adding another low-level elixir was purely superfluous, and for the alchemy apprentices of Feiyun Island, it added unnecessary burden. Jie Yingyuan, Ye Mu, and Fang Changzai also looked towards Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng pointed to the jade scroll. Take another look. Lu Feng was startled and looked at the scroll again. This time, his expression changed. This is an intermediate elixir? Lu Feng raised his head to look directly at Lu Qingfeng. Initially, seeing the materials used to refine the Yellow Dragon Pill, which were all commonly used in low-level fetal breathing pills and life breath pills, Liu Feng had assumed it was also a low-level elixir. Only after a careful look did he realize that although the elixir recipe used low-level medicinal materials, the refining technique and material ratio were quite refined. The Yellow Dragon Pill produced had an effectiveness that could actually rival that of an intermediate elixir. That's correct. Lu Qingfeng spoke aloud. First master the Yellow Dragon Pill yourselves, and then among the 200 alchemy apprentices of Feiyun Island, on top of the original 20 apprentices, each of you select 30 more apprentices to impart the Yellow Dragon Pill refining methods. For the coming year, focus on the Yellow Dragon Pill. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng, Jie Yingyuan, and the others exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise and delight. Refining an intermediate elixir from low-level medicinal materials. Even if you refine 20 batches of elixirs and only 1 batch is successful, it's enough to break even. Elixir, Yellow Dragon Pill. Grade, Derivation Technique, 5 times Enhancement. Need character sheets and glossaries? Visit MVLM PYR. Annotation. Postnatal Fetal Breathing Realm Cultivation Elixir, capable of bolstering inner breath. The difficulty of refining low-level elixirs is not high, and the profit has been squeezed. The cost of refining 1 Yellow Dragon Pill is about 25 portions of low-level medicinal materials. The value of 1 Yellow Dragon Pill is 50 portions of low-level medicinal materials. If the success rate were 100%, the profit margin would be a full 100%. But even for top-level alchemy apprentices, the highest success rate for refining a low-level elixir is only about 95%. Once the low-level alchemy apprentices are proficient, it's approximately 80%. Also reaps a 60% profit. And a yellow dragon pill enhanced 5 times is comparable to an intermediate elixir, its value a tenfold increase over low-level elixirs. The required medicinal materials for refining yellow dragon pills remain unchanged. The profit margin jumps directly by 10 times. Lu Qingfeng bestowed the yellow dragon pill recipe and declared the closure of Feiyun Island. On Feiyun Island, whether alchemists or alchemy apprentices, deacons or secular disciples, none were allowed to leave the island. This was to prevent the yellow dragon pill recipe from being leaked. It wouldn't take long. Lu Qingfeng initially took 5 years to master the yellow dragon pill recipe. But at that time, in reality, he was on the run, while in the game, those 5 years were, in fact, less than 3 full years. 3 years of practice, and he mastered the refining of the yellow dragon pill. Although the alchemy apprentices on Feiyun Island had inferior talents and lower standards, which among them, having been accepted into Xuanyuan sect and entering the combined pill hall as an alchemy apprentice, would truly be considered a waste? If they were said to be lacking, it is only in comparison to other alchemists in the combined pill hall with superior qualifications. Compared to Lu Qingfeng, each of them had talents that are many times stronger. With massive practice, in at most half a year to 1 year, all these alchemy apprentices would be able to master the refining of yellow dragon pills. Then, they could use the profits from yellow dragon pills to purchase medicinal materials for refining other elixirs. This would create a virtuous cycle. Lu Qing could also take the opportunity to improve a few more elixir recipes. Feiyun Island would assuredly rake in a fortune every day. Besides the portion handed over to the hall, all these would belong to Lu Qingfeng's private wealth, which could also serve as another overt source of income for Lu Qingfeng, apart from his dealings in refining crystals and alcohol liquid. More importantly, this showed his loyalty, demonstrated his talent, won the hearts of people, and trained a large number of core alchemists. One move, multiple gains. It might even be possible to discover 1 or 2 alchemy geniuses among them. With this, Lu Qingfeng would have 1 more chip in the competition for the position of Hall Master of the combined pill hall. The improved Yellow Dragon pill can also serve as a stepping stone to establish a connection with Luogen Hall. Lu Qingfeng spent half a month setting up arrays and restrictive spells on Feiyun Island. With his current array prowess, though hastily set up, at the very least it could stop Foundation establishment cultivators from freely entering and exiting. If a Spirit Void practitioner came, whether they were going in or out, the array could give an early warning. Lu Qingfeng, as a true inheritor of the combined pill hall, had also engaged in a grand battle with Zhou Su 3 years earlier, making a name for himself throughout Xuanyuan sect. Such a gifted true inheritor, presumably, no one would dare to offend, casually intrude upon the island. It was secure without worry. Once the arrays on Feiyun Island were strengthened later on, and once everything on the island was on track, there would be the protection and escort of both the combined pill hall and Xuanyuan sect. There would be no need for such vigilance. After setting up the arrays, Lu Qingfeng left Feiyun Island and went to the Gathering Immortal Square. Gathering Immortal Square. In an elegant chamber of the Feather Immortal Pavilion, several people took their seats. Lu Qingfeng and Yan Pingshu were notably present, along with an elder and a youth. The elder had a kind face, though his gaze was somewhat muddled with only occasional flashes of sharp wisdom. The youth looked quite young, yet in reality, he had already reached the Spirit Void Divine Silence stage, surpassing Zhou Su by 1 level, matching the cultivation of Yan Pingshu and Xiang Chao. Lu Junior Brother has joined the sect not long ago. Let Yan show Junior Brother around. Yan Pingshu sat beside Lu Qingfeng, first introducing the elder. This is Elder Feng Ping from Luogen Hall. Elder Feng has been in Luogen Hall for hundreds of years, with very deep seniority. Currently, 23 markets in the west of the Xuanyuan Water Realm are all managed by Elder Feng. Lu Qingfeng pays his respects to Elder Feng. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly greeted. This was truly a powerful elder indeed. Besides its own shops in the markets opened by Xuanyuan sect outside of the Xuanyuan water realm, there were other loose cultivators and sects that took up residence in those areas. Elder Feng Ping, managing 23 markets, indirectly controlled countless livelihoods and fates of sects and loose cultivators. For a small sect like the Luoxia sect, he was as powerful as the tide. Holding great power, Feng Ping was quite approachable, smiling at Lu Qingfeng. I've long heard of the newly risen true inheritor of the combined pill hall, a genius of remarkable talent. Seeing you today, the reputation is indeed well-deserved. I dare not accept such praise, Lu Qingfeng humbly replied. As the two were about to continue with pleasantries, the impatient youth interjected in a clear voice. Uncle grandfather is the most long-winded. Lu junior brother better not learn from him. Hearing this, Feng Ping stroked his beard with a bittersweet smile. This is. Lu Qingfeng looked at the youth, then at Yan Pingshu. Seeing this, Yan Pingshu introduced, this is Elder Feng's nephew-grandson, the direct disciple and true inheritor of Luojian Hall, Feng Bai, and a good friend of Yan's for many years. So, you are Brother Feng. Lu Qingfeng made his salutations with a fist. Although Feng Bai looked young, his cultivation had already reached the spirit void stage. He was actually quite a bit older than Lu Qingfeng in reality, so calling him brother was not at all inappropriate. In the world of cultivation, it is not custom to judge by appearances, nor even by age or generation. Having spent 2,000 years in the game, Lu Qingfeng was well accustomed to this. Nonetheless, Lu Qingfeng had not anticipated the relationship between Feng Ping and Feng Bai. Feng Bai looked at Lu Qingfeng, waving his hand and saying, I heard Lu junior brother is quite young and is a genius, extraordinary in both alchemy and artifact crafting, as well as in arrays. I thought you would be spirited and vigorous, but you actually resemble my uncle grandfather, just as old-fashioned. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 240, The Five Mountains Sect, Bamboo Mountain's 7 Treasures. Vote for monthly tickets. Junior brother Feng has always been like this. Lu Qingfeng will get used to it. Yan Pingshu shook his head and said to Lu Qingfeng, It's all right. Lu Qingfeng didn't care. He had experienced 12 lifetimes in the game, been through birth, aging, sickness, and death, and indeed had an aura of the years. It wasn't too far-fetched to say he was an old soul. This Feng Bai might have spoken lightly, but there was no malice. Lu Qingfeng wouldn't mind. Everyone had met. The Feather Immortal Pavilion presented its fine food and excellent wine, such as cold light fish, ice skin fish, and also Feather Immortal Pavilion's top-notch Feather Transformation Flying Immortal wine. It was quite an expensive meal. Lu Qingfeng was not short of spirit stones. After 3 rounds of food and 5 flavors of wine, Feng Bai, drunk, slurred his words. I heard from senior brother Yan that junior brother Lu wants to collect some materials from Luojian Hall. My great-uncle runs 23 markets. All sorts of rare materials that come through these markets pass through my great-uncle's hands. Whatever junior brother Lu needs, just ask my great-uncle. Don't be shy. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng turned his head to look at Feng Ping, who was chuckling beside him. Feng Ping, not showing signs of drunkenness, said with a smile, Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Although I do manage 23 markets, there are requirements and assessments within the hall. In terms of materials, I can give you a discount, but the very precious ones will still require a hefty sum of spirit stones. Compared with Feng Bai, Feng Ping was much more mature and measured, not promising too much. Of course. Lu Qingfeng was visibly pleased and said repeatedly, This junior has many materials that are hard to find elsewhere. If Elder Feng can provide convenience, I'm already very grateful. With Feng Ping's channel, it was as if the 23 markets controlled by the Xuanyuan sect in the west were helping Lu Qingfeng gather materials. Not to mention the materials for refining 4th and 5th order magical artifacts. But at least he no longer had to worry about the channels for materials below the 3rd order. Moreover, With Feng Ping and Feng Bai's connection, even if materials for refining 4th and 5th order magical artifacts were required, perhaps they could also obtain them from the storages in Luojian Hall. One was a de facto elder in charge of Luojian Hall, and the other was a true inheritor. In terms of connections and power in Luojian Hall, they were not something Lu Qingfeng could compare with. Lu Qingfeng took out 2 pages of golden books from his chest and handed them to Feng Ping, saying, "I will have to trouble Elder Feng with these materials." Easily said. Feng Ping accepted them, glanced over casually, and showed a hint of surprise. To gather all of these together would require quite a bit of spirit stones within the golden books. Besides the materials for refining the 9 strategies Xuanhao talismans, there were also materials for the Mist Banner, De Geng Sword Formation, various Foundation Establishment, and Spirit Void Stage Spirit Pills. The reference version of this chapter is on MVL. Taken individually, their value was common, but put together, they were astonishingly valuable. Feng Ping was intrigued and looked at the second page of the Golden Book, and after a while, he showed a bitter smile and said, "I somewhat regret coming to Feather Immortal Pavilion this time. Elder Feng is being too serious. It would be best if all the materials could be gathered, but it wouldn't be a problem if they can't be. This junior really has no other resources and relies entirely on Elder Feng." Lu Qingfeng bowed with his hands clasped. The second page of the Golden Book listed the materials for refining the Luofu Heart Lamp, Lifespan Extension Pill, and high-level Purple Insect Bell. The golden silkworm goo was a side door and evil technique, requiring various poisonous creatures. Since Lu Qingfeng had just made acquaintance with Feng Ping, it was not appropriate for him to ask him to collect those materials, so as not to spoil the impression. The Luofu Heart Lamp's true qi gathering could also be effective, but after refining it into a magic artifact, its power was much greater and more stable. And among the materials needed to refine the Luofu Heart Lamp, the Heavenly Orchid Silk, Ziyu Spirit Blood, Evil Heart Heavenly Rock were all extremely precious, on par with materials for refining 5th order magical artifacts. Furthermore, there was no need to talk much about the Lifespan Extension Pill. As a 6th rank spirit pill, Lu Qingfeng had the returning Yang fruit, but still was short on many 5th order and 6th rank spiritual medicines to be able to refine the Lifespan Extension Pill. It was certain for now that he was unable to collect 6th rank spiritual medicines. What Lu Qingfeng asked Feng Ping to collect were 4th and 5th order spiritual medicines. He would gather a portion first and then figure out how to collect the 6th rank spiritual medicines later. Then he could directly refine the Lifespan Extension Pill. The high-level Purple Insect Bell was prepared for the subsequent breeding of iron fire ants. More than 3 years had passed, and the 2 iron fire ants that had flown out from the Sky Pit mine for mating, Lu Qingfeng could already sense that they were hurrying back. It wouldn't be long before they could return to the Sky Pit mine. At that time, without the proper conditions, he had casually refined a low-level Purple Insect Bell. Now that he had joined the Xuanyuan sect, naturally, he aimed higher. Eating a meal at Feather Immortal Pavilion, I must do my best. Feng Ping put away the 2 pages of golden books and did not make any promises to get things done, but Lu Qingfeng was still pleased. In any case, he finally had a way. In the future, alchemy and artifact refining would be more relaxed. The Yellow Dragon Pill's large-scale production was not yet formed, and it was not convenient to disclose it for the time being, so Lu Qingfeng didn't mention it. However, now that he had Feng Ping's channel, he wasn't worried about the Yellow Dragon Pill's outlet. Perhaps he could even lend a hand to Feng Ping. This meal. Everyone enjoyed their conversation. Feng Bai, completely inebriated, followed Feng Ping to leave. After departing from Gathering Immortal Island, the cold wind sobered him up a lot. Feng Ping glanced at Feng Bai and asked with a light smile, "What do you think of this lad?" "Burp," Feng Bai belched, shaking his head and said, "He's too composed. It doesn't match the impetuous young genius from the rumors who would fight with Josu at the slightest disagreement. He's even more mature and steadier than senior brother Yan." He himself was impulsive and did not appreciate those who were too calm and rule-abiding. The lad is still young. To have such accomplishments, he is certainly not a regular cultivator to compare with. A According to the reports from Jiang Hall, he was immersed in alchemy and artifact refining skills while in Juyun Mountain Range and rarely went out. I thought he was like some of the dull people in the combined pill hall and artifact making hall, but seeing him today, I realize he is not simple. Feng Ping spoke in an even tone. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 240, 5 Mountains Sect, Bamboo Mountain 7 Treasures. Request for monthly votes? Snore 2. Seeing Feng Ping about to speak again, Feng Bai shook his head, continuously nodding. I understand. Although I do not like his personality, I do not dislike him either. If necessary in the future, we should interact more. You really should learn more from him. Feng Ping shook his head with a smile. The grandfather and grandson went straight towards the deeper parts of Xuanyuan Water Realm and disappeared from sight. Gathering Immortal Island. Lu Qingfeng bowed to Yan Pingshu, saying, Thank you, brother, for the introduction. It was just a small effort. Yan Pingshu waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. Lu Qingfeng smiled. Anyway, finally connected with Luozhen Hall, moreover through Feng Ping, an elder with real authority. Next, focus on managing Feiyun Island, refining magic artifacts and spirit pills. After parting with Yan Pingshu, Lu Qingfeng arrived at Peak Rain Mountain. Big brother, did the delicacies and fine wines of Feather Immortal Pavilion suit your taste? Lu Qingyu asked with pursed lips upon seeing her big brother return. They were fine. Let's go. Tomorrow, I'll take you there to try. Lu Qingfeng looked at Qingyu and said with a smile. The dishes and wines of Feather Immortal Pavilion are famously extravagant. I would never go there. Lu Qingyu shook her head. You are now known as Xuanyuan Sect's #1 prodigal son. It's necessary for you to dine at Feather Immortal Pavilion. Lu Qingfeng teased. Big brother is making fun of me. Lu Qingyu glared at Lu Qingfeng. Ha ha! Note from the editor. Always check MV2L for corrections. In moments of joy, and Lu Qingfeng laughed heartily. He himself was not one to indulge, but since there was no shortage of spirit stones, there was no need for Qingyu to live a tough cultivator's life like him. As long as it doesn't affect the cultivation, there's no need to avoid enjoyment when appropriate. Having settled the major issues, the next day, Lu Qingfeng took Qingyu to the Feather Immortal Pavilion for a meal, then returned to manage Feiyun Island, simultaneously cultivating. Regarding management, on Feiyun Island, 200 alchemy apprentices lead by 4 alchemists, divided into 4 major alchemy rooms, focused on refining the enhanced version of the Yellow Dragon pill. Although the island's resources were severely cut due to 3 failed assessments, the small remaining portion of herbs was enough to support several months just refining the Yellow Dragon pill. Months later, once the Yellow Dragon pills are sold, materials could naturally be purchased from outside, forming a virtuous cycle. With Lu Qingfeng's fresh return establishing his authority, and with the supervision and instruction of 4 alchemists, Lu Qingfeng did not need to concern himself with every little detail. He could spare time for cultivation. Daily cultivation didn't take too much time. Mainly it was in the primordial realm. Broken Star Sea, Qingchang Island. This place was one of the 3 major locations of the Left Dao, reserved by Bamboo Mountain Sect in Bamboo Mountain Sea domain. The sky above the island was always clear, hence named Qingqiang Island. Bamboo Mountain Sect's council hall. Several people were seated. Among them were the black and white dual truth. Have you seen clearly? The person accompanying Sikong Qinglian, was it indeed the Rain Mountain Pavilion Master? An elder, clad in a red robe named Wu Gong, a supreme elder of Bamboo Mountain Sect, inquired with a frown, his cultivation and fame surpassing black and white dual truth and Sikong Qinglian. He was truly the foremost person within Bamboo Mountain Sect, ranked within the top 3 throughout the entire Bamboo Mountain Sea domain. It's unmistakably true. Lei Yi nodded resolutely. The Rain Mountain Pavilion Master appeared on Yive Mountain Island 100 years ago, advanced to 5th Order Alchemist and Artifact Refiner 10 years ago, becoming famous overnight. His origins are mysterious, yet his cultivation is only spirit-void fusion. Yet he managed to escape from junior brother Lei. Zhu Lingzi, intrigued, said, "He was the sect master of Bamboo Mountain Sect, a peer with Lei Yi and Green Cloud True Man, also having reached the Jiedan realm long ago." In his hands, he held the 9-6 Universe Spirit Shuttle, a sect-suppressing treasure refined through continuous sacrifice using the Five Mountains True Form Map handed down over thousands of years through several generations. Questing heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine it, having already reached the 6th order level. Regardless of the distance, upon activation, it immediately draws out the Taiyan Gangsha Qi, accumulated for millions of years from the Earth's core since the beginning of time, causing massive earthquakes, reaching thousands of miles away. By mental command, even thousands of miles away, it can unleash its mighty force. At that time, volcanoes erupt, black water surges like mountains, and the Earth's yin sha qi, along with the poison fire, erupts from the ground, turning the area within thousands of miles into a deadly zone, exterminating all life forms, extremely nefarious. One of the two sect-suppressing treasures of Bamboo Mountain Sect. The other treasure, managed by Supreme Elder Wu Gong, was the Mudplow Pearl, originally one of the 7 treasures taught by Bamboo Mountain Sect, extremely sinister, specifically corrupting magic artifacts and flying swords, and breaking invisibility spells. On par with Xikong Qinglian's Gengjia Transformation Sky Brilliance Divine Needle and Lu Qingfeng's 5-Yang Sword in reputation. Zhu Lingzi, as the sect master of Bamboo Mountain Sect, was well informed about the surrounding intelligence. This Rain Mountain Pavilion master Qing Yuanzi had attracted attention when he first made a name for himself on Yive Mountain Island. More than a decade ago, when Rain Mountain Pavilion Master advanced to 5th Order, he even sent people to congratulate and recruit him. Unfortunately, this Rain Mountain Pavilion Master was not swayed. But how could a mere alchemy and artifact master with spirit void cultivation escape Lei Yi's pursuit? Indeed, not false. Green Cloud True Man spoke beside. This lad's strength is certainly not weak, and moreover, he is highly skilled in water technique. Once he dived into the sea, he disappeared in an instant. Zhu Lingzi heard this and fell into deep thought. Since Rain Mountain Pavilion Master is a 5th Order artifact refiner, he must be adept with arrays. Xikong Qinglian bringing him into Bamboo Mountain Sect territory must be to break the array outside the cave dwelling on the desolate island. Wu Gong turned his head, looking towards a person on his left, asking, "Have you surveyed it clearly?" Zhu Lingzi and Lei Yi also turned their gaze towards this person. This person had triangular eyes, a hooked nose, and seemed somewhat gloomy. Clad in a black robe, he held a treasure mirror in his hand, known as the True Master Flying Eagle of the Bamboo Mountain Sect. True Master Flying Eagle was skilled in subjugating eagles and ferocious birds, and also had a rough understanding of derivation techniques. The treasure mirror he held, called Returning Light Divine Mirror, although lacking in combat capabilities, was an extraordinary treasure for assisting in deductions and reversing time. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 242, The Fate of All Living Beings, Division of Factions. Demon Dao Giant from the Blood Sea lineage crosses realms to conquer the Five Directions realm. Others fear the Heavenly Court and dare not invade rashly. The Blood Sea lineage, backed by the Ming River's ancestors, fears nothing. Concealing heaven's secrets, they wish to drag the Five Directions realm into the Nine Nether before the Heavenly Court senses it, fusing it with the Netherworld Blood Sea. Lu Qingfeng has gone through 12 lifetimes, from the Heavenly Fox realm, Bingling realm, to the Red Smoke realm, Changqing realm, and the Sky Witch realm. Each realm has faced calamities, both big and small. For instance, in the Red Smoke realm, there was once an exotic beast named the Red Smoke Colt that wreaked havoc, leading to the collapse of immortals, divine, and human Dao. In the Changqing realm, An evil dragon caused chaos, using the lives of all beings in that realm as nourishment for its overwhelming demon technique. The Heavenly Court Thunder Department dispatched deities to descend and engage in the battle, resulting in the entire Changqing realm's destruction, which took 5,600 years to recover. And like the Sky Witch realm, originally formed from the shattered fragments of ancient Hongwang, it has gone through countless tribulations, only to eventually head towards decay. To Lu Qingfeng, these were but rumors, more like the backdrop of world experiences. This time, in the Five Directions realm, the blood sea streaks across the heavens. The kinds of great calamities are no longer just rumors, no longer just backgrounds, but something to be intimately experienced. An apocalypse of world destruction. Lu Qingfeng gazes towards the horizon, feeling a simmering murderous intent brewing within his heart, in his eyes. In an instant, his mind seems to be overwhelmed with thoughts of slaughter. Yellow Court Scripture. Lu Qingfeng's heart resonates with the Yellow Court, dispelling the murderous intent, leaving him a touch of fear afterwards. The blood sea stretches across the sky, almost imperceptibly, turning all living beings of a world into bloodthirsty demon Dao cultivators of the blood sea lineage. Even the four great immortal sects of the Five Directions realm find it difficult to suppress. Only by shattering the heaven-spanning blood sea can this calamity be resolved. But Lu Qingfeng shakes his head inwardly. The blood sea demon path is well prepared and has spent resources to conceal its approach from the heavens. How could the blood sea be so easily shattered? In the heavens, the blood sea is boundless. From its center rises a blazing fire, attempting to evaporate the blood sea. However, with a mournful cry, the fire is extinguished by the blood sea, and the sky is covered with an even thicker layer of dense bloodlight. Among the Five Fire sect, a true immortal is bathed in blood. Lu Qingfeng then looks to the west, where a black banner flutters, enveloping a section of the blood sea. The blood sea touches it and truly fears it, trembles slightly and recoils. But in the next instant, the boundless blood sea surges westward, causing the black banner to plummet from the sky. The banner seems to tear in the middle, breaking into two pieces. Above the east continent, a massive big seal supports the heavens, smashing down fiercely into the blood sea, causing it to quiver. Unfortunately, the vastness of the blood sea is such that even though it shudders, and blood waves roll and blood rain falls from the sky, it soon stabilizes again. A portion of the blood sea engages with the big seal. The seal itself becomes stained with blood and falls to the east continent with a mournful cry. From the southern continent, a streak of golden light shines through the heavens and earth. A soul-shaking cry rings out, and Lu Qingfeng can't help but look. Golden silkworm goo. He sees the familiar aura of the golden silkworm goo enveloping the entire southern continent. The golden silkworm, facing the sky, roars forcefully, devouring a corner of the blood sea. The golden silkworm goo lets out a satisfied cry, its body's golden and blood lights constantly fluctuating as it clearly refines the portion of the blood sea it had just swallowed. Golden silkworm goo. An earth-shaking roar emanates from the blood sea, which rolls backward, ready to obliterate the golden silkworm goo. Faced with dire circumstances and unable to refine the blood sea within its belly in time, the golden silkworm goo turns to flee towards the southern continent. Regrettably a step too slow, the blood sea catches up, smashes down with a boundless wave, dimming the golden light on the golden silkworm goo's body and casting it down into the southern continent, disappearing from sight. After the struggles of the Four Directions, the blood sea still spans the horizon, and the Four Directions' immortal sects fall silent. Almost enough. Lu Qingfeng shakes his head. Although the Five Fire sect, Sanwen Immortal sect, Five Stars Prefecture, and Golden Silkworm Immortal sect are among the four top immortal sects of the Five Directions realm, boasting numerous true immortals and treasures from the upper realm, they are still as futile as an ant shaking a tree against the well-prepared blood sea. Aside from the Golden Silkworm Immortal sect benefiting slightly with its Golden Silkworm goo, the other three sects are completely defeated. The Five Directions realm is in peril. Lu Qingfeng silently shakes his head and walks out of his cave mansion. Whoosh! Just as he exits the cave, he sees a demon bird swooping down from the sky. Its eyes blood red, filled with an intense killing aura. Boom! As its wings tremble, flames sweep over 1,000 yards, intent on turning the land within 1,000 yards centered on Lu Qingfeng into scorched earth. Demon Beast, Fire, 3rd rank. Description: corroded by the will of the Blood Sea, its mind is filled with chaotic and murderous instincts, knowing only slaughter. The Fire Cloud Eagle, originally a 3rd rank demon bird, bore intelligence no different from a person's. But the Fire Cloud Eagle encountered by Lu Qingfeng at this moment is irascible and chaotic, utterly devoid of sense. Clearly influenced by the Blood Sea in the sky. Lost intelligence. Beings tainted by the Blood Sea initially struggle to adapt, killing and battling everywhere, losing their minds. Once they gain strength, they gradually regain sanity, but have already been turned into demon Dao cultivators of the Blood Sea lineage with completely transformed natures. Lu Qingfeng shakes his head, waves his broad sleeve, and a sword chi tears through the space, first shattering the 1,000-yard fire sea. Flames scatter into the void. Then the sword chi pierces the sky, entering through the Fire Cloud Eagle's eyes and splitting its body in two. Faction choice: 5 Directions Realm, Heavenly Punishment Blood Sea. 5 Directions Realm. With the Yellow Court scripture at hand, there's no need to focus on the Demon Dao. Congratulations to the player for killing a Fire Cloud Eagle, 3rd rank, obtaining 0.0000 experience value. Name: Lu Qingfeng. Race: human, faction, 5 Directions Realm. In the 5 Directions Realm crisis event, slaying cultivators from enemy factions garners merit. For players, this means experience value. With the guidance of the Daluo Cave Temple and system notifications, Lu Qingfeng quickly acclimated to the significantly altered 5 Directions Realm. Lu Qingfeng had never imagined that after all his years of cultivation, there would come a day when he'd literally be slaying monsters to level up. However, 3rd rank demon beasts were too low in caliber. Lu Qingfeng's cultivation had long since reached the Spirit Void Fusion stage, equivalent to a 10th rank demon beast. The experience value gained from slaying 3rd rank demon beasts was negligible. Experience value is equivalent to merit. In this age of great calamity, there are ways to acquire merit beyond simply slaying Blood Sea cultivators. With the Blood Sea appearing above, Lu Qingfeng remained unflustered. He contemplated his next move and headed towards Yviv Mountain Island. With the descent of the Blood Sea, the great calamity had arrived. The entire 5 Directions realm plunged into chaos, and Yviv Mountain Island was no exception. Heaven, earth, ocean. Countless demon beasts battled fiercely, all converging towards Yviv Mountain Island. Madness, bloodlust. Amidst the surge of blood chi and under the influence of the Blood Sea above, many of the island's cultivators were likewise affected. Even with the awe-inspiring prestige of the 13 Perfecteds maintaining order, conflicts were frequent and showed signs of escalating. Outside Firecrow Cave Mansion, Firecrow Daoist, Sikong Qinglian, and 2 other Perfecteds emerged, their gazes fixed upon the Blood Sea overhead, their expressions grave. After exchanging looks, they spotted a figure swiftly approaching from beyond the heavens. On recognizing the newcomer, Sikong Qinglian's brows slightly raised. Rain Mountain Pavilion Master! First published on MVL. Rain Mountain Pavilion Master? Firecrow Daoist and the others looked towards the newcomer, as Lu Qingfeng, in a green robe, walked on air and arrived before the 4. I am Qing Yuanzi. Greetings to the 4 true men. Lu Qingfeng bowed his hands in salute, smiling. He had intended to wait until his cultivation reached a higher plateau, approaching its limit, before returning to Yviv Mountain Island. Now, with the emergence of the Blood Sea, it was better to open the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion sooner to avoid any complications. Rain Mountain Pavilion Master, what impressive chi cultivation technique, disappearing for 24 years, making a fellow like me wait, Firecrow Daoist commented, his tone unfriendly. Lu Qingfeng looked up, smiling. Ah, if it isn't Firecrow Daoist. Firecrow Daoist was known for his technique of raising Firecrow Daoist soldiers, something Lu Qingfeng had long coveted. Rain Mountain Pavilion Master. Water Daoist looked at Lu Qingfeng and shook his head. Being born on Yviv Mountain Island, it stands to reason that you should be as kin to us. To disappear without a trace, that was unwise. Oh? Lu Qingfeng looked towards the blue-robed Perfected, smilingly inquired. You must be Water Daoist? May I know what advice you have for me? With the heavens in disarray in the Five Directions realm, the Bamboo Mountain Sea domain must also be in turmoil by now. We are all loose cultivators, single and vulnerable to manipulation everywhere. Yet, Rain Mountain Pavilion Master, you seem to have kept us at arm's length. This is rather disheartening. Water Daoist spoke indifferently, his gaze towards Lu Qingfeng clearly containing a touch of displeasure. What was his status? Although Lu Qingfeng was considered on par with a perfected, he was still a spirit void practitioner, and making him wait for 24 years has naturally accumulated some irritation. Your words, Water Daoist, are quite disappointing. Lu Qingfeng glanced over Water Daoist, noticing a faint layer of bloodlight flashing behind the haziness. Though suppressed by Water Daoist, from the top of his head still lingered a trail of black qi. Tribulation qi. In this time of great disaster, all life spirits could not avoid it. Tribulation qi emerged of its own accord. The rich deity immortals with profound merit might turn danger into safety, avoiding the calamity. But for ordinary cultivators, it was unavoidable that they must face their trials. If they could not pass, then death awaited. Water Daoist had traces of tribulation qi, signifying he could not avoid facing a tribulation. Lu Qingfeng then looked at Sikong Qinglian, Fire Crow Daoist, and Fire Cloud Perfected, noticing all three had varying degrees of black qi around them, with Fire Crow Daoists being the most intense and Fire Clouds the least. What do you mean by that? Water Daoist did not expect Lu Qingfeng to talk back, a flash of anger on his face as he squinted at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng stared at Water Daoist, noting that with his every word, the black qi above his head trembled slightly, covering Water Daoist's face from above, becoming 3 times thicker. No wonder there are rumors that with the ancient calamity arising, numerous immortals and great powers opt to avoid the world. Even so, disaster comes from the heavens while they sit at home. The most infamous were Lady Shiji and East Sea Water Dividing General, who made others tremble at the phrase, "Fellow Daoist, please stop." Water Daoist's Dao ability was shallow, and he was unaware of closing off to avoid disaster when confronted by Tribulation Qi, instead flaunting his presence. The Tribulation Qi deepened. His day of facing the tribulation was near. As a lone practitioner, I pursued a secluded place to cultivate. Does Water Daoist mean to control the heavens and the earth, and even my personal cultivation matters? Lu Qingfeng sighed, his expression one of helplessness. Calm down, brother Water Daoist. Seeing the situation escalate, Sikong Qinglian hurriedly intervened, then turned to Fire Crow Daoist and Fire Cloud. Now that Rain Mountain Pavilion Master has returned, why not gather the other Daoists and inform the 5 Mountain Sect, 100 Ghost Sect, and Kongju Sect? We could join forces to locate the whereabouts of Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion. Humph. Water Daoist, hearing these words, gave a cold snort, finally managing to suppress his anger. Lu Qingfeng observed. He saw Water Daoist's facial black qi dissipating, gathering at the top of his head. The black qi on his head became much denser, with traces of it still on his face. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 243. Gathering from all sides, 6 treasures vying for glory. Vote for monthly pass. Sikong fellow Daoist speaks sense. With the current chaos, matters concerning the Immortal Mansion should be hastened rather than delayed. Master Firecloud voiced his agreement repeatedly. It was difficult enough waiting for Lu Qingfeng to return, and if Water True Man started a conflict with him again, it was bound to lead to unnecessary complications. Though Fire Crow Daoist was known for his temper, he understood the gravity and urgency of the situation. He spoke out loud. In that case, let us quickly summon fellow Daoists from all sides and have the 5 Mountains Sect, 100 Ghost Sect, and Kongju Sect convene at Yves Mountain Island. Saying so, Fire Crow Daoist turned to Lu Qingfeng. Rain Mountain Pavilion Master was secluded in closed cultivation for years and probably knows little about the 3 sects. Why don't you come to my humble abode to wait for our fellow Daoists? Meanwhile, we can introduce you to the three sects true people. How about it? He feared Lu Qingfeng disappearing again. I wish for nothing more. Lu Qingfeng laughed heartily. Since the Bamboo Mountain sect was destroyed 7,000 years ago, leaving behind the 7 treasures of Bamboo Mountain and countless inheritances, the Bamboo Mountain Sea Domain has given rise to many powerful loose cultivators, such as Sikong Qinglian and Master Firecloud. The 5 Mountains sect, 100 Ghost sect, and Kongshu sect inherited from the Great Sect, attaining the status of the Left Dao. However, the most quintessential inheritances and treasures of the Bamboo Mountain sect were within the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion. Only by gathering the 6 treasures can we lock onto the location of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion. This time, with the 3 sects coming together, we must not falter and give the 3 sects an advantage. Master Firecloud, bearing the Qianyan Fire Bamboo Sword on his back, looked at the people present and spoke clearly. Naturally. Rest assured, Brother Firecloud. The 13 perfecteds of Ive Mountain Island have always been united as one. We will not give the 3 sects any cause for ridicule. Fire Crow Daoist, wielding the Qianyan Fire Bamboo Sword, was nearly on par with Sikong Qinglian in strength, commanding significant respect among the true people of Yive Mountain Island. His words received much support. Lu Qingfeng stood in the midst, his gaze sweeping over each true person, gaining an understanding of the overall strength of Yive Mountain Island. Generally speaking, they could be classified into 4 tiers. The first tier naturally included Fire Crow Daoist and Water True Man. Their cultivation had reached the Gathering Law realm, each commanding a Daoist soldier. Both in terms of cultivation and combat power, they were the strongest on Yive Mountain Island, and it was hard to find many competitors among the 3 sects. The second tier included Master Firecloud and Sikong Qinglian. Both possessed 6th rank magic artifacts, 2 of Bamboo Mountain's 7 treasures, and their cultivation also reached the Solid Pill realm. Their true combat strength was far beyond the ordinary Solid Pill realm cultivators, able to compete with those in the Gathering Law realm. The third tier consisted of ordinary Solid Pill realm, such as Master Qi Xia and Master Taiyin, possessing a preferred magic artifact, and a couple of go-to cultivation techniques. They couldn't withstand the combined force of the black and white dual truth of the 5 Mountains sect, but when facing Lei Yi True Man or Green Cloud True Man alone, they would not be intimidated. The 4th tier was the Void Core level. Among the 13 perfecteds of Yive Mountain Island, 7 were still navigating the Void Core realm. Their cultivation and strength fell short of Sikong Qinglian and the other 5. However, being Jiedan true people, each had their wonderful method, and their temperament and survival skills were not to be underestimated compared to Spirit Void practitioners. Lu Qingfeng had met each one. Among the 13 perfecteds, there were factions. Generally speaking, Fire Crow Daoist, Water True Man, Sikong Qinglian, and Master Fire Cloud were the leaders. Master Qixia stood close to Fire Crow Daoist with 2 Void Core real people nearby. Next to Water True Man stood Master Taiyin with 2 corresponding Void Core real people on one side, implicitly centering around the 2. By Sikong Qinglian's side stood a Void Core level female true person with a hideous face known as Ghost Eye True Man. It was said her artifact, Ghost Eye Poison Needle, was ruthless and deadly, quite formidable. Behind Master Firecloud were also 2 Void Core real people. Thus, they were divided into 4 factions. To others, Lu Qingfeng seemed to be another Ghost Eye True Man, part of Sikong Qinglian's camp. As soon as the 3 sects arrive later, don't act as overzealous as you treated Water True Man, lest you create trouble. Lu Qingfeng was assessing when a cool voice reached his ears. Lu Qingfeng didn't need to turn around. He similarly transmitted, Sikong fellow Daoist can rest assured. Sikong Qinglian glanced at Lu Qingfeng, her mind uncertain. She had a pact with Lu Qingfeng where she would ensure his safety in exchange for the 100 sword map pillar. If Lu Qingfeng offended the true people of the 3 sects as he did with Water True Man yesterday, how could Sikong Qinglian protect him? For the sake of the 100 sword map, Sikong Qinglian felt compelled to remind him. Lu Qingfeng chuckled internally, aware of Sikong Qinglian's concerns. However, Sikong Qinglian was unnecessarily worried. He always followed the philosophy of not initiating trouble, never seeking out conflicts. Yet once the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion opened, a great battle would ensue, and combat was inevitable. The true people stood atop Eve Mountain Island, some closing their eyes to rest, some barely moving their lips to converse via transmission. Lu Qingfeng felt several glances sweep over him from time to time, directly ignoring these gazes. He stood beside Sikong Qinglian with closed eyes, resting his mind and ignoring everything else. The blood sea was dense in the sky, obscuring the arrogant sun and weighing on the heart. Several hours passed. From the east came mighty auras, approaching in an instant. Lu Qingfeng glanced up to see 9 figures landing in the east, among whom the black and white dual truth from the deserted island encounter were unmistakably present. The 5 Mountains sect had arrived. Not long after, 7 true people from the 100 Ghosts sect and 6 true people from the Kongju sect arrived in unison. The 4 factions stood off against each other. The supreme elder of the 5 Mountains sect, Wu Gong, stepped forward, his voice ringing out, "Since all fellow Daoists have gathered, our goal is the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion. With the advent of the Blood Sea Calamity, it's best not to delay." As he spoke, Wu Gong flipped his hand, revealing in his palm a sphere that seemed to be made of mud, flickering with light. "This is the Mud Plow Pearl, one of Bamboo Mountain's 7 treasures." Wu Gong's voice boomed, directing everyone's gaze to the mud sphere in his hand. "Wu Gong, fellow Daoist, long time no see. You haven't lost your charm of the old days." From the ranks of the 100 Ghost sect, a stooped old man in a black robe walked out, his voice creaking oddly as he spoke, sounding bizarre. "Brother Han Xiao, I trust you've been well," Wu Gong said, looking towards the robed elder. His gaze lingered on the black robe. "Could that be the 100 Ghosts locking yin robe, brother?" "100 Ghost sects, Han Xiao." The 100 Ghosts locking yin robe. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng looked towards the robed elder, Han Xiao. Han Xiao, the sect master of the 100 Ghost sect, was ranked among the top 3 great cultivators of the Bamboo Mountain Sea Domain, alongside Wu Gong of the 5 Mountains sect and Kongju sect, Master Mengquan. Before these 3, even the Fire Crow Daoist and Water Daoist of Yeve Mountain Island would lower their heads. The black robe on Han Xiao was adorned with countless fierce ghosts, their roars never ceasing. It was one of the 7 treasures of Bamboo Mountain, 100 Ghosts locking yin robe, able to command 100 spirits, ensnaring souls and seizing essences, its power extraordinary. "Brother, you have a keen eye." Han Xiao's voice boomed, and with a shake of his black robe, a multitude of ghostly heads burst forth, roaring fiercely at the true men gathered. Lu Qingfeng, Sikong Qinglian, and others were fine, but those at the level of the Void Core realm felt a shiver down their spine, almost having their spirits captured. Please read this chapter on its original platform, MVL1. Everyone was shocked and furious at his display. But Han Xiao chuckled ominously. The 100 Ghosts locking yin robe, one of the Bamboo Mountain's 7 treasures. With that, he reined in the spirits and the robe returned to its unremarkable state. "It's truly a shame to see one of the great Bamboo Mountain 7 treasures used by Brother Han Xiao to frighten others," commented a middle-aged cultivator from Kongju sect, holding a 7 treasures green bamboo staff, his expression towards Han Xiao somewhat sour. This is Kongju sect Master Mengquan, a long-renowned cultivator. In his hands is the 7 treasures green bamboo staff, specialized in striking down fierce ghosts and essence spirits. It's the counterpart of the 100 Ghosts locking yin robe, neither able to suppress the other. Mengquan and Han Xiao have always been at odds, clashing many times without a clear victor. Lu Qingfeng observing the middle-aged cultivator when Sikong Qinglian's voice reached his ears. "I see." Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly. The factions within Yeve Mountain Island were diverse, not a single entity. The same was true for the 3 sects, perhaps even more so. 100 Ghost sect and Kongju sect were adversaries, and the 5 Mountains sect also had deep grudges with these 2 sects. This enabled Yeve Mountain Island to find its opportunity to rise. "Enough talk," Han Xiao said with a wave of the hand. "The staff in the hands of Kongju sect master, that would be the 7 treasures green bamboo staff." Han Xiao pointed at the bamboo staff in Mengquan's hand and turned towards the Yeve Mountain Island formation. In the hands of Sikong Meimei is a horsetail whisk, which is actually the Gengjia transformation Sky Brilliance Divine Needle. Behind True Man Fire Cloud is the Qianyan Fire Bamboo Sword. And the last treasure, the 5 Yang Sword, whose hand does that lie in? Han Xiao's gaze swept across the crowd. Though asking, his eyes settled on Lu Qingfeng. All eyes followed, converging on Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng reached behind his back and from his storage bag pulled out a sword gleaming with fire. The 5 Yang Sword, one of the Bamboo Mountain 7 treasures. Interesting. As for you, young cultivator, still not having stepped into core formation, by what right or capability do you wield the 5 Yang Sword? Could it be that Wave Mountain Island has no one else? Han Xiao remarked disdainfully, his side glances at Lu Qingfeng filled with provocation. At his words, whether it was the ranks of Vive Mountain Island or those of the 3 sects, all the true men looked at Lu Qingfeng with changed expressions. Lu Qingfeng sneered back at Han Xiao. If you, old ghost, say one more word, I'll turn and leave, and we all can go our separate ways. Ha! Han Xiao laughed loudly, pointing at Lu Qingfeng as he was about to retort. But before he could, true people, like Fire Crow Daoist and Sikong Qinglian from Eve Mountain, changed their expressions. Before anyone else could speak, Wu Gong of the 5 Mountain sect intercepted. Brother Han Xiao, have you regressed with age to bother with a junior like him? Rain Mountain Pavilion Master has the strength no less than core formation, so why can't he wield the 5 Yang Sword? If Brother Han Xiao or the 100 Ghost Sect have objections, try taking it up with me first. Unlike 100 Ghost Sect and Kongju Sect, 5 Mountain Sect had long known that Lu Qingfeng possessed the 5 Yang Sword, yet his whereabouts were unknown for 24 years. If not for the Blood Sea calamity, it was uncertain whether he would have even appeared. Han Xiao might not have known, but Wu Gong did. If Han Xiao's careless words now offended the Rain Mountain Pavilion Master, causing him to hide away again, it would be an extremely frustrating outcome. With Lu Qingfeng's mastery of water techniques and his means of escape and concealment, Wu Gong didn't want to test whether Lu Qingfeng could indeed extricate himself, unnecessarily complicating matters. Interrupted by Wu Gong, Han Xiao looked at Lu Qingfeng, who wore a mocking smile. Looking at Fire Crow Daoist, Sikong Qinglian, and finally Wu Gong, he saw that none looked pleased. Han Xiao was not a hothead after all. With a cackling laugh, he turned to Wu Gong. Brother Wu Gong speaks boldly. After this endeavor, I must spar with you. This was him looking for a way to save face, without daring to say more to Lu Qingfeng. Being one of the top 3 great cultivators in the Bamboo Mountain Sea domain, if you provoke him and draw out his personal intervention within the immortal mansion, then you're on your own. Sikong Qinglian warned Lu Qingfeng irritably, right after urging him to avoid conflict. Sikong Qinglian was exasperated. With adversaries all around, Han Xiao has Wu Gong, Meng Quan, the Fire Crow Daoist, and Water Daoist to contend with. He can hardly afford to pay attention to a mere spirit void practitioner. Lu Qingfeng remained unconcerned. After 12 cycles of reincarnation, his foundations were incredibly deep, and he possessed numerous life-saving methods. Even faced with Han Xiao, he saw no need to back down. As he had said, if worse comes to worst, he would simply leave. He could go to hunt Demon Dao cultivators from opposing factions, gaining experience value. He might even acquire a few more divine skills or mysterious level techniques. The gains from heading to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion might not even compare. Stay low-key, Sikong Qinglian advised, frowning. I know what I'm doing, Lu Qingfeng replied, turning away and dismissing further concern. Infinite Venerable, Sikong Qinglian swished his horsetail whisk to quell his frustration. The skirmish between Han Xiao and Lu Qingfeng was but a minor episode. After that brief interlude, there's no time to lose. Let's set out at once. With a flick of his finger, Wu Gong had the mud-plow pearl hovering before him. Seeing this, Han Xiao released an evil ghost from his 100 Ghosts locking yin robe, which sprang forth, turning into a black cloak billowing in the wind. Meng Quan threw his 7 treasures green bamboo staff into the air, and it transformed into a flat boat, carrying 6 true people from the Kongju sect. Within Eve Mountain Island, Lu Qingfeng, Sikong Qinglian, and True Man Firecloud each launched their magic artifacts. For a moment, the sky shimmered with various treasured lights, 6 treasures vying in radiance. Together, they sped towards the northwest direction, heading straight for Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 2 and 44, Immortal Mansion? Blessed Land? People traveled in tunneling light, with the 6 treasures leading the way. Blood Sea. Beside him, Sekong Qinglian looked towards the horizon, his expression a bit grave. In fact, not just Sekong Qinglian, every true man present felt an oppressing heaviness in their hearts. Opening the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion was supposed to be an exciting occasion, but this time it seemed rather abrupt. It was because of the Blood Sea in the sky. With the arrival of the Blood Sea, a great catastrophe surged. Every cultivator in the world was within the clutches of this disaster, with no one knowing if they would survive through this cataclysm. Lu Qingfeng looked at everyone present and shook his head inwardly. Now, the entire Five Directions realm was already panicking. Not only were cultivators like Sekong Qinglian from the Five Directions realm agitated, but so were the players. Many players chose to enter with their true body, and after the arrival of the Blood Sea, they couldn't even manage to log out, indistinguishable from the native cultivators of the Five Directions realm. Once they died, they would fall into reincarnation. Even if it was just consciousness that entered, they would still be trapped inside. They could choose to resurrect or reincarnate. However, once their lifespan in reality was up, they would immediately die both inside and outside the game. Of course, choosing to reincarnate at that moment, they could leave the Five Directions realm and return to reality. But 16 years and prior arduous cultivation would be wasted and have to start over. Only Lu Qingfeng remained calm and collected. When the great demon descends, it conceals heavenly secrets. Now, it all depends on whether the heavenly court can discover it in time, and even if they locate the Five Directions realm, send heavenly soldiers and generals down to the mortal realm. If it's too late, one realm will be overturned. If it's slightly earlier, although the conflict would devastate the realm, there would still be cultivators and life spirits surviving, not completely plunging into the Blood Sea. Lu Qingfeng pondered inwardly. All the true men present were also full of concerns. The journey continued in silence. The 6 treasures led them towards the northwest. In the sea area, whether on land or islands or in the waters, there were demon beasts and life spirits slaughtering each other, enacting a bloody massacre. A thin layer of blood stench gradually enveloped the entire sea area, even covering the whole Five Directions realm. The faint smell of blood in the air emitted a killing intent, causing everyone's hearts to grow even heavier. After about 6,000 or 7,000 miles. "We're here!" The 6 treasures paused. Please read this chapter on its original platform, MVL1. Lu Qingfeng looked ahead, and between the radiance of the 6 magic artifacts, a space faintly appeared, resembling a mirage, as if an immortal realm was descending. Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion! Sekong Qinglian's expression shook. The group of true men also detached from their heaviness, displaying a look of anticipation. No matter how the world changed, enhancing one's strength was always beneficial. Inside the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion, with the Bamboo Mountain sect's inheritance and powerful magic artifacts, gaining a part of them would undoubtedly bolster their powers. Their hope against the great catastrophe would also be greater. Lu Qingfeng also focused on the scenery ahead. He saw the mirage-like scene slowly emerging, terraces and towers, immortal palaces continuously materializing. As if descending from a fantasy world to the real world, a wisp of elusive aura emanating, startling everyone. Blessed Land. A gleam appeared in Lu Qingfeng's eyes. He had seen the Grotto Heaven Blessed Lands in the Sky Witch realm and was extremely familiar with the aura of Grotto Heaven Blessed Lands. The cluster of buildings before him, resembling the immortal realm Heavenly Court, appeared above the sea area, but was actually in another space. Indeed, it was a Blessed Land. The Bamboo Mountain sect is a side door, though also powerful among them, yet the sect has no earth immortals. Where this Blessed Land came from is unknown. Earth Immortal Derived Blessed Land, Heavenly Immortal Creation Cave Heaven. Among side doors methods, true immortals are the limit. Although the Bamboo Mountain sect was powerful, its strongest members were only true immortals, without blessed lands or grotto heavens. However, in the world, there are many ownerless blessed lands and grotto heavens, so it's not surprising that the Bamboo Mountain sect occupies one. So, the Bamboo Mountain 6 treasures are the key to open the Bamboo Mountain sect's blessed land. The so-called Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion is precisely the Bamboo Mountain sect's blessed land. Lu Qingfeng eagerly anticipated. The blessed lands he saw in the Sky Witch realm were all broken, declining along with the degenerating world. But the blessed land before him, relying on the Five Directions realm, was obviously still in its prime. It's said that within the blessed land, there are various immortal spiritual treasures. Depending on the accomplishments of the Earth Immortals, the immortal spiritual treasures also vary. If the immortal spiritual treasures in this blessed land occupied by the Bamboo Mountain sect were still present, they could continuously generate and prove to be much more precious than the magic artifacts and inheritances left by the Bamboo Mountain sect. What a pity! A blessed land, even coveted by the 4 great immortal sects, once it appears, it cannot be occupied by either the left Dao or Jidan true men. We must quickly reap the benefits and leave the blessed land. Lu Qingfeng was aware of himself. Whether it's a blessed land or grotto heaven, at present, neither was something he, a small spirit void practitioner, could aspire for. Blessed land. It really is a blessed land. Is this the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion? Not just Lu Qingfeng. Xikong Qinglian, Wu Gong, and others also widened their eyes at the sprawling palaces in front of them, feeling utterly astounded. Meanwhile, in the air, the 5 Yang Sword, Gengjia Transformation Sky Brilliance Divine Needle, and the other Bamboo Mountain 6 treasures dashed towards a spot in the void in front, immediately setting in place like a key fitting into a keyhole. The aura of the blessed land shook, and the 6 magic artifacts emitted light. The space opened, and the blessed land was unlocked. Kill! At that moment, a killing intent descended. Lu Qingfeng glanced to one side, only to see dozens of people revealing their traces from the southeast direction they had rushed from. Each one of them had a strong aura, all possessing Jidan cultivation. Being tracked? Lu Qingfeng was taken aback for a moment and then shook his head. Though their group was large, each of them concealed their tracks well. Even if they were being tracked, they would be able to detect it in advance. If it's not tracking, Lu Qingfeng's thought hadn't even finished when he was surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed behind him, as if a chilly needle was at his back. Luofu heart lamp? With a thought from Lu Qingfeng, a lamp blossomed in his heart, the flickering flame enveloping his body. Hiss! As the flame enveloped him, Lu Qingfeng had an illusory flame on his body. The halo of the flame blocked the attack from behind. However, this attack was sinister and vicious, prompting Lu Qingfeng to urgently mobilize his true yuan, enveloping his body with the mist banner. Besides being used for escaping, the mist banner was also a defensive magic artifact. Yet, in just an instant, the chilly needle was about to shatter the protective light and extinguish the flames. Lu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Zhurong and Gonggong, the 2 demon gods, extended their heads from his body, opening their mouths wide to spew water and fire. With the aid of water and fire, the crisis was finally averted. Only then did Lu Qingfeng find a moment to look back. He saw a fleck of black light flashing, precisely the black needle rolling back, its black light slightly dimming. A female cultivator with an ugly countenance flew backward, holding the black needle in her hand and showing a pained expression upon checking it. Ghost Eye Poison Needle! Ghost Eye True Man! Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened as he turned to look at Xikong Qinglian next to him. It wasn't me. Xikong Qinglian shook her head, gesturing with her hand, and the Gengjia Transformation Sky Brilliance Divine Needle flew from afar, landing in her hand and transforming into a horsetail whisk with a flick. Lu Qingfeng saw that Xikong Qinglian's expression did not seem feigned. He looked back at Ghost Eye True Man again. As expected of the Rain Mountain Pavilion Master. To think even a mere spirit void cultivation could resist my Ghost Eye Poison Needle. Ghost Eye True Man retreated, her gaze falling on Lu Qingfeng. Holding the black needle, a murderous intent flickered in her eyes. This ghost eye poison needle was painstakingly crafted from the toxic qi within earth lungs over 9 jiazi, usually concealed deep in the mind, showing no trace. Since it integrates with one's soul, it is fatal upon hitting. Upon release, it flickers with a black light and disappears immediately. Hence, it accompanies the sinister intentions of the dual evils, covertly harming like a shadow attached to a form. Though guarded by a magic artifact, it can only resist temporarily. As soon as the protective light is removed, injury ensues. Furthermore, through the use of sinister methods, it transforms into an invisible and silent poison gas, striking whenever there is an opening. Truly sinister and perilous without equal. At this moment, she launched a sudden attack, targeting Lu Qingfeng, who was the weakest in terms of cultivation on the field, hoping for a swift achievement. However, unexpectedly, she was thwarted. Who goes there? Among the three sects, someone shouted loudly. It was Kongju sect master Meng Quan, holding the 7 treasures green bamboo staff, looking towards the newcomers. Lu Qingfeng motioned with his hand, calling the 5 yang sword into his hand. The other 3 magic artifacts also returned on their own. The blessed land was still slowly opening, temporarily inaccessible. The 3 sects were on guard, and all the true men from Yves Mountain Island had ugly expressions. Ghost Eye True Man? No one expected that Ghost Eye True Man, who had joined Yves Mountain Island for hundreds of years, turned out to be an insider. Waiting for the day Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion opened, leading this group to follow surreptitiously. Ghost Eye. Sikong Qinglian's eyes darkened. Ghost Eye. True Man had seemingly been in charge for hundreds of years, but now it seemed laughable. The inheritance of Bamboo Mountain Sect naturally belongs to the virtuous, now with the crisis of the Blood Sea and the impending upheaval of the One Realm. Our Kunshan Alliance also does not wish to violently contend with fellow Daoists. Why not enter the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion together for the joy of all? From among the newcomers, one person stepped forward, speaking clearly towards everyone. Kunshan Alliance? It's the Kunshan Alliance. These vermin. Upon hearing this, Meng Quan and others' expressions instantly changed. Lu Qingfeng looked towards Sikong Qinglian. What's the scoop on Kunshan Alliance? He had only been in the Broken Star Sea for a little over 100 years, spending most of his time in secluded cultivation, and knew very little about the secrets of Jiedan or higher levels, unaware of the origins of Kunshan Alliance. Kunshan Alliance is a loosely organized alliance that emerged many years ago, with only Jiedan true men eligible to join as formal members, also having a highly complex selection mechanism. Many Jiedan true men who wanted to join ended up either as peripheral members or were outright unable to join. The range covered by Kunshan Alliance is extremely wide, with traces of Kunshan Alliance cultivators all over the Broken Star Sea. It is said that there are not a few primordial spirit true ones and even Mahayana true immortals within the Alliance, presenting a formidable rivalry against the 2 major side doors in the Broken Star Sea. Sikong Qinglian explained to Lu Qingfeng through sound transmission. Listening, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel that Kunshan Alliance was extremely similar to a player's guild, especially the way they recruited members, almost identical to player identification. So it's a guild established by players. To be able to connect through the internet in reality, adopting various advanced systems from the Alliance, it is undoubtedly mysterious in the eyes of cultivators from the 5 Directions realm. Lu Qingfeng pondered inwardly. Primordial is a real online game, no different from reality. The biggest advantage players have over natives is that they are born in the galaxy, with access to endless information through the internet, enriching their knowledge and broadening their horizons. Thus, stepping onto the path of cultivation, they have more advantages than native cultivators. Like Kunshan Alliance, almost integrating all the players in the entire Broken Star Sea, only Jiedan true men could become official members. Below Jiedan, all were peripheral members. The systems were well established, and the rewards and punishments mechanisms were almost on par with a guild. They had eyed Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion early on, laying out plans in secret. If it were not for the Blood Sea Skyfall stirring up changes this time, perhaps there would have been more than just dozens of Jiedan true men arriving. Lu Qingfeng stood quietly, taking a look at Ghost Eye True Man, then sweeping his gaze across the Kunshan Alliance camp. Suddenly, The blood sea in the sky trembled, with countless blood lights flashing into sky pillars descending from the sky. Among them, a bloodlight sky pillar landed right above the heads of Lu Qingfeng and the others. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 245, Sea of Experience Value. There's no escaping it. There's no avoiding it. Tie-in Calamity Crossing Robe. Lu Qingfeng clenched his seal technique, and the moonlight robe enveloped him. As the bloodlight smashed down, the robe shattered, and Lu Qingfeng stood still as if struck by a heavy blow. Everything in front of him was a crimson blur, with system prompts flashing incessantly. You are undergoing the Blood Sea transformation. You have comprehended the Bloodlight Scripture. Refined level. You have comprehended the Blood River Great Method. Side door level. You have comprehended the Blood God Scripture. True Sect level. You have comprehended the Blood Sea True Scripture. Mist level. Experience value 4.52 million obtained. Cultivation promoted to Jidan, Zudan realm. Experience value 16.95 million obtained. Cultivation promoted to Jidan, Solid Pill realm. Experience value 31. 90 million obtained. Cultivation promoted to Jidan, Gathering Law realm. His vital energy surged. Lu Qingfeng felt a tearing sensation inside and out. Thankfully, the foundations built by the 4 mysterious level techniques, especially the Yellow Robe True Skill Body Refining Technique, allowed him to withstand such enhancement. Blood Sea Inheritance. Lu Qingfeng felt several cultivation techniques suddenly appear within him. Bloodlight Scripture. Blood River Great Method. Blood God Scripture. Blood Sea True Scripture. Starting with the refined level Bloodlight Scripture. Decidedly dominating and the finest among its level, yet it couldn't surpass the 4 mysterious level techniques like Luofu Sword Scripture. The Blood Sea Inheritance upgraded him to the side door level Blood River Great Method. Still, it was no match. Continuing the upgrade, True Sect level Blood God Scripture. Yet, it couldn't displace the 4 mysterious level techniques, including Luofu Sword Scripture. Thus, he was upgraded to the mysterious level Blood Sea True Scripture. At the same level of mysterious, neither could overtake the other. However, under the bloodlight, more and more blood energy flowed into his body, continuously refined by the Blood Sea True Scripture, transforming it into his own cultivation. Experience value kept climbing, cultivation ceaselessly ascended. Lu Qingfeng felt as if his physical body was changing, transforming from a normal human being into something non-human. Asura. A race flashed in Lu Qingfeng's mind. This was a race created by the Ming River ancestor in the netherworld Blood Sea, emulating the Nuwa goddess. It was said that when the cultivation of the Blood Sea demon path reached its peak, one could ascend to the netherworld Blood Sea as an Asura, becoming part of the armies under the Ming River ancestor. Truly a demon among demons. This is just perfect. Lu Qingfeng saw a bright future and didn't wish for alteration. Immediately, he led the vast experience value into derivation. 1000 Mechanism Stone Refining Method derivation in progress. Derivation complete. 1000 Mechanism Stone Refining Method derivation in progress. Derivation complete. Spirit Control Array derivation in progress. Derivation complete. Earlier in the Chanqing realm, Lu Qingfeng had intended to further enhance the 1000 Machine Stone and Spirit Control Array, but lacked the excess experience value. In the 5 Directions realm, he thought of puppets through the 9 Palace Star Plate, and then thought of enhancing. But in the 5 Directions realm, Lu Qingfeng focused on cultivation without using experience value for derivation, which would result in a setback in cultivation. Highly unwise. Thus, it had always been shelved. This time, enveloped by the Bloodlight Sky Pillar, what could be described as endless experience values surged in. Lu Qingfeng, unwilling to cultivate the Demon Dao, found these experience values to be a godsend. 11 times strengthened, 12 times strengthened, 13 times strengthened. For the techniques that were difficult to enhance in the past, Lu Qingfeng now managed to enhance the 1,000 mechanism stone refining method and spirit control array up to 20 times at once, consuming over 10 million experience value, without any halt, as easy as drinking water. After the enhancements, more and more continuous experience values flowed in. Continue the derivation. Light splitting and shadow transformation void condensing sword technique. Derivation in progress. Tie-in calamity crossing robe, derivation in progress. Invisibility technique, derivation in progress. Great sun annihilation divine light, derivation in progress. Daluo cave temple, derivation in progress. Super level techniques. Each enhancement consumed massive amounts of experience value. Hence, whether it's inherently divine powers like tie-in calamity crossing robe and great sun annihilation divine light, or those derived from technique levels like light splitting and shadow transformation void condensing sword technique and Daluo cave temple, Lu Qingfeng temporarily had no plans for further derivation. But now, with the rare opportunity and the Bloodlight Sky Pillar, essentially an ocean of experience values, continuously pouring down experience values. Ordinary cultivators or players enveloped under the Bloodlight Sky Pillar, absorbing the powerful forces of the Blood Sea, had all their techniques transformed into Bloodlight Scripture, Blood River Great Method, and until Blood God Scripture, being forcibly converted into practitioners of the Blood Sea lineage of the Demon Path, an irreversible transformation. This was also a way of propagating a Daoist legacy. Compared to the gentler methods of cutting down demons and spreading Dao through derivation techniques as in the upper realm immortals, the Blood Sea Demon Dao was truly domineering, with an overtone of forcibly converting. Ordinary cultivators could not resist. In possession of the Yellow Court Scripture, first, it could command all laws, even the mysterious level. Blood Sea True Scripture could coexist with other methods. Secondly, with the derivation feature able to consume massive experience values, it transformed the overwhelming power of the Blood Sea into strengthened methods, divine powers, and cultivation techniques. 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, 200 million. The transmission of the Blood Sea technique. Unable to transform Lu Qingfeng, there's an attempt to forcefully enlighten him. Experience value constantly pours in, skyrocketing the totality. Lu Qingfeng gains while being steadily depleted. The aura around Lu Qingfeng fluctuates, with his cultivation level firmly fixed within the spirit void fusion realm. Time passes. Boom, boom, boom. The aura of the surrounding cultivators violently spikes, with some of them exploding to death and turning into bloodlight that merges into the sky pillar. Others see a fierce upsurge in their cultivation levels, with clear changes in their aura, evidently becoming cultivators of the Blood Sea Demon Path. Lu Qingfeng, while deriving various techniques, also keeps an eye on the people around him. Xikong Qinglian, Wu Gong, Meng Quan, Han Xiao, and others are enveloped in overwhelming blood qi. After their rapid increase in cultivation, they struggle to maintain control, their eyes bloodshot and their aura volatile. Murderous intent fills the air. Gathering Law Realm, Golden Core Realm, Golden Core Peak. Lu Qingfeng watches everyone's progression. Most of those who cannot endure burst apart and die, including the Fire Crow Daoist and Water True Man from Yves Mountain Island, both wielders of Daoist soldiers with mediocre personal cultivation, not as solidly founded as other true men. Majestic Blood Sea energies pour in, operating the cultivation techniques automatically, but unable to match the speed of their infusion. Thus, they explode and die. Lu Qingfeng notes down each of their energy, continuing his derivations. Deriving 7 beasts, small divine number. Deriving demon evil entangling silk divine spell. Deriving thunder prison. Deriving 9 heavens talisman inverting heaven and earth technique. Divine skills keep being derived, upgrading from common divine skills to great divine powers. Deriving Cloud Summit steps. Deriving Peeping Heaven and Earth Great Method. Many high-level and super-level techniques are also elevated to divine skills. Experience value continues to arrive. Lu Qingfeng shifts back to refining the 1,000 mechanism stone refining method and the spirit control array, further strengthening them. Above, the Blood Sea spans wide, unshakable even by the 4 great immortal sects, sealing a realm with boundless pressure. It's hard to imagine the sheer amount of power it contains. Countless pillars of blood light descend. then slowly disappear, only at Bamboo Mountain Sea Domain, only around Lu Qingfeng where nothing seems to fade. The survivors, such as Sekong Qinglian and Wu Gong, experience surges in their energies. Despite their hearts brimming with murderous intent, no one dares to act rashly as the heavenly tribulation above occasionally gathers and scatters. Each one of them retreats, staying clear of the tribulation area. The gate to the Bamboo Mountain Blessed Land slowly opens behind Lu Qingfeng, concealed by the heavenly tribulation and bloodlight, hidden from common view. This chapter is part of the collection on MV2-2YR. Both the 1,000 Mechanism Stone Refining Method and the Spirit Control Array are strengthened to 30 times, with each enhancement already requiring over 1 billion in experience value. With such vast experience values, were there no bottlenecks, it might even be possible to directly create a primordial spirit practitioner or even a Mahayana true immortal. Yet, Lu Qingfeng's cultivation only remains in the spirit void fusion realm. With the endless supply of experience value, Lu Qingfeng continually strengthens. After the aforementioned methods are strengthened to a certain level, he shifts to enhancing his cultivation techniques. Deriving cultivation techniques has always been the major consumption of experience value. Initially unaware of how much experience value the Bloodlight Sky Pillar would grant, Lu Qingfeng started with deriving the less consuming 1,000 Mechanism Stone Refining Method and Spirit Control Array. Sensing an impending end, he hurriedly strengthens a few divine skills and techniques, unaware. After reinforcing everything once more, he found that the Bloodlight Sky Pillar still hadn't disappeared. He hastened to reinforce the 4 main cultivation techniques. Derivation in progress for the Luofu Sword Scripture. This was a mysterious level technique, and each derivation consumed a vast amount of experience value. To enhance it from mysterious level to supreme level required an even more enormous amount of experience value. Experience values were rapidly being depleted. The aura around Lu Qingfeng fluctuated between strong and weak continuously. He was very skilled in derivation and enhancement. Across the lands, countless Bloodlight Sky Pillars stretched, having transformed and killed countless cultivators, breeding endless slaughter. As time passed, the Bloodlight Sky Pillars in the 5 Directions realm one by one faded away, leaving only the surviving Bloodlight Sky Pillar where Lu Qingfeng was conspicuously evident. Derivation completed. Just as the derivation of the Luofu Sword Scripture had been completed, from some unknown place in the world, a surprised exclamation suddenly sounded like thunder exploding in his mind, awakening Lu Qingfeng from the pleasure of continuous derivation. He looked up. He saw a strange bloodlight sweeping across from the Bloodlight Sky Pillar, looming towards him. Cloud Peak Step. Light splitting and shadow transformation, void condensing sword path. Lu Qingfeng's mind screamed alarms, hastily performing the Cloud Peak Step to break free from being targeted. His figure leaped, transforming his body into a sword, fleeing towards the back where Bamboo Mountain Blessed Land lay. The second voice of surprise echoed in his mind. Lu Qingfeng moved swiftly, not far from the entrance to Bamboo Mountain Blessed Land. With one step, he entered the Blessed Land. Yet immediately afterward, a swathe of bloodlight swept over, engulfing Lu Qingfeng, about to drag him towards the heavenly blood sea. Dutian Demon God Blood Transformation Flying Body Technique. Lu Qingfeng roared in his heart, causing the 3 great demon gods within him, Zhurong, Zhumang, and Gonggong, to explode simultaneously. This method was meant for self-harm escape, but Lu Qingfeng pushed it to the extreme, turning it into a method of self-destruction. His mighty power completely blew up his physical body, turning it into a sky full of blood and flesh mixed in the blood light. His divine soul was annihilated. The bloodlight swept through, carrying a pile of blood and flesh that had lost its spirit. As for Lu Qingfeng, he had long vanished between heaven and earth. Buzz! The bloodlight surged angrily, spreading to cloak the whole Bamboo Mountain Sea domain. Sweeping through, confirming that Lu Qingfeng was indeed dead, it then rolled up the bloodlight and engulfed all the people present. No! Don't! They screamed in terror, feeling the imminent threat of life and death. However, the bloodlight was unstoppable. In a flash, numerous bodies shattered, merging into the bloodlight. One after another, divine souls extinguished, leaving no trace in the world. Each true spirit either escaped into the void or merged into the blood sea, disappearing without a trace. Absolutely powerless to resist. Tens of newly transformed blood sea lineage demon path true men, in the blink of an eye, became history. In the Bamboo Mountain Sea Domain, the 26 true men of the three great sects and Yviv Mountain Island either exploded and perished early or died within the bloodlight. This included Sikong Qinglian, Wu Gong, and others. One after another, treasures fell into the sea domain. The 100 Ghosts Locking Yin Robe, the 7 Treasures Green Bamboo Staff, the Gengjia Transformation Sky Brilliance Divine Needle, and other 6 treasures of Bamboo Mountain were readily apparent. 6th rank magic artifacts were extremely precious to core formation true men and could serve as suppressing treasures for the left Dao side door. But for the heavenly blood sea, they were evidently not of high enough grade, casually discarded without a second glance. Not only the 3 sects of Bamboo Mountain, not only Yiv Mountain Island, the 34 core formation true men who came following the Kunshan Alliance, including the insider Ghost Eye true man who infiltrated Yiv Mountain Island, either exploded and died or were swept to death by the bloodlight. In sum, in this battle, not one survived. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 246, Huge Harvest. Duchin Xuanming's strategy, in the heart of the endless immortal QA. The bloodlight receded and the gates closed. A figure slowly materialized. Name: Loot Bone. Cultivation level: Spirit Void Divine Silence Realm. What terrifying bloodlight! Lu Qingfeng's form solidified as he recalled the bloodlight from just before his death, feeling his will nearly drowning in it. Had it not been for the resounding recitation of the Yellow Court scripture in his heart, even self-detonation to escape would have been impossible. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng felt relieved in his heart. Dying was not to be feared. In fact, even if the bloodlight had not forced his hand, after his exploration of the Bamboo Mountain immortal mansion was complete, Lu Qingfeng would have chosen to self-destruct and disappear, then randomly reincarnate and leave the Five Directions realm. Otherwise, unable to log out with his mere mortal foundation establishment cultivation, he wouldn't last many days without food or drink. Dying sooner or later did not matter. Nor was it frightening to see his root bone fall back to one. Being captured by the bloodlight, trapped in a state neither alive nor dead, that would truly be terrifying. The one who made the move should be that heavenly punishment Asura from above. Having died once, I am now within the blessed land. It's hard to be discovered momentarily. But it's uncertain whether I'll be noticed once I leave. Lu Qingfeng pondered as his thoughts swirled. With a thought, he shook his head and chuckled to himself. Even if put under constant watch, at worst I'll just die once more, then leave the Five Directions realm anyway. The benefits bestowed by the Blood Sea have been plentiful, a complete profit. This gain was indeed immense, greater than Lu Qingfeng could have anticipated, surpassing his past 11 lives. Previously, when the Bloodlight Sky Pillar descended, it likely enveloped primordial spirit true ones and even Mahayana true immortals. But beneath the Bloodlight Sky Pillar, Lu Qingfeng swallowed vast energies, continually converting and consuming experience value, until both Primordial Spirit True One and Mahayana True Immortal were completely converted, and the Bloodlight Sky Pillar from all directions vanished. Only then was he interrupted by a demon Dao giant from the heavenly lineage of the Blood Sea. During this period, how much experience value he had consumed, even Lu Qingfeng himself didn't know. But the gains were innumerable. To mention just a few, the divine skills acquired, ordinary divine skills, blood transformation and soul-splitting technique, golden saber soul slaughter method, ice sealing water technique, water dragon technique, Vajra spell, hand heart thunder, cloud summit step, poison punishment bone locking, heart-piercing little Asura technique, heavenly listening and earthly viewing method, Dutian divine slaughter, Duchian Demon Flames, Duchian Demon God Blood Transformation Flying Body Technique, Earth Extreme Primordial Magnetic Annihilation Sword Qi, Mountain and Earth Breaking Skill. Great Divine Powers, Light Splitting and Shadow Transformation. Void Sword Walking, Demon Evil Entangling Silk Divine Spell, Daluo Cave Outlook, 7 Beasts Small Divine Number. Tie-in Calamity Crossing Robe, Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light, Little Thousand Thunder Prison. 9 Heavens Talisman, Inverting Heaven and Earth Technique, Invisibility Technique, Inverted Void Glazed Glass Wall. 14 Ordinary Divine Skills, 10 Great Divine Skills. Lu Qingfeng glanced over his attributes panel, his mind brimming with joy. The immense experience value had derived and enhanced countless high-level and super-level techniques. But compared to these 24 divine skills, they all seemed insignificant. So many divine skills and great divine powers were rare, even among the 4 top immortal sects of the 5 Directions realm or the immortal sects of the Earth immortal world. Most of these divine skills were directly enhanced. Some names hadn't changed, only their power and mystery had vastly increased. Like Cloud Summit Step, Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light, and others. Some names had changed. For example, Earth Extreme Primordial Magnetic Annihilation Sword Qi was enhanced from Primordial Magnetic Destruction Sword Qi. For instance, the high-level Mountain Opening skill was enhanced by Lu Qingfeng to the level of Divine Skills. And as Thunder Prison Divine Ability achieved Great Divine Power status, it was renamed Little Thousand Thunder Prison, which, cultivated to the extreme, could transform into a small thousand world, with both world destruction and creation in a single thought. There was also the newly added Inverted Void Glazed Glass Wall. Originally an intermediate-level technique for masking traces and heavenly mechanisms, Lu Qingfeng had madly derived it to the level of Great Divine Power. Once cultivated, with the Inverted Void and Glazed Aura incorporated. No matter how divine the calculations and techniques, nobody could deduce even a bit of information about Lu Qingfeng. Once this skill was perfected, going forward, whether in reality or in the game, he could face far fewer ripples and crises. Lu Qingfeng perused briefly, his heart surging with excitement. With so many divine skills, he wouldn't need to seek external help in numerous future lives. He could enhance his cultivation in one breath. Time was short. Lu Qingfeng didn't delay. Before being discovered by the heavenly punishment Asura, he needed to quickly scour the Bamboo Mountain blessed land once more. The heavenly punishment Asura's strength is at least that of a heavenly immortal, eyeing the entire 5 Directions realm. Embedded in the 5 Directions realm, this demon Dao giant couldn't care less about the Bamboo Mountain blessed land. Lu Qingfeng looked around. This place was indeed the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion. Just before his previous death, Lu Qingfeng had entered the Bamboo Mountain Blessed Land and set his respawn point within it. The goal was, after his death, to reappear directly in the Blessed Land, exploring the treasures within. Despite the turmoil caused by the Blood Sea incident and the strengthening of countless magic gates, Lu Qingfeng was still quite interested in many inheritances and treasures of the Bamboo Mountain sect. Within the Blessed Land, pavilions and palace towers stood as if they were the palace of the immortal family. The ground was shrouded in mist, perhaps not much different from the celestial courts of the upper realm. Lu Qingfeng walked around. The palaces were empty. Most were residences and council halls. Entering and exiting, Lu Qingfeng was not in a hurry, leisurely exploring alone. Some buildings still had remnants of array formation restrictions, and even a core formation true man would have to expend significant effort to enter. Lu Qingfeng, using the Daluo Cave Outlook, enhanced to the level of Great Divine Power, along with his mastery in formations, moved freely in and out. Elixir pills, medicine garden, magic artifacts, refining materials. Indeed, it was no surprise that this was the stronghold of the Bamboo Mountain sect, abundant in various elixir pills and magic artifacts, some of which were of the core formation level, only usable by those possessing certain cultivation achievements. Lu Qingfeng did not rush to collect them. There was not much time left in this life, and even if he collected everything, there would be no chance to use them, let alone analyze them thoroughly. Thus, he simply bypassed them. Beyond these things, there lay the inheritance of the Bamboo Mountain sect. According to the legends hidden in the 4 array maps within the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion, The 100 Sword map had already been obtained by Lu Qingfeng and Xikong Qinglian. Only 3 array maps remained in the Bamboo Mountain Blessed Land. 9 Curves Heavenly River map, side door level. Purple Cloud array map, side door level. Map of the mountains and rivers stretching thousands of miles, side door level. These 3 maps represented 3 side door level skills. Unfortunately, among the entire Bamboo Mountain sect, there were only these 5 diagrams. The 5 Mountain sect inherited the 5 Mountains True Form map, and the 100 Sword map was obtained by Lu Qingfeng and Xikong Qinglian. There were just these 5. Only by gathering all 24 would it form a complete set of true sect level skills. However, the remaining 19 were lost to unknown places and could not be collected. Lu Qingfeng logged the 3 array maps into his attribute panel. He thoroughly searched the Blessed Land and found the Bamboo Mountain sect's great techniques. 5 elements Yin Sha Earth Extreme True Fire and Kongju Refining Gu Technique. Compared to maps like the 5 Mountains True Form map, these 2 techniques were the real fundamental great methods of the Bamboo Mountain sect. 5 elements Yin Sha Earth Extreme True Fire was a super-level technique that gathered the 5 elements Yin Sha to condense and produce the Earth Extreme True Fire, capable of burning all things in the mortal world, fierce and formidable. Kongju Refining Gu Technique, a side door level skill, could cultivate 6 strange insects, thus making it one of the superior methods within the side door level skills for both fighting enemies and speeding cultivation. The Bamboo Mountain sect had held its ground in the Broken Star Sea thanks to these methods. Regrettably, for unknown reasons, it had still fallen eventually. Rise and fall, creation and destruction, are not determined by man. Lu Qingfeng sighed deeply and stowed away the 2 major techniques. Below the Blood-Light Sky Pillar, he had harvested countless experience values. He already had abundant common divine skills and great divine skills. Thus, an extra super-level technique hardly caught his eye. The same held for Kongju Refining Gu Technique. He already possessed the Luofu Sword Scripture, a supreme-level technique, and also held 3 mysterious-level techniques, making Kongju Refining Gu Technique relatively insignificant in his eyes. Supreme-level technique. Lu Qingfeng burst with unstoppable laughter as his heart's distress swept away. Mysterious-level techniques could already cultivate up to the heavenly immortal realm. This chapter was uploaded by the team at M. Supreme-level techniques were coveted even by countless heavenly immortals, capable of cultivating beyond to achieve the great power realm, a path to eternal indestructibility. Already beyond mortal imaginations, including that of earth immortals and heavenly immortals. The Luofu Heart Lamp and Da Zheng Sword Formation have also transformed. Lu Qingfeng momentarily grasped this before suppressing the urge to begin cultivation and continued to explore the Bamboo Mountain Blessed Land. Inside the Blessed Land, many techniques had been completely collected by Lu Qingfeng, yet a significant treasure still remained undiscovered. Lu Qingfeng searched everywhere, his eyes scanning continuously as the Daluo Cave Temple did. Finally, Dutian Xuanming Strategy. Lu Qingfeng's eyes brightened. In a hidden space within the void, a scroll of Danbook Iron Certificate lurked within the air. Lu Qingfeng flicked a sword chi, pulling the Danbook Iron Certificate into his hand. Magic Artifact. Dutian Xuanming Strategy. Grade, 7th Order. Description. The premier treasure among the 7 treasures of the Bamboo Mountain sect, capable of gathering the souls of slain enemies within it, refining them into Duqian Ghost Generals and Xuanming Yin soldiers. With this item, one possesses an army of thousands, capable of traversing the world with ease. Among the Bamboo Mountain's 7 treasures, items like the 5 Yang Sword and 100 Ghosts Locking Yin Robe were all 6th rank magic artifacts, with only this last treasure, Dutian Xuanming Strategy, being a 7th order magic artifact. No wonder it was called the premier among the 7 treasures of the Bamboo Mountain sect. Dutian Xuanming Strategy. This treasure's strength lies not in itself, but as a supreme nourishing treasure for Daoist soldiers. The Duqian Ghost General and Xuanming Yin soldiers it refines are top-tier, lower-realm Daoist soldiers, far beyond the Fire Crow Daoist soldiers held by Fire Crow Daoist and the Water Dao soldiers, Shrimp soldiers, and Crab Generals, commanded by Waterline True Man. Holding the iron ticket in hand, Lu Qingfeng felt overjoyed for a moment. Back in the southern continent, Lu Qingfeng had heard of the formidable Daoist soldiers. The Skull Dao soldiers, led by Master Wandu of Heshan Dao, were notorious. After arriving in the Broken Star Sea, he had long admired the Fire Crow Daoist soldiers and Water Dao soldiers. However, these three types of Daoist soldiers were all of lower grade, not noteworthy in the eyes of an immortal sect. Dutian Xuanming's strategy was different. With formidable Dutian ghost generals and Xuanming Yin soldiers capable of arranging and deploying themselves in battlefield formations, although they could not compare to heavenly soldiers and generals, they still held significant strength, enough to dominate in the lower realm. Although the Bamboo Mountain sect had many techniques, what really established its standing among the side doors and made it a dominant force in the Broken Star Sea was precisely the Dutian Xuanming strategy. Cultivators possessing Daoist soldiers can instantly become powerhouses of their level, able to combat across levels. One of the foundations of a sect is the number and strength of its Daoist soldiers. A powerful immortal sect might have numerous formidable Daoist soldiers under their command, masters of nourishing techniques. In times of calamity, they dispatch disciples to lead the Daoist soldiers, and the calamity is instantly mitigated, almost akin to an immortal court. Lu Qingfeng's heart surged with excitement. Traversing 12 lives, traversing numerous realms, this was still the first time he had acquired a technique to refine Daoist soldiers. Let's decode it first. Lu Qingfeng did not want to delay and immediately sat down in the Bamboo Mountain Blessed Land, focusing solely on decoding the Dutian Xuanming strategy. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 2 and 47, The Four Great Daoist Soldiers. The 12th Era ends. Approximately 7 months later. It's done. Lu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and stood up, holding the Dutian Xuanming strategy. Before his eyes, golden light flickered. Derivation technique. Dutian. First, magic gate. Method of refining Dutianming strategy. Experience value. Second, magic gate. Method for breeding Dutian ghost generals. Third magic gate. Method for breeding Xuanming Yin soldiers. Analysis complete. Exchange. Lu Qingfeng directly exchanged the 3 magic gates, eager to master them first for peace of mind. Immediately, holding the Dutian Xuanming strategy, his mind moved, and he suddenly shouted, "Yin soldiers, ghost generals, come forth and heed my command." From within the Dutian Xuanming strategy, a yin wind arose abruptly, and ghostly energy surged. A whirlwind of ghost wind touched down on the ground in front, fully armored. The clattering of armor rang out as 36 Dutian ghost generals and 960 Xuanming Yin soldiers kneeled respectfully, shouting, "Salutations, Daoist!" Their voices shook the blessed land, their aura soaring to the skies. Lu Qingfeng glanced over. Daoist soldiers, Dutian ghost generals. Description: Bamboo Mountain sect Daoist soldiers, masters of the Dutian Soul Refining Array, can train together with Xuanming Yin soldiers to form the Dutian Xuanming Formation. Daoist soldiers. Grade. Description: Bamboo Mountain sect, Daoist soldiers, masters of the Zhushan Huayu Formation, can train together with Dutian ghost generals to form the Dutian Xuanming Formation. Intermediate Daoist soldiers, huge potential. Regardless of whether they are Dutian ghost generals or Xuanming Yin soldiers, raising these 2 types of Daoist soldiers using the Dutian Xuanming strategy is not complicated. Lu Qingfeng felt joy in his heart. Having deciphered the refining method of Dutian Xuanming strategy, he could boost his own strength significantly in the game or in reality, and fear no coordinated attacks. With his proficiency in arrays, he positioned the Daoist soldiers in battle formations. Confronting higher-level adversaries became trivial. Looking towards the Dutian ghost generals and Xuanming Yin soldiers before him, the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. These were cultivated by the Bamboo Mountain sect over many years, surviving by chance after great battles, nearly refined to their limits, outstanding among intermediate Daoist soldiers. Skilled in warfare, immensely powerful. In reality, or in the game for the next life, Lu Qingfeng would not easily achieve this level when breeding such Daoist soldiers. But whether they were Dutian Ghost Generals or Xuanming Yin soldiers, if fed with heavenly silver, their strength could be rapidly enhanced. In reality, what Lu Qingfeng lacked the least was heavenly silver. No rush in reality. This life. 7 beasts small divine number. Lu Qingfeng calculated with his fingers. Though without the 7 birds or 7 birds' feather in hand, he still glimpsed a trace of heavenly mechanisms under the obscured heavenly mechanism with the greatly enhanced 7 beasts small divine number. Dutian Ghost Generals. Xuanming Yin soldiers. Hear my command. Pursue and slay these 6. Cease only upon their death. Lu Qingfeng stretched out his hand into the air, and 6 figures materialized. A black-robed cultivator wielding a black rope, a domineering cultivator commanding 5 horses, a white-robed cultivator surrounded by 3,000 Daoist soldiers. It was the 6 perfecteds from He Mountain Daoist. Your subordinates obey. The 36 Duqian Ghost Generals and 960 Xuanming Yin soldiers thunderously accepted the command. Rising up, they leaped and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing into the Bamboo Mountain Blessed Land. Following the direction and aura given by Lu Qingfeng, they pursued the 6 perfecteds. Duqian Ghost Generals and Xuanming Yin soldiers are the suppression troops of the Bamboo Mountain sect, hunting down a mere 6-core formation. True men is effortlessly easy. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, quietly waiting. 2 months later, southern continent. The 5 Yin true man was seated meditating in a mountain cave, a beast skin pouch hanging at his waist, silently cultivating. Ever since the destruction of He Mountain Dao over 100 years ago, the true men from He Mountain Dao dared not show themselves. Although Lu Qingfeng was unseen, the destroying grain pearl still circulated. Like bereaved dogs, they left the original borders of He Mountain Dao, even moving away from the Kongchan sect's area, hiding their identities, concealing their tracks. Despite their trepidation, they remained untroubled. On this day, a yin wind blew, and the 5 Yin true man suddenly raised his head, looking outside the cave. He heard the sounds of war drums and iron hoofs enveloping the cave. The 5 Yin true man took his 5 Yin bag and walked out, only to see dark clouds gathering in the sky as if heavenly soldiers were arrayed, and just as he emerged, attack! An army charged forth. 9 months later, Bamboo Mountain Blessed Land. Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened. 365 9 strategies Xuanhao talismans arranged in the void. Amidst the flickering thunder, a part of the void opened. Lu Qingfeng reached into it, his true yuan sweeping out, drawing out numerous spirit stones and materials. Among them, a jade dishware flew out, landing in Lu Qingfeng's hands. Method for raising Fire Crow Daoist soldiers. A smile spread across Lu Qingfeng's face. Daoist soldiers, Fire Crow Dolgers. Grade, low level. Description: cultivate fire attribute demon birds into fire crows, then by using a secret technique to extract the essence from fire crows, refining Fire Crow Daoist soldiers capable of setting up the Fire Crow formation. This was what the Fire Crow Daoist relied on to dominate the Bamboo Mountain Sea domain, stationed on Yive Mountain Island, contrasting equally with the 5 Mountains sect, 100 Ghost sect, and Kongju sect, with 3,000 Fire Crow Daoist soldiers, unmatched among peers and holding a slight advantage even in cross-tier combat. Lu Qingfeng had long coveted this. Outside the Blessed Land, before dying, he quietly took note upon witnessing the fall of the Fire Crow Daoist. After reviving, following the trail of the Fire Crow Daoist's aura and pushing the derivation technique, he found the mustard space, finally acquiring the method. Upon entering this method into his attributes panel, aside from Duqian Ghost Generals, Xuanming Yin soldiers, and Fire Crow Daoist soldiers, Water Dao soldiers was also listed. 4 great Daoist soldiers. Lu Qingfeng was mentally drained, yet he couldn't help feeling elated. He continuously cast Great Divine Power, first deducing the whereabouts of 6 true men under the obscure heavenly mechanism, followed by predicting the locations of the Water Daoist, Fire Crow Daoist, and their mustard space. It consumed a tremendous amount of heart power. Lu Qingfeng's face was pale and haggard, yet his eyes shone brightly. In the next instant, Lu Qingfeng waved his sleeve. The heavenly listening and earthly viewing great method, strengthened from the peeping heaven and earth great method, began to operate. A scene appeared in the air. For character sheets and glossaries, visit MVL. A black-robed cultivator wrapped in black winds tore through the sky. 1,000 yin soldiers and ghost generals arranged in a battle formation, encircling and descending. The formation rotated. Thunderclaps shocked the sky, filled with Xuan Ming's mysterious netherworld energy, turning into cold rain that descended, isolating all directions. Six Paths Black Rope. The Six Paths true man's face showed panic. He threw a black gleam with his hand. In the next instant, the black gleam collided with the cold rain, and the myriad of cold rain rolled back, first shattering the black gleam, and then, like the sweeping Milky Way, irresistibly engulfed the entire Six Paths true man. The mysterious netherworld energy burst forth. In an assault, the physical body dissipated, and the divine soul was silenced. No existence in heaven and earth. Lu Qingfeng felt exhilarated, stood up, and looked up at the sky. His eyes seemed to penetrate space, seeing the blood sea and the heavens of the five directions realm. He flipped and danced his palm, suddenly striking his chest, then forcefully spewed 3 large bowls of heart blood. He drew talismans in the air, continuously crafting blood-light talismans that were imprinted in the air, instilling fear. Lu Qingfeng was skilled in his technique. Rising with another palm, transforming the palm into a blade, he chopped off his left arm and tossed it into the air. The left arm exploded, making the bloodlight talismans in the air more condensed. After a good half an hour, Lu Qingfeng's vital energy declined, repeatedly spewing heart blood into the air. Bloodlight flickered. With a thought, Lu Qingfeng visualized the bloodlight from his life-ending injuries, picturing the heavenly blood sea. Suddenly, the bloodlight talisman trembled and disappeared into the void. A corner of the heavenly blood sea stirred slightly. Strands of demon evil entwined like silk, turning 10 miles of the blood sea gray. The blood sea trembled, along with the 10 miles of the blood sea, peeling off the blood threads together. However, the blood threads merged into the blood sea, becoming one with it. Even if 10 miles of the blood sea were stripped, the blood threads still branded deep in the blood sea on the divine soul, nearly undetectable, like maggots in one's bones. But this was for the average person. Across the blood sea, a demon Dao giant needed only a thought to stir. The blood threads faded, turning into dissipated bloodlight. Indeed. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, unconcerned. With his spirit void cultivation, even if he used great divine power and curse techniques to curse the heavenly blood sea, it was as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The gap was too vast. Even bridging across from immortal to mortal. Cursing with his own life, yet still laboring in vain, achieving very little. The curse technique isn't bad. A familiar voice rang out, a will condensed within the bamboo mountain blessed land. Lu Qingfeng, one-armed and lean, looked up, his eyes flickering with a cold gleam. I am the reincarnation of the war general under the Heavenly Court Thunder Department, God for Bright Gongbin Yuanjun. Bold demon Dao, you dare to slaughter a whole realm. I shall report to Yuanjun and claim your life. His voice echoed throughout the blessed land. Despite being pale and bloodless, and even weaker after casting the demon evil entangling silk divine spell, Lu Qingfeng spoke with power and righteousness. Cackles! For Bright Gongbin Yuanjun? Curse your fur gods. I will capture them later to keep you company. A roaring sound boomed through the clear sky. Bloodlight flashed. The will descended, intending to capture Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng's lips bore a slight cold smile, amused. The qi around his body continually declined, and his cultivation rapidly regressed. In a blink, he turned to ash. 16 years later, start anew. Random reincarnation. Lu Qingfeng tried to exit the game and successfully logged off. In reality, the effect of the fasting pill had not yet passed, and Lu Qingfeng was still not feeling hunger. He stood up and moved his body. Although the conclusion in the Five Directions realm was somewhat hasty, it was inevitable. The blood sea descended under the great calamity. No player could log off. Lu Qingfeng still had realities to attend to, even after taking the fasting pill, even if his foundation establishment cultivation could support 10 days and a half months. In the game, that was just 7 to 8 years. For the world-ending calamity, for the heavenly realm and heavenly court, 7 or 8 years were but a flick of a finger. Lu Qingfeng could not wait for the heavenly soldiers and generals to descend to the mortal realm, drive back the Blood Sea, and save the Five Directions realm. He opted to reincarnate early, withdrawing himself from the situation. As for the Five Directions realm, it could only fend for itself. At least I made a huge gain this time. It wasn't a loss, but instead a big win. Lu Qingfeng reflected, sorting out what he had obtained. Beyond the 24 divine skills and great divine power, the 1,000 machine stone and spirit control array were strengthened 30 times. 30 enhancements, matched together, capable of giving birth to a spiritual wisdom no less than a common person. These types of puppets, unable to cultivate or considered life, but intelligent and lively, indistinguishable from common people. Added to that, they were puppet bodies, enduring loneliness, even more loyal and steadfast, unsuspecting of betrayal. Many things could be entrusted to them in the future. For Lu Qingfeng, rich in secrets, they were not without use. The supreme-level Luofu sword scripture goes without saying. 4 great Daoist soldiers could help Lu Qingfeng traverse the world. In times of danger, deploying one Daoist soldier would be no different from his personal descent. All in all, this expedition was thoroughly rewarding, saving Lu Qingfeng countless efforts and energy. He sorted it out and calmed his mind. Lu Qingfeng strode out of the cave abode. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 248, The 13th World, Black Star Realm. This is the first batch of successfully refined elixirs, a total of 47,640 pills, 9,000 of high quality, 15,000 of medium quality, 12,000 of low quality, and 11,640 of poor quality. Wang Hui held a storage bag in his hand and took out thousands of jade bottles, dividing them into 4 areas while reporting the count. It had been a little over 3 months since Lu Qingfeng had emerged from the Xuanyin cave. During this time, Lu Qingfeng, firstly through Yanping Shu, connected with Hall Elder Feng Ping and True Inheritor Feng Bai from Luozhen Hall, and obtained many rare materials. While cultivating himself, he also refined magic artifacts. The management of Feiyun Island did not fall behind. The deacon previously in charge of resources, Qin Hai, had been dismissed and transferred to the hall, and had been imprisoned for more than 3 months. With limited energy, Lu Qingfeng applied to the hall to transfer Wang Hui, who was closely related to him, to Feiyun Island. In the Jiying Hall, Wang Hui was just a minor official in charge of secular affairs. His transfer was simple. To Wang Hui, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Following a true disciple with boundless prospects like Lu Qingfeng was far more promising than guarding a mountain on Gathering Immortal Island. Wang Hui's capabilities were not inferior either. Shortly after arriving on Feiyun Island, he clarified the accounts and inventory of materials. The process is too slow. Not enough elixirs. The quality is too poor. Lu Qingfeng frowned and shook his head continuously. On Feiyun Island, there were a total of 4 alchemists at the entry-level stage, each with 50 alchemy apprentices under their command. Calculating based on 12 pills per successful batch, these elixirs amounted to only 3,970 batches. Averaged among the 4 major alchemy rooms over these past 3 months, each alchemist at the entry-level stage with 50 alchemy apprentices only managed to refine an average of 10 batches of finished products per day. The efficiency was too slow, but these people could not possibly reach the efficiency and success rate Lu Qingfeng once had, refining 10 or even more than 10 batches of elixirs daily. Having this level of efficiency and success rate was already commendable. Upon further thought, Lu Qingfeng knew he couldn't rush. This chapter first appeared on MVL. Seeing Lu Qingfeng shake his head, Wang Hui hesitated for a moment before saying, "The island only has 7 days' worth of medicinal materials left, and the supply of red fire coal is also running low. The use of true fire for alchemy is not sustainable. Inscribing a spirit fire array consumes a vast amount of nature's spiritual energy, and there are limits to its efficiency. Red fire coal is the best fuel for refining elixirs. Despite the Xuanyuan sect controlling many red fire coal mines outside, it still wasn't enough to support the entire consumption of the combined pill hall, requiring external purchases. Thus, the share allocated to Feiyun Island was far from sufficient. Not to mention medicinal materials. Failing the 3-year assessment, but managing to support operations for 3 months was already quite an accomplishment. This matter is simple. Lu Qingfeng waved his sleeve, sweeping up the 3,000 to 4,000 bottles of yellow dragon pills on the ground into his storage bag. He asked Wang Hui to step down, then headed to Luo Zhen Hall himself. The Xuanyuan sect's various halls, except for the artifact refining, combined pill, and spirit device halls, are all located on the sect master's Xuanyuan Peak. Lu Qingfeng went straight to Xuanyuan Peak. Elder Feng. Inside the side hall, Lu Qingfeng greeted Feng Ping with a bow. Qingfeng. Feng Ping looked at Lu Qingfeng, his eyes revealing some surprise. I've already sent a deacon to deliver those materials to you. Why have you come in person today? Through Feng Ping, Lu Qingfeng had been collecting various artifact refining and alchemy materials. These materials were handled by a dedicated deacon, and Lu Qingfeng could stay on Feiyun Island. More than 3 months had passed, and he had not left Feiyun Island, which surprised Feng Ping. Thank you for the materials, Elder, but my visit is for another matter. Lu Qingfeng looked at Feng Ping, waved his sleeve, and 3,900 jade bottles fell out from his storage bag. This is... Feng Ping looked at Lu Qingfeng, having a guess in his mind. These are yellow dragon pills. The efficacy is comparable to intermediate elixirs. Lu Qingfeng reached out, brought over 4 bottles, opened them one by one, and said, even the worst quality is 30% stronger than low-level elixirs. The high-quality ones are indistinguishable in efficacy from intermediate elixirs. Feng Ping took the yellow dragon pills, carefully examined them in his hand, sniffed them, and got a general understanding of their power. The market for intermediate elixirs has always been big, but if you sell all these elixirs, how will you pass the year-end assessment? Feng Ping asked after inspecting all 4 quality levels of yellow dragon pills. Lu Qingfeng, in charge of Feiyun Island, had to submit a corresponding quality and quantity of elixirs at the year's end. Selling more than 40,000 intermediate elixirs would certainly fail the assessment. Feng Ping couldn't help but remind him. Elder, rest assured, the assessment will not be delayed. However, I would like to sell these elixirs to various markets at a price 20% lower than the market rate, then convert them back into medicinal materials and red fire coal at market price. Is that possible? The cost of producing yellow dragon pills was extremely low, similar to low-level elixirs. Even at 20% below the market price for intermediate elixirs, there would be substantial profit, enough to support his ideas for managing Feiyun Island. That's certainly possible. However, by doing this, Feiyun Island's supply of medicinal materials and red fire coal will increasingly deplete. If you wish to cultivate alchemists in this way, the initial investment won't be small, and the eventual returns may not satisfy you. Feng Ping, guessing Lu Qingfeng's intentions, couldn't help but remind him, Elder's words are indeed true, but I have my methods. Lu Qingfeng said with an air of mystery. Seeing this, Feng Ping did not continue to advise. So, after counting the elixirs, Feng Ping agreed, and in a few days, he would transport the medicinal materials and red fire coal to Feiyun Island. However, all the intermediate elixirs that Lu Cheng sold were exchanged for low-level medicinal materials, which struck Feng Ping as peculiar. Over 40,000 yellow dragon pills in exchange for enough medicinal materials which far exceeded what Feiyun Island had consumed over these 3 months. Running at a loss? Not a chance. Lu Qingfeng's mouth curved slightly. To fight and nurture through battle, in time, not only shall we nurture a troop of alchemists proficient in their myriad skills, a bounty of profits will be reaped, fostering even higher echelons of alchemy apprentices and alchemists. The Yellow Dragon Pill is but a beginning. Seizing rare moments of leisure, Lu Qingfeng took care of mundane matters concerning the Yellow Dragon Pills and Feiyun Island, then visited Qingyu on Gathering Immortal Island for a few days. Peak Rain Mountain flourishes with Lu Qingfeng's financial backing, allowing Lu Qingyu the extravagance of purchasing blue gold pure liquid from Feather Immortal Pavilion. The Iron Fire Ants are still en route. With the materials for refining the Mist Banner still incomplete, Lu Qingfeng has no immediate plans to return to Juyun Mountain Range. He harbors a plan in his heart, merely awaiting the commencement of this life before seeking a locale to proceed. Time slips away. 2 months spent in cultivation, alchemy, and artifact refining pass in a blink. Before long, the 13th life begins. Introduction. The ancients dubbed universe as space and time. In ancient times, the demon Dao was rampant, besmirching an entire realm. The Buddhist Nojuluo Venerable and Yang Sen from the Palace of the Pole Star's 4 great marshals discussed the Tao here, elevating both Buddhist and Daoist teachings, passing down the heritage of the Great Lei-Yin Temple and the 9 Dragon Island lineage of the Shangqing sect. Henceforth, Buddhism and Taoism thrived while the demon Dao receded. A millennium later, as immortal and Buddhist influences waned, demon Dao rose anew. The 3 paths of Buddhism, Taoism, and demon Dao vied fiercely, ultimately shattering the realm, twisting the earth into stars, and giving rise to a cosmic space. Ever since, spiritual energy has dissipated almost entirely, 8 or 9 parts out of 10. Within the starry sky, spiritual energy is scarce, only persisting atop the stars. Ancient cultivators either ascended or departed, leading to the decline of the Black Star realm. After innumerable years, the Black Star realm has been engulfing chaotic voids, its vastness unbounded. Atop the stars, immortal sects and great sects emerged, venturing beyond their celestial bodies, colliding and merging. Buddhism, Taoism, and demon Dao once again rise side by side, battling in the cosmic expanse. A cosmic universe. Lu Qingfeng's eyebrows perk up as he gazes skyward, observing stars scattered across the night, different from the stellar sights of 3 Mountains and 9 Waters, or the Bingling Realm and 5 Directions Realm. One represents the lower realm's cosmic space. The other, the primordial outer star sky. The former possesses ordinary stars, while the latter is adorned with countless celestial bodies, each overseen by star-lords and immortal gods, occupying lofty positions. Yet, this Black Star realm's origins are not to be overlooked either. Buddhism and Taoism rise in tandem, with the demon Dao unfazed. Setting the demon Dao aside for the moment, those who carved out Buddhist and Taoist legacies within the Black Star realm bear resounding reputations. The former, the Nuojulo Venerable, is counted among the renowned 18 Arhats of the Buddhist sect, revered as the sitting Arhat, known for his great strength. The latter, Yang Sen from the Palace of the Pole Star's 4 saints and grand marshals, was a 3rd-generation disciple of the Jie sect, alongside Wang Mo, Gao Yuqian, and Li Xingba, celebrated as the 9 Dragon Island 4 saints, formidable figures all. The teachings they left trace back to extraordinary origins. Buddhism. In his past 12 lives through several realms, Lu Qingfeng had only encountered the Daoist and witch demon Dao Tong. This was his first encounter with a Buddhist great power, and he was quite expectant of the Buddhist great methods and the divine skills of Buddhist cultivators. I shall witness these wonders for myself. Mentally resolved, Lu Qingfeng prompts the system notice. Player discovers new world, Black Star realm, awarded experience value. Undoubtedly, another pioneering venture. Lu Qingfeng stands amidst abandoned lands, casting his gaze around only to see iron and rust, the scent of oxidation assailing his nostrils, prompting a frown. Name, lifespan, 60-68. Root bone. Lu Qingfeng shakes his head. In the game, with each reincarnation, one's root bone is determined by reality. Having not yet undergone the golden silkworm fate changing in reality, the root bone remains unchanged after a reboot in the game. It's a pity that the golden silkworm destiny reversal technique no longer exists in this world and can no longer be utilized. If he wishes to improve his root bone, alternate methods must be sought. I knew all along, striving to elevate one's root bone within the game is an utterly futile and wasteful exertion. With a scoff, Lu Qingfeng selects a direction and strides ahead. As he moves, Lu Qingfeng's aura climbs steadily, his cultivation briefly soaring to the 3rd layer of the fetal breathing realm. Suddenly, Lu Qingfeng feels an ominous premonition, as if a great terror is about to strike. He looks upward to the night sky, where an unknown entity obstructs the moonlight, with a colossal shadow engulfing Lu Qingfeng. Whoosh, whoosh! Lu Qingfeng's ears tremble with noise from above, and as he scans the surrounding metallic waste, his complexion shifts. Mountain and earth-breaking skill! With inner breath coursing through him, Lu Qingfeng stomps fiercely on the ground. The earth seems to split, swallowing him whole, and swiftly closes behind him, leaving no trace of his presence. In an instant, boom, 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 like mountains collapsing, like earth splitting and sky crashing, the land for miles around shakes violently. The clangor of metal striking stone rings incessantly. The land dips dozens of feet deep. Nearby, rivers churn wildly, water shooting dozens of feet into the air, alongside substantial amounts of soil and metal plummeting into the river. Fortunately, the river is broad and the current strong. The soil and metal immediately swept downstream, leaving the flow unobstructed. Within the rushing waters, Lu Qingfeng emerges, disheveled and distressed. Ha! He spits out a mouthful of blood, his complexion even paler. Too many objects fell from the sky, and despite burrowing into the earth, the profound mystery of his arts, and the earth's barrier, Lu Qingfeng still felt pressure equivalent to a mountain's weight. Luckily, his swift movement into the river depths preserved his life. Otherwise, fresh from the rebirth pool, he might have met a swift end there. So be it. First, I'll recover here for a time, then expend the experience value. His injuries, though not grave, are significant enough. With his current low level of cultivation and lack of spirit pills and elixirs, it seems best to focus on healing. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 249, Vulture, Lin Feng. 1 month later. Lu Qingfeng walked out from the cave in the desolate mountain. The sky was already bright. During this month, Lu Qingfeng had already thoroughly reconnoitered the surroundings. If his cultivation were not insufficient, once he utilized the heavenly listening and earthly viewing great method, even the whole star would be under his sensory grasp. Although his current cultivation was quite modest, probing several tens of miles around was not a problem. Desolate mountain. Junkyard. Within several tens of miles, there were many small and large mountains, piled up with all sorts of discarded metals of various types and colors. Most of them were ordinary weapons, iron tools, and the like. There were also some that Lu Qingfeng was familiar with, such as various talismanic weapons and magic artifacts. However, these talismanic weapons and magic artifacts were all heavily damaged beyond repair and had no value for restoration. The various materials were refined together, intertwined with each other, and even fused. Even a top artifact refiner would not be able to extract and restore the materials of these discarded talismanic weapons and magic artifacts. In the cultivation world, such discarded talismanic weapons and magic artifacts were always common, like the Xuanyuan sect. With numerous disciples and the necessity to combat demons, it was common for talismanic weapons and magic artifacts to be damaged. Some with minor damage could still be taken to an artifact refiner for repairs, but some were beyond salvaging, so they were discarded. The Xuanyuan sect had a designated area for discarded magic artifacts, where artifact refining apprentices and even artifact refiners could certify their skills. It also became the treasure hunting spot for many low-level disciples. Over time, the discarded talismanic weapons and magic artifacts piled up like mountains, becoming a landscape of the Xuanyuan sect. In this life, the place where Lu Qingfeng descended was clearly a dumping ground for discarded talismanic weapons and magic artifacts of some immortal sect. A junkyard. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation in his 12 lifetimes. The quality this time is no good. Scavenged for a whole month and only barely found one usable broken sword. Finding a broken sword isn't too bad. Your broken sword retains 30% of its original shape, and before it was scrapped, it was at least a first-rank magic artifact. If you go to Treasure Mountain, you could at least exchange it for 3 to 5 bottles of intermediate elixir. Exactly. Lin Feng, you're known as Vulture. You've really fattened up your mouth. In the desolate mountain, with discarded magic artifacts everywhere and broken metals as common as dirt and stone, several figures moved agilely through the metal jungle. At the forefront, a skinny, dark youth held a section of an embroidered iron sword, his eyes lively as he surveyed in all directions. Besides the skinny, dark youth, there were three other young men, their gazes fixed on the boy with black hands, or rather on the half section of the embroidered iron sword, all revealing an envious expression. In the Treasure Mountain region, finding a magic artifact that was still passably usable was no easy task. It was Vulture Lin Feng who, with a single glance, could find this rusted and unrecognizable broken sword from a pile of scrap iron. They had passed by earlier but had simply overlooked it. Now they regretted it deeply. The skinny, dark youth, called Vulture Lin Feng by his companions, had the glint of slyness in his eyes. He was slender and dark, but wore a loose black robe that was obviously too big for him. The cuffs even covered up a good section of the iron sword. All right, we haven't even started cooking today. What are we going to find all huddled together? Scatter, scatter! Lin Feng waved his hand and immediately darted into a passage framed by rocks and metal frames. This area was complex in terrain, with discarded magic artifacts piled up and leaning on the rock formations, forming countless nooks and crannies that went in all directions. If you weren't familiar with coming and going here, you'd certainly get dizzy and lose your sense of direction. This Lin Feng is off to hog all the finds again! Exactly. Every time we split up, he's the one who gains the most. I bet he's just afraid we'll learn his trick and wants to keep it to himself. How stingy! The remaining three looked at the disappearing figure of Lin Feng, each voicing their own discontent. Although it was with reluctance and dissatisfaction, they eventually dispersed elsewhere. As Lin Feng turned back to look, seeing no one following, a cold smirk appeared on his lips. They bullied me in the past years, and now that they see my talent in finding treasures, they want to ingratiate themselves with me. There's no such good deal. Humph. Just wait. Once I've saved enough elixirs, I'll take my sister and leave Treasure Mountain for busier peaks. There are alchemists there, and they will definitely be able to cure my sister's illness. As he spoke, Lin Feng continued forward, and suddenly he swished the loose sleeve of his robe to the left 3 times. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he promptly ran to the left. His movement was quick like a startled rabbit. After passing around a few boulders, the height of 2 men, and over a couple of piles of discarded metal, Lin Feng paused in his stride. Before him stood a young man with refined eyebrows and bright eyes, about 16 or 17 years of age, standing atop a pile of scrap iron. In his hand, he toyed with a palm-sized curved iron piece, flipping it over and over. As if feeling Lin Feng's arrival, the young man looked up, his gaze colliding with Lin Feng's. From a distance, Lin Feng eyed the iron piece in the young man's hand, hesitated for a moment, then felt his sleeve swish 3 times again, immediately gritted his teeth and stepped forward, raising the broken sword in his hand before pointing at the iron piece the young man held. This brother seems unfamiliar. I wonder from which peak of Treasure Mountain do you hail? I'll trade you my broken sword for your iron piece. What do you say? Oh. Lu Qingfeng looked up, glanced at the broken sword in the hands of the skinny, dark young man, then looked down at the iron piece in his hand and mocked. You want to trade my treasure for that piece of junk? What treasure? It's just a scrap of iron. I thought it looked like a defensive magic artifact. That's why I'm willing to trade this sword with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother even if you begged me. Lin Feng said with a dark face. You really want it? Lu Qingfeng looked at Lin Feng. Are you going to trade or not? Give me a straight answer, Lin Feng said impatiently. I'll trade. But you'll have to add that little mouse in your sleeve as well. Lu Qingfeng toyed with the iron piece, smiling as he looked at Lin Feng. Just as he mentioned the sleeve, Lin Feng's expression changed, and without looking back, he turned and ran into the jungle of metal, disappearing from view. Quick to flee, no wonder he thrives in the metal ruins. Lu Qingfeng praised with a chuckle, taking a step forward. The next instant, you. Lin Feng raised his head, only to see that the boy had somehow appeared in front of him without notice. What's the rush? This little mouse has already recognized you as its master. It's useless for me to snatch it. Sit down and let's chat. Lu Qingfeng reached out and grabbed, and Lin Feng felt his body move uncontrollably toward the boy who looked about his age, and he sat down involuntarily. Out of Lin Feng's sleeve, a baby palm-sized gray mouse poked its head out. Lu Qing happened to look down, and the little mouse hurriedly retracted its head, afraid to show itself. A majestic sniffing spirit rat, and you've raised it so thin and weak, it's a wonder it's still willing to follow you. Lu Qingfeng clicked his tongue in amazement. Spiritual beast, sniffing spirit rat. Rat! Explanation. Possesses a keen sense of smell, extremely sensitive to fluctuations of spiritual energy and spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Currently in the juvenile stage, will become a third-rank spiritual beast at adulthood with extremely fast speed. Who exactly are you? Lin Feng was only able to move his head, turning to look at Lu Qingfeng with an inevitably anxious gaze. Me? This old man has fallen from great power into this desolate ruin. Having observed you for a while, I see you are orphaned, raising your bedridden sister alone. I took pity and wished to take you as a disciple. Are you willing? Lu Qingfeng was smiling at Lin Feng. My virtual library empire, MVLELE1MPYR, thanks you for reading at the source. He had lived through 12 lifetimes in the game, over 2,000 years in total. Even just one lifetime, in his 8th lifetime in the Red Smoke realm, he lived for 766 years. To him, a young boy like Lin Feng seemed very naive. Great power? Lin Feng blinked his eyes, sensing an irresistible force on his body. His heart stirred, followed by an eager nod. I am willing. Disciple is willing? Disciple Lin Feng greets master. His body couldn't move, which made this gesture quite comical. Such a teachable child. With a thought from Lu Qingfeng, he released the restraint on Lin Feng's body. Then the boy bowed his head deeply, calling out, 10,000 blessings to master. Where did you learn all these fancy tricks? Lu Qingfeng laughed. With a flick of his sleeve, he helped Lin Feng stand beside him. Seeing this, Lin Feng thought master had immense divine skills, certainly more powerful than even the martial masters from Treasure Mountain. He stared blankly at Lu Qingfeng, momentarily frozen, wondering about something in his heart. Your sister's illness can be cured, Lu Qingfeng, insightful into human hearts, said to Lin Feng. Disciple thanks, master. As long as my little sister can be cured, this life of mine henceforth belongs to master. Lin Feng had long been accustomed to the rough world. His behavior carried the rough and straightforward air of those surroundings. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh and cry. What would I do with your life? He had always treated others kindly in his life. For the past month, he had been listening in within dozens of miles radius, and it was Lin Feng who left the deepest impression. Orphaned with both parents gone, he single-handedly raised his long-sick sister. Very much like Lu Qingfeng himself back in Blackwood Village. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng was moved by compassion. Furthermore, this young Lin Feng, wandering in the desolate ruins at such a young age, was experienced and mature. To be able to have the cultivation world's quite rare sniffing spirit rat recognize him as its master with his mortal body, clearly, he had some luck. He simply decided to take him as a disciple. In this lifetime, Lu Qingfeng was preparing to cultivate seriously again and found it inconvenient not having a few capable hands. Why not start cultivating one now? Lin Feng had both talent and temperament, and with Lu Qingfeng leading the way, his future achievements would surely not be bad. My sister's life equates to my own life. Lin Feng clenched his fists, scarcely able to contain his excitement. Lu Qingfeng could understand this feeling, and he stood up, saying, "Lead the way." It wasn't the cliché story of being bullied for over a decade and then facing a turning point as soon as Lu Qingfeng arrived. Lin Feng's sister Lin Ye had not suffered from such a fate. Lin Ye's condition was not serious. She simply didn't get enough food when she was younger, malnourished and fell ill, which caused stomach issues and resulted in her growth being stunted. Lin Feng was 17 years old. Lin Ye was 15, but Lin Ye appeared to be only 11 or 12 years old, truly weak to the point of being pitiful, and it was commendable that Lin Feng had managed to raise his sister. For mortals, this kind of condition would be considered incurable. Lu Qingfeng was already a fifth-order alchemist, casually refining a few furnaces of elixirs and using true qi to nourish and adjust her condition. At most half a year, the root of the illness would be removed. After 1 or 2 years, Lin Ye's growth could catch up, and she would be no different from a normal person. Disciple. Lin Feng's eyes were moist, and he bowed his head, ready to kneel again. Forget it. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand, interrupting Lin Feng. Seeing the siblings both with red noses and eyes, Lu Qingfeng said to Lin Feng, "Pack up later and bring Lin Ye to move in with your master." After he finished, he turned and walked away. Lin Feng watched Lu Qingfeng's retreating figure, pursed his lips in salute. Then, with his dark face showing a bright white smile, he turned and grinned idiotically at his bewildered sister Lin Ye. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 251, 10 Years Later. Water Dao soldiers are composed of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, managed through the Huanbing skill, encompassing the Spirit Light Method, Spirit Nourishing Pill, Mind Awakening Pill, 9 Transformation Pill, Dragon Ascending Pill, Transformation Pill, Pointing Soldiers and Generals Method, and others among the 9 elixirs and 12 skills, extremely complex. It is said that after achieving core formation, the real man started cultivating Water Dao soldiers in the Broken Star Sea. He selected shrimps and crabs with abundant spirit and Dao ability, and after cultivating for a full 1,400 years, he finally refined an invincible troop of Water Dao soldiers. Lu Qingfeng, holding a platter of steamed shrimp, came to the residence of Lin Feng and Lin Ye, feeling utterly at a loss. Hoo-hoo. Lin Ye lay on the wooden bed, sniffing weakly and timidly eyeing the wooden platter in Lu Qingfeng's hands. Today we're having shrimp. Seeing Lin Ye, Lu Qingfeng was reminded of Qingyu during their time in Blackwood Village, and lifted the wooden platter toward the emaciated Lin Ye, who was nothing but skin and bones. The Azure Dragon River is vast, particularly in the stretch by Abandoned Mountain, its banks about 30 to 40 miles apart. The great river surged, full of countless shrimps and crabs. Shrimps reproduce extremely quickly. From spawning to larvae, and then to mature shrimp, it can take as slow as a month and a half or as fast as a month. Crabs are much slower, requiring 1 to 1.5 years. Lu Qingfeng stood on the surface of the Azure Dragon River, riding the undulating waves. With a wave of his hand, countless stone pillars fell around him, quickly numbering in the hundreds. Before long, nature's spiritual energy from all directions gathered within the stone pillars, filling an area of 1,000 yards. Lu Qingfeng kept working, casting large flags into the river water. A barrier rose. The river water continued to rush outside the barrier, while inside, the various species of large shrimps and other creatures swam about freely, completely isolated. The spiritual energy gathered, delighting every fish and shrimp. After arranging one location, Lu Qingfeng followed the Azure Dragon River and set up 9 more locations. Some congregated large numbers of shrimps, while others, by the riverbanks, saw crabs moving sideways in large numbers. Spiritual energy gathered from all around in this stretch of the river, inspiring awe and pleasure in anyone who perceived it. First, nourish them with spiritual energy, let several generations breed, and then selectively cultivate the best among them. This area, rich in spiritual charm, naturally saw the rise of creatures full of spirit, then supplemented by secret techniques and elixir pills. The formation of shrimp soldiers and crab generals could be expected, with the Water Dao soldiers mostly taking shape in 100 or so years. Meanwhile, cultivating Fire Crow Daoist soldiers and refining the Duqian Xuanming strategy could also proceed simultaneously. Lu Qingfeng was not in a hurry. He took this opportunity to study the 24 divine skills thoroughly. Each divine skill contained immense potential that mortal cultivators could spend a lifetime exploring. Lu Qingfeng, mastering many divine skills, needed to devote even more effort and hard work. The full series is hosted on my virtual library empire known as MV7L. Years passed in a blink. 10 years later, is this Treasure Mountain? Doesn't look all that remarkable. Treasure Mountain itself isn't anything special. What's truly formidable is the Guangyuan Wanderer on the west side. This wanderer's 4 major disciples are powerful. The weakest among them, Lin Ye, has the ability of a samurai. The Guangyuan Wanderer himself is incredible, skilled in refining various spirit pills and magic artifacts. Humph? Compared to alchemy and artifact refining, what the Guangyuan Wanderer excels at most is training disciples. Senior disciple Vulture Lin Feng, who 10 years ago wasn't even considered a martial artist, has, in just 10 years, become a martial master. 3 years ago, he single-handedly defeated 3 martial masters stationed at Treasure Mountain. Such rapid progress makes him a top-tier genius throughout Moyan country. The skill of the Guangyuan Wanderer in training disciples really is strong. Rumor has it he has transcended the innate martial master level, reaching the martial arts grandmaster realm, worthy of facing 1,000 men, though whether this is true or not is unknown. Outside Mountain City, many people, dusty from travel, arrived continuously, discussing nonstop. The topic most discussed was the Guangyuan Wanderer. It's said that 10 years ago, the Guangyuan Wanderer appeared in the vicinity of Treasure Mountain. In those 10 years, he trained 4 disciples. The Stannard, the senior disciple Vulture. Lin Feng is now a famous prodigy, elusive and hard to find. The second disciple, Lin Ye, has the lowest cultivation, only at the level of samurai, often staying by the side of Guangyuan Wanderer, rarely appearing or acting on his own. His one memorable action outside Treasure Mountain involved him scattering dozens of talismans, annihilating 2 demon beasts, an act that left a deep impression. The third disciple, Overlord Wenguang, barely over 20, has already joined the ranks of Martial Master. Now he controls Treasure Mountain, commands 3 Martial Master powerhouses, has founded the Overlord Army, and rules an area of 100 miles indomitably. Operating various industries, his connections reach to the heavens. The fourth disciple, Fisherman Zhang Yang, a youth with white hair, spends his days on a bamboo raft, roaming the upper and lower stretches of the Azure Dragon River. People have seen the young man wrestling with water beasts amidst the rapid currents, creating countless waves with his green bamboo. 1 master and 4 disciples alone stand as the absolute lords of the Treasure Mountain region. Their influence spreads for more than 100 miles, and even the 3 counties of the western realm of Moyan country view them with considerable wariness. Many have sent envoys to recruit and favor them. Unfortunately, whether it's the Guangyuan Wanderer or his 4 major disciples, none is swayed. They would rather remain confined to the impoverished lands of Treasure Mountain. On this day, in Abandoned Mountain, splash, boom, metal clashed in the sky with a splash. Sounding noise, thunderously plummeting down and causing the earth and mountains to shake. In a mountain cave, array enchantments isolated the inside from the outside, unmoved. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, a cauldron that towered 2 to 3 people high, spinning in front of him, with Zhu Rong demon god beside it, swallowing and spitting the Dutian fierce fire. After half an hour, Lu Qingfeng pinched a seal technique, flicked his finger, and the lid of the cauldron flew open, releasing a burst of fiery air, and hundreds of elixir pills leaped out. With a wave of his large sleeve, a strong wind swept through, precisely guiding the pills into an arranged row of jade bottles. Beside him, a slender woman with a somewhat youthful face stepped forward and opened her storage bag to collect all the jade bottles. These elixirs, along with those refined earlier, will be enough for third disciple to sell for a long time. I can already manufacture intermediate and low-level elixirs myself, and within a year or 2, I'll be proficient in advanced elixirs like Qi Union pills, Qi movement powder, and others. By then, Master won't have to work so hard. Lin Ye secured her storage pouch around her waist, looking up at Lu Qingfeng. 10 years had passed. Lin Ye, who had once been bedridden and skin over bones, was now 25. Due to poor development in her youth, even after Lu Qingfeng's treatment and nourishment, she remained shorter and seemed younger than her peers. However, having followed Lu Qingfeng in cultivation of the Luofu sword scripture from the side door level and studying the technique of alchemy, she had developed a unique charisma, and her constitution was not weaker than others of her age. She appeared delicate and exquisite. Second disciple has always been the most filial. Lu Qingfeng looked at the earnest Lin Ye and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Lin Feng, Wen Guang, and Zhang Yan, the three male disciples, were often away, but Lin Ye frequently stayed by his side, and being a woman, she was naturally more attentive. As his words fell, "Master, that's favoritism." From outside the cave, a robust voice echoed. A burly man with a stride like a dragon and walk like a tiger approached Lu Qingfeng, his body clad in armor, carrying a Fangqian halberd in his hand. Kneeling respectfully in front of Lu Qingfeng, he said, "Disciple Wen Guang greets Master." This was Lu Qingfeng's third disciple, picked up by Lin Feng from a desolate mountain 8 years ago and brought back to Abandoned Mountain. Seeing his simple and naive nature, Lu Qingfeng took him as his third disciple and passed down the yellow-robed true skill of the side door level. Over the 8 years, he'd fought in many battles and gained a considerable reputation. Seeing his hardy and righteous nature and the brothers and friends he'd gathered while wandering outside, Lu Qingfeng commanded him to take charge of Treasure Mountain and establish the War God Army. This served a dual purpose. As an external force, ensuring that Lu Qingfeng was not without capable men, and managing the trade of herbs, elixirs, talismans, magic artifacts, and gathering various resources and intelligence for Lu Qingfeng. In a few years, he'd built a considerable presence. Rise. Lu Qingfeng motioned with his hand. "Thank you, Master." Wen Guang got up, standing in front of Lu Qingfeng and Lin Ye, wearing a simple smile without the fearsome aura of the overlord he was known as outside. Standing next to him, Lu Qingfeng was all right with his thin stature, though not as tall and sturdy as Wen Guang. He had his own imposing presence, like the grand and sturdy Mount Tai. In contrast, Wen Guang didn't seem so imposing. Lin Ye, however, seemed much smaller. Already not tall, she now stood beside the towering Wen Guang, barely reaching his arm, a full 2 heads shorter than him. Third disciple has grown taller again. Lin Ye looked up at Wen Guang and pursed her lips. "Meet second senior sister." Wen Guang, knowing what was appropriate, crouched slightly and grinned at Lin Ye. He had been picked up by Lin Feng and had always followed Lin Ye when Lin Feng was away. He had deep affection for her and respected this slightly younger senior sister. With so many affairs at Treasure Mountain, how did you find time to come here? Lin Ye nodded in approval and looked at Wen Guang. Planting his Fangtian halberd on the ground, Wen Guang glanced at Lin Ye and then turned to Lu Qingfeng. Disciple has returned to consult Master about the next steps for Treasure Mountain and the Overlord Army. Hearing this, Lin Ye saw that it was a serious matter and stood aside without interjecting. "What thoughts do you have yourself?" Lu Qingfeng, hands behind his back, looked at Wen Guang. "Treasure Mountain is too small. Given the current strength of the Overlord Army, we have the capability to take over nearby regions like Phoenix Tail Mountain, Seven-Pointed Mountain, and Black Tiger Mountain. Once consolidated, our power wouldn't be inferior to a county in Moyan country. And whether managing industries or gathering intelligence, it would all be much more convenient," said Wen Guang straightforwardly. "Are there any difficulties?" Lu Qingfeng didn't respond directly, but asked another question. "Master is wise." Wen Guang replied, "Consolidating surrounding forces isn't difficult, and with the Overlord Army under my lead, we can sweep all obstacles. However, I fear Moyan country's western realm won't sit idly by as the Overlord Army rises, and might interfere. Moyan country is strong, and although the western realm counties govern themselves, each has numerous martial masters, and their military strength far exceeds the Overlord armies. If they intervene, the Overlord Army alone might not be able to hold them back." Moyan country was located east of Treasure Mountain and was a major power in the region. Treasure Mountain and Abandoned Mountain were located in the crevices between countries. Every 10 years, celestial events mixing chaos weren't conducive to the livelihood of the people and governance by the state. This gave rise to forces like Treasure Mountain, Phoenix Tail Mountain, and Seven-Pointed Mountain. This matter is simple. Lu Qingfeng waved his sleeve, and suddenly 10 figures in black robes landed on the ground in a line. Each held a shield in one hand and a long knife in the other. A powerful bow hung from the shoulder, and an arrow quiver on the back, looking every bit the elite warrior. "This is..." Wen Guang looked at the 10 black-robed men, puzzled. Lin Ye quickly stepped forward and lifted the corner of a black-robed man's robe, revealing a dark metallic luster, and looked up. These are green bamboo guards, recently refined by Master. Each green bamboo guard has the strength comparable to a martial master. Green bamboo guard? Comparable to a martial master? Wen Guang was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Lu Qingfeng. Thank you, Master. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 2 and 52, Duty and Creation Pool. Spending money? Wen Guang had departed. Lin Ye returned to the alchemy room, immersing himself in alchemy research. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling, a fist-sized black stone floating in front of him. He cast one seal technique after another onto the black stone, weaving together talisman after talisman and layer upon layer of arrays. Bang! Suddenly, the black stone exploded, its remnants scattering everywhere. Lu Qingfeng was accustomed to this, casually casting a clump of Duqian demon flames to refine the residue and extract the materials. Losses were inevitable, and he added a little more. Roughly half an hour later, another fist-sized black stone formed and floated in the air. Phew! Lu Qingfeng exhaled deeply, placing the black stone into his storage bag, appearing somewhat wilted. The skill proficiency and divine soul's strength are still lacking, Lu Qingfeng shook his head. He had come to this world 10 years ago, collecting various materials in the ruins of magic artifacts and refining the strengthened version of the 4th rank 1000 machine stone 20 times, continually incorporating spirit control arrays into it. As for the 30 times strengthened 6th rank 1000 machine stone, he was yet unable to refine it due to limited materials. The 4th rank 1000 machine stone was sufficient for now. Lu Qingfeng had successively strengthened the spirit control array 30 times, comprising 640 talisman arrays. Combining 640 arrays is thousands to tens of thousands of times more intricate than combining 40 or 60 arrays. It's too difficult. Over the 10 years, he became more proficient, but still stalled at 310 arrays, a vast distance from 640. While the 310 arrays significantly boosted its spirituality, it was still far from meeting Lu Qingfeng's requirements. Proficiency can be gradually honed. Divine Soul's strength and cultivation realm are closely linked and cannot be rushed. Thinking thus, Lu Qingfeng suffered a piercing headache. He calmed his mind and stopped dwelling on it. Time passed. Lu Qingfeng was not fond of moving about or wandering around. Lin Feng, his eldest disciple, was tasked with finding spiritual medicine and objects because he had the sniffing spirit rat, making it extremely convenient to locate various spiritual objects. Meanwhile, he also captured fire attribute demon birds for Lu Qingfeng, who would then convert them into fire crows using the secret techniques of fire crow Daoist, and afterward obtain the essence of the fire crows to refine fire crow Daoist soldiers. Lu Qingfeng only had to stay in the abandoned mountain, refine various materials, practice cultivation, and train Daoist soldiers. Raising fire crow Daoist soldiers was not easy. Not only were fire attribute demon birds rare, but the process of converting them into fire crows was also extremely complex. Lu Qingfeng expended countless heart power and elixir pills, but success was still temporary. He had yet to see any progress with the water Dao soldiers either. In the rich spiritual energy environment, river shrimp had proliferated for 80 or 90 generations, gradually increasing their spiritual natures. Moreover, supplemented intermittently with elixir pills feeding, using spirit-nourishing pills and intelligence-opening pills to stimulate their spiritual wisdom, the newborn river shrimp were gradually showing a tendency of transforming into waterborne demon beasts. As for the crabs, due to their long breeding cycles, such training yielded little result. Fortunately, there was Zhang Yang, his 4th disciple, who always searched for spirited shrimp and crabs in the Azure Dragon River, even capturing shrimp demons and crab demons with some Dao ability. Thus, allowing Lu Qingfeng to begin raising water Dao soldiers without being stuck at the initial stage. However, after 10 years, he had gained nothing. Lu Qingfeng was not discouraged. Raising Dao soldiers was a process of continuous training and selection. The Water Dao true man spent 1,500 years refining a troop of Water Dao soldiers. He had only been at it for 10 years in such a location as the abandoned mountain, so the outcome was expected. He had time, and rooted in reality. The full series is hosted on my virtual library empire, known as MV7L. If such a harsh environment could allow him to raise a troop of Water Dao soldiers, it would certainly accumulate rich experience. Once back in reality, under better conditions, he would handle the cultivation of the Water Dao soldiers with much more ease. Everything in the game was ultimately in service to reality. Raising Dao soldiers should not be rushed. Cultivation was equally urgent. With Lu Qingfeng's cultivation level and the strength of disciples like Lin Feng and Wen Guang, living secludedly brought no troubles. Lu Qingfeng was pleased with the stability. Apart from cultivating, training Dao soldiers, he also comprehended various divine skills and techniques. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Years passed. In the blink of an eye, another 40 years had passed. That day, Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling, holding a scroll of the Danbook Iron Certificate. Emitting the primitive brilliance, it revealed its mystery. Duqian Xuanming Strategy. Looking at the magical artifact in his hand, Lu Qingfeng felt boundless joy. After 50 years, using Duqian Demon Flames to refine countless materials, he finally gathered enough to refine the Duqian Xuanming Strategy. Then, after nearly 10 years, he successfully crafted this treasure, magical artifact, Duqian Strategy, grade 4th rank. Description: crafted by the artifact refining master Guangyuan Wanderer, modeled after the leading treasure of the Bamboo Mountain Sect's 7 treasures, Duqian Xuanming Strategy. Innovative and transformative, it can not only collect the souls of slain enemies to refine into Duqian Ghost Generals and Xuanming Yin soldiers, but also carves out a space inside to form a Duqian creation pool. This pool autonomously absorbs the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, irrespective of life spirits, spiritual medicine, or magic artifacts tossed into it. All are converted by the Duqian creation pool into Duqian Qi. The Duqian Qi can create and empower Dao soldiers, strengthen Duqian Ghost Generals, and Xuanming Yin soldiers. Continuous refinement can elevate the grade of the artifact. Brilliant! Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Holding the Duqian Xuanming Strategy, Lu Qingfeng walked around, unable to conceal his elation. In his previous life, having acquired the Duqian Xuanming Strategy from the Five Directions realm and successfully deciphered the refining method before his death, Lu Qingfeng continued to derive the method with his Spirit Void Divine Silence realm cultivation, investing over 10 million experience value into it. Pushing the Duqian Xuanming Strategy to the level of an immortal artifact, heavenly Gandical artifact. This time refining, limited by materials, only achieved 4th rank. But this treasure holds boundless potential. Once refined, even at 4th rank by devouring countless spiritual objects, magic artifacts, and even life spirits, all can be transformed by the Duqian creation pool into Duqian Qi, not only enhancing the strength of Daoist soldiers, but also upgrading the grade of the magic artifacts. Even without active devouring, this treasure is constantly absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Over time, it will eventually become an immortal artifact. Such a straightforward and forceful approach was perfect for Lu Qingfeng, who in the game world possessed an entire garbage star, and in reality too. There wasn't even a need to refine the 4th rank Duqian Xuanming Strategy. Even at 3rd or 2nd rank, as long as there were enough spirit stones, the Duqian Xuanming Strategy could be endlessly enhanced before ascending to immortality. The Duqian Ghost Generals and Xuanming Yin soldiers he nurtured would also become stronger and more numerous. Wailing. A slight smile played upon Lu Qingfeng's lips. In the game, that goes without saying. In reality, he was about to come into possession of an entire industry of refining crystals brought by the Iron Fire Ants. Refining crystals were precious, and in the Biang Lake territory of the 3 mountains and 9 waters, without a method to breed Iron Fire Ants, refining crystals were scarce. Once Lu Qingfeng cultivated a colony of Iron Fire Ants, producing a continuous supply of refining crystals, it would be akin to controlling a massive spirit stone vein, constantly earning Lu Qingfeng spirit stones. With that, dumping either spirit stones or directly refining crystals into the Dutian Xuanming strategy, its grade could be drastically raised. Apart from iron fire ants and refining crystals, the alcohol liquid discovered by Qingyu was another cash-grabbing industry not inferior to the others. The iron fire ants should nearly be back to the Juyan mountain range by now. As for the alcohol liquid, Lu Qingfeng pondered. The spirit eye tree producing alcohol liquid grew in the Illusion Wave Sea, which, although located within the Xuanyuan realm, was at the northernmost edge, near the White-Bone Demon Sect. Due to resource scarcity, only smaller forces like the Luoxia sect were positioned in nearby areas such as Mirror Image Mountain and Cheaotian Pool. It served as a buffer zone between the Xuanyuan sect and the White-Bone Demon Sect. Feather Immortal Pavilion. The Feather Immortal Pavilion controlled the Spirit Eye Tree. However, they oversaw diverse industries, primarily in delicacies and wines, and although they controlled the entire Illusion Wave Sea, their sect's residence was not there. We need a plan to buy the Illusion Wave Sea from Feather Immortal Pavilion. But being close to the White-Bone Demon Sect is also a problem. The former wasn't difficult. The value of alcohol liquid was limited, and the Feather Immortal Pavilion may not value the Illusion Wave Sea highly. With Lu Qingfeng being a promising true inheritor alchemist of Xuanyuan sect, and with Qingyu's reputation as the #1 spender in Xuanyuan sect, purchasing the Illusion Wave Sea wouldn't be considered strange. As long as the price was right, Feather Immortal Pavilion was unlikely to refuse. The latter was more troublesome. The White-Bone Demon Sect belonged to the Demon Dao and had always been at odds with the Xuanyuan sect. Lu Qingfeng, a true inheritor of the Xuanyuan sect, heading to the Illusion Wave Sea, might lead the monks of the White-Bone Demon sect to not mind snagging a bite. This matter isn't urgent. Further strategic planning is required. How to launch and market the alcohol liquid and Mingqing spirit water needed careful plotting. There was no rush to acquire the Illusion Wave Sea. Oh. While pondering, Lu Qingfeng felt wisps of spiritual energy gathering towards the Dutian Xuanming strategy in his hands, seeping into it. His cave dwelling was layered with a gathering spirit array. The density of spiritual energy wasn't rich, but it wasn't bad either. Yet, even with such spiritual energy, at this rate, ascending to 5th order might take thousands of years, and reaching the level of an immortal artifact was unimaginably far off. However, with the countless discarded magic artifacts from the garbage star, once all are devoured, Lu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Holding the newly refined Dutian Xuanming strategy, he headed out of his cave dwelling. At Abandoned Mountain, with 50 years and 5 heavenly declinations of thrown objects, the pile of discarded magic artifacts had accumulated more and more. And based on Lu Qingfeng's calculations from the 5 rounds of discards, this place was only about 3,000 years old. The historical records of various nations on Garbage Star seemed to only go back 2,000 or 3,000 years. It was unknown what Garbage Star was like over 3,000 years ago. Capture! Lu Qingfeng formed a seal with his hands, and the Dutian Xuanming strategy floated in the air, swelling with the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Gales howled, sweeping up countless damaged and discarded magic artifacts between the mountains. In the blink of an eye, a mountain peak was cleared. Lu Qingfeng stood in the air, feeling the Dutian Xuanming strategy saturated, and with a gesture, the Dutian Xuanming strategy fell into his hand. 4th order level, the refining speed is somewhat slow. However, after completely refining these, advancing to 5th order shouldn't be a problem. Holding the Dutian Xuanming strategy in his hand, Lu Qingfeng inspected it internally. Inside, a Dutian creation furnace tirelessly operated, grinding down tens of thousands of magic artifacts, producing strands of strange qi, Dutian qi. The Dutian qi quickly filled up and diffused throughout the spaces inside the magic artifact, continuously covering the artifact's own body. Soon, the body of the Dutian Xuanming strategy was enveloped by Dutian qi, vaguely emitting a rumbling sound. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 253, All Hidden Worries Gone. Come! Lu Qingfeng flashed his fingers into claws, pulling a fish directly from the Azure Dragon River. The fish exploded in the air, its divine soul falling into the Dutian Xuanming strategy. Boom! 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 The energy of Duqian swept through, pouring into the soul of the fish. Originally a common mortal fish, it rapidly became more formidable under the continuous tempering by the energies of Dutian. Fetal breathing. Peak of fetal breathing. True Qi. Peak of true Qi. Bang! Upon reaching the peak of true Qi realm, the energies of Duqian continued to pour in, pushing the soul of the fish until it burst open. Is this the limit? Lu Qingfeng's eyes reflected a pondering hue, and with a thought, the fish's soul reappeared within the Duqian creation pool. Initially feeble, it grew robust rapidly as a great amount of Duqian energy entered its body, reaching the peak of the true Qi realm before Lu Qingfeng halted the infusion of Duqian energy. The fish roamed within the Duqian creation pool, and then suddenly leaped out, landing in the expansive space of the magic artifact space. Near the forehead of the fish, the character Bin, soldier, flickered, nearly imperceptible unless looked at closely. Rank? Lu Qingfeng realized. Though the Dutian Xuanming strategy was a sect magical artifact, it consisted of two types of Daoist soldiers. One was the Duqian Ghost General, and the other the Xuanming Yin soldier. Lu Qingfeng initially thought there wasn't much difference, but now he realized the distinctions in ranks between the Ghost Generals and the Yin soldiers. The fish is mundane and mortal, suitable for the rank of Yin soldier. If it were to be a Ghost General, perhaps during the Foundation establishment? Lu Qingfeng held the Duqian Xuanming strategy, and insights from the Daluo Cave Temple provided more detailed information. Duqian Ghost Generals numbered 18, requiring souls at the Foundation establishment level. Xuanming Yin soldiers numbered 360, requiring postnatal souls. Fourth-rank Dutian Xuanming strategy. It can accommodate 18 Dutian Ghost Generals, comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators, and 360 postnatal-level Xuanming Yin soldiers. Clarity dawned in Lu Qingfeng's mind. Although these seemed weaker currently, their future upgrade potentials to 5th or 6th rank not only meant a large increase in the number of Daoist soldiers, but also an increase in their strength limits. Its potential was enormous. With the Dutian Xuanming strategy in hand, breeding Daoist soldiers is this simple. Lu Qingfeng looked toward the Azure Dragon River. For 50 years, neither shrimp soldiers nor crab generals had formed. Behind, on the abandoned mountain, over 100 fire attribute demon birds frolicked, while fire crow Daoist soldiers remained equally elusive. In the Bamboo Mountain Sect Central Plains, an original Dutian Xuanming strategy was used to capture strong souls, slightly cultivating and refining them into Daoist soldiers. In my hands, after further strengthening, it's even simpler. The Duqian Creation Furnace refines everything, fostering Duqian energy. Whether human, demon, or beast, any soul placed within is immediately subjugated and transformed into a Daoist soldier. Furthermore, by utilizing Duqian energy, their strength can be enhanced to the peak of their corresponding rank. Compared to the laborious cultivation, selection, breeding of creatures, and imparting of spells that the major immortal sects undergo, requiring hundreds of years to train just one group of Daoist soldiers, this method is countless times easier. Just like the Water Dao soldiers, just like the Fire Crow Daoist soldiers. With the Dutian Xuanming strategy in hand, who needs these low-level Daoist soldiers? Lu Qingfeng shook his head. No wonder the Bamboo Mountain sect was mighty, rumored to possess only two types of Daoist soldiers, the Dutian Ghost Generals and the Xuanming Yin soldiers. This method of breeding Daoist soldiers was indeed 100 times lighter. Yet ultimately, it's far too singular and easily countered. If one encounters measures or techniques that counteract Daoist soldiers, there would be no room to maneuver. Like the Bamboo Mountain sect, even possessing the Dutian Xuanming strategy couldn't escape its demise. Lower-level Daoist soldiers, though intricate to cultivate and weaker compared to intermediate Daoist soldiers, possessed their unique advantages and should not be discarded lightly. Water Dao soldiers dominate in aquatic environments, unmatched even by Dutian Ghost Generals and Xuanming Yin soldiers within water domains. Fire Crow Daoist soldiers excel in manipulating flames, performing notably in specific environments like fire domains, unlike other Daoist soldiers. To summarize, ordinary Daoist soldiers are suitable for sect breeding, benefiting from immortal sect inheritance over the centuries, favoring future generations. For an individual, possessing the Dutian Xuanming strategy excels in rapid formability. Though easily countered, its combination with other divine skills, techniques, and magical artifacts can still manage these counters. Holding the Dutian Xuanming strategy, amidst his contemplation, a rumbling sound continued. Lu Qingfeng peered in and saw an entire mountain's worth of discarded magical artifacts still undergoing refining within the Dutian creation pool. Calculating, not even 30 minutes had passed since the process had started. At this rate, complete refining might need 3 to 5 more days. Despite this, the efficiency was terrifying. The Dutian creation pool, truly worthy of the name Creation, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, what's this? Lu Qingfeng flicked the Dutian Xuanming strategy he held, causing a black spine to fall out. Magic artifact, three-edged demon-slaying needle. Description, a treasure refined by an ancient cultivator for slaying demons, crafted from the spine of an evil shark from the sea. Unlike other magical artifacts, each three-edged demon-slaying needle can only be used once. When released, it shoots forth as a thick silver glow, tipped with 3 sharp edges. Once it hits the enemy, it immediately bursts open on impact, transforming into countless sharp fragments that bore into bones and pierce the heart, draining the lifeblood. This really is? A smile involuntarily spread across Lu Qingfeng's lips. Clearly, among the discarded magical artifacts, somehow a true treasure had been mixed in. Genuine trash artifacts, effortlessly refined by the Dutian Xuanming strategy. But this three-edged demon-slaying needle, with a 6th rank, was completely beyond the refining ability of the 4th rank Dutian Xuanming strategy's Dutian creation pool. Upon being conspicuously revealed, it was discovered by Lu Qingfeng. What a formidable hidden weapon! Lu Qingfeng examined the 3-edged demon-slaying needle. This magic artifact could only be used once, but according to the properties analyzed by the Daluo Cave Temple, it was immensely powerful. Even a Jidan true man, if caught off guard and struck by it, would have his vital essence sapped, and if not killed, his cultivation base would significantly suffer. It was truly sinister. Excellent! Excellent! Lu Qingfeng smiled. In addition to praising the 3-edged demon-slaying needle, he also quite enjoyed the sensation of this serendipity and being a child of destiny. The Dutian creation pool continued refining discarded magic artifacts. Lu Qingfeng put away the 3-edged demon-slaying needle and turned to his cave dwelling. Inverted void glazed glass wall. Seated in meditation in the cave dwelling, Lu Qingfeng closed his eyes and comprehended the great divine power. Find the translation on MVNL. After 12 lifetimes, Lu Qingfeng possessed 24 divine skills, 14 being ordinary divine skills, and 10 being great divine powers. The inverted void glazed glass wall was one of these 10 great divine powers. Divine skill, inverted void glazed glass wall. Description: with the void inverted and the glazed glass shaping the divine soul, it can conceal heaven's secrets. With his eyes closed, his divine soul continuously shifted between reality and illusion. Hues of glazed color flashed, appearing both inside and outside his divine soul. Upon closer inspection, these colors were all woven from talismans. The talismans refined the divine soul and transformed into a glazed treasure bottle, seeming to both contain the divine soul and merge it with the bottle. Mystery burst forth, and Lu Qingfeng felt as if he wandered through the boundless void, with endless mysteries swarming towards him. His Dao ability and cultivation realm elevated unconsciously. The divine skills were inherently aligned with the grand Dao. Ordinary cultivators could spend their entire lives gaining one divine skill and barely make a name out of it, for divine skills were profoundly mystical. Mastery required immense wisdom and determination. Lu Qingfeng, cultivating multiple divine skills, managed to make progress in each. Apart from spending a vast amount of time, the key was that most divine skills were derived and enhanced from super-level, high-level, and middle-level techniques. Step by step, each had a trace to follow. Like inverted void glazed glass wall, a great divine power, was much harder to cultivate than ordinary divine skills. Yet, this technique was derived and achieved by Lu Qingfeng from middle-level techniques all the way up. He comprehended the great divine power while simultaneously deriving from middle, high, and super-level stages, corroborating each other, thus making his path far easier than directly comprehending the inverted void glazed glass wall. Thus, in 50 years, he managed to reach the introductory stage of mastering a great divine power, glazed divine soul, escaping mundane scrutiny. Unless immortal gods intervened, no one could discern any information about Lu Qingfeng. Although this might be insufficient in the game, in reality, where tales of immortal gods were elusive, and between mortals, the strongest was only but a Jidan true man. At his current level, comprehending this great divine power to such a realm was entirely sufficient. This was Lu Qingfeng. With the help of the game, he could master a great divine power in less than a year in reality. Even in the game, mastering the introductory level of a great divine power in just 50 years would leave countless prodigies looking up to him. Ultimately, it was because there was a trace to follow, corroborating comprehension, thus doubling efficacy. In an immortal sect who would invert the derivation of a great divine power, pushing out super-level, high-level, and even middle-level techniques. Even if they achieved that, none could follow the seamless lineage of derivation enhancement like the Yellow Court scripture. From the previous many divine skills, Lu Qingfeng also quickly grasped them for this reason. Only the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light and the Taiyin Calamity Crossing Robe, originally divine skills, required considerable effort from Lu Qingfeng to barely grasp. Since arriving from the Red Smoke realm, he had repeatedly utilized these two divine skills to refine them through actual combat. In fact, Lu Qingfeng's mastery in divine skills such as light splitting and shadow transformation, sword condensation in void, and Little Thousand Thunder Prison far exceeded these two skills from the lineage of the Black Vein Golden Butterfly. At last, I've reached the rudimentary stage. Feeling some glazed presence within his divine soul, Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes and took a deep breath. It sounds simple, but this non-combat great divine power still took 50 years to barely reach the rudimentary stage, literally half a mortal's lifetime. The further one cultivates, the more time it consumes. To truly reach great success, nothing less than the realm of a heavenly immortal, or even higher, would suffice. With a sigh, Lu Qingfeng reached out and a circular disc appeared in his hand. Magic Artifact, Yuguang Disc, 3rd rank. Description, Flying Escape Type Investigating Magical Device. Yuguang Disc. Lu Qingfeng stared at the magic artifact in his hand. Whether in reality or the game, he had always been collecting and analyzing various Qi-Men magic artifacts, and the Yuguang Disc was one among them. As an investigation magic tool, at first glance, it seemed inferior to a puppet, but its advantage lay in its speed and its ability to fly invisibly in the air. But to call it mediocre would also be fitting. The Yuguang Disc could not directly transmit back information. It could only record all past scenes, set a return time, and then the information could be gathered. It was probably a product of some cultivator's boredom during the game. Lu Qingfeng searched deep in his memory, refining it into a magic artifact, also a creation of the game. Let's give it a try. Placing both hands on the Yuguang Disc, he concentrated as streams of glazed talismans continuously flickered from the depths of his divine soul, mixing with true yuan to pour into the Yuguang Disc. Arranged in an array, Lu Qingfeng's palm ignited, scorching the Yuguang Disc, embedding the glazed talismans into it, and melding them completely with the magic artifact. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 254, Secret Demons of the 7 Extremes of All Heavenly Stars and Uso. About a quarter of an hour later. Magic Artifact and Description. Flying Escape Type Investigating Magic Tool, capable of evading Heavenly Mechanism. Success! Lu Qingfeng's eyes lit up with joy, and he clapped his hands in delight. fingertips pinching for calculations. All kinds of information about the Yuguang disk materialized in his mind, including the refiner and the refining process, etc. However, this was because the Yuguang disk was refined by Lu Qingfeng himself, and as he had experienced it, it was so. Others who obtained the Yuguang disk would absolutely be unable to deduce any information from it. In that case, once I refine the 9 Palace star plate, first, I need not worry about someone deducing my information through the star plate. Second, when employing the inverted void glazed glass wall, there's no need to fear being calculated against as in the 5 directions realm. Lu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. The Qingyuan sword sect's fake main god mode concept that he pondered for a long time was stuck at the first step for a while. Now that Lu Qingfeng had joined the Xuanyuan sect, the issue of materials would soon be resolved. His only remaining concern was the fear of being plotted against. With the initial mastery of the great divine power of the inverted void glazed glass wall, the last worry was also dispelled. Adding one more layer of binding will leave no more hidden dangers. The long troubling problem was resolved, and Lu Qingfeng's mind relaxed, feeling a sense of relief from a heavy burden. But as for the specifics, he'd still need to test the waters in the game. Shoo! Lu Qingfeng infused it with a true yuan, and the Yuguang disk whizzed away into the air and vanished. He stood up, just thinking of going out to gather ghost generals and yin soldiers. Someone in reality was calling for him. Lu Qingfeng's figure shifted, and he concealed himself deep within the array before immediately logging off. Brother Wang? What happened? Lu Qingfeng emerged from his cave abode to see Wang Hui standing outside with a grave expression on his face. Things are bad. Upon seeing Lu Qingfeng, Wang Hui hurriedly said, 2 of our sect's supreme elders were ambushed outside, and both have returned to the sect gravely injured. News from outside the Xuanyuan realm is trickling in, saying that the 2 supreme elders clashed with a true man from the white-boned demon sect, were overpowered and almost slain. Even the heavenly phenomenon and earth spirit, rings from our sect's supreme treasure, 3 talents clearing circle, have been lost outside and fallen into the white-boned demon sect's hands. Our sect is greatly weakened, and its very foundation is shaking. Supreme elders gravely injured. Publication courtesy of MVLE MPER. White-boned demon sect. Lu Qingfeng's face became stern. If what Wang Hui said was true, and if the rumors from outside the Xuanyuan realm were not false, the situation was probably worse than imagined. At Xuanyuan Peak, sect leader Wu Jie, together with all the chief disciples and headmasters, were all present. In the center, 2 white-haired old men sat cross-legged looking haggard, and their energy was weakened. These 2 were the only supreme elders of the Xuanyuan sect, one with a white unibrow called Qianlai, and the other with a withered face called Shi Wan. Both had reached the Gathering Law realm long ago and were roaming outside seeking Earth Evil Yin Vein and Heavenly Gang Qi to condense Evil and Refine Gang, hoping to ascend to the Golden Core realm at an early stage. But, alas! Having finished adjusting his breath, Qianlai with the white unibrow frowned deeply and let out a sigh. Are you all right, Ancestral Master? Wu Jie was anxious, and upon hearing that sigh, he felt even more uneasy and quickly asked. Qianlai shook his head with a bitter face. The Gang Shachi assaulted the body. The 2-pole primordial magnet distorted the true yuan. The primordial magnetic extreme fire poison flame entangled the divine soul. Despite my best efforts to cling to life, I cannot stop the decay of my body and the reduction of my true yuan. From now on, not only will my cultivation not progress, but it's also likely to continue to fall. With each word Qianlai spoke, the hearts of the people around him grew heavier. After he finished speaking, Gubuyan stepped forward, extending his hand to take Qianlai's pulse to examine his injuries. Everyone looked towards Gubuyan, only to see his expression growing increasingly ugly, and finally, with a flick of his hand, a speck of black fire fell to the ground, burning a large hole, a few zhang in diameter in the floor of the great hall, turning it charred black and making a hissing sound. What a terribly poisonous flame! Zhou Huayu's brow furrowed slightly. A flame that even a core formation true man would avoid. And even the checking, Gu Buyan nearly got tainted by it. It was imaginable how strange and vile this flame was. Ancestral granduncle? Wu Jie quickly looked to Gu Buyan. Gu Buyan waved his hand and looked at Qianlai. The secret devil, 7 extinctions, black spindle of the stars? The secret devil, 7 extinctions, black spindle of the stars? Upon hearing this, some were lost, while others' eyes widened in alarm, especially the head of the artifact-making hall, Gai Yuntian. When Brother Qian mentioned the primordial magnetic extreme fire poison flame earlier, I had a guess, but dare not be sure. Now it seems, is it truly that magic artifact? Indeed. Qianlai nodded bitterly. How could such a vicious magic artifact appear in the hands of the White-Bone Demon sect? Gai Yuntian's brows locked tightly, his heart sinking to the bottom. What's so special about the secret devil 7 extinctions black spindle of the stars? Pei Yuan, the chief of Golden Tiger Peak, looked bewildered and turned to Gai Yuntian to ask. The secret devil 7 extinctions black spindle of the stars? What kind of magic artifact is that? Lu Qingfeng looked at his master, Gu Buyan, who had returned from Xuanyuan Peak to Peak Rain Mountain, and asked with a furrowed brow. Despite searching many texts, his days of cultivation were short. Especially in reality, he had little understanding of the various powerful magic artifacts of the 3 mountains and 9 waters. Gu Buyan's face was quite solemn, and upon Lu Qingfeng's inquiry, he still explained. Amongst the demon Dao, there once existed a supreme weapon called the 7 Absolute Dark Stars Sickle. It was forged by a demon cultivator who gathered the Gang Sha Qi from the Earth's core over tens of thousands of years, combined with the 2-pole primordial magnetic essence. It is exceedingly toxic. Once deployed, all the heavens and stars would resonate, emitting an extremely intense and unmatched poison fire flame, known as the primordial magnetic extreme fire poison flame. The Gang wind from the sky will also be drawn, falling together with the Gang Sha Qi of the stars. Within an hour, within thousands of miles, the sky darkens. The sun and moon lose their light, all covered by this sort of poison flame, no different from a chaotic world. Within these thousands of miles, a deadly circle is solidified, and all living beings are spared not. Even in the nearby areas, humans and animals alike, a touch of poison gas ensures a tragic death. Gu Buyan paused for a moment and then sighed. Your 2 grandmasters encountered the White-Bone Demon sect forging such a malicious weapon during their travels. They engaged in combat without vigilance, causing the artifact crafting to be interrupted, and its power to erupt, severely wounding them at the root. After listening, Lu Qingfeng felt an odd sensation in his heart. According to Gu Buyan, if we look at the truth, the 2 supreme elders were seriously injured, and it's really not the fault of the White-Bone Demon sect. The White-Bone Demon sect concealed themselves deep in the ocean, forging the 7 Absolute Dark Stars Sickle. The creation of this treasure was perilous. That 2-pole primordial magnetic essence, along with the Tai Fire Poison Flame and Gang Sha Qi from the Earth Lungs, are the hardest to obtain and control. Once out of control, their surge is no less powerful than the activation of the 7 Absolute Dark Stars Sickle itself. By coincidence, Qianlai and another drew near, and upon encountering the demon heads of the White-Bone Demon sect, a fight erupted immediately. And thus, they incurred disaster. This caused the 2 true men, refining the treasure of the White-Bone Demon sect, to abandon the White-Bone Demon god for survival. Although their cultivation remained unharmed, much of their combat power and divine skills had been lost. Qianlai and the other merely survived by luck, but regrettably, could hardly preserve their cultivation, continuously falling until they might drop below core formation within the next few hundred years. Utterly miserable. The White-Bone Demon sect has always been a formidable enemy of our Xuanyuan sect. Now that both parties have suffered a loss, the Demon sect has merely lost 2 true men's combat abilities temporarily, while our sect has lost 2 supreme elders and also misplaced 2 out of the 3 talents clearing circle. The Demon sect is arrogant and probably won't let this go easily. Gu Buyan looked up at Lu Qingfeng. As your teacher, I know you have had a chance encounter, and your accomplishments in the Alchemy Dao are exceptional. Do you have a way to resolve the poison flames and help your 2 grandmasters recover their cultivation? Elixir Pills, 3 Elements Soul Stabilizing Pill, 5th Order. Description: Possessing the miraculous uses of soul stabilizing and energy recovery among other properties, unlike other spirit pills which are ingested, this one works both externally and internally, not only condensing the soul and stabilizing the essence, but also resolving the inherent poison attached to the body, turning disaster into fortune. Purple Cloud Pill. Description: the spiritual medicine of the Bamboo Mountain sect, specifically to treat various poisons and injuries, with the effect of bringing the dead back to life. With 2 elixir recipes, if we can gather all the necessary spiritual medicines and refine them, it should be enough to resolve the injuries of the 2 supreme elders. Lu Qingfeng left Peak Rain Mountain and returned to Feiyun Island. He did not have many other things on him, but he had a frightening number of elixir recipes. Considering Gu Buyan's alchemy accomplishment, the recipes Lu Qingfeng produced were only of the 5th order. If the Xuanyuan sect had a 6th rank alchemist, Lu Qingfeng could even bring out 6th order recipes for an immediate cure. However, the combination of Purple Cloud Pill and 3-element Soul Stabilizing Pill, refining a batch of each, should be enough to eliminate the poison and consolidate the divine soul. Lu Qingfeng strode toward Feiyun Island. As for the consequences of contributing the 2 elixir recipes, they were just 2 5th-order elixir recipes. The Xuanyuan sect wouldn't stoop to such lowliness for them. Lu Qingfeng also trusted Gu Buyan deeply. Indeed, he was a venerable elder. Furthermore, if the Xuanyuan sect were to fall to the White-Bone Demon sect due to the loss of cultivation in the 2 supreme elders, he would still have to wander and seek refuge elsewhere. It's better to offer up the elixir recipes and resolve the crisis. Even if he attracted attention, Lu Qingfeng had already prepared means to escape. Returning to Feiyun Island, Lu Qingfeng made a round and then hurried to Gathering Immortal Island. On the way, he heard that Gu Buyan had first summoned him, and then successively called for Di Zhao, other true inheritors, and a bunch of 2nd-rank and 3rd-rank alchemists. Lu Qingfeng glanced in the direction of Peak Rain Mountain and smiled knowingly in his heart. Gathering Immortal Island. Lu Qingyu's reputation as the #1 wastrel of the Xuanyuan sect became even more prominent after Lu Qingfeng emerged from Xuanyin Cave. Previously, he had to borrow spirit stones from outsiders, but upon Lu Qingfeng's return, his purse quickly swelled and his visits to the Feather Immortal Pavilion noticeably increased. Moreover, he was wandering around Gathering Immortal Island a lot and became more liberal in spending. Extravagance. As if filial piety does not extend to allowing the sale of the family's fields. Some people envied him, while others scorned him. Lu Qingyu continued with his ways regardless. Rein it in a little. Try not to be too conspicuous in the coming days. Peak Rain Mountain. Lu Qingfeng looked at Qingyu and instructed, "Is it because of the White-Bone Demon sect?" Lu Qingyu, holding a roll of golden books behind his back, looked up at his elder brother and asked curiously. The news of the 2 supreme elders being severely injured by the White-Bone Demon sect was buzzing. How could Lu Qingyu, located in a place like Gathering Immortal Square, which was teeming with information, not be aware? Indeed, the severe injuries of the 2 supreme elders are one thing, but the loss of 2 3-talents clearing circles is critical. I'm afraid it won't be long before our sect declares war on the White-Bone Demon sect. Lu Qingfeng obtained more detailed information from Gu Buyan. With a bit of deduction, he knew the next move of the Xuanyuan sect. The Xuanyuan sect will initiate a war? Lu Qingyu was startled. Public opinion was clearly unfavorable for the Xuanyuan sect, like a boat in a storm, yet they were still the ones to initiate a war. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 255, Sibling Reunion, Seeking Monthly Pass. Proactive action is indeed necessary. The White-Bone Demon sect deliberately spreading the news is clearly intended to destabilize the internal and external affairs of the Xuanyuan sect, highlighting their intention to initiate war. In this situation, the Xuanyuan sect taking the initiative to wage war not only dispels the rumors and stabilizes the morale of their forces, but also aims to reclaim the three talents clearing circle. Of course, there's another reason. Everyone outside believes that the two supreme elders of the Xuanyuan sect are gravely injured, and now the Xuanyuan sect has found a cure. An unexpected strike could potentially remove the thorn in their side that is the White-Bone Demon sect. White-Bone Demon sect. Heavenly Travel Mountain. Xuanyuan sect. Demon, monster, and righteous paths, 3 legs of a tripod, mutually balancing each other. Just as the two supreme elders of the Xuanyuan sect interrupted the White-Bone Demon sect. True man refining treasures without a second thought, causing a ruckus. The White-Bone Demon sect having seized a vital treasure of the Xuanyuan sect and seeing the only 2 gathering law realm true men of the Xuanyuan sect seriously injured would not miss this rare opportunity to kick an opponent while they're down. War between the two sects is inevitable. It's better for the Xuanyuan sect to strike than to be passive. Is the 3 talents clearing circle really that important? Lu Qingyu didn't understand. This is the Xuanyuan sect's first-ranked treasure. The combination of heavenly phenomenon, earth spirit, and material god as one. Its power can even match a 7th-order magical artifact. Now that 2 parts are missing, with only material god remaining in the hands of the sect leader True Man, how could the sect willingly accept this? Lu Qingfeng shook his head. The loss of a vital treasure dealt a heavy blow to the Xuanyuan sect. Recapturing the heavenly phenomenon and earth spirit treasures would be even more difficult. After hearing this, Lu Qingyu finally understood why her elder brother was certain that a battle was coming, and her expression changed slightly. With the 2 sects at war, as an alchemist, Big Brother doesn't need to fight, right? No need. The Xuanyuan sect has not yet come to the point where alchemists need to fight on the front lines. Lu Qingfeng smiled. The benefits of studying artifact refining and alchemy were apparent at this time. Disciples from Jade Pillar Peak and Silver Frost Peak would inevitably have to join the battle with the demon sect once it begins. Even disciples from other halls would need to rush to the front lines. Only the artifact-making hall and combined pill hall would remain inactive, where artifact refiners and alchemists could stay in the sect to refine artifacts and alchemy. Even if the Xuanyuan sect were to be destroyed, these 2 halls would be the last to fall. That's good. Lu Qingyu, upon hearing this, finally smiled. But with the war between the Xuanyuan sect and White-Bone Demon sect, the 2 realms will surely be in chaos, and all sorts of evil creatures will emerge. At that time, even gathering Immortal Island might not be safe, and your second brother, living in a remote area like the Juyan mountain range, might not be secure either. Lu Qingfeng's expression became slightly solemn. The Xuanyuan realm had always been suppressed by the Xuanyuan sect, keeping demons and monsters at bay. Even if they appeared, they would only cause minor troubles and not dare to flaunt their presence. Once war breaks out, the Xuanyuan sect's focus would be entirely on the White-Bone Demon sect, and their control over the Xuanyuan realm would inevitably slacken. One thing leads to another. Without peace in the Xuanyuan realm, the Juyan mountain range could not expect to remain unaffected. Do we have to hide again? Lu Qingyu's large eyes stared at Lu Qingfeng. Not this time. Lu Qingfeng's expression froze for a moment, and he quickly waved his hands. No need. Then? Now it was Lu Qingyu's turn to be surprised. Isn't it that every time there is danger, the first step is to hide and wait for the situation to calm down? In a few days, follow me to the Luoxia sect. Lu Qingfeng changed the subject and stated directly. Okay. It's been a long time since I've seen second brother. Lu Qingyu blinked and nodded her head in agreement. Juyun Mountain Range. Since years ago, when sects like the Red Rainbow Sect, Demon Extermination Castle, and Golden Wave Sect were successively wiped out or declined, the Luoxia sect has become the sole power. They were coveted by external enemies. Unexpectedly, first, the guest minister elder from the Luoxia sect, renowned as Dan and Artifact Double Extreme in the Juyun Mountain Range, Lu Qingfeng, was inducted into the Xuanyuan sect as a true inheritor. Then, Sect Master Zhou Yuan of the Luoxia sect returned, accompanied by 3 Spirit Void practitioners, to be stationed at Luoxia sect up to this day. Therefore, the Luoxia sect was stable, and foreign enemies dared not invade. Within just 3 or 4 years, the Luoxia sect secured a good part of the Juan mountain range and brought under their control the cities managed by sects like the Red Rainbow sect, significantly enhancing their foundation. They gradually showed signs of a rising. One day, 4 yellow-robed cultivators were walking through the Juan mountain range, each looking a bit. Lu Qingshan stood by, watching his 3 good friends, Feng White, Zhang Ye, and Qian Yunhai, discuss foundation establishment. A touch of worry creased his brows. Since leaving Crying Swamp and settling in Luoxia sect, the blink of an eye turned into 9 years. 6 years ago, during Luoxia sect's first minor tournament, Lu Qingshan had been recently promoted to the 3rd level of the True Qi realm. Over 6 years have passed. Lu Qingshan had grown more mature and steady, his face firm with determination. Battling demons and roaming in the north and south away from his elder brother had forged a distinctly different temperament. Carrying a long sword on his back, he strode with the might of a dragon and the steps of a tiger, fully integrating into the cultivation world with a touch of vitality laced with traces of vicissitude. On one hand, he tempered himself through adventures, and on the other, he cultivated diligently. Unfortunately, limited by his root bone, it was just recently that he narrowly ascended to the 6th layer of the True Qi realm. To reach the peak of the True Qi realm and then challenge the foundation establishment would take at least another decade or more. Lu Qingshan took each step steadily and did not envy Feng White and the others. He lowered his head, lost in thought about the rumors he had heard these past days. In Juyan Mountain Range, right on the edge of Xuanyuan Realm, the frequency of Demon Dao cultivators appearing in the past 2 months has been far higher than before. It seems the rumors are true. The 2 supreme elders of Xuanyuan sect have been gravely injured by the northern demon sect. A great battle is imminent, which is why these demons and monsters have grown so brazen. I wonder how my elder brother and Qingyu are doing. The White-Bone Demon sect had intentionally spread the news of the Xuanyuan sect's 2 supreme elders, severe injuries throughout every nook and cranny of Xuanyuan realm, not even sparing the Juyan mountain range. Lu Qingshan was well informed as he traveled the outside world. He had personally felt the increase in demon activities recently, sensing an air of impending chaos. He couldn't help but worry about his elder brother and sister far away in Xuanyuan sect. As he pondered, the Jinyan Peak came into view ahead. Jinyan Peak seems especially lively today. Qian Yunhai remarked in surprise as he looked at the bustling Jinyun Peak. Lu Qingshan looked up to see that Jinyun Peak was indeed livelier than usual, with every disciple wearing an expression of excitement and agitation. Zhang Ye was about to pull aside a disciple to ask what was happening when suddenly a loud call came from the side entrance. Deng Zhuo of the Ice Jade sect has come to pay respects to Master Lu. Yu Sheng from Canghai Palace has come to pay respects to Master Lu. Liu Qing from Feihua Pavilion has come to pay respects to Master Lu. One after another, 3 people stood respectfully outside the mountain gate, presenting their greeting cards. Ice Jade Sect, Canghai Palace, Feihua Pavilion. These were all prominent great sects beyond the Juyan mountain range, all with strength that surpassed Luoxia sect. Ice Jade sect's Deng Zhuo, Canghai Palace's Yu Sheng, and Feihua Pavilion's Liu Qing were all well-known spirit void practitioners, their fame no less than that of sect master Zhou Yuan. They came together to pay a visit to the mountain? Master Lu, Feng Bai, Zhang Ye, and Qian Yunhai exchanged glances before turning to look at Lu Qingshan. My elder brother has returned. Lu Qingshan looked towards the mountain peak, a glint of delight in his eyes. Peak Rain Mountain. Elder brother, why have you returned? Reunited after a long separation, Lu Qingshan couldn't hide his joy, yet he asked. Of course, there's a matter to deal with. Otherwise, would we have come back specifically to see you? Lu Qingyu remarked with a glance at her second brother, speaking crisply. Heh. Lu Qingshan grinned sheepishly, not minding the jest. It's been more than 3 years you didn't think to visit the Xuanyuan Water Realm once, and yet here you are laughing. Read ahead and get updates at MVLMPR. Lu Qingyu was indignant. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan quickly pulled out a jade box from his storage bag and handed it to Lu Qingyu. This is the Ice Night Blooming Cereus. It blooms every midnight and is very beautiful. Appealing yet useless, Lu Qingyu said, but she stretched out her hand to take the jade box and couldn't resist opening it to look. Inside, the buds of the ice night blooming cereus were waiting to blossom, crystal-like, with a faint fragrance of flowers. Even without blooming, it was already more exquisite than any ordinary flower. Beautiful. Lu Qingfeng glanced at it and nodded in approval. Lu Qingshan watched Qingyu. Seeing the joy in her eyes, he smiled. When midnight comes, the ice night blooming cereus will open against the night sky, even more beautiful, like an ice beauty. It can't be eaten or used. Lu Qingyu closed the jade box and carefully placed it into her storage bag. Then she took out 2 jade pots from her storage bag and passed them to Lu Qingshan, pouting as she said, "This is alcohol liquid, top-notch wine from the Feather Immortal Pavilion. Juyun Mountain Range is too remote. You've definitely never tasted this before." Alcohol liquid? Lu Qingshan took it and gulped down a mouthful. Delicious. Delicious. Lu Qingshan's eyes lit up. Indeed, the alcohol liquid was a rare fine drink, fragrant and tasty, and also highly priced. For someone like Lu Qingshan to down a pot in one gulp would cost him 730 spirit stones, which was the epitome of luxury. Even by Xuanyuan realm standards, a pot of alcohol liquid was worth 1.5 spirit stones, still a luxury for a true Qi realm cultivator. But Qingyu had stumbled upon a great bargain and was happy to share with her second brother without any reluctance. Only after Lu Qingshan finished drinking did she casually reveal the true value of the alcohol liquid and how wisely she had found this bargain. Burp! So expensive! Lu Qingshan let out a burp, his eyes bulging wide. Lu Qingyu, seeing his reaction, looked even more pleased with herself. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 256, 6th rank, 4,000-word mega chapter. Half a month ago, Lu Qingfeng handed over 2 elixir recipes to Gu Buyan, then went to the Gathering Immortal Square to find Lu Qingyu, and together they returned to Juyun Mountain Range. 3 to 4 years ago, when departing from Luoxia sect, taking care of the speed of the curled feather pelican, it took a month-and-a-half journey. This time, when Lu Qingfeng and Lu Qingyu returned, with iron-feathered flying eagle and white crane as means of transport, they arrived at the Juyun Mountain Range in less than a month. Upon arrival, they didn't rush to Luoxia sect immediately. Did Big Brother go to Crying Swamp to refine magical artifacts over the past half-month? Lu Qingshan, holding 2-inch-sized small banners, curiously asked his elder brother. This treasure is called the Mist Banner and needs to capture the local Qi to activate. Lu Qingfeng pointed at the 2 small banners in Qingshan's hands. One of these you're holding has captured the local Qi near Xuanyuan Water Realm's returning mountain. Once refined and activated, as long as it's within 100,000 Lai, you can instantly reach returning mountain. The other was taken from the eastern edge of Crying Swamp's mountaintop. Same principle. The 10th generation obtained the Mist Banner in Sky Witch Realm, and now it is finally fashioned into reality. Joining Xuanyuan sect and connecting with Luozhen Hall, indeed, it's good to lean on a big tree for shade. Collecting materials for refining 3rd and 4th rank magic artifacts was 10 times easier than when at Luoxia sect. The Mist Banner refined by Lu Qingfeng, though a 4th rank magical artifact, required only materials for a 3rd rank magical artifact, thanks to strengthening by derivation technique. Elder Fengping, with just a bit of attention, helped Lu Qingfeng gather quite a lot. Over this past half year, Lu Qingfeng continuously refined, total creating 7 banners, 3 siblings each having 2, capturing the local Qi of Xuanyuan Water Realm's returning mountain and the Juyun Mountain Range side of Crying Swamp. Thus, if there's danger, stimulate the Mist Banner, and one can flee tens of thousands of li instantly. Even if a Jiedan true man, without targeted treasures, cannot intercept. This was personally verified by Lu Qingfeng in the 5 Directions realm. Not facing core formation, with a 4th rank Mist Banner in hand, it is akin to being in an undying zone. His ability to preserve life greatly increased. Such a precious treasure! Lu Qingshan, holding the mist banner, his eyes gleaming. Hearing Big Brother's explanation, how could he not know the preciousness of the mist banner? Besides fleeing, the Mist Banner is also a top-notch defensive artifact. The strongest in the entire Luoxia sect is only a second-rank magical artifact, but the Mist Banner is 4th rank, yet not much in the eyes of Lu Qingfeng and Primordial. But for Lu Qingshan, for the region of Juyun Mountain Range, it is a top-notch artifact, an ultimate secret treasure. Lu Qingyu, off to the side, raised the 2 Mist Banners in her hands. The Mist Banner makes travel convenient. Using it once only needs 2 to 3 months, 3 to 5 spirit stones to recover. Traveling between Xuanyuan Water Realm and Crying Swamp is but a thought away. I will definitely often visit you in Xuanyuan Water Realm. Lu Qingshan nodded. I didn't mean that, but if you want to visit, once every year or 2 is fine. Any more is too wasteful of spirit stones. Lu Qingyu pursed her lips. All right. Lu Qingshan responded. Lu Qingfeng looked at Qingshan. Seeing him looking more robust, couldn't help but step forward and patted his shoulder. Xuanyuan Sect and White Bone Demon Sect's big battle is imminent. Juyun Mountain Range won't be peaceful either. You being alone in Luoxia Sect, be more cautious. I know, Big Brother. Lu Qingshan nodded. He had also felt this these few days, and he didn't dare to be careless. I heard from the sect master that you are close with Feng White and 2 others. These 3 are at True Qi 9th Layer, on the verge of Foundation Establishment. Here's a bottle of Foundation Establishment pills and 2 bottles of Vibrant Sun pills. Handle them as you see fit. Lu Qingfeng took out 3 jade bottles, handing them to Lu Qingshan. Big Brother. Lu Qingshan looked at his big brother. It's good for you to venture outside, but your big brother here is an alchemist, and now even the true inheritor of combined pill hall of Xuanyuan sect, holding back on a few elixir pills is nonsense. Lu Qingfeng, impatient, threw the 3 jade bottles to Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan hurriedly caught them. Thank you, big brother. Independence is harmless. Overcorrecting is unacceptable. This content was first released on MVL. Lu Qingfeng saw this and nodded, smiling. Having just returned to Luoxia Sect, loose cultivators from all directions and sects from 4 directions heard the news and came to pay homage. Just any true inheritor of Luoxia Sect naturally wouldn't have such an influence. But Lu Qingfeng himself was a 3rd-rank alchemist, artifact refiner, now returning to Luoxia Sect. A rare opportunity to mingle. How could these people miss out? Batch after batch came and went, revealing Lu Qingfeng's influence undisguised. Associatedly, many cultivators of Luoxia Sect also shared in the glory. Lu Qingfeng met with each one and also spoke with Sect Master Zhou Yuan and the 3 Spirit Void independent practitioners stationed at Luoxia Sect, Donglu, Zhuye, Luohan for a while. Not until moments ago did he get a chance to meet with Lu Qingshan at Peak Rain Mountain. 3 siblings sat together and had a good long talk. The next day early morning, Lu Qingshan left and Lu Qingyu also started wandering around. It's been a long time since she returned to Juyun Mountain Range and couldn't help wanting to have a look everywhere. Lu Qingfeng then went to Sky Pit Mine. Iron Fire Ant. At Sky Pit Mine, the array formation restriction set by Lu Qingfeng at the beginning was still in place. In the underground caverns below, extensive throughout, lay 2 weak iron fire ants, resting on the ground. Around them were numerous rice-sized eggs, glinting with a dark luster. Seeing Lu Qingfeng return, the 2 iron fire ants slightly trembled their antennas. 72 eggs. Not bad, not bad. Lu Qingfeng meticulously counted them, nodding with satisfaction. Iron fire ant laying, typically hovering between 20 to 50 eggs. The 2 iron fire ants together produced 72 eggs, considered a high yield. Carefully nurturing them, in 10 years the count could reach thousands. Not only continuously producing refining crystals, but also could act as a trump card. Done. Lu Qingfeng performed a hand seal. A purple bell flew out from his sleeve, expanding with the wind, fell into the air above the cave. Purple light scattered down, completely engulfing both the iron fire ants and their eggs. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 256, 6th Rank, 4,000-word mega chapter. The iron fire ants immediately began to twist and squirm with pleasure, and the iron fire ant eggs became even more lively. But that wasn't all. Lu Yun Qingfeng held a few black elixir pills in his hand, rubbed them into powder, and sprinkled them down. Most of it was consumed by the 2 iron fire ants, and a small portion landed on the iron fire ant eggs, being slowly absorbed. Refining God Array. Activate. Lu Qingfeng pressed his hands in the air, and the prearranged array around him rose up, enveloping the cave. The iron fire ants and their eggs were all within it. Influencing them subtly, as soon as the iron fire ant eggs hatched, they would recognize Lu Qingfeng as their master. Just like the 2 iron fire ants, even if they traveled countless miles away or were separated for 3 or 4 years, their loyalty would remain unswerving. With everything done, Lu Qingfeng finally took a long breath and sat down cross-legged on the ground. This trip back to the Juyun mountain range was firstly to absorb the earth energy of the crying swamp for Lu Qingshan's mist banner. Then it was for the iron fire ants. More than 3 years, nearly 4, have passed before I could make the round trip. I don't even know where the iron fire ants are. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. If he knew their location, with his wealth of magical artifacts and divine skills, he might be able to sneak into the iron fire ant lair and directly obtain refining crystals. What a pity. Since the iron fire ant eggs had not hatched yet, Lu Qingfeng was in no rush to go back. He stayed in the Sky Pit mine to nurture the iron fire ants while refining the Dutian Xuanming strategy. A great battle was imminent. If he managed to refine the Dutian Xuanming strategy before then, he could take advantage of this rare opportunity to collect the souls of cultivators and quickly strengthen his Yin soldiers and ghost generals. With the Yin soldiers and ghost generals combined with the energy of Dutian, the grade of the Dutian Xuanming strategy could be rapidly increased. A 4th order Dutian Xuanming strategy with a few Yin soldiers and ghost generals was weaker. But once upgraded to 5th or 6th order, Lu Qingfeng would even dare to battle with Jindan cultivators. At that time, he would truly possess the power to protect himself. Before that, his abilities could only be considered enough for escape. And there's the illusion dreamstone. Lu Qingfeng looked towards the north, then took out various refining materials from his storage bag and started to refine the Dutian Xuanming strategy. For a 5th order artifact refiner, refining a 4th rank magical artifact was a piece of cake. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Black Star Realm. The Aot Hentik Veracent Eosen is on MSHAVLE, MPYR, Garbage Star. From his return from the Xuanyuan Water Realm to the Juyin Mountain Range to refining the Dutian Xuanming strategy, more than 2 months had gone by in a flash. In the game, another 20 years had passed. Magical artifact, Dutian Xuanming strategy. Du Yin soldiers, 220 twas 3 and 600. In the sky, Lu Qingfeng stood on a white crane, holding a metal voucher in his hand, the Dutian Xuanming strategy. 4th order Dutian Xuanming strategy. It could hold 18 Dutian ghost generals, each on par with Foundation establishment cultivators, and 360 Xuanming Yin soldiers of the postnatal level. Over 20 years, devouring countless decommissioned magical artifacts, he upgraded the Dutian Xuanming strategy to the 6th order. It could now hold 72 Dutian ghost generals, comparable to Jindan cultivators, and 3,600 Spirit Void level Xuanming Yin soldiers. Although lacking in divine skills and even true Yuan or Dao ability, being on the lower end among peers of the same rank, once the 72 Ghost Generals and 3,006 Yin soldiers are assembled, forming the Dutian Xuanming formation, they would dare to challenge even the weaker Primordial Spirit True Ones, not to mention Jiran True Men. With the Dutian Xuanming strategy as their foundation, the Yin soldiers and Ghost Generals on the battlefield were akin to having undying bodies. As long as there was enough Dutian energy, they could be reconstituted in the Dutian creation pool and continue the battle. In such a war of attrition, no Jindan cultivator could stand being the city lord. What a pity. On Garbage Star, demon beasts of Foundation establishment level could barely be found, but it's incredibly rare to encounter those of Spirit Void or Jindan levels. Lu Qingfeng gripped the Dutian Xuanming strategy and silently shook his head. It took him fully 20 years to refine the Dutian Xuanming strategy, even raising it from 4th to 6th order. He traveled far and wide, nearly circling the entire garbage star, only to rear a mere 220 Xuanming Yin soldiers. In the Spirit Void stage, he could still show off his power, but when facing a Jindan true man, he would be outmatched. After all, Garbage Star is an abandoned star with thin spiritual energy and very few powerful beings. Bone training martial masters are comparable to true Qi realm cultivators. Marrow refining. Innate martial masters breathe all the way to their internal organs, strengthening them and allowing their energy to flow deeply and continuously, granting them extraordinary endurance. They can face off against 500 men, move as fast as lightning, and leap as nimbly as birds. Yet they are only equivalent to the peak of the true Qi realm. Martial artists who practice bone training are known as martial arts grandmasters. Their practice penetrates deep into their bone marrow, with strength almost matched to 1,000 opponents and a lifespan of up to 300 years. However, they are merely on par with cultivators at the energy introduction stage. The pinnacle of martial arts is reaching the blood replacement realm, known as martial saint. One's blood is completely rejuvenated, transcending the ordinary and stepping into sainthood, immune to all diseases and poisons. Such formidable vitality greatly suppresses yin entities. These rare individuals on Garbage Star are nonetheless only at the nourishing yuan or body refining realm. Lu Qingfeng traversed Garbage Star and witnessed each of the martial arts prodigies upon this celestial body. Under conditions of scarce spiritual energy, one could still achieve the zenith of foundation establishment through martial arts. However, this is where the path of martial arts ends. Beyond this, one must return to the orthodox path of cultivation. Throughout Garbage Star, Lu Qingfeng had yet to encounter a spirit void practitioner. All things considered, the name Garbage Star was well-deserved. Whoosh! 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 He held the Dutian Xuanming strategy in his hands, its contents roaring. The Dutian creation pool ground abandoned mountains built of failed magical artifacts, while Dutian Qi permeated the space, even enshrouding the body of the Dutian Xuanming strategy itself in a layer of Qi mist. Inside the magic artifact space, countless yin souls dwelled within. Some practiced martial techniques, while others sat cross-legged on the ground, cultivating Qi. Some were human, some were beasts. A careful count revealed at least tens of thousands of yin souls. Between breaths, they were enveloped by the Dutian Qi, which continuously strengthened them. The Bamboo Mountain sect's authentic Dutian Xuanming strategy can collect cultivators' divine souls and transform them into Daoist soldiers. However, without the Dutian creation pool, it cannot produce Dutian Qi to directly enhance the Daoist soldier's power. Thus, there are 2 additional cultivation techniques specifically for ghost generals and yin soldiers to practice. Cultivation grade, side door level. Derivation technique, 5 times enhancement. Description, cultivation technique for Dutian ghost generals, capable of creating Dutian general armor. Cultivation technique, grade, side door level. Derivation technique, 5 times enhancement. Description, cultivation technique for Xuanming Yin soldiers, capable of creating Xuanming armor. Dutian record, Xuanming technique. Originally refinement level techniques, Lu Qingfeng had enhanced them to side door level and even added 2 special features, Dutian general armor and Xuanming armor. Once refined, it saved Lu Qingfeng the effort of separately creating armor. 6th rank Dutian Xuanming strategy. Though there are countless yin soul ghosts within, they are all of postnatal origin at the foundation establishment level. To become Dutian ghost generals, they must cultivate to the Jidan level on their own. Even if they become Xuanming Yin soldiers, they have to reach the spirit void level of cultivation. Even with the aid of Dutian Qi, which doubles the cultivation efficiency within the Dutian Xuanming strategy, advancing on one's own to the spirit void stage is extremely difficult. 20 years. Out of tens of thousands of high-quality yin souls, only 220 have been promoted to Xuanming Yin soldiers. Without collecting a large number of cultivators' divine souls and cultivating them over time, who knows how long it would take to achieve Jiedan by self-cultivation. Collect a large number of cultivators' divine souls and absorb them into the Dutian Xuanming strategy. Grant them techniques and cultivate them slowly, selecting the best. This is the method of the Bamboo Mountain sect. However, after enhancement, for my purposes, it doesn't matter about potential. I can afford to squander Duqian Qi to raise them to their peak level in the same realm. This method yields speedy results, but is not a long-term solution. Like the 220 Xuanming Yin soldiers, Lu Qingfeng had just reinforced with Duqian Qi. In order to raise them to the peak of the spirit void level, it meant that they would likely never break through to core formation in their lifetime. However, for Lu Qingfeng, this meant a significant and rapid increase in power. Certainly, a great advantage. Jindan cultivators are hard to kill, and their divine souls are even rarer. But one can cultivate with Spirit Void Practitioner divine souls. Foundation establishment, or even postnatal divine souls are sufficient upon reaching the Spirit Void phase. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the tens of thousands of divine souls within the space of his magical artifact, with many already at the peak of Foundation establishment. Just one step away, they could achieve Spirit Void. A white crane soared rapidly through the sky. Abandoned Mountain was already in sight. Only then did Lu Qingfeng put away the Duqian Xuanming strategy. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 257, Fengyue Star. Over the span of 20 years, the Duqian Xuanming strategy, like a Taoti, nearly devoured all the discarded magic artifacts accumulated over 2,000 to 3,000 years at the abandoned mountain. At this moment, from a bird's eye view of the sky, the once cluttered abandoned mountain full of discarded magic artifacts appeared pocked and hollowed. The ground had sunk to depths near 1,000 feet in some areas. These deep pits were compactly filled with discarded magic artifacts. Using the speed of a small mountain every few days, the Dutian Xuanming strategy consumed 2,000 to 3,000 years of accumulation in those 20 years. It served as its own sustenance and skyrocketed in power, reaching the 6th rank and even approaching the threshold of 7th order. It's about time for another disposal of discarded magic artifacts in the next few days. The land hadn't sunk so noticeably 10 years ago. Now, someone should have definitely noticed. Lu Qing tapped the ground lightly, and the white crane understood and descended, concealed deep within the mountains. He waited quietly. 1 day, 2 days, after 5 days. Here they come. Lu Qingfeng sensed movement and looked up. The sound of whoosh filled the air as a mountain-like pile of discarded magic artifacts poured down from the sky, crashing into the deep pits. Lu Qingfeng strained his eyes and saw high above, at 90,000 feet, a small sailboat floating in the air. 4 cultivators stood on it, each holding a sack, opening the bags wide and pouring countless discarded magic artifacts down towards the stars beneath them. Yet they never looked down. After they were done, the sailboat turned and sailed away from the star automatically, windless. Lu Qingfeng pursed his lips. Such perfunctory attitudes from those people, not even bothering for a glance below, truly unexpected. No choice. Another 10 years of waiting it would be. 10 years later, cultivating amidst the cosmic starry sky is truly tedious. In the vast and empty starry void, only the faint glow of the stars breaks the suffocating darkness. Neither touching the sky above nor the ground below. Not even a core formation true man would willingly traverse the stars alone. The boredom is indeed extreme. The starry sky, oh how mysterious it is. However, this solitary cultivation among watching the sun, moon, and stars greatly benefits our cultivation. I feel once I return to the upper origin palace, even the heart demon tribulations would seem insignificant. Ha ha! Only through intense suffering can one attain the level of an upper immortal. Cultivating amidst the stars isn't without its merits. Above the garbage star, a narrow sailboat came from beyond the sky and hovered in place. As 4 cultivators conversed, they poured down countless discarded magic artifacts. After the disposal, Zhao Cheng withdrew his sack and seemed to see a face. Twisting his head, he took a longer look, and with that look, his soul nearly fled. "Who are you?" Zhao Cheng barked loudly, his fingers coming together ready to deploy a talisman. The other three on the sailboat also reacted, each clutching their talismans, ready to strike. "I am Guang Yuan. Please excuse my intrusion." Lu Qingfeng smiled, sensing they were about to act. He thought. Boom! 36 Xuanming Yin soldiers appeared behind him, filling the small sailboat inside and out. The collision of armor emitted a crisp sound. "Act now!" Thinking the sailors were still uncooperative, someone shouted. Boom! With another thought from Lu Qingfeng, 72 more Xuanming Yin soldiers descended, cramming the small sailboat to its full capacity. The armor clanged crisply once more. Zhao Cheng and the others immediately paused, not daring to activate their talismans. Upper Origin Palace, Zhao Cheng. Upper Origin Palace, Qinde. Upper Origin Palace, Lin Han. Upper Origin Palace, Mo Shen. In the cosmos, a sailboat drifted away from the garbage star into the depths of the starry sky. Lu Qingfeng stood at the center of the sailboat, facing 4 cultivators in moon-white robes. Each introduced themselves with a bizarre expression. "Ah, so the 4 fellow Daoists are from the Upper Origin Palace. What an honor, truly." Lu Qingfeng bowed with cupped hands, warmly speaking. "No need for such courtesy." "Fellow Daoist, you're too kind." Zhao Cheng awkwardly smiled, his hands uncertain whether to raise or lower. His gaze flickered behind the so-called Guangyuan, where 36 solemn-faced armored soldiers stood, each brimming with the peak aura of spirit void. Behind them, 72 more armored soldiers stood silent, staring blankly into the void. Daoist soldiers. Bitterness filled Zhao Cheng's eyes. Although they were from Upper Origin Palace and adept with talismanic Daoist skill, after all, they were only at Spirit Void Heart Movement Realm. They might have a chance to escape encountering 3 to 5 at Spirit Void Peak. But 108 at Spirit Void Peak? They couldn't escape. Not to mention the mysterious Daoist before them who had depths unknown. Zhao Cheng and his companions were very mindful and cooperated well. "Fellow Daoists, please relax. I have no ill intentions. I was just trapped on that star and had to resort to this measure." Lu Qingfeng explained. The 4 exchanged glances, none quite sure how to respond. Lu Qingfeng didn't mind. He immediately sat down, saying, "Please, have a seat." Afterward, he paid them no more mind, instead gazing around the boundless starry sky, feeling the vastness of the cosmos. In past and present lives, Lu Qingfeng had only closely witnessed the starry sky in the opening animation of Primordial, feeling somewhat detached and unreal. Experiencing it truly, in person, was a first. The starry sky, lonely, hollow, dark. It was not as lively and interesting as imagined, yet the initial shock wasn't diminished. Only when situated in the boundless vacuum of the universe did one realize their own insignificance and the grandeur of heaven and earth. In just a brief moment, Lu Qingfeng felt his state of mind ascend to a new level. Regaining his composure, Zhao Cheng, Qinde, and 2 others had already taken their positions seated in front of Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng smiled at them and began to inquire about the surrounding star domains. The universe is infinitely vast. In the Black Star realm, interactions mainly happen within stars themselves. About a 4 years' journey from the garbage star lies a star called Fengyue Star. Vast with oceans and lands evenly divided, it hosts 11 continents. Upper Origin Palace. Qingyun Sect. Great Shumi Mountain. These 3 dominions split Fengyue Star among themselves, each not only having core formation true men stationed, but also treasured artifacts to suppress enemies and refined magic gates. Upper Origin Palace, where people like Zhao Cheng come from, is renowned for its expertise in talismans. They are skilled in creating talismans, even able to conjure them out of thin air. Truly formidable. Qingyun Sect and the Great Shumi Mountain each have their own strengths. The former claims its thunder skill to be invincible, inheriting the Shangqing Daoist lineage and wielding the power of thunder. The latter belongs to the Buddhist sect, with boundless Buddhist teachings and immeasurable divine powers, containing the true intent to subdue demons and being quite formidable. Beyond these 3 sects, there lie numerous other large and small sects and countless cultivation families, each waiting its turn to rise. Although occasionally a core formation true man emerges, capable of competing with the 3 sects for a short time, or even a prodigiously talented individual who can surpass the three sects momentarily. However, regarding inheritance and depth, none possess the ancient and profound legacy of the three sects. Overall, on Fengwei Star, three powers stand at the apex, while numerous sects and cultivation families intersperse among them, dividing the entire star. Sects with a core formation true man can step out of Fengwei Star to explore the starry expanse. Thus, the strong become stronger. The three sects were the first to rise and also the first to venture into the cosmic starry sky outside the starry domain. They accumulated enough profound legacy initially, securing a foundation that is solid and unshakable. The ship that Lu Qingfeng had commandeered belonged to one of the three sects, the Upper Origin Palace. The four people in front of him were disciples of the Upper Origin Palace. Upper Origin Palace excels in talismanic skills. The magic gate is refined, indeed worthy of acquisition. Qingyun sect cultivates the Shangqing Thunder skill and corroborates it with the Thunder Department magic gates in the Changqing realm, which will surely enhance my mastery of Thunder skill, perhaps even enriching the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra. Great Shumi Mountain belongs to the Buddhist sect, with grand and unfathomable Buddhist teachings. Both Buddha and demons not only dominate in primordial times, but, as rumors say, are also present in 3 mountains and 9 waters. Sooner or later, I'll encounter them. I must familiarize myself to avoid being caught off guard. Lu Qingfeng's mind raced. In this lifetime, the main goal was to digest and absorb the experiences of this and past lifetimes, especially from the 5 Directions realm, where Bloodsea Skyfall provided countless experiences. Derivation enhancements of divine skills from seclusion and understanding were vital, as were combat confirmations. Garbage from Garbage Star, Lu Qingfeng searched everywhere, undefeated. The strongest in Fengwei Star were only core formation true men, perfect to practice divine skills. With this thought, he awaited arrival on Fengwei Star. It may appear that the ship meandered slowly, but it was incredibly fast, traveling between stars, blinking across countless spaces. Magic Artifact Spaceship Order. Description. For traveling in the starry sky, moving between stars a means of transport, no offensive or defensive power. To support our work, please read on MVLEMPYR. Spaceship. Analyze. Lu Qingfeng's eyes half closed, pretending to cultivate, but actually analyzing the spaceship under him. In the unobstructed starry sky, the spaceship sped increasingly faster. In the silent dark universe, time seemed to vanish. In the blink of an eye, 4 years. Fellow Daoist Guangyuan, Fengwei Star is right ahead, Zhao Cheng pointed and said to Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes, stood up, and looked in the direction pointed by Zhao Cheng. He saw a star, much larger than the Garbage Star, spanning across the universe. As they got closer, even the outline of the star became unrecognizable, appearing only as a place like 5 Directions Realm or Red Smoke Realm, where heaven is round and the earth square. The spaceship slowly decelerated, entering the star. Lu Qingfeng looked at Zhao Cheng and the other 3, their expressions unchanged, just as they had been in the 4 years within the starry sky. A 7-bird's feather in Lu Qingfeng's sleeve turned to dust, and he smiled inwardly. He continued to look down. The spaceship entered the star, heading towards the land. Far off, on a cluster of islands, he could see groups of palaces, marked with the words, Upper Origin Palace. Fellow Daoist, would you care to visit the Upper Origin Palace? Qin Dai asked Lu Qingfeng. No need. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand, and as the spaceship reached midair, he prepared to leap out. But Zhao Cheng, Qin Dai, and the other 2 were faster. Before Lu Qingfeng could move, they simultaneously blasted backward, each throwing out talismans. Seal! Suppress! Block! Eradicate! Dozens of talismans bombarded from all sides, covering Lu Qingfeng and 108 Xuanming Yin soldiers together. Lu Qingfeng charged out, first causing ripples on the spaceship to confine him inside. Then dozens of talismans fell, sealing, suppressing, blocking, and annihilating, leaving no gaps on all sides. You petty Daoists. Lu Qingfeng laughed aloud, his feet transforming. Grade normal. Derivation technique, 15 times enhanced, 3 times fused. Description. Roam the netherworld, tread the skies, elusive and unrestrained, roaming freely between heaven and earth. Enhanced to divine skills level, the Cloud Summit. Step ignored all seals and suppressions. With a slight misstep, he disregarded the talismans filling the sky and the spaceship's confinement, appearing directly outside the ship in the void. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 258, Upper Origin 8 Sceneries, Talismanic Skill. Boom! Rumbling! The talisman smashed into the void, falling on the sailboat, causing continuous roaring sounds. Meanwhile, the 108 Xuanming soldiers had been collected into the Dudian Xuanming strategy by Lu Qingfeng even before he made his escape. What exquisite footwork! Zhao Cheng's expression changed. Qingde frowned slightly and shouted, "Stop there, you thief!" Having aimlessly roamed the stars for 4 years was one thing, but back in the home turf of Fengyue Star, how could Qingde willingly let Lu Qingfeng escape? Upper Origin 8 Sceneries. Long sword light in the Golden Dawn realm. Zhao Cheng was the first to move. With a wave of his hand, countless talismans fell, completely enveloping Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng focused his eyes and saw innumerable bright flying swords suspended in the void, countless to the eye, at least several hundreds of thousands. Spirit Void Minor Cultivator. Where did these hundreds of thousands of flying swords come from? Lu Qingfeng laughed out loud, his eyes bursting with spirit light, immediately seeing through the illusion. With one finger, he released sword chi that shot through the air, directly hitting the core talisman. Boom! The illusion array was shattered, the Golden Dawn realm was removed. Upper Origin 8 Sceneries. Thunder roars in the Thunder realm. Qingde roared, his fingertips dancing, and another talisman array fell. Boundless primordial magnetic power permeated the void, with thunder rolling and sequential explosions of thunder. Upper Origin 8 Sceneries. Truly grand in the Four Seas realm. Linhan's sleeves fluttered wildly, and with a wave of his hand, the boundless vast Four Seas descended. Waves surged, sea creatures howled, with shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Four Seas true dragon roaming about. Upper Origin 8 Sceneries. Lotus grows in the true fire realm. Motion clasped his hands together, forming a blooming lotus gesture. Infinite talismans bred, transforming into a boundless fire domain. Within the fire domain, flames bloomed like fire lotuses. For a moment, thunder echoed. The Four Seas surged. True fire faced head-on. Lu Qingfeng was deep within them, as if facing the ferocity of heaven and earth directly. Using talismans to establish arrays. It truly deserves to be an immortal sect founded on talismanic skills. Seeing the 4 talisman arrays, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but admire. Even with his experience, he marveled at the refinement of these 4 arrays. Although these 4 were only at the heart movement stage, if placed in a common earth realm, they could even dominate over those in Spirit Void Fusion. At least. Within the Xuanyuan sect, neither Feng Bai nor Yan Pingshu could ever possess such power. It's a pity they met me. Lu Qingfeng smiled lightly, his spirit eye sweeping through, discerning all illusions. His footsteps moved quickly, like the thunder god, like a true immortal of the Four Seas, like the true fire monarch, disregarding the thunder, treading the Four Seas, skimming past the fire domain, and in a blink, he was out of the illusion array. How is it possible? Zhao Cheng, Qingde, Linhan, and Mo Shun were shocked. Together, the 4 had set up the highest heritage of the Upper Origin Palace. Upper Origin 8 Sceneries talismanic skill of the 4 sceneries and realms, which could trap even a common Void Core real person for a while. Previously unaware of this youth, although the battle had concealed his true cultivation from view, there was definitely no Jiran Qi mechanism. How could he possess such divine skills? Thank you, 4 fellow Daoists, for the escort. I take my leave. Considering that the 4 had brought him out of Garbage Star, Lu Qingfeng did not hold them accountable. His body transformed into millions of sword lights, streaking through the void and disappearing. At this time, from Upper Origin Palace, several tunneling lights flew in, landing in front of Zhao Cheng and the others. But unfortunately, Lu Qingfeng was already gone without a trace. Upper Origin 8 Sceneries talismanic skill. On Nameless Hill, Lu Qingfeng casually set up 2 bands. recalling the talisman technique displayed by the 4 cultivators of the Upper Origin Palace earlier. This talisman technique, called Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Talismanic Skill, completely overturned Lu Qingfeng's view of talismans. Refining talismans and setting up arrays, instantly forming arrays, although they cannot last long, they are faster and more powerful than array devices, and excel in simplicity of refining arrays. No need to be proficient in artifact refining, as talismans can be scattered and the array is immediately established. The secret transmission of Upper Origin Palace was even more refined. Setting up the Great Array, if it were not for Lu Qingfeng having the Cloud Pinnacle Step and Daluo Cave Temple with him, he might also have been stopped and unable to escape, and even buried within layers of illusions. Talismanic skill, Lu Qingfeng pondered, then shook his head. First, I'll clarify the details of the 3 sects and Fengyue Star, and incidentally command all Yin soldiers' ghost generals to return to their positions before facing the Upper Origin Palace. With that thought, he got up and left the barren mountain. In the following time, on one hand, he exterminated demons, gathered divine souls into the Duqian Xuanming strategy, cultivating Daoist soldiers. On the other hand, he investigated the details of the 3 sects, pondering how to acquire magic gates. In reality, 2 clouds faster than lightning streaked across the sky, plunging into the mountains. Before long, iron-feathered flying eagles and cranes leaped out of the mountains, with Lu Qingfeng and Lu Qingyu standing prominently on them. The area ahead is the Xuanyuan Water Realm. The mist banner is indeed impressive. Lu Qingyu was somewhat excited. Although he had learned about the effects of the mist banner from his elder brother long ago, witnessing it firsthand truly revealed its formidable power. Lu Qingfeng, standing beside him, casually took out 5 spirit stones and threw them into the mist banner, then turned to Lu Qingyu and said, "If we let the mist banner recover on its own, it would take 10 years. By directly infusing spirit stones, it can be used again in about 3 months. A few spirit stones, don't be reluctant to use them." "I understand, elder brother." Lu Qingyu also took out 5 spirit stones from his storage bag and threw them into the mist banner, played with the mist banner for a while, and then put it away. This return journey saved Lu Qingfeng and Lu Qingyu almost half a month of hard travel, but it consumed 10 spirit stones each time. If it weren't for Lu Qingfeng's superior skills in alchemy and artifact refining, it would truly be unaffordable. The iron fire ants have just hatched. It will take several more years to produce refining crystals. Let's wait for now. Once the time comes, we will take down the Illusion Wave C in one go. With both major industries in hand, coupled with the continuous output of heavenly silver from Upper Sun Country, it will be enough to support cultivation. Even rituals and promotion of the Duqian Xuanming strategy will be more than sufficient. Lu Qingfeng had a plan in mind, neither rushed nor slow. However, there was one matter that was urgent. "No wonder the ancient master regards you so highly. Qingfeng, improving elixir recipes is something that even 5th order and 6th order alchemists might not be able to accomplish. I originally thought that although you are a genius, you were not good at managing resources, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Now it seems I was short-sighted." Feng Ping was in a great mood, looking at Lu Qingfeng. He couldn't stop praising. "Elder Feng is overpraising." Lu Qingfeng humbly responded, "It has been a year since coming out of the Xuanyin Cave. A year ago, Lu Qingfeng got in touch with Feng Ping through Yanping Shu, and they had a pleasant cooperation. 6 months ago, besides simply collecting materials through Feng Ping, Lu Qingfeng also shared the business of the Yellow Dragon Pills with Feng Ping. He exchanged Yellow Dragon Pills for a large amount of herbal materials to support the alchemists and alchemy apprentices of Feiyun Island in their craft. Feng Ping, through the low-cost Yellow Dragon Pills, earned a substantial margin. Not only did he increase his own wealth, but the elixir business in his 23 markets also improved. And for the past 6 months, Lu Qingfeng provided Golden Marrow Pills, Qi Movement Powder, and Qi Union Pills in succession, the former's efficacy comparable to advanced elixir, and the latter too comparable to top-level elixirs. All were wholesaled to Feng Ping at a price 20% below market rate, directly revitalizing Feng Ping's elixir industry. Before that, Because the combined pill haul was declining, internal supply of elixirs was barely sufficient. How could there be surplus to sell externally at Luojian Hall? Elixir resources were always scarce in Feng Ping's hands, especially those of ordinary elixirs that were not of any specific grade. To report error o arsens, se ii sit the original poenstat on em plus tar ynr. After all, in the entire cultivation world, fetal breathing realm and true chi realm cultivators form the foundation, being the most numerous. These ordinary elixirs targeted at postnatal cultivators naturally have the greatest demand. Ordinary elixirs that could improve cultivation levels were especially in high demand. Having Feiyun Island's supply of elixirs for the past half year, Feng Ping's performance evaluation this year could even improve by several points, surpassing other elders of similar status within Luojian Hall. How could he not be happy? These days, he was all smiles when meeting people. Seeing Lu Qingfeng, he was even more cordially close. Feng Ping was no fool. The elixirs Lu Qingfeng provided were all low-priced, definitely modified, with reduced material costs. The medicinal materials and red fire coal from Feiyun Island, among others, were all purchased from other places, so the cost could be somewhat estimated. As for the elixir recipes, Feng Ping had no particular thoughts. As long as he held on to Lu Qingfeng, it was like holding on to a money tree. Why bother creating unnecessary complications? You're still being modest. Feng Ping looked at Lu Qingfeng with a smile, not saying much, directly asking, "There's no visit without a reason. Do you have any matters you need this old man's help with today?" Elder Feng's words truly make me feel ashamed. Lu Qingfeng apologized repeatedly. That's enough. Who doesn't know that you, the newly appointed true inheritor of the combined pill hall, are obsessed with alchemy and rarely leave Feiyun Island? It's rare for you to visit Juyun Mountain Range this time. It's already thoughtful of you to come pass by here. If there's anything, just say it. Feng Ping waved his hand, not minding. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng smiled and then passed a few pages of golden books, saying, "I have some items here, and I need Elder Feng's help to collect them. Spirit stones are not an issue. I naturally trust your character." Feng Ping took the golden books and started browsing through them. However, as he continued, his brows furrowed from initially slight to deeply knitted. Lu Qingfeng, seeing this, felt a bad premonition. Looking at Feng Ping. After carefully reviewing the first page of the golden books and then casually flipping through the next 2 pages, he looked up at Lu Qingfeng with a frown and asked, "Are you planning to refine goo?" "Just a hobby." Lu Qingfeng chuckled. Upon returning to Xuanyuan's sect, he sought Feng Ping right away. With a major battle impending between Xuanyuan's sect and Whitebone Demon sect, Lu Qingfeng must gather all the materials and resources needed to refine the golden silkworm goo beforehand, lest the war interferes and delays the best timing for Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu to change their destiny against the heavens. After all, time waits for no one. Lu Qingfeng was already 37 years old, Lu Qingshan was 35, and Lu Qingyu was 33. Once the golden silkworm changed their fate, their lives would be halved. Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu, still being in the true Qi realm, would then only have 50 years left. Before the age of 50, they needed to reach the foundation establishment. Any delay added more risks. Lu Qingfeng did not dare to delay. Seeing Feng Ping's expression, "Does Elder Feng have any difficulties? Please tell me." Lu Qingfeng said directly. Feng Ping, holding the 3 pages of golden books, did not respond immediately, but advised instead, "Our Xuanyuan sect has orthodox methods, an array of skills. Why must you delve into these crooked, evil techniques? Refining goo and poisons are always disdained by the righteous sects." When Lu Qingfeng first interacted with Feng Ping, he did not directly reveal these materials, fearing it would leave a bad impression. Only feeling that their connection had improved did he present them. Because of this reason. But Feng Ping's aversion to goo refining and poison making seemed deeper than Lu Qingfeng had anticipated. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 260, The Initial Formation of the Climate. Zhao Yang, as the elder in charge of Illusion Wave C in the Feather Immortal Pavilion, came for the handover. Once finished, he departed immediately with the cultivators from the Feather Immortal Pavilion within the Illusion Wave C. Like getting rid of a hot potato, he didn't look back and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The war has yet to begin, yet a power like Feather Immortal Pavilion is already laying out their strategy and mitigating losses. Indeed, those involved in commerce are the most astute. Lu Qingfeng watched Zhao Yang and the others from the Feather Immortal Pavilion leave, a smile revealing itself on the face hidden beneath the black robe. Taking advantage of the impending battle between Xuanyuan sect and Whitebone Demon sect, and subtly leveraging the Whitebone Demon sect's influence, acquiring Illusion Wave C was far easier than Lu Qingfeng had imagined. 1,800 spirit stones. He outright bought the exclusive ownership of Illusion Wave C, or more precisely the 500-mile radius area where the blue gold tree stood. This included the body of water, the blue gold tree itself. All belonged to Lu Qingfeng. Of course. In the eyes of the Feather Immortal Pavilion, the transaction was not with Xuanyuan sect's combined pill hall true inheritor Lu Qingfeng, but with a practitioner of the demon Dao known as Fiery Fire Wanderer. One who cultivates demon techniques belonging to the demon Dao. A single blue gold tree produces 365 drops of alcohol liquid every 200 years, equivalent to a pot that Feather Immortal Pavilion sells. There are more than 3,000 blue gold trees in Illusion Wave C, bringing Feather Immortal Pavilion an income of about 5,000 spirit stones every 200 years. On average, less than 30 spirit stones per year. 1,800 spirit stones would essentially buy the rights for 60 years' worth of profits. In these tumultuous times, with an uncertain situation, and even with the belief that Whitebone Demon Sect stands with me, this price might have been pressed even lower. But there's no need. For Feather Immortal Pavilion, being able to quickly dispose of the Illusion Wave C, regardless of the number of spirit stones, is a windfall. Lu Qingfeng was very clear about this, and it suited him just fine. Watching the Feather Immortal Pavilion cultivators leave, Lu Qingfeng sensed other cultivators hiding nearby, seemingly observing. He sneered and descended directly, starting to reposition the existing array laid down by the Feather Immortal Pavilion. Stop Foundation Establishment cultivators? Be alert against Spirit Void practitioners? Far from enough. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. The Xuanyuan realm, White Bone realm, and the neighboring demon clan-controlled Heavenly Travel realm had many Jiedan true men, not to mention Spirit Void practitioners. The extensive and wealthy Feather Immortal Pavilion could fend off these Spirit Void practitioners. These Spirit Void practitioners were also wary of Feather Immortal Pavilion and did not dare to be too presumptuous. Even if they infiltrated, a few dozen or a few hundred drops of alcohol liquid wouldn't cause much pain to the Feather Immortal Pavilion, who had yet to realize the true effectiveness of the alcohol liquid. But Lu Qingfeng was alone, and it was inevitable that some Spirit Void practitioners would underestimate him, sneak in, or even bluntly storm in. Lu Qingfeng wasn't afraid of anything else, but he feared these thieves might carelessly ruin the blue gold trees. Each blue gold tree was a cash cow that Lu Qingfeng couldn't afford to lose. With his prowess in arrays, he could set up an array that ordinary Spirit Void practitioners couldn't penetrate. As for the powerful Spirit Void practitioners, he would personally deal with them. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, an entire half a month, Lu Qingfeng laid down a net-like array across the 500-mile territory, forming a solid protection around the blue gold trees, leaving no blind spots. Then he would gradually add on, layer by layer, hiding within it, making even Jiedan true men unable to break in. But for now, partly due to the lack of materials and partly because Lu Qingfeng's cultivation was somewhat weak, he couldn't yet achieve this. Half a month later, Lu Qingfeng landed on an island above the Blue Gold Tree Canyon. There were many islands in the 500-mile radius covered by the array, which used to be under the direct control of the Feather Immortal Pavilion, but now became Lu Qingfeng's private property. Beyond these 500 miles, there was the wider Illusion Wave C, distributed among numerous loose cultivators and minor sects, Even the Feather Immortal Pavilion dared not drive them away for fear of angering the masses. Lu Qingfeng only wanted the blue gold trees and had no intention of getting involved with the others. Years of accumulation. Today, I've spent it all. Lu Qingfeng shook his sleeves, summoning a breeze that whirled around him. After purchasing Illusion Wave C and setting up the formation, his resources were nearly exhausted. The spirit stones Lu Qingfeng had were mostly from his time in the 100 Herbs Garden. Afterwards, from refining pills and artifacts, he had also slowly accumulated some. However, through Feng Ping's efforts in gathering various materials, there was significant consumption. He had less than 2,000 spirit stones. This time, he first bought the materials for the refining array and then paid 1,800 spirit stones. Now, Lu Qingfeng had less than 50 spirit stones left on him, a historic low. The refining crystal has yet to yield a profit. However, with the alcohol liquid, he could start to prepare Mingqing spirit water and turn to making money. But before that, Lu Qingfeng flipped his hand and an iron voucher appeared on his palm. First, let's take a turn in the Whitebone realm. Yunyan Mountain. Expansive and boundless for thousands of miles, the clouds and mist seem endless. The Whitebone Demon Sect was situated in its midst. On this day, atop the Great Hall of the Demon Sect, the Sectmaster Huan Yu, true man of the Whitebone Demon Sect, Soul-Searching and Suo Xin, the two Heavenly Kings, and Yun Che, Han Ji, Yuju Xiao, Thung Boping, the four guardians, were all present. The highest echelon gathered. Thung Boping had an enchanting appearance, his body at times solid and at times ethereal. Dressed in a green robe, he played with a green flute in his hands and stepped forward, speaking. In the past 3 months, a dozen of sects big and small, including Heavenly Fire Sect, Shi Yun Sect, and Golden Embryo Palace, have been attacked. Everyone from top to bottom has been slaughtered in most cases. In addition, numerous notorious loose cultivators have fallen victim to the attacks as well. The assailant is ruthless and resolute, wielding unparalleled thunder skill with an unknown origin and background. Who else could it be at this critical juncture, if not from the south? Yueju Xiao, with a face full of imposing aura and arrogant brows, scoffed disdainfully. They profess to be of the righteous sect, yet they revel in skullduggery. Such has always been the way of Xuanyuan sect. In nearly 3 months, there were repeated assaults within the Whitebone Demon Sect territory, causing heavy casualties. Taking place at such a sensitive time, suspicion naturally fell on the Xuanyuan sect the most. Does a single person think they can disrupt the footing of my Whitebone Demon Sect? In Yunche's view, it's probably the Dongfang Heavenly Travel Mountain stirring things up. These feathered creatures are not any better. Yunche looked like a young man, but was exceptionally mature, squinting his eyes with a hint of cold light. The people above the hall discussed. True man Huan, you looked towards Soul-Searching and Suo Xin, the two heavenly kings who had not yet spoken, and asked, what do both junior brothers think? The Soul-Searching Heavenly King remained silent. Suo Xin, the Heavenly King, gave a sly smile and said, whether it's Xuanyuan Sect or Heavenly Travel Mountain, or neither, our sect is bound to deal with Xuanyuan Sect anyway. We just need to wait for Xuanyuan Sect's influence to wane. Then, like grass on the wall, Heavenly Travel Mountain will not miss this opportunity. By joining forces to eliminate Xuanyuan Sect, with our Whitebone Demon Sect leading, the benefits are endless. Why think so much? Suoshin Heavenly King is right. Hanji, robust, with a huge white hammer in his hand, said in a deep voice, just wait for the Sect Master's command. Watch how I smash Xuanyuan Sect to the point where they can't find their bearings. Ha ha! Guardian Hanji's words are exactly what I wanted to hear. True Man Huan, you laughed heartily, waved his hand grandly, and proclaimed loudly, to the north of Xuanyuan Sect, there is a fire spirit shell field which is extremely rare. The output of fire spirit shell pearls is in high demand, and it greatly benefits our cultivation of fire attribute demon techniques. If Guardian Hanji's White Bone 6 Yang Hammer can devour enough fire spirit shell pearls, reaching the 6th rank is definitely not impossible. It would trouble Guardian Hanji to take the lead and command the disciples of No Life Hall to attack the fire spirit shell field. I wonder what Guardian Hanji thinks. Upon hearing this, Hanji slammed his hammer to the ground and promised true man Huan Yu with a fist salute, "I will certainly not disgrace your command." There's no need for such a rush. This battle is merely a probe into the reality of Xuanyuan's sect. It would be best if we can take the Fire Spirit shell field, but do not force it if we cannot, to avoid spoiling the plan. True man Huan Yu instructed. Sectmaster, rest assured, I will definitely take down the Fire Spirit shell field, making a good start. Hanji grabbed his hammer, his face filled with confidence. Illusion Wave C, Fiery Fire Island. Magic Artifact, Dudian 4th rank, Dudian Ghost General 18-8 Nu. On the island named Fiery Fire Island, Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in his cave, a floating iron voucher in front of him emitting a roaring sound, with the aura of Dutian overflowing, wrapping the iron voucher. It was indeed the Dutian Xuanming strategy. This was refined by Lu Qingfeng during his return to Juyan Mountain Range in the gaps of cultivating iron fire ants, initially only at 4th rank. Over the years, Lu Qingfeng in Juyan Mountain Range, and during his time in Xuanyuan Water Realm, as well as initially in Upper Sun Country and Crying Swamp, the spider puppets he refined never ceased their work. Nearly 100 spider puppets rampaged through Crying Swamp, vigorously mining countless materials, which were then transported to a storage location by giant turtle puppets. These materials, mostly for refining level 1 to 6 puppets, could refine talisman and 2nd rank magic artifacts. For the current level of Lu Qingfeng, he rarely needed to use them, but the quantity was immense. Feeding the mountainous low-grade materials excavated by spider puppets in Crying Swamp into the Dutian Xuanming strategy, the Dutian creation pool worked at full capacity, pushing the artifact's body towards 5th rank. After several months, brought to you by the folks at MVL, the quantity triggered a change in quality, and the breakthrough moment had arrived. Roaring thunder. Dutian Xuanming strategy thundered in the air, trembling continuously. The Dutian creation pool within, like a massive heavenly mill, kept grinding down thousands of low-grade materials, transforming them into the aura of Dutian. Lu Qingfeng clenched his hands into seal techniques, casting talismans one after another, accelerating the formation of Earth Evil Restriction within the Dutian Xuanming strategy. Time passed. Roughly after half an hour, various materials within the Dutian creation pool, even including spirit stones, had been mostly ground down. The 37th Earth Evil Restriction within the Dutian Xuanming strategy finally began to solidify. Boom! Like heaven and earth being split open, the 37th Earth Evil Restriction solidified. As the restriction formed, the Dutian Xuanming strategy underwent earth-shaking changes, with its aura growing increasingly powerful. Roar, roar, roar. The roaring echoed, the interior space kept expanding. The Dutian creation pool expanded rapidly, instantly grinding the remaining unrefined materials and spirit stones, producing surges of Dutian aura. The Dutian Xuanming strategy gradually calmed down, landing in Lu Qing's hand. It's done. Lu Qingfeng's face revealed delight. He hurriedly inspected the 5th order attribute. Magic artifact, grade 5th rank. Dutian Ghost General. Ha! 5th rank complete. My path is established. Lu Qingfeng's expression was ecstatic. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. A 5th order magical artifact in Xuanyuan Realm, Whitebone Realm, Heavenly Travel Realm, all counted as treasures. Only core formation true men could possess one, and even some true men might not necessarily have a 5th order magic artifact. The difference in strength with or without a 5th order magical artifact is huge. Whether to suppress or to be suppressed lies therein. The Dutian Xuanming strategy differed from regular 5th order magical artifacts. It was a magical artifact used for raising Daoist soldiers. It had no significant power on its own, but once it raised Daoist soldiers on a large scale. By then, whether gathering the power of Daoist soldiers into oneself or releasing Daoist soldiers to set up battle formations, one could possess strength comparable to true men of core formation. From now on, with the Dutian Xuanming strategy, even among the ranks of the core formation true men in the 3 realms, Lu Qingfeng could be considered a prominent figure. Starting from Blackwood Village after more than 20 years of cultivation, only today, truly no longer fraught with daily uncertainties, can he be called, the climate is initially created. How could he not be wildly ecstatic? Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 61, Mingqing Spirit Water. Vote for monthly tickets. Muttering verses from the Yellow Court scripture, Lu Qingfeng calmed his mind. Only then did he continue to inspect the Dutian Xuanming strategy. The Fifth Order Dutian Xuanming strategy. Dushan Ghost Generals at the Spirit Void level. Xuanming Yin Soldiers at the Foundation Establishment level. The original Ghost Generals and Yin Soldiers lacked sufficient power. All had their ranks stripped away, requiring reselection and nurturing. Lu Qingfeng was already well aware of this and had even made preparations. Yet he still wore a smile of delight on his face. Gripping the Dutian Xuanming strategy, he probed into its internal space. He saw nearly 3,000 Yin souls cultivating in seated meditation, with hundreds reaching the level of Foundation Establishment. Manifesting a body with his thoughts, Lu Qingfeng descended into the space. Upon seeing him, the Yin souls immediately approached. "Greetings, Daoist!" Without many words, Lu Qingfeng swept his sleeve, and over 300 Foundation Establishment souls spun in midair, armor materializing on their bodies, and the character Bing flashing between their brows. "Xuanming Yin soldiers, take your place." The space trembled. "To arms!" 365 Xuanming Yin soldiers roared in unison, swiftly taking their positions. Dutian energy swept through, cascading down from the heavens, converging from all directions and enveloping the Xuanming Yin soldiers during their cries. The power of the Yin soldiers surged. Foundation Establishment Qi Introduction. Foundation Establishment Condensing Liquid. Foundation Establishment Nourishing Yuan. Foundation Establishment and Body Tempering. In an instant, body tempering reached perfection, achieving the peak of Foundation Establishment. The force emitted was formidable, causing waves that demanded respect. The Yin soldiers were established. Without pausing, Lu Qingfeng pointed, and out of the 3,000 Yin souls, 36 divine souls fell before him, with Dutian general armor condensing on their bodies and the character Jam flashing between their brows. "Dutian ghost generals, take your place." The space shook again. 36 Dutian ghost generals swiftly took their positions. Dutian energy surged. The power of the ghost generals surged. Spirit void grain avoidance. Spirit void heart movement. Spirit void divine silence. Spirit void fusion. In a moment, fusion reached perfection, achieving the peak of spirit void. The force emitted was mighty, causing waves that made one's breathing hasten. After the advancement of the Dutian Xuanming strategy, its internal space was still filled with copious amounts of Dutian energy. As the Yin soldiers and ghost generals took their rightful places and ascended in power, the Dutian energy became scarcer, and the Dutian creation pool, which originally had an abundance like a pool of water, was now nearly depleted. Spider Puppets mined for nearly 10 years, looting the White Bone Realm for 3 months, amassing countless resources. Today, nearly squandered in one go. 36 Spirit Void Ghost Generals. 365 Foundation Establishment Ghost Soldiers. There are still vacancies for Xuanming Yin soldiers. However, training within the Dutian Xuanming strategy, advancing from the true Qi realm to Foundation Establishment is not hard. In a matter of months at most, the remaining Yin souls can be completed. It's just that, unlike the so-called infinite supply of discarded magic artifacts on Garbage Star, one could not know how long it would take for the Dutian Xuanming strategy to advance to the Sixth Order. Lu Qingfeng's thoughts stirred, and he ordered the Yin soldiers and ghost generals to practice their cultivation techniques. Battle formations were drilled, ensuring no mishap for the future. Then he immediately departed from the magic artifact space. Fifth Order. Only need to complete the Yin soldiers, then the vast world is mine to travel. Clutching the Dutian Ming strategy, a heroic spirit suddenly rose in Lu Qingfeng's heart. 22 to 23 years of cultivation in the real world, with the aid of magic artifacts and Daoist soldiers, Lu Qingfeng finally carved out a place for himself and was no longer an ant at the mercy of others. After the joy, he felt a sudden surge of emotion. The speed of the formation of the Dutian Xuanming strategy was something Lu Qingfeng was used to in the game. However, the rapid ascension to Fifth Order in reality, which tremendously boosted his power, still left him feeling somewhat surreal. 6 months prior, Lu Qingfeng took Qingyu back to the Juyan mountain range to cultivate iron fire ants while refining the Dutian Xuanming strategy. A half-month later, the Dutian Xuanming strategy was refined, reaching Fourth Order. Lu Qingfeng transferred materials accumulated in the Crying Swamp into the Dutian Creation Pool and stayed in the Juyun mountain range for 2 more months before returning to the Xuanyuan realm with Qingyu. Then they arrived at the Illusion Wave Sea, assuming the identity of the Fiery Fire Wanderer and securing the Illusion Wave Sea for over 3 months. During that time, he first laid down arrays in the Illusion Wave Sea. Then he entered the White Bone Realm, targeting demon sects and demon cultivators who were steeped in sin. Although Lu Qingfeng's cultivation was only at Foundation Establishment Qi Introduction, he practiced the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra with profound thunder skills at his disposal. Equipped with the great divine power Little Thousand Thunder Prison, he could even contend with Spirit Void practitioners. Within the Foundation Establishment stage, he was invincible. This was the power Lu Qingfeng openly revealed to the world. In secret, with the Fourth Order Dutian Xuanming strategy, Daoist soldiers augmented Zhu Rong, Demon God, wielding 12 Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banners, and Zhu Mang, Demon God, assisting. He could easily slay ordinary Spirit Void Demon cultivators. Acting in such a manner, in just 3 short months, Lu Qingfeng slaughtered dozens of Spirit Void practitioners, hundreds of Foundation Establishment cultivators, and thousands of true Qi Realm demon cultivators. Once various demon sects became wary, Lu Qingfeng ceased his rampage and returned to the Illusion Wave Sea. Within the Dutian Xuanming strategy, the Ghost Generals and Yin soldiers had matured. Gold rules. Truly, it is the path to power. Clenching the Dutian Xuanming strategy, Lu Qingfeng's spirit surged. This magic artifact had been refined in just half a year, devouring enormous resources, including all of those plundered from the White Bone realm, all poured into it. But once one possesses the power of a Fifth Order, with Ghost Generals and Yin soldiers in place, it even gives him the strength to counterattack a core formation true man. To report errors, please visit the original post on Yimmer. Looking across the Xuanyuan realm, White Bone realm, and Heavenly Travel realm, even the Xuanyuan sect, White Bone Demon sect, and Heavenly Travel Mountain would not easily provoke a loose cultivator true man. Otherwise, if they fail to kill him outright, they'll only stir up a hornet's nest. Free from the shackles of any sect, a loose cultivators. True man is not an easy target. In a situation where his cultivation cannot be swiftly advanced, even if it meant burning through a multitude of resources, Lu Qingfeng would willingly acquire such power. It would be hard to find a cultivator under heaven who would not desire it. The Xuanyuan sect's Luozhen Hall route is a dead end. But there are many trading houses in the world, and even demon sects and demon gates. Lu Qingfeng hadn't forgotten his original intention. He could have slowly collected resources and gradually obtained Yin souls and selected Daoist soldiers. The reason for his aggressive approach now was simply to gather resources for the refining of the golden silkworm goo. Only with sufficient power could he gather these resources the fastest. And the fastest way to improve his power, other than using the harmful and unreasonable methods of the Demon Dao, was the Dutian Xuanming strategy. Several months have passed, fellow Daoist, and your elegance remains unchanged. Zhao Yang, old but vigorous, saw the Fiery Fire Wanderer again, wearing a brilliant smile on his face. Mingqing Spirit Water. Using this water to cleanse the eyes, cultivators who have not studied Spirit Eye or Dharma Eye techniques can create Mingqing Spirit Eyes, which can see the smallest details and gain an advantage in combat by moving first. If a cultivator has practiced Spirit Eye or Dharma Eye techniques, a portion of Mingqing Spirit Water can directly enhance their power by 20%. With long-term use, it can increase up to 70 or 80%. Lu Qingfeng was a man of few words, not engaging in pleasantries with Zhao Yang, but instead tossed over a jade bottle, speaking indifferently. Is it truly so miraculous? Zhao Yang had been considering which property of the Feather Immortal Pavilion the fiery fire wanderer had taken an interest in this time, or if he regretted the purchase of the Illusion Wave C. But with such a marvelous item tossed out, he was momentarily astonished. Fellow Daoist is welcome to test it. A vial of Mingqing spirit water for 100 spirit stones. If it proves as I claim it to be, we can settle the trade later. Lu Qingfeng's voice was deep, his presence shrouded in his black robe, obscuring his true face. 100 spirit stones. If it truly can create spirit eyes or even enhance the power of spirit eyes and dharma eyes by 20%, not to mention 100 spirit stones, even 200 or 300 would make cultivators clamor for it. Waves of emotion stirred in Zhao Yang's heart, though his face did not show it. He called towards the outer room. Yang Qi, elder, senior. A middle-aged man came striding over. He was one of Zhao Yang's capable deacons, named Yang Qi. I remember you've cultivated the 1,000 changes and 10,000 illusions spirit eye, haven't you? Zhao Yang asked directly. Yes. Yang Qi nodded. It was an illusion technique that used a secret method to cultivate the eyes. One look could invoke thousands of changes and illusions. Against cultivators with low cultivation or weak mentality, all would be deceived by this technique. Of course, this technique had limited power. It was very effective against low-level postnatal cultivators, but had only a slight impact on foundation establishment cultivators like himself when in combat, giving him a slight advantage, yet it was not an invincible divine skill. Good. Here is Mingqing Spirit Water. Use it to cleanse your eyes, and let's see the effects. Zhao Yang handed over the Mingqing Spirit Water to Yang Qi. Yang caught it, his peripheral vision glanced at the black-robed man, but he didn't dare to delay and immediately applied it. Zhao Yang watched Yang Qi closely and also kept an eye on the fiery fire wanderer. Lu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, silent and uninvolved. After Yang Qi finished applying the water, Zhao Yang eagerly asked, "How is it?" Yang Qi blinked his eyes. His true yuan circulated, activating 1,000 changes and 10,000 illusions spirit eye. And after a brief realization, he showed ecstatic excitement, telling Zhao Yang, "Elder, my 1,000 changes and 10,000 illusions spirit eye have greatly improved. Conservatively speaking, the power has increased by at least 10%. This spirit eye technique was an accidental gain for him and not easy to practice. After reaching the entry level, there was little progress. Now, with a sudden 10% power increase, even in battles against peers, its distracting power should not be underestimated. It could likely be the key to securing victory. 10%. Zhao Yang turned his head to look at the fiery fire wanderer. Lu Qingfeng's voice was robust, without fluctuations. At the start, it's over 10%. With diligent practice in the following days, it can be enhanced to 20% or even more. 1,000 Cranes Lake. Feather Immortal Pavilion. Ling Yi, the true man, held a jade bottle, his face reflecting contemplation. Beside him, Ming Chaozi frowned. The fiery fire wanderer has just taken over Illusion Wave C, and now he's released Mingqing's spirit water. Could the two be related? I felt beforehand that there was something fishy about him spending 1,800 spirit stones to buy the Illusion Wave C. If it's because there are materials for refining Mingqing spirit water in the Illusion Wave C, or it's really about the blue gold tree and blue gold pure liquid, then everything makes sense. Upon the release of Mingqing spirit water, Ming Chaozi felt his earlier speculation was not off. However, I don't think so. Zhao Yang shook his head. This man has only bought the Illusion Wave C for just over 3 months, and he's on his own. If Mingqing's spirit water is truly related to the Illusion Wave C, how could he be so casual in taking it out? With his power alone, could he withstand it if my Feather Immortal Pavilion turned hostile? It's just been over 3 months since he's taken over the Illusion Wave C. Do you think he could hold it? It's probably just a coincidence. He bought the Illusion Wave C, found himself in a financial crunch, and needed goo refining and poison-making materials, so he came to our pavilion. The market for Mingqing spirit water is huge, and before figuring out the method to configure it, I disagree with any kind of probing and suspicion. Are you suggesting that I'm making unfounded suspicions for no reason? Ming Chaozi's eyebrows tightened at Zhao Yang's words. A trace of displeasure arose in his heart. Zhao Yang saluted with his fist to Ming Chaozi and said, Daoist brother speaks too seriously. I have no such intention. But once he spoke, his face remained expressionless. He was the main advocate for disposing of the illusion wave C, although there was the support of Ling Yi, the true man. But according to Ming Chaozi's words, wasn't it accusing him of trading a sesame seed for a watermelon? How could Zhao Yang agree? For a moment, the two elders at Feather Immortal Pavilion seemed to have a subtle confrontation. With such an effect from Mingqing Spirit Water, how could the Northern Annihilation Divine Sect sit idly by? If it is really related to the illusion wave C, possessing it would be a disaster. Ling Yi, the true man holding the Mingqing Spirit Water, finally spoke. First, let some experienced alchemists in the pavilion attempt to parse the Mingqing Spirit Water to see if it contains components of blue gold pure liquid or blue gold tree. Elder Zhao continues to interface with the Fiery Fire Wanderer and secure the source of Mingqing Spirit Water. Set the price, as he declared, 100 spirit stones for a portion of Mingqing Spirit Water, 80% in spirit stones, the remaining 20% in various goo refining and poison-making materials at a discounted value. With Annihilation Divine Sect lurking, this trade won't last long. Don't overexert yourself. Yes, Zhao Yang immediately responded. Ming Chaozi's brows hinted at barely contained fury, but in the end, he composed himself. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 263, Undefeated in Combat Rule. Fire Spirit Shell Field. This is. Black light flickered, and the no-life Hallmaster saw in the blink of an eye the mana of the Fiery Fire Wanderer's summoned flame demon god surged explosively. It had already reached the core formation level in an instant. He focused his gaze for a moment. From the launching of the Black Dog Nail to the flame demon god striking the sky, it all sounds like a long story. But in reality, it happened in just a blink. Whoosh! The Black Dog Nail streaked across the sky, its speed extremely fast. The Zhurong demon god had just landed with surging mana when the black light descended upon it. Roar! The demon god roared up to the sky, fiercely striking out with a palm towards the black light. Carrying rolling murderous winds, it slammed hard onto the Black Dog Nail. Ding, ding, ding! The sparks of blood-colored fire, caused by the burst of black light off the Black Dog Nail, tried to invade through the gaps in the demon god's palm, corrupting and emitting a crisp sound like striking metal and stone. But around the body of Zhurong demon god, a burst of fierce fire rose, the blazing flames unquenchable, burning away the blood-colored sparks. The collision was only in an instant. The next moment, the Black Dog Nail flew back inverted. As for the Zhurong demon god, its demonic body was unscathed. This is a thought-born demon from amongst the all-heavens demon gods, a demon among demons. Its body's strength? How could it possibly be damaged by the trivial Black Dog Nail? With the Dutian Fierce Fire and the Zhurong Divine Flame, it can surely shatter all the filthy and evil methods in the world. Black Dog Nail! It's met its nemesis. The no-life Hallmaster reached out and seized the Black Dog Nail, noticing the dimming black light. A twitch of pain crossed the corner of his eye. In earlier years, as the Black Dog Venerate, he made his name with the magic artifact Black Dog Nail. Crafting and refining magic artifacts is never easy, and the Black Dog Nail is no exception. He had raised the Black Dog Nail to 5th Order, after who knows how much painstaking effort. This collision not only resulted in a futile return, but it also slightly damaged the artifact. Although the impact was minor, it would still require several months of refined cultivation to return to its pristine condition. It was a considerable loss. What strong demon flame! What a powerful demon body! Holding the Black Dog Nail, and then looking towards the ferocious demon god that stood across the sky, the no-life Hallmaster's black and white pupils shone briefly before he cupped his fists towards Lu Qingfeng and spoke. This old man got excited upon seeing the hunt. I acted rashly. I shall definitely visit another day to apologize for my offense. Unable to perceive Lu Qingfeng's cultivation level clearly, the no-life hall master thought it was mere bluster. Unable to contain himself, he had made a move. This attempt, however, made him recognize the prowess of this fiery fire wanderer. Just the demon god he summoned could match him blow for blow. If there were other tricks up his sleeve, even though he himself had reserves, it's truly difficult to say who would be stronger. The no-life hall master, backed by the white-bone demon sect, of course, would not fear Lu Qingfeng. Yet such a powerful figure, he also did not wish to offend without good reason. Thus, at this moment, he showed a smile, as if the strike earlier had not come from his own hands. Indeed, a person of the demon Dao, Lu Qingfeng stood firmly on the ground, with the Zhurong demon god's flames swirling around him, setting off his boundless demonic might. Looking up at the no-life hall master, his half-clear and handsome face emerged from beneath the black robe. He said lightly, "Your esteemed visit will be warmly welcome." Hearing this, the no-life hall master looked at Lu Qingfeng once more, cupped his hands, and without uttering another word, turned directly into a tunneling light and left. The direction of his departure, however, was southeast. That direction? Fire Spirit Shell Field? Lu Qingfeng watched the tunneling light disappear and looked towards the southeast, his gaze intensifying, by his side. As the Zhurong demon god holding the Dutian Xuanming strategy approached Lu Qingfeng, with each step, its aura weakened a bit until it stood before Lu Qingfeng, returning to the Foundation Establishment Qi introduction level, matching Lu Qingfeng's cultivation. Lu Qingfeng reached out to take the Dutian Xuanming strategy, and the Zhurong demon god continued forward, merging into Lu Qingfeng's body. The demon's body, capable of infinite transformation. Just now, the Zhurong demon god gathered the power of the Daoist soldiers from the Dutian Xuanming strategy, bestowing the mighty energy upon itself, directly boosting its cultivation to the void core level for a brief moment. That was another marvelous use of Daoist soldiers. Ordinary cultivators, even if they have a Daoist soldier, apart from setting up arrays against enemies, at most could only borrow true Yuan power to rise a few minor realms, leveraging power to increase the duration of combat. But Lu Qingfeng, having cultivated the yellow robe true skill, had a strong physique capable of enduring immense power. As long as the Daoist soldier was sufficient, ascending to the spirit void or void core was a breeze. The Zhurong demon god was even the body of a demon god. Gathering the power from a Daoist soldier, its potential was boundless. As just now. 36 Spirit Void Peak Realm Dutian Ghost Generals, 365 Foundation Establishment Peak Realm Xuanming Yin soldiers. Made it possible for Zhurong Demon God to rise to the Void Core realm, directly contending with the No-Life Hall Master. In the game, Lu Qingfeng once advanced to the Jiedan realm, and he was crystal clear about the realms within, so there was no scenario where he had the power without the adequate realm to utilize it. With a single move, he immediately subdued the No-Life Hall Master. But such combat really consumes too much. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, waved his hand, and dropped 500 spirit stones from the storage bag into the Duchian creation pool. With a thunderous operation, it transformed into rich Duchian energy. In the magic artifact space, the ghost generals and yin soldiers looked slightly wilted, their strength significantly drained. The original sparse Dutian energy, with the supplement of 500 spirit stones, became slightly denser. Once the Dutian energy filled the air, the ghost generals and yin soldiers rapidly refined and absorbed it, swiftly returning to their peak form. The brief skirmish just now, with the No-Life Hall Master's high cultivation, required the Zhurong demon god to contend by borrowing the power of the ghost generals and yin soldiers. The fundamental gap could only be made up by sheer force. If Lu Qingfeng himself were in the Void Core realm, summoning the Zhurong demon god without the need for Daoist soldiers, without using any artifacts, and solely relying on his mysterious cultivation technique, he could easily suppress the No-Life Hall Master. Find the translation on MV and LR. Being unrivaled in the same realm is not just an empty boast. Of course, right now, while the power was there, the intricate details were worlds apart. He could only achieve so much. With a quick estimation, including the previous accumulation of power and the last confrontation with the Black Dog Nail, it had consumed a couple of dozen spirit stones. Truly, it was expensive to engage in magical combat. Raising Daoist soldiers is enormously expensive, and now even combat consumes spirit stones. Spirit stones still need to be accumulated. The more the better. Ordinary people might feel powerless. For Lu Qingfeng, the exorbitant profits from formulating alcohol liquid with Mingqing spirit water were enough for him to make a fortune. Supporting combat with spirit stones, he was not averse to it. Thus far, there had been 2 transactions with Feather Immortal Pavilion. The first time was 40 portions of Mingqing spirit water. The second time was 80 portions. The direct payment of spirit stones amounted to 9,600, enough for Lu Qingfeng to squander for a good while. Even if he was at a temporary disadvantage in a fight against a Jadon Realman, he would not feel discouraged. The No-Life Hall Master of the White Bone Demon Sect has appeared here. The direction he's heading, Fire Spirit Shell Field. Lu Qingfeng put away the Dutian Xuanming strategy with a flip of his hand, looked towards the southeast, pondered for a moment, then disappeared in a flash from Fiery Fire Island. Lu Qingfeng vanished. Instantly, in all directions of Fiery Fire Island, trails of energy emerged. So powerful. Was that just now the No-Life Hall Master of the Whitebone Demon Sect? The Fiery Fire Wanderer was actually able to repel the No-Life Hall Master. This strength, too strong. The Fiery Fire Wanderer's strength is definitely above ordinary Void Core real persons. Since when did the 3 realms produce such a formidable figure? Could it be that from now on, the 4 Wanderers of the 3 realms have to be referred to as the 5 Wanderers? The discussions and exclamations came from all around. The Fiery Fire Wanderer's abrupt appearance, taking a central position in the Illusion Wave Sea, naturally attracted attention from all sides. Numerous cultivators gathered around Fiery Fire Island to gather intelligence. Even spies from powers like Feather Immortal Pavilion were there. Seeing the Fiery Fire Wanderer in the grand battle with the No-Life Hall Master, everyone was shocked. After Lu Qingfeng left, they dispersed, yet the news was quickly relayed back to their respective sects. The reputation of the Fiery Fire Wanderer swiftly spread far and wide. 3 mountains and 9 waters, a region crisscrossed by water bodies, of which the Biang Lake territory was especially so. With so many water bodies, countless places rich in spiritual charm, and various mysterious races have emerged. Shell fields are among them. Various types of shellfish living in waters rich with spiritual energy, passing down from one generation to the next, over time nurture pearls within that are far from ordinary, containing pure spiritual energy, and to a certain extent, even comparable to spirit stones. The uses of various spiritual pearls are equivalent to spirit stones, aiding in cultivation. Whatever spirit stones can do, spiritual pearls are no worse. Therefore, where there are spiritual shellfish that produce spiritual pearls, shell fields are tantamount to spirit stone veins. Compared to natural spirit stone veins, which are hard to control, spiritual pearls and spiritual shellfish can be artificially cultivated. Apart from the natural shell fields in the 3 mountains and 9 waters, there have also been several immortal sects and great sects that created postnatal shell fields out of nothing. To the north of the Xuanyuan realm, belonging to the Xuanyuan sect, the Fire Spirit Shell Field is one such natural shell field. Though it is in a water area, it is of fire attribute. Fire Spirit shells contain Fire Spirit Shell pearls, which greatly benefit cultivators practicing fire attribute cultivation techniques and spells. They are much more sought after than ordinary spirit stones and spiritual pearls. Hence, the importance of the Fire Spirit Shell Field to the Xuanyuan sect goes without saying. On this day, outside the Fire Spirit Shell Field, the No-Life Hall Master hurried over, crossing the Black Banner Array, and arrived before Hanji. "How is it?" Hanji, holding a large white hammer, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit, looked up at the No-Life Hall Master and asked, "The strength of the Fiery Fire Wanderer is no less than mine. He is only indifferent to the conflict between the 2 sects, striving to stay disengaged." The No-Life Hall Master shook his head. "No less than Hall Master Cha Shan?" Hanji's fighting spirit stalled for a moment, with a hint of surprise. The No-Life Hall Master, known as the Black Dog Venerate, may not have a pleasant title, but relying on the Whitebone Demon Sect magic door, along with his secret Black Dog nail attacks, he is extremely difficult to deal with in the Void Core realm. Even when encountering a solid pill real person, with the black dog nail, they would still be wary of him, hesitant to press too hard. It was already a high evaluation, a high degree of strength for the no-life hall master to concede no less than. Indeed. Using the black dog nail, I tested him. That man summoned a demon god, with demon flames reaching the sky, directly repelling the black dog nail. Its might and mystery, even surpassing the white-boned demon god, is not to be underestimated. The no-life hall master recalled the 3-zhang-tall flame demon god whose aura surged violently, his eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness. Unaffected by the black dog nail, Hanji was taken aback. The black dog nail in the hands of the no-life hall master had the most formidable reputation. To withstand the black dog nail, even if it was due to a counter-strategy, was definitely not something to be taken lightly. After pondering for a moment, Hanji shook his head. Let's not worry about him for the moment. Let's take down the fire spirit shell field first. Do we act now? The no-life hall master inquired. Act now. Hanji nodded, struck the sky with his hammer, and leaped into the air. Boom! A blast resounded in the clear sky, with dark lights flickering and blossoming in the air, illuminating the area far and wide, clearly visible for tens of miles, even hundreds of miles away. The next moment, Hanji soared at high speed, hammer in hand. The no-life hall master followed closely behind, with the black dog nail in his grip. The dark light was dense, yet it bore a trace of illusion, a result of the earlier scorching by Dutian fierce fire. 2 demons stepped through the air, descending upon the fire spirit shell field. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 264, Magic Artifacts Emerge. Jupanpo appears. Who goes there? The demonic chi surged violently. Sensing the intrusion, a deep azure figure dashed from within the 700 Lai shell field, ascending into the air and bellowing with might. Your grandpa Hanji. Hanji cackled wildly, wielding the white-boned 6-yang hammers as if he were a giant that could cleave the heavens. He brought the hammer crashing down with ferocious force. Boom! 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 3 mighty strikes, and the protective array encasing the 700 Lai fire spirit shell field exploded into fragments. Kill! From all directions, demon cultivators from the white-boned demon sect's no-life hall leaped into action. Some brimming with murderous intent, others with crazed expressions, each brandishing their magic artifacts, encircling the shell field. In the midst of the shell field, the deep azure figure spotted the attackers, his brows instantly knitting into a frown. White-boned demon sect 6-yang guardian Hanji, no-life hall master Cha Shan! Both Hanji and Cha Shan were notorious experts within the demon Dao, tricky foes individually, let alone when they joined forces. So it's the 5-fire true man. Hanji directed a boisterous laugh toward the azure figure ahead. Xuanyuan sect. 5-fire true man. A true man of the demon-suppressing peak among the 5 peaks of Xuanyuan sect, his cultivation might not match that of the peak's leader, Weng Shaoqing, but he was no pushover. Having commissioned Gai Yuntian, the esteemed artifact maker, to refine the 5-fire red aura banner capable of wielding the power of the 5 fires, his strength was truly substantial. Such power was likely on par with the no-life hall master. Encountering him within the fire spirit shell field was unexpected for Hanji. However, facing a void core real person still could not cause any significant upheaval. Those who come are with ill intent. 5-fire true man's heart sank. The sect had anticipated the white-boned demon sect's move and was making preparations to strike first. His presence at the fire spirit shell field was part of the arrangement, yet the white-boned demon sect acted quicker than expected, descending upon and preparing to attack the shell field. What he didn't realize was, this was all because a Foundation establishment stage true inheritor from the sect had gone on a killing spree in the white-bone realm. Ha ha! How rare to meet the 5-fire true man. Don't flee now. Stay and battle Old Han for 300 rounds. Speed was of the essence in warfare. Hanji's white-boned six-yang hammer struck fiercely, and in the air, the visages of 5 ghastly demons emerged, their gaping maws racing towards the 5-fire true man, swift as shooting stars. The white-boned six-yang hammers! Startled, 5-fire true man quickly brandished the 5-fire red aura banner. In an instant, sparks flew, and the Zhongyang fire from among the 5 blazed forth, aiming straight for the demonic heads. Even mere embers dare to shine with brilliance? Hanji laughed hard. The 5 demon heads opened and shut, traversing the void and swallowing the blazing inferno, only to emit it again from their 7 orifices unharmed. They even penetrated through the flames and bit directly onto the 5-fire red aura banner. The 5-fire true man swung his banner fiercely, summoning both heavenly fire and earth fire from among the 5, forcing the demonic heads back. But upon inspecting the 5-fire red aura banner, 5 bite marks could be seen, and it wouldn't be long before 5 gaps were torn into it, heavily diminishing its might. What a terribly venomous magic artifact! The 5-fire true man shuddered with dread, true yuan surging as yang fire, yin fire, heavenly fire, and earth fire erupted simultaneously, engulfing all directions to ward off Hanji's white-boned 6 yang hammers. Such defense could hold for an instant, but was unsustainable over time. If he failed to escape soon, it was inevitable he would be defeated, meeting a grim fate with both body and artifact destroyed. The battle raged fiercely. Outside the shell field. Tsk, tsk. Hanji is such a slowpoke. Allow me, your king, to lend you a hand. Outside the fire spirit shell field, a sultry woman of high status disguised within the void held a copper mirror. Facing towards the 5-fire true man in the field, she muttered incantations. From the mirror, a faint glimmer twinkled, gradually intensifying as if brewing power. The noblewoman, her divine presence hidden in the void, surrounded by ashen feathers that concealed the fluctuations of her divine soul and shielded her from detection. The copper mirror was peculiar, reflecting the image of the 5-fire true man as the mirror was activated without him realizing it in the slightest. None of the many cultivators present noticed it either. The 5-fire true man, unaware, waved the 5-fire red aura banner vigorously, unleashing endless flames, barely holding off Hanji's onslaught. The flames scattered, his decline evident. It's no wonder he's the guardian of the white-boned demon sect, truly beyond comparison to the no-life hall master. Another figure cloaked in black robes hid in the darkness, invisible against the world. His eyes stared at the great hammer in Hanji's hands, with a faint glint of spirit light. Magic artifact, white bone, 6-yang hammer. CNH Psi Ver UL Rabwy Empire, L4E Description: the white-boned 6-yang guardian Hanji spent 300 years in the snow-capped mountains at the northern border of the white-bone realm. Following the law of the 5 elements, he found 5 6-yang leaders, sacrificing 4,449 souls with potential to refine this treasure. No matter how strong the enemy's Dao ability or how formidable their artifact, being bitten by those 5 demonic heads and activating the hammer spells certain doom. What a terrifyingly venomous artifact! Lu Qingfeng's eyes shone with a cold glint, echoing the 5-fire true man's words. While the 5-fire true man was commenting on the aggressive assault of the white-boned 6-yang hammers, describing them as overly vicious in destroying both body and artifact, Lu Qingfeng was discussing the malicious method of their refinement, unveiled by observing them through the Daluo cave view. Sacrificing over 4,000 souls callously was indeed monstrous. Within the shell field, Hanji and the 5-fire true man engaged in combat. The Xuanyuan sect cultivators stationed at the shell field stood off against the demon cultivators of the white-bone demon sect's no-life hall. The former looked displeased, while the latter exuded a brazen demonic aura. This way, 5-fire true man will be defeated sooner or later. The destruction of his magic artifact is a trivial matter. If the no-life hall master cuts off his retreat, his life will be at risk. Lu Qingfeng frowned lightly. 5-fire true man was a real person of demon-suppressing peak. While Lu Qingfeng had no dealings with demon-suppressing peak, he belonged to Xuanyuan sect and could not stand idly by. His mind stirred, ready to leap into action, yet suddenly he halted as Daluo Cave Temple scanned the void to no avail. What a clever rouge bird! How opportune! Lu Qingfeng's eyes brightened. Initially intending to charge directly towards the center of the shell field, he now changed direction, traversing the void in a flash towards another side. His invisibility technique concealed his form, and his murderous intent was imperceptible. Neither Hanji and Five Fire True Man inside the field, nor the No-Life Hall Master and the lady outside, noticed anything. Silently, Lu Qingfeng approached near the lady of high status. Peering over, he saw the lady casting a spell, her copper mirror reflecting the figure of Five Fire True Man with absolute clarity, emitting a 7-inch beam. This treasure, Lu Qingfeng's gaze swept over the copper mirror, identifying its attributes, and was immediately startled. What a malicious witch! With a hard stare, he took action. Zhurong Demon God, Duqian Xuanming Strategy. His attack was full-fledged. The Zhurong Demon God sprang from within Lu Qingfeng, followed by the Dutian Xuanming Strategy. As he stepped forward, the Zhurong Demon God reached its pinnacle. Underneath, a fire dragon roared and poked its head out, swallowing the copper mirror that the sophisticated lady held mid-cast. The Zhurong Demon God then lifted a massive palm, slamming down on the back of the lady's head. Who? The lady, taken aback by the ambush and hit on the back of her head, stumbled forward, her form immediately exposed. And inside her was sheer alarm, erupting with anger. But it revealed her presence. In the sky, Lu Qingfeng was behind, with the Zhurong Demon God in front, both made visible. In an instant, from all directions, whether Xuanyuan sect or White-Bone Demon sect cultivators, or even loose cultivators watching from afar, all eyes converged here. Who? Hanji and Five Fire True Man were in the midst of their combat rule. No-Life Hall Master was on alert all around, perceiving a disturbance in the aura, his black and white eyes blazing as he looked towards the direction of Lu Qingfeng and the lady. Fiery Fire Wanderer? The No-Life Hall Master, recognizing that Fiery Fire Demon God, found the eyes all too familiar. Cloaked in a black robe behind the Demon God could only be Illusion Wave C's Fiery Fire Wanderer. Who else could it be? They had clashed just half a day ago. Unexpectedly, while he had been openly invited and denied, the Wanderer had covertly followed. Truly a despicable act. His gaze shifted back to the front. The lady, with her hair in disarray and fury brimming, carried an alluring figure infused with an odd demonic aura. The No-Life Hall Master's pupils contracted again. Dupan Po! Far more shocked than seeing Fiery Fire Wanderer, the No-Life Hall Master's eyes flickered with black and white light, scrutinizing Lu Qingfeng and the lady, speculating and on guard internally. Jipanpo. In the field, Hanji and Five Fire True Man, who were engaged in their combat, noticed the commotion outside. Seeing the lady, one showed surprise, the other furrowed his brow. So, it's one of the 3 great kings of Heavenly Travel Mountain. Lu Qingfeng, hearing the exclaims, instantly understood. The lady before him was none other than the Demon Clan's 3 great kings from the Heavenly Travel Realm, known as Jupan Demon King, Jupan Po. Unexpectedly, a Demon King of such stature was lurking in the Fire Spirit shell field, secretly launching a sneak attack. Quite disgraceful. Lu Qingfeng snorted. The fire dragon beneath the Zhurong Demon God slapped its tail, and the copper mirror it had swallowed landed in Lu Qingfeng's hands. The fierce flames burned, severing Jupan Po's connection to the mirror. Subsequently, it fell into Lu Qingfeng's hands, and his divine power, Dutian Divine Slaughter, activated. Divine power, do divine slaughter. Grade normal, Deke 5 times enhancement. Description: a super-level technique that complements the 12 heavenly demon god skill named Dutian Divine Slaughter, and is a form of evil technique. With each use, one's lifespan is shortened by a century. However, its power is immense, capable of corrupting magical artifacts and flesh, turning artifacts to useless iron and flesh to a sieve. Once enhanced to divine power level, its potency increases tremendously, and the side effect of reducing lifespan is nullified. Dutian Divine Slaughter turned into pervasive filth, seeping into the copper mirror, temporarily tainting it. Breaking Jupan Po's connection, only then did he toss it into a storage bag to inspect later. What seemed a lengthy process was, in reality, just a moment from Lu Qingfeng summoning the Zhurong Demon God to snatching the mirror and storing it away. Everything happened in a flash. His technique was incredibly adept, astonishing Jupan Po, No-Life Hall Master, and the others. Despicable thief. Seeing Lu Qingfeng pocket the copper mirror, Jupan Po's charming features surged with rage. While the copper mirror wasn't a vital treasure she depended on for her life, it was nonetheless an extraordinary magic artifact. Secretly harming others, framing, imposing blame, the most malicious of acts. She had just acquired it recently, and today, before she could achieve her aim, Lu Qingfeng, who had cut in out of nowhere, took it. How could Jupan Po not be furious? Face your death! With a wave of her hand, the gray and white feathers enveloping her converged into a feather fan which landed in her hand. With the fan in hand, she furiously fanned towards Lu Qingfeng. Whoosh, whoosh, Gale howled, changing the heavenly net to an earthly trap, directly enveloping him. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 265, A Muddy Pond. Zhurong Demon God. Lu Qingfeng's mind stirred as he retreated. The Zhurong Demon God also fell back, merging into Lu Qingfeng's body. His aura surged explosively, his figure faintly cloaked by a yellow magic robe shimmering around him. His aura was overwhelmingly strong. In an instant, it soared to the Void Core realm. Zhurong Demon God. At this moment, as Lu Qingfeng's thoughts moved, the Zhurong Demon God emerged at the Void Core realm as well. Within the Duqian Xuanming strategy, 36 Duqian Ghost Generals and 365 Xuanming Yin soldiers sat cross-legged, continuously converging their power towards the Daoist, striving to refine the magic artifact space filled with Duqian aura and constantly replenish it. The Duqian aura was rapidly depleting. Spirit stones were burning. Roar! The Zhurong Demon God roared, throwing his arms towards the sky. 12 Duqian Fierce Fire Divine Banners bolted from his body, wrapped in endless flames, circling around him and enveloping Jupan Po. Sssss! The Fiery Fire Divine Banners arranged in the void, forming the Duqian Fierce Fire Immortal Array. Trifling tricks! Jupan Po showed disdain, as her feather fan waved continuously, generating a giant net in the void, attempting to envelop Lu Qingfeng, but it collided mid-air with the array, making a sizzling sound. Fiery Fire Refining Heaven Net! Neither yielding. Lu Qingfeng stood at the rear, his powerful aura billowing in his yellow robe, yet he never made a move. Demon Clan Magic Artifact. He eyed the feather fan in Jupan Po's hand, and his eyes narrowed. Magic Artifact. Grade 5th Fan. Description: crafted by Jupan Po of the 3 great kings of Heavenly Travel Mountain, using countless fierce spirits and fresh corpses' eyes, along with millennium-old phosphorus combined with her own feathers. It enslaves the flesh and divine soul. Once caught in its net, escape is futile. Inside, it contains numerous all heaven's 5 lustful threads, which latch onto one's body like a shadow, increasing its ferocity. Green-eyed Sky Fan. Such power, almost 6th rank. Crafted from her own feathers, interlinked with her mind and soul, it's her life-bound magical artifact, entirely controlled at will. Lu Qingfeng held on to the Duqian Xuanming strategy, vigilant in all directions. With Zhurong Demon God fighting ahead, the Duqian Fierce Fire Immortal Array fiercely countered the Green-Eyed Sky Fan. Chapter source: My Virtual Library Empire, MVL4. Boom! Suddenly, the array flags blasted 100 miles away, causing the All Heaven's 5 lustful threads from the Sky Fan to also expand 100 miles, enveloping everything. Boom, 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 boom! Fierce fire and gales descended. The water area exploded. Islands 10, 20 miles in size shattered all at once, turning into dust along with countless fire spirit shells destroyed. The cultivators of the White-Bone Demon sect were in the midst, bearing the brunt and continually suffering casualties. As the green-eyed Sky Fan fanned, the heavenly net spread wide. Although it didn't destroy mountains or lands, no creatures or cultivators were spared. Retreat! Neither the Fiery Fire Immortal Array nor the green-eyed Sky Fan could be withstood, even by core formation true people. No Life Hall Master withdrew rapidly, avoiding 100 miles. Hanji and the 5 Fire True Man fought and retreated in sync, brilliantly maneuvering 100 miles away. But the many followers of the White-Bone Demon sect didn't have such speed. Each of them realized, desperately trying to escape, to avoid the implications. Yet the expansion of the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array was too swift, unintentionally or not, blanketing 100 miles, including all beings and white-bone demon sect cultivators within. However, Xuanyuan sect cultivators, being close to the inside of the shell field and further from where Zhurong demon god and Jupan Po were battling, managed to move in time and escape disaster. Thus, at the northwest corner of the Fire Spirit shell field, 12 divine banners fluttered in the wind. Painted with many wind and cloud talismans, each corner blazed with flames, erupting with a thunderous crackling as fierce fire burst forth with just one flick. This fire, not even a torrential downpour could extinguish, evaporating all the rainwater within 10 miles. For a time, fire blazed tremendously, with wind and thunder surging, turning rain into mist. White-bone demon sect cultivators couldn't discern directions, flailing like headless flies in chaos. Jupan Po, amidst it, casually waved her green-eyed sky fan, thus keeping the fierce fire and thunder at bay, scattering them wildly. But it spelled disaster for white-bone demon sect cultivators. Run! Run, run, run! Cultivators dashed frantically, seeking refuge. But with wind and thunder blinding their sight and the fierce fire scorching them, as the sparks fell and wind surged, one by one, the no-life hall cultivators were instantly turned to dust. Not just the fiery fire immortal array. The gale unleashed by the green-eyed sky fan and the heavenly net mixed with all heaven's 5 lustful threads implicated every cultivator. Once touched, the body shattered instantly, the divine soul leaving the body entangled by the 5 lustful threads and caught in the heavenly net, to be dragged into the green-eyed sky fan. Lu Qingfeng was not to be outdone. With a sweep of his Dutian Xuanming strategy, he seized all divine souls within the array into the magic artifact space. The No-Life Hall had numerous elite members. Those participating in the attack on the Fire Spirit Shell Field were at least at the Foundation Establishment realm, and there were not few Spirit Void practitioners. Lu Qingfeng, capturing divine souls, felt tremendously exhilarated within. With just this battle, he could complete the assembly of the Xuanming Yin soldiers, even leaving reserves for future promotions. When true people clashed, the intensity was unmatched. Once unleashed, 100 miles, even 1,000 would suffer. At such a time, just one clash between Zhurong Demon God and Jupan Po ruthlessly wiped clean the Foundation Establishment cultivators of the No-Life Hall. Under the coverage of the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array, there was no safe spot. Its power was far beyond what Foundation Establishment cultivators could resist. Of course, Jupan Po also contributed to the havoc. Spirit Void practitioners ran frantically in all directions, with the unlucky ones, dozens of Spirit Void cultivators, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. A battle of deities. Mortals suffer, but that's just how it is. When Hanji witnessed the battle between himself and the 5 Fire True Man rise, he immediately had eyes full of rage, shouting, "Chashan Hall Master!" He roared, but his shout was directed at the No-Life Hall Master. The purpose of this assault was supposed to be a thunderous sweep to capture the Fire Spirit Shell Field. However, first, they hadn't expected the 5 Fire True Man to be there. Hanji, itching for a fight and overcome with pride, engaged in a fierce battle. As a true man of the solid pill realm, how could he let others intervene when facing a 5 Fire True Man of the Void Core level? The No-Life Hall Master, standing by, didn't dare to trigger his Black Dog Nail, fearing to anger Hanji. So he hovered nearby, watching the battle unfold. But unexpectedly, a fiery fire wanderer and Jupan Po suddenly entered the fray, throwing the twin demons' plan into disarray. The No-Life Hall Master was even more blindsided, as his elite warriors from the No-Life Hall, not dying in battles with Xuanyuan sect's cultivators, strangely perished in the crossfire caused by Jupan Po and the fiery fire wanderer's confrontation. Truly frustrating. Truly infuriating. Hearing Hanji's roar, the No-Life Hall Master's brows furrowed deeply, his face showing difficulty. These two. One was the third of the 3 great kings of the Heavenly Travel Mountain, admittedly less formidable than the first 2 demon kings, yet his cultivation had already reached the solid pill realm. With the green-eyed sky fan in hand, he could even match the 4 guardians of the white-bone demon sect. The other, the fiery fire wanderer. A man of mysterious origins, currently matching Jupan Po blow for blow. With such powerful figures clashing, the No-Life Hall Master, despite having some Dao ability, dared not intervene. Nor did he dare to ignore Hanji's commands. Turning his gaze, it landed on the five-fire true man, who was still in combat with Hanji, killing intent overwhelming him as he raised his hand, the black dog nail flickering with dark light. This is bad. Lu Qingfeng had been monitoring the situation the whole time. Seeing where the no-life Hallmaster's gaze fell and the motions of his hands, he instantly realized his intentions. With a rapidly turning mind, he shouted to Hanji high above, "Many thanks to the Six Yang Guardian." In the next moment, he urgently yelled to the no-life Hallmaster, "The witch is fierce. I truly cannot protect the demon sect cultivators alone. Please, Chashan Hallmaster, swiftly aid me." "What? Mind your own business." The no-life Hallmaster internally cursed. Hanji had ordered him to rescue the no-life Hall cultivators, but fearing to face the fiery fire wanderer and Jupan Po, he pretended to misinterpret and use the black dog nail to sneak attack the five-fire true man. If he could just take down the five-fire true man or switch places with Hanji, he would fight the five-fire true man, letting the battle amongst Jupan Po and the other two be handled by Hanji. But the fiery fire wanderer shamelessly thanked Hanji directly, as if Hanji was ordering him to assist Chashan. Ignoring him, the no-life Hall Master continued powering the black dog nail to launch at the five-fire true man. "They're in cahoots!" Jupan Po, overhearing the words between Hanji and the fiery fire wanderer, felt a surge of frustration. She was secretly using a copper mirror to sabotage the five-fire true man from the side. Had it not been for the sudden interference of Lu Qingfeng, she would have helped Hanji kill the five-fire true man sooner. Although there were intentions to frame and instigate conflict, forcing the Xuanyuan sect and the White-Bone Demon sect into a relentless struggle that was not necessarily a bad thing for the White-Bone Demon sect. It was unfortunate that Lu Qingfeng appeared and spoiled her plans. Had Lu Qingfeng been from the Xuanyuan sect, it would have been acceptable. But seeing the current situation, it was clear he was on the White-Bone Demon sect's side. Pace. Jupan Po, feeling agitated, her divine soul seething. "Die, die!" Wielding the green-eyed sky fan, she swung it wildly, expanding the 100-mile battlefield even further. Inside, no-life Hall cultivators had already perished. Hundreds of spirit void, nearly 1,000 foundation establishment. Thousands of divine souls in the array, except for a few dozen snatched by Jupan Po, all entered Lu Qingfeng's net. "Ha! Heaven aids me also." Lu Qingfeng laughed heartily, seeing the situation. But not for the 1,000 divine souls. With a flustered expression and alongside Jurong, demon god holding the duty and fierce fire divine banner, using the fiery fire immortal array, they lunged towards the no-life Hallmaster amidst Jupan Po's furious frenzy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The green-eyed sky fan roared, and the heavenly net below cut off the no-life Hallmaster's escape. Fierce fire scattered around, and with one enveloping swoop of the immortal array, they trapped the no-life Hallmaster inside. The no-life Hallmaster was captured in the array. It's done! At that moment, Lu Qingfeng finally let out a sigh of relief. The cultivators of the White-Bone Demon sect were all slaughtered. The no-life Hallmaster had been trapped by his and Jupan Po's battling. His hands formed seals, a cold white light flickering around him. To outside observers, he was clad in a bone-white armor, resembling a demon god covering his figure. Fierce fire could not invade, and neither could the heavenly net reach. Though he met disaster, he could not escape. Hanji and the five-fire true man were entangled. Despite the five-fire true man being far less capable than Hanji, as a core formation true man wielding the five-fire red aura banner, he could hold him off for a while without issue. The White-Bone Demon sect desired a quick, decisive battle, taking advantage of the element of surprise. I led Jupan Po into a great battle, merely muddying the waters and delaying the White-Bone Demon sect's opportunity for an attack. With this prolonging, support from the Xuanyuan sect will arrive soon, and even core formation true men are already en route. By stalling briefly, the crisis at the Fire Spirit shell field is thwarted. Lu Qingfeng, cloaked in a black robe, remained composed. Though he had alienated Heavenly Travel Mountain this time, the White-Bone Demon sect could not determine whether the fiery fire wanderer was friend or foe. The sect wasn't foolish. Without clarity on enemy or ally, they would certainly not rashly attack a formidable individual who could match Jupan Po and Hanji. Moreover, the Illusion Wave Sea lay between the White Bone Demon sect and the Xuanyuan sect. Heavenly Travel Mountain's reach was too short, thus unobstructed. However, the White Bone Demon sect is not easy to deal with. Even if they couldn't discern at the moment, a few tests later would reveal the stance. Ambiguity does not last long, and amidst the chaos, it will eventually be necessary to reveal one's position. As for myself, with a thought, Lu Qingfeng evaluated numerous possibilities, firmly deciding his course of action. The Fire Spirit Shell Field. Both sides displayed mystical battle skills in the Shell Field. The 5-Fire True Man employed the 5-Fire Red Aura Banner, while Zhu Rong Demon God controlled the Duqian Fierce Fire Divine Banner, performing the Duqian Fierce Fire Immortal Array. The entire field was bathed in blazing light, reaching for the heavens. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 266, Huamei Sword. Capturing Heart Mirror. The 5 great perfecteds engaged in chaotic battle. The scene was truly grand and terrifying. Hanji wielded the white bone 6-yang hammers in his hands like the wind, smashing them down without cessation. Despite facing seemingly insurmountable odds, the 5-Fire True Man, being at core formation, managed to hold his ground for half a day without issue. "We can't get entangled," Hanji cursed inwardly, forcing himself to calm down. With a shout, he hammered down viciously at the 5-Fire True Man, forcing the latter to repeatedly wield the 5-Fire Red Aura Banner in defense. Amidst the flying fierce flames, Hanji soared back, stretching out a palm like a white bone claw, plunging fiercely into the fiery fire formation overhead of Jupan Po, and viciously struck down. "Hanji!" Jupan Po was enraged. She fanned her green-eyed sky fan repeatedly, and heavenly nets entwined. The white bone claw, neither physical body nor divine soul, was fearless. Through the nets and breaking the all heaven's 5 lustful threads, it ruthlessly crashed down on Jupan Po. "How dare you!" Jupan Po bellowed furiously, her bewitching face contorted with rage, transforming in an instant into the head of a bird, shrieking sharply and pecking viciously at the white bone claw. Boom! The two collided. Jupan Po remained unflinching, the bird head reverting back to her alluring facade. The white bone claw, as if electrocuted, withdrew but tore a gap in the formation. Seizing the chance, the no-life Hallmaster flickered and leaped out. "Let's go!" Hanji didn't spare a glance for Jupan Po nor Lu Qingfeng, his expression cold as he vanished into the void. The no-life Hallmaster's black and white pupils turned towards Lu Qingfeng, and in a chilling tone he said, "Fierce Fire Daoist, I, the elderly, shall pay a visit another day." With that said, he quickly followed after Hanji. As the two demons retreated, Jupan Po was inflamed with rage, fixated on continuing the fight with Lu Qingfeng, neither willing to surrender nor cease. At that moment, a piercing cold light streaked from the sky, with sword chi cutting through all directions, raising the hairs on one's neck. Jupan Po's complexion changed slightly as she exclaimed, "The Huamei Sword!" Immediately dared to linger no more. With a leap, she transformed into her true form, the Rouge Bird, and executed the escape magic into the vast void, fleeing far away. Lu Qingfeng's eyes revealed surprise as he looked towards the source of the rising sword light. Boom! A thunderous sound followed the sword light, accompanied by the wailing of the no-life Hallmaster and the icy voice of Hanji. "Weng Xiaoqing, I shall avenge this sword's grudge one day." As his voice fell, the aura of the two demons dissipated and vanished without a trace. In the distance, sword chi shimmered, and a refined man with streaks of white at his temples, holding a sword, approached through the void. Initially, his sword chi soared, fierce and chilling, before quickly sheathing its edge, appearing as an ordinary man. "Demon Suppression Peak Master, Weng Xiao!" Seeing the newcomer, Lu Qingfeng gave a glance and also dared not linger. With a thought, the Zhurong demon god opened its mouth, engulfing 12 Dutian fierce fire god flags, and with a collision, they melted into Lu Qingfeng's body. His form wavered, stepping upon winds and thunders, he departed from the fire spirit shell field. "Weng Xiaoqing, walking leisurely, landed in the midst of the fire spirit shell field. He stood there, plain and simple. It said of a gentleman that he is as if cutting, as if polishing. This was such a character. The five-fire true man's hair was disheveled, appearing slightly disheveled, and he landed before Wang Shaoqing, respectfully saying, "I pay my respects to my master." Wang Shaoqing looked towards the retreating figure of Lu Qingfeng, and in a gentle voice inquired, "Who is that man?" The five-fire true man, eyeing the direction Lu Qingfeng had left, with puzzlement on his face, nonetheless replied, "The fiery fire wanderer of the illusion wave sea." At the Chao Tian pool, Hanji and Cha Shan sit opposite each other. On Cha Shan's back, a sword wound stretched from top to bottom, opening flesh to reveal chilling white bones. Yet, not even a drop of blood flowed. Occasionally, the white bones seemed to appear and disappear. This was precisely the power of the secret white bone mysterious skill from the white bone demon sect, able to alternate between tangible and intangible, vastly increasing defensive power, with both inner and outer refining methods. The inner refining method refines one's own body, transforming the flesh into an indestructible white bone, the very body of a white bone demon god. The outer refining method refines a white bone demon god. All divine skills are imbued in a white bone demon god, ensuring unparalleled self-preservation. In the past, when the two supreme figures of the Xuanyuan sect were severely wounded and in decline, the two real people from the White Bone Demon sect could calmly escape thanks to the outer refining method, sacrificing the White Bone Demon god to preserve their lives. Although most of their divine skills had been lost, by carefully refining another set of superior bones in the future, creating another White Bone Demon god was not impossible. Cha Shan practiced the inner refining method. Refining his body into that of a demon god, he endured a sword strike from Wang Shaoqing. It seemed sharp, the wound ghastly, but in truth, it did not harm the foundation. With careful recuperation over a few months, a full recovery was assured. Hanji looked at Cha Shan, seeing his steady aura, and couldn't help frowning. Wang Shaoqing's sword chi grows ever more terrifying. Having completed his energy circulation, Cha Shan's back wound refused to close. He disregarded it, speaking grimly. Amongst the Xuanyuan sect, the Hua Mei sword carries the greatest reputation. Were it not shackled by emotions, it would have broken into the gathering law realm long ago, commanding authority over the three realms. Humph! Love blinds one's vision. Such achievements are ultimately limited. A moment of authority will soon teach him a painful lesson. Hanji was greatly displeased in his heart, unwilling to discuss Wang Shaoqing further, and changed the topic. What's the true background of that fiery fire wanderer? This battle. The fiery fire wanderer and Jupan Po waged a fierce duel, stirring chaos in the situation, leaving him failing to achieve his objective. Not to mention the no-life hall cultivators were annihilated. The losses were heavy. I too am puzzled, Cha Shan replied. I personally visited the Illusion Wave Sea to extend an invitation, and this man clearly stated his unwillingness to partake in the conflict between the two sects, seeking to stay neutral. Yet, he secretly followed and engaged in an uproar with Jupan Po. His motives, his intentions, are truly difficult to ponder. Cha Shan shook his head. If the fiery fire wanderer had come to aid the Xuanyuan sect, he could have acted directly. With the Xuanyuan sect's protection, he would have no fear of the White Bone Demon sect. Yet, instead, he did not act and got entangled with Jupan Po of Heavenly Travel Mountain. Even Cha Shan could not fathom the deeper intentions. Perhaps he fears offending the Xuanyuan sect, and thus tries not to side with any party, hoping to gain a profit from the chaos, speculated Cha Shan. A fence-sitter? Hanji, his face showing disdain, uttered coldly, "Let's not concern ourselves with him. During the recent massacre in the White Bone realm, the old witch from Heavenly Travel Mountain was also present, clearly connected to this matter. Hidden in the shadows, we've yet to see what mischief she harbors." The fiery fire wanderer's involvement seriously enraged the old witch. It's true. Among the three great demon kings of Heavenly Travel Mountain, Jupan Po has the lowest strength, but is the most cunning. This time, she clashed with the brash fiery fire wanderer. When two unscrupulous fellows come together, the result is a fiasco born of mistakes. A sinister smile spread across Cha Shan's face. If Jupan Po were here, she would be so angry she might cough up blood. Hanji's face darkened as he looked southward. This setback has also revealed the strength of Wang Xiaoqing. It will take the combined efforts of the two other heavenly kings to contain him. Moreover, the Fiery Fire Wanderer from Illusion Wave C is not a pushover either, being able to fight Jupan Po to a draw. He deserves a place among the three realms. Once Chashan, the Hallmaster, recovers from his injuries, he'll be tasked with another visit to Illusion Wave C in an effort to recruit him into our Whitebone Demon sect. Chashan's eyes twinkled as he slowly nodded. Illusion Wave C. Fiery Fire Island. Who would have thought the first seed of demon-suppressing peak could be so formidable? Lu Qingfeng strode into the cave dwelling on the island. He sat down cross-legged in the cave. Only then did he recall the final scene. With just a single flash of sword chi from beyond the skies, it sent Jupan Po fleeing. The sword chi descended, and even the no-life Hallmaster seemed to have suffered in secret, provoking Hanji to drop some harsh words. Truly extraordinary. Such a deterrent force, such power, could surely be counted among the top in the solid pill realm, surpassing even Jupan Po and Hanji. He who is most passionate is also most adept with the sword, a lifetime dedicated to a single-hearted pursuit. The Hua Mei Sword. Lu Qingfeng marveled at the legend of this first seat in his heart. But then he cast aside the thought. With a gesture, he summoned something to his hand. It was the Dutian Xuanming strategy. His thoughts probed inside. Thousands of divine souls, confused and floundering, stood within. These were the newly acquired souls of the Whitebone Demon sect cultivators. Each and every one of them was at least at the Foundation establishment level, even including 104 spirit void souls. Not bad. Lu Qingfeng immediately grinned. With this, the remaining over 700 Xuanming Yin soldiers were complete. Among the Foundation establishment souls, he would select from the highest to the lowest, piecing together exactly 1,800 Xuanming Yin soldiers. As for their strengths, they were somewhat uneven. Upgrading them all to the peak of Foundation establishment would consume too much. It is not urgent. Let's cultivate them slowly. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the extremely thin Duqian energy in the space, then at the near-empty water in the Duqian creation pool, and shook his head before exiting. Then, he threw 1,000 spirit stones into the pool from his storage bag. The Duqian creation pool roared into action, grinding them to nothingness, producing Duqian energy. This battle has cost about 500 spirit stones. Lu Qingfeng pursed his lips. Battling against a formidable opponent like Jupan Po leaves no room for carelessness. Any random expenditure was significant. Not to mention the Zhurong demon god driving the 12 Dutian fierce fire god banners establishing the Fiery Fire Immortal Array, an endless source drawing power from the Ghost Generals and Yin soldiers. The Yin soldiers and Ghost Generals then cycled cultivation techniques, rapidly refining Dutian energy for recovery. It was akin to the simultaneous contribution and recovery of power from 36 Spirit Void Peak cultivators and 365 Foundation Establishment Peak cultivators. This recovery was like a whale swallowing Dutian energy, which was refined from spirit stones by the Dutian creation pool. The battle lasted only for a quarter of an hour. Yet, the consumption of spirit stones exceeded 500 pieces. Terrifying indeed. To think, one spirit stone is enough to cultivate a Foundation Establishment Chi Introduction cultivator for 3 months. 500 spirit stones would thus represent 125 years. It would even be sufficient for a Foundation Establishment cultivator who has just entered the Energy Introduction realm to cultivate all the way through the Condensing Liquid realm or even higher. This time, the battle against Jupan Po has truly established my reputation. From now on, Void Core cultivators like No Life Hallmaster would not dare to provoke me, and true men like Hanji and Jupan Po will have to act cautiously. It will save countless battles. There are gains and losses. 500 spirit stones for such an effect is not bad after all. Putting away the Duyan Xuanming strategy, Lu Qingfeng then took out another object from his storage bag. It was a copper mirror seized from the hands of Jupan Po. For a better reading experience, visit M, Magic Artifact, Capturing Heart Mirror. Description, an ancient treasure from 10,000 years ago, obtained by Jupan Po by chance, able to capture one's true form. When capturing Heart Realm is used to capture a person's form, the subject is initially unaware. Moreover, the practitioner can decide the duration of its effect, recalling the captured being anytime, even years later. Once the person is trapped, a mere thought is enough to harm them. The longer the technique is in use, the more devastating it becomes. Endlessly sinister and vicious, utterly untraceable and unguardable. This treasure, Lu Qingfeng, held the capturing heart mirror with a cold smile in his heart. Among the three great kings of Heavenly Travel Mountain, Jupan Po had the lowest cultivation, but was skilled in innate divine number, with the ability to predict and calculate. Anticipating the occurrence in the fire spirit shell field, she waited in advance. When Hanji and the five-fire real man were fighting, she hurriedly captured the true form of the five-fire real man with the capturing heart mirror. Such that, in the midst of their fierce battle, she could activate the capturing heart mirror. Even if, due to its brief period of usage, its power was limited, it could still momentarily disrupt the five-fire real man's concentration, resulting in a significant slip in his abilities and utter disarray. In a battle against an expert like Hanji, a moment's distraction could be fatal. At that moment, with Hanji wielding the white bone 6-yang hammers, he would directly hit the distracted 5-fire real man, causing his physical body to collapse and even his void core and soul to be devoured together. 1. The Xuanyuan sect would lose a void core real man, weakening their strength. 2. It would add a new grievance between the Xuanyuan sect and the White Bone Demon sect, with no chance for reconciliation. Heavenly Travel Mountain could then take the opportunity to enter the fray. The plan was exquisite, and the strategy was excellent. If successful, the 5-fire real man would inevitably not survive the ordeal. The blame for killing the 5-fire real man would fall on Hanji, with no connection to Jupanpo, an ultimate treasure for devious schemes. Fortunately, it fell into my hands. If it had remained with Jupan Po, no one knows how many lives would be destroyed and calamities stirred. Lu Qingfeng felt fortunate in his heart. He polished the capturing heart mirror briefly before it disappeared from his palm, inside Lu Qingfeng's body. The Jumang demon god opened its mouth and swallowed the capturing heart mirror, closing its eyes to refine it. Although this mirror had many limitations, its strength lay in its ability to harm others in secret, leaving no trace and with no possibility of defense. For those with insufficient cultivation or Dao ability, once their true form is captured and the technique activated, death would come instantly. But it diminishes yin virtue. It must not be used lightly. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 267, Fame, Identity. Lu Qingfeng secluded himself on Fiery Fire Island for cultivation. The battle at the Fire Spirit Shell Field officially kicked off the Grand War between the White Bone Demon sect and the Xuanyuan sect. 5 great perfecteds in a magical combat, the Huamei sword slashes from the west, stirring up tremendous upheavals. The 6-yang guardian of the White Bone Demon sect, Hanji, is truly fierce, wielding the White Bone 6-yang hammers and overpowering the 5-fire true man. With flames soaring into the sky at the Fire Spirit Shell Field, the 5-fire true man had no power to fight back. One is a solid pill real person, and the other is a void core real person. They are not comparable. Indeed, the Huamei sword of the Xuanyuan sect is the real force to reckon with. As a fellow solid pill real person, just by delivering one sword strike, he severely wounded the no-life hall master of the White Bone Demon sect, and even scared away Hanji and Jupan Po of Heavenly Travel Mountain, both also solid pill real persons, with his fierce might as intense as ever. The Huamei sword is indeed boundlessly powerful. Not only Hanji and Jupan Po, but also the Fiery Fire Wanderer, who fought on par with Jupan Po at the Fire Spirit Shell Field, and whose strength is undoubtedly at the Solid Pill realm, was also scared away by the Huamei sword. This Fiery Fire Wanderer. The fight at the Fire Spirit Shell Field spread like a storm in all directions. This battle, The renown of Huamei's sword, Weng Shaoqing, became even more prominent, drawing the admiring gazes of countless cultivators. Whether it was Han Ji of the White-Bone Demon Sect or Jupan Po of Heavenly Travel Mountain, they were all just setting the stage. The newly emerged Fiery Fire Wanderer also became a backdrop. Nevertheless, the name of the Fiery Fire Wanderer from the Illusion Wave Sea spread even faster, and the news of his previous victory over the No-Life Hall Master on Fiery Fire Island of the Illusion Wave Sea also spread. All of a sudden, defeated the No-Life Hall Master. Faced Jupan Po. The Fiery Fire Wanderer suddenly became one of the top powerhouses among the three realms, on par with the protectors of the White-Bone Demon Sect, the peak masters of the Xuanyuan Sect, and the Demon King of Heavenly Travel Mountain. He was even quietly compared to the four famous independent practitioners of the three realms, gradually gaining the title and talk of being the fifth wanderer among the five wanderers. Illusion Wave Sea, Fiery Fire Island. Numerous gazes converged, becoming the focal point. 10 days later, Fiery Fire Island. Qi here may have been presumptuous to visit, and I ask the fierce fire Daoist for any disturbances not to take offense. A white-robed, handsome young man bowed to Lu Qingfeng, speaking clearly. No harm. Lu Qingfeng replied indifferently, gesturing for the white-robed youth to sit. Behind the white-robed youth was another person, an elder, who was none other than Elder Zhao of the Feather Immortal Pavilion. That Elder Zhao would treat him as the primary party. The identity of the white-robed youth was self-evident. Feather Immortal Pavilion Master Ling Yi. Ling Yi's secular name was Qi Ling Yi, hence he referred to himself as Qi Sum, a term of respect. Seeing that the Fiery Fire Wanderer was distant, Ling Yi didn't mind. He had already learned from Zhao beforehand that the Fiery Fire Wanderer was extremely cold by nature. In recent days, after the battle at the Fire Spirit Shell Field, the renown of the Fiery Fire Wanderer had spread far and wide like thunder. High-status figures each have their style. Ling Yi, managing the Feather Immortal Pavilion, had long been accustomed to it. His gaze subtly shifted towards Lu Qingfeng's back in the depths of the cave dwelling where two private residences were established. With two cauldrons stationed in the center and various miscellaneous materials around. At first glance, they seemed similar. Actually, one was an alchemy room and the other an artifact refining room. Fierce Fire Daoist has profound cultivation, and I didn't expect you to also be skilled in the techniques of alchemy and artifact refining. It really makes Qi feel ashamed. Ling Yi half complimented and half tested. Fellow Daoist is a 5th Order alchemist and 5th Order artifact refiner. If Ling Yi desires cooperation in the future, feel free to seek me out. The Fiery Fire Wanderer was merely an identity Lu Qingfeng used outside to obfuscate his real identity. His speech was simple and direct, which made it easy for himself and saved much small talk and beating around the bush. Ling Yi was stunned upon hearing this, exchanging glances with Zhao beside him, both taken aback. One reason was that the speech of this Fiery Fire Wanderer was too direct, decisive without a hint of subtlety, which was really unaccustomed to many. Secondly, a 5th Order alchemist and artifact refiner, looking across the Xuanyuan, White-Bone, and Heavenly Travel realms, one might not find another one. The Xuanyuan sect, being the top among the three realms, had only one 5th Order artifact refiner and one 5th Order alchemist. The White-Bone Demon sect was not adept at alchemy and artifact refining. The highest achievement in alchemy and artifacts was only 4th Order. Heavenly Travel Mountain, being of the Demon Clan, could slightly cultivate their demonic bodies into powerful magic artifacts. Like Jupan Po, she refined her life-bound magical artifact from feathers, creating the green-eyed sky fan. And although it was 5th Order, it was the strongest among the 5th Order, possessing immense power. Thus, the demand for artifact refiners was lesser, and there were no high-order artifact refiners. Wutu Po of Heavenly Travel Mountain, however, was proficient in alchemy, renowned as a 5th Order alchemist. Besides Wuto Po, there were no alchemists or artifact refiners up to 5th Order in Heavenly Travel Mountain, and the three sects were just like that. Yet this newly famous Fiery Fire Wanderer claimed both alchemy and artifact refining to be at 5th Order? Most certainly. Ling Yi first paused, then immediately rejoiced and hurriedly responded. This was a 5th Order alchemy and artifact master. If a cooperation could be achieved, not only could the Feather Immortal Pavilion rise to a higher level, but even he, as Ling Yi, would benefit immensely. Lu Qingfeng, shrouded in a black robe, remained expressionless. Ling Yi paused, then suddenly remembered the main issue, saying, "I almost forgot the main matter." With that, he gestured through the air, and a storage bag fell from the void. Lu Qingfeng, seeing this, his eyes slightly brightened, guessing what was inside, and felt anticipation. Only to hear Ling Yi say, "Fiery Fire Daoist had tasked my Feather Immortal Pavilion to collect materials for goo refining and poison making, and these have been gathered over the days." Oh? Lu Qingfeng, with an indifferent expression, took the storage bag and looked inside. Indeed, various goo refining and poison refining materials were piled up like mountains. The detailed list provided by Lu Qingfeng was enough to refine 6 golden silkworm goo. Feather Immortal Pavilion is indeed impressive. Lu Qingfeng was overjoyed, continuously praising in his heart. His expression unchanged, he inspected the materials and found both the quality and quantity to be excellent, before finally stowing his storage bag and saying in a deep voice, "Thank you. It's only right." Feather Immortal Pavilion is simply doing its business. If the Fierce Fire Daoist has any more needs in the future, my Feather Immortal Pavilion is happy to oblige. Ling Yi, real person, said with a smile. While the goo refining materials were difficult to collect from across the vast and various lands of Tiannan, the Feather Immortal Pavilion had its enterprises and numerous channels everywhere. Previously, they hadn't paid much attention, and the collection was slow. But after hearing about Fiery Fire Wanderer's achievements at the Fire Spirit Shell Field, Ling Yi took personal charge, gathering everything within a few short days. He even personally delivered them to Fiery Fire Island, all to form a good relationship with Lu Qingfeng. This proved to be a very wise decision. He has combat power comparable to Jupan Po, a 5th Order alchemist, a 5th Order artifact refiner, and he is proficient in the art of goo poison. Ling Yi listed them one by one, feeling astounded. The Fiery Fire Wanderer before him, although reserved and taciturn, was by no means an ordinary talent. It was exceedingly difficult for the average person to achieve success in any one of the disciplines: techniques, alchemy, artifact refining, or goo poison. Yet the Fiery Fire Wanderer had at least excelled significantly in the first 3. From these collected materials for goo poison, although only considered low-level and seemingly just introductory, the sheer volume and variety of them suggested he might possess an extraordinary goo poison technique inheritance. Not to be underestimated. Lu Qingfeng was a man of few words, and seeing that Ling Yi really only brought out goo poison materials, and there was little interest in extended conversation, he didn't linger and directly left Fiery Fire Island with Zhao Yang. On the return to Thousand Cranes Lake, Zhao Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "I really didn't expect the Fiery Fire Wanderer, aside from his profound magical techniques and strong cultivation, also has dual 5th Order achievements in alchemy and artifact refining. Once this gets out, it might shock all quarters, even more eye-catching than the battle at Fire Spirit Shell Field." The victory at Fire Spirit Shell Field revealed Lu Qingfeng's true capabilities as a solid pill warrior, comparable to Hanji and Jupan Po. This chapter's true source is My Virtual Library Empire, MVLMRYR. But such experts like Hanji and Jupan Po were not uncommon in the 3 sects. Indeed formidable. But after all, the impact of one more or less is not significant. A 5th Order alchemist is a different story. Elder Zhao has made a huge contribution. Ling Yi, real person, said with a smile, in an excellent mood. Regardless of the background of this suddenly emerging Fiery Fire Wanderer, it was an opportunity for Feather Immortal Pavilion to do business with him. Over the years, Feather Immortal Pavilion had collected countless materials, top-level artifact materials, and 5th and 6th rank spiritual medicines. They suffered from not having 5th Order artifact refiners and alchemists. These materials had been stored in Feather Immortal Pavilion for many years. Xuanyuan sects Gai Yuntian and Gubu Yan, busy crafting magical artifacts and spirit pills for their own sect members, barely had time to tend to Feather Immortal Pavilion. In the Tianyu Mountains, the powerful Wutu Po, ranked among Xuanyuan sect's 2 supreme elders and the Whitebone Demon sect's 2 heavenly kings, and the demon sect's hall master Huan Yu, was a demon king of the demon clan and treated alchemy merely as a hobby, not inclined to deal with Feather Immortal Pavilion. Apart from them, they could only rely on the few fifth-order artifact refiners and alchemists within the 3 realms. But after all, there are too few for too many needs. This time, making contact with the Fiery Fire Wanderer, who excels in both alchemy and artifact crafting, and still undervalued, was simply a godsend. Let's head back to Thousand Cranes Lake quickly and visit Fiery Fire Island again in a few days. The Fiery Fire Wanderer voluntarily revealed his skills in alchemy and artifact crafting. The intent couldn't be clearer. Ling Yi Real Person understood and wouldn't be coy. Feather Immortal Pavilion. As Lu Qingfeng watched Ling Yi Real Person and Zhao Yang leaving and returned to his cave dwelling, he felt a sense of anticipation. Feather Immortal Pavilion has countless stocks and no fifth-order alchemists. It certainly won't disappoint me. Refining pills and artifacts for Feather Immortal Pavilion would quickly establish his reputation as a fifth-order alchemist, paired with an undefeated record in magical duels like with Jupan Po. The identity of the Fiery Fire Wanderer of Illusion Wave C was firmly established. With this identity, whether it's collecting various materials or forming alliances with various powers, it will be extremely convenient. Enhance cultivation. Craft magical artifacts. Only waiting for my cultivation to catch up, the identity of Xuanyuan sect Lu Qingfeng will also be established. Studying different cultivation techniques and commanding a variety of divine skills and magical artifacts, the advantages were becoming glaringly apparent. One is the Fiery Fire Wanderer of Illusion Wave C. He studied Demon Dao cultivation techniques, the 12 heavenly demon god skill combined with the Duqian Fierce Fire God flag, plus the Duqian Xuanming strategy, making him a giant in the Demon Dao, a cultivator who practices independently. The other is Xuanyuan sect Lu Qingfeng, as his cultivation improves. Without relying on the Dutian Xuanming strategy and capable of contending with core formation, just revealing his mastery of the Luofu sword scripture. The Da Geng sword formation and Luofu heart lamp would be sufficient to overpower those of the same rank, even capable of fighting across ranks. With the addition of the light splitting and shadow transformation, void condensing sword walking, and tie-in calamity crossing robe divine skills, bolstered by the Array Dao magical artifact, the 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman, an abundance of techniques far beyond peers. Going forward, the Yellow Robe True Skill and the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra can be further combined with divine skills and magical artifacts. Just like when Lu Qingfeng wreaked havoc in the Whitebone realm, revealing his prowess in Thunder skill, employing the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra cultivation technique. The Whitebone Demon sect never even considered that Lu Qingfeng and the Fiery Fire Wanderer could be the same person. Great potential. Lu Qingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. These depend on the foundation of improved cultivation, which is not urgent for now. At present, there are other important matters. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 268, Defying the Heavens to Change Fate? All is settled. The battle at the Fire Spirit Shellfield was the catalyst. The Xuanyuan sect and Whitebone Second Sect officially ignited the Grand War. Clashes between sect disciples raged incessantly, even reaching a point where core formation true men joined the fray repeatedly, escalating the violence. Since the battle at the Fire Spirit Shellfield, the Fiery Fire Wanderer of the Illusion Wave C had no further combat achievements. However, when a certain piece of news spread, it stirred up a frenzy in the 3 realms. Countless cultivators headed to the Illusion Wave C every day, and even the figures of core formation true men were seen lurking around. Regrettably, the Fiery Fire Wanderer remained behind closed doors, refusing visitors from all directions by sealing off Fiery Fire Island. 3 months later. Now, Everyone in the Gathering Immortal Square is talking about the Fiery Fire Wanderer. Numerous cultivators are heading to the Illusion Wave Sea, yet the Wanderer keeps out of sight, and strangely, no one dares to trespass on Fiery Fire Island. How imposing! Lu Qingyu circled around her elder brother, her lips twitching into a continuous smile. Others were oblivious, but she knew. The Flame Demon God, the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire Divine banners. All of these were her elder brother's tactics. But then, since when did Big Brother get promoted to a true man? Those cultivators said that Fiery Fire Wanderer's power rivals even the peak masters of the Xuanyuan sect. Lu Qingyu evaluated this with some surprise. Take a good look. Lu Qingfeng withdrew some of the secrets of the invisibility technique and the inverted void glazed glass wall, standing in front of Lu Qingyu. Curious, Lu Qingyu's eyes widened and her spirit light flickered as she deeply inspected her big brother using the Daluo Cave Temple technique. Foundation Establishment Qi Introduction? Lu Qingyu blinked. Duqian Xuanming Strategy. What a formidable magic artifact. Could it be that as long as there's enough spirit stones to stimulate sufficient Dutian Qi, it could be enhanced to 6th and 7th order? Lu Qingyu held the Duqian Xuanming strategy, inspecting it over and over in awe. In theory, yes. However, to upgrade its grade, elaborate refinement and time for nurturing are required. To ascend from 5th to 6th rank, even with abundant resources and extremely dense Dutian Qi, it would still need 10 to 20 years. Advancing to 7th rank takes even longer, definitely more than 100 years to just get close. Lu Qingfeng took the Dutian Xuanming strategy back, commenting, "The resources needed to ascend to 6th and 7th rank are immensely vast and seemingly infinite." Even with Lu Qingfeng's control over the Illusion Wave Sea and the Iron Fire Ants, such an upgrade would not be easy. The limitations of the Dutian Xuanming strategy don't end there. Utilizing the power of a Daoist soldier has its limits after all. For an average Foundation Establishment cultivator, harnessing a Daoist soldier's power to elevate oneself to nourishing yuan or body refining is already tremendously difficult. Forcibly advancing to Spirit Void could result in bodily explosion if not comprised of strength out of control consequences, such as attracting a heart demon prematurely. Operating a Daoist soldier is risk-free, yet without sufficient personal ability, it will always be a weakness. Lu Qingfeng is different. He practices the Yellow Robe True Skill, a mysterious grade body refining technique with a formidable physique capable of withstanding such potent forces. Combined with his recurrent ascensions to core formation animation in the game, he has a grip on core formation power, ensuring that his mental fortitude and Dao ability all keep pace. This prevents potential overflow of power and the descent of a heart demon. In this world, aside from those exiled immortals who have mastered the techniques of nurturing Daoist soldiers, probably only Lu Qingfeng can accomplish this. Even for those exiled immortals in the heavens, without an awakened inherited wisdom or the techniques to nurture Daoist soldiers, they wouldn't be capable of this feat. Even then, it's quite impressive. Lu Qingyu praised joyfully, feeling extremely delighted. According to her brother, the Duqian Xuanming strategy's remarkable power was partly due to her efforts too. Indeed, this was the case. If it weren't for Lu Qingyu discovering the alcohol liquid's concealment effect, Lu Qingfeng wouldn't have been able to swiftly accumulate a massive amount of spirit stones to sustain the consumption of the Duqian Xuanming strategy. Lu Qingfeng looked towards Qingyu. Root Bone, Cultivation, True Qi Realm 5th level. Nearly a year had passed since Lu Qingfeng and Lu Qingyu's last trip to the Juyun mountain range. Back then, Lu Qingshan had just advanced to the True Qi Realm 6th layer. Lu Qingyu's root bone was slightly inferior. Despite her diligent cultivation of recent years, constrained by her root bone, she was still not on par with Lu Qingshan, currently at the True Qi Realm 5th level. It would take at least another 20 to 30 years of hard work for her to reach the True Qi 9th layer. Big brother? Lu Qingyu didn't understand why her brother was staring at her. Lu Qingfeng snapped back to reality and drew out something. It was shrouded in shimmering golden light, tightly wrapped with layers of talismans, yet it still pulsated with an enticing vibration from deep within the soul. This is... Lu Qingyu stared at the golden light, straining her eyes to see it clearly. After scanning it with the Daluo Cave Temple technique, she recognized it. Golden silkworm goo? Correct. Your and Qingshan's root bone are too weak. Using the golden silkworm goo to exchange fate can change your root bone. The golden silkworm goo wriggled in Lu Qingfeng's palm, seemingly devouring the restrictive talismans. He told Lu Qingyu all about the benefits and drawbacks of the golden silkworm destiny reversal technique. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu said, "Let Big Brother go first." She had observed her big brother's cultivation and noticed that his root bone was still at 1 point, unchanged. No rush. If Big Brother can refine one golden silkworm goo, naturally, I can refine a second and third one. Lu Qingfeng made a move with his left hand as another golden light flickered. This time, within 3 months on Fiery Fire Island, he deftly produced 6 golden silkworm gus. Despite the complexity of the refining process and his familiarity with it, he still failed 3 times in the 5 directions realm, ending up with only 3 successful creations. One was used for testing. Grabbing a despicable wretch with a poor root bone from around the illusion wave sea, he conducted the golden silkworm destiny reversal technique. The process was torturous, but like in the game, without danger. Only after eliminating this person and shattering his yin soul, Lu Qingfeng confidently shook the mist banner and returned straight to the Xuanyuan water realm, prepared to change the root bone for Lu Qingyu and Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingyu finally relented upon seeing the second golden silkworm goo. She looked at the golden light in her elder brother's hand, at once feeling overwhelmed and excited. Her root bone was extremely low, her cultivation progress excruciatingly slow. Lu Qingyu knew this all too well. She didn't want to hold her brother back, so she practiced diligently. But even with the aid of elixir pills and relentless hard work, advancement remained a staggering ordeal, starting in Upper Sun Country. And now, after 23 or 24 years, she was still only at the True Qi Realm 5th level. She learned the hard way how difficult it was to change one's root bone when plagued by such inadequacies. Big Brother. Lu Qingyu looked up at her brother, her eyes filled with admiration. Endure it a bit. Seeing Qingyu's expression, Lu Qingfeng smiled, put away one of the golden silkworm gus, and gently ruffled Qingyu's hair in front. He held up the golden silkworm goo with his right hand and slowly lowered it toward Qingyu's forehead. Ah! The next moment, a shocking and earth-shattering scream echoed through Peak Rain Mountain. It's done. A wave of relaxation washed over Lu Qingfeng as a faint joy appeared on his face. From the 10th life to the 13th, from the Sky Witch realm to the Black Star realm, from Juyan Mountain Range to the Xuanyuan Water realm, from being a guest elder at the Luoxia sect to being a true inheritor at the Xuanyuan sect, and then to being known as the Fiery Fire Wanderer in the Illusion Wave Sea. Along the way, shifting stars and turning tides within the game, cycle after cycle, strategizing every move in reality where every second counts as gold. Back in Blackwood Village, Lu Qingfeng had sworn to cultivate alongside Qingshan and Qingyu to pursue longevity together. To this day, at this moment, a glimmer of dawn seemed visible as they took another step toward that goal. In thought, a sharp intake of breath came from nearby, followed by an unending string of pitiful howls. Lu Qingfeng looked down to see Shi Qingyu, pale-faced and whimpering pitifully. Ha ha! He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Half the weight on his heart had been lifted. After gathering Immortal Island, Lu Qingfeng went straight to the Luoxia sect without pause, following proper procedures to change Lu Qingshan's root bone. With that, the most urgent matters were therefore settled. After performing the Golden Silkworm Destiny Reversal technique, Qingshan and Qingyu had their lifespan significantly reduced, but with improved root bone and the elixir pills refined by Lu Qingfeng, their advancement to True Qi Realm could be halved at the very least. After reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, the benefits were endless. The lost 50 years of lifespan could completely be recovered during the Foundation establishment, making it a worthy exchange. With the major issue resolved, let the tumult of reality rage on. Lu Qingfeng didn't care to intervene. The Xuanyuan sect had stood for many years, possessing deep roots. With the contribution of elixir recipes he provided and the elixir pills refined from them, injuries were not an issue. The sect's high-end combat capabilities were not inferior to the White Bone Demon sect. There was no need for his assistance, a mere Foundation establishment disciple. All Lu Qingfeng needed to do was to stay on Feiyun Island, leading a group of alchemists and alchemy apprentices to refine elixir pills to supply the sect's cultivators. As for his own root bone, which had yet to be changed, there was no rush for now. During the 3 months of refining the golden silkworm goo, the Feather Immortal Pavilion had been collecting goo refining materials for Lu Qingfeng. Though it took increasingly longer, 2 sets of materials were gathered. Enough for 2 golden silkworm gusts, 1 to change root bone, and 1 more can be used with dedicated ritual to perform the shell shedding technique, essentially granting him a second life. Everything was in place, all in reality was well arranged. He could finally devote most of his energy into the game. Black Star Realm. Fengyue Star. In recent years, Fengyue Star had become quite bustling. First seen on MV4 Lemp YR, a cultivator who called himself the Guangyuan Wanderer roamed the stars, first traveling the 4 corners, slaying demons and banishing evil with an innumerable count of Foundation establishment cultivators, spirit void demons, and evil cultivators falling at his hands. His path was filled with bloodshed and boundless merit. At first, his name was not well known. Foundation establishment cultivators, spirit void demons, and evil cultivators, after all, had their limitations. No matter how many he killed, it was hard to create a stir across the stars. But with the Guangyuan Wanderer's battle against the Upper Origin Palace's Ling Yun True Man, his overwhelming might was revealed. With powerful magic artifacts and unrivaled divine skills, he dominated Ling Yun True Man, commanding the advantage and securing victory from start to finish. He effortlessly suppressed the renowned Master of 10,000 Swords of Fengyue Star's Upper Origin Palace, leaving him no opportunity for counterattack or defense. Moreover, he then successively slaughtered 2 Demon Dao True Men. His fame spread far and wide. Wielding the unparalleled Dutian Xuanming strategy Daoist soldier, practicing Demon Dao, visualization and ritualization of the 3 great demon gods, Zhu Rong, Zhu Mang, and Gong Gong, the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array, various offensive and defensive divine skills. He caused fear in all directions, and madness ensued. Upper Origin Palace, Qingyun Sect, Great Shumi Mountain all took action together. Almost every core formation true man from Fengyue Star mobilized to capture the Guangyuan Wanderer and seize his divine skills and the heritage of his cultivation techniques. Yet, the Guangyuan Wanderer was as slippery as an eel, with an extraordinary ability to escape. He eluded capture across the regions of Fengyue Star, nearly having battled every core formation true man on the star. He could battle when he wished and leave when he pleased. No one could capture him. For a time, Fengyue Star was thrown into chaos. Until this day? Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 269, Guangyuan Demon. Where do you think you're going? Guangyuan Old Demon, you cannot escape. Surrender now. 800 li of Duanlong Cliff. Clouds rolling and billowing like a severed dragon's head. Paths laid out between heaven and earth. One cultivator after another with boundless auras stands suspended in the air, towering aloft, each holding a magic artifact. Lu Qingfeng stands at the very center of the void. Seeing the cultivators surrounding him, each with an aura deep as an abyss. He alone is suffused with rampant demonic intent, having the appearance of a great demon besieged by the heavens and bodhisattvas. Lights of divine aura shine for miles in all directions, with a bowl in the sky casting 2 gold and jade-colored beams of light that hang high in the skies. Combined with the divine light, they block off all escape routes. Even with the ability to walk on the clouds and mastery of the great Daluo cave temple techniques, Lu Qingfeng finds it hard to break free. Purple gold bowl. Lu Qingfeng looks up at the bowl above. Description: supreme treasure of the Great Sumi Mountain. When activated, it unleashes 2 gold and jade-colored streams of energy that hang high in the air like divine dragons drawing water from bowl's mouth. These streams are incredibly powerful, coalescing and separating at will, rendering it impossible for flying swords, treasures, or thunderfire to advance. Flying swords of inferior power and grade can even be absorbed by it, and escape skills are also restrained. An 8th rank magical artifact has been called into play. Lu Qingfeng looks toward the cultivators at the four corners of Duanlong Cliff, especially the small, child-sized old monk who leads a group of them. The purple gold bowl in the sky is activated by him. The Kutuo monk, worthy of being the leader of the 3 great monks of the Great Shumi Mountain, the purple gold bowl is truly formidable. But I wonder what kind of Buddhist supreme divine power is employed by the Wuxiang monk's divine light technique. Lu Qingfeng shifts his gaze from the child-sized Kutuo monk to another old monk beside him, whose dignified visage and mountain-like stature mirror that of the other. This person has his palms together in prayer, radiating divine light for miles. The purple gold bowl alone would not have trapped Lu Qingfeng, but it is the divine light from the Wuxiang monk that truly seals Lu Qingfeng's retreat. Lu Qingfeng has no fear of death, only curiosity. Great Shumi's wishing barrier, the Wuxiang divine light. This is a Buddhist supreme divine power, creating a barrier of light, and the sea of suffering is boundless. Guangyuan Master, cultivation is hard-earned. Remember that redemption lies in the turn back to the shore. Amitabha, the Wuxiang monk chants the Buddha's name, displaying compassion. Ha ha! The monk jests. Lu Qingfeng laughs heartily, completely unafraid. In this life, excluding Garbage Star. He has been on Fengyue Star for 56 years, battling through Fengyue Star, and has crossed hands with many Jiedan true men. While honing his divine techniques and gathering combat experience, he has struggled neck and neck with Jupan Po in the Fire Spirit Shell Field, all thanks to his rich combat experience from countless battles on Fengyue Star. Now caught in an encirclement, there's not necessarily only death awaiting. To witness Fengyue's top cultivators wielding their magical tools and divine skills is a rare opportunity. Unable to extricate himself for now, Lu Qingfeng decides to take a good look around. Purple gold bowl. Great Shumi's wishing barrier, the Wuxiang divine light. Lu Qingfeng's gaze shifts again, this time to 7 true people in the sky from the Qingyun sect. The Buddhist sect traps me. I wonder if the 7 true people from the Qingyun sect intend to subdue the demon with thunder methods? Qingyun sect. Each of the sect's 7 peak leaders is a Gathering Law Realm true man, with mysterious Daoist skills and profound thunder methods. When the 7 join forces, they fear no Golden Core expert, ranking among the top powers of Fengyue Star. Lu Qingfeng has fought against Qingyun sect's true people more than a dozen times before, usually against Void Core and Solid Pill true people. None of them are weak, but in the end, they do not compare to the Qingyun 7 true. Lu Qingfeng is eager to witness the peak wonderful methods of the Qingyun sect and provokes them with his words. The 7 true people remain unmoved. Instead, it is the smiling-faced divine monk, the last of the 3 great monks of the Great Sumi Mountain, who chuckles and takes off a gold ring from his wrist, speaking slowly. Why bother the 7 Daoist brothers from the Qingyun sect to make a move? This is the treasure used by great hero Zen Master in the past for subduing demons, called the demon-suppressing golden ring, specially used for subduing demons and demons. Guangyuan Master, my apologies. With palms pressed together, the smiling-faced divine monk bows slightly to Lu Qingfeng and gently tosses the gold ring from the sky. His lips barely move as he silently recites the 6-character talisman and forms the Buddhist seal technique to enhance the ring. Magical artifact, demon-suppressing golden ring. Grade 8th rank. Description, a treasure used by great hero Zen Master in the past to subdue demons. Easy to use. One only needs to remember the 6-character talisman, perform the learned Buddhist seal techniques, and wield it with one's true spirit to use it as desired. Check for the latest updates on my virtual library empire, MEMP-YR. Demon-suppressing golden ring. Black Star Realm deservedly was once the land where the sitting Arhat spread his teachings. Despite the great destruction, the Buddha's teaching prospered, and numerous Buddhist magical artifacts were passed down. Seeing the golden ring, Lu Qingfeng remains on guard. Limited by cultivation, these Jiedan-level cultivators can't fully unleash the power of an 8th-rank magical artifact. Nonetheless, almost akin to immortal artifacts, It should not be lightly contended with. Wielding a magical artifact, even Golden Core experts can contend with primordial spirits with ease, let alone Lu Qingfeng. As his gaze travels, the demon-suppressing golden ring drifts down, transforming into a halo of golden light that tries to ensnare Lu Qingfeng, and then tightens. Taiyin Calamity Crossing Robe. Lu Qingfeng, calm and composed, lets the Moonhua robe drape over him, flickering with specks of light. The Dutian Xuanming strategy rests in his heart, and he controls the Zhurong demon god in one hand. Drawing on the power of 3,600 Spirit Void level Xuanming Yin soldiers and 2 peak Jiedan level Duqian Ghost generals, his energy surges. Although only at the Spirit Void Divine Silence realm, with such a torrent of power behind him, Lu Qingfeng's aura charges toward the peak of the Golden Core realm. Boundless might, nearly breaking through the core formation's bottleneck, virtually touching the primordial spirit realm. With such mana, regardless of how the golden light constricts, the Taiyin Calamity Crossing robe remains unbroken. The great divine power is indeed extraordinary. Not so easily shattered by a mere golden core old monk wielding an 8th rank magical artifact. The demon-suppressing golden light turns into golden mist, flashing incessantly, attempting to suppress the demonic aura. But the 12 heavenly demon god skill is too mysterious, formed from the collective demonic thoughts of beings from heaven. If only the smiling-faced divine monk were stronger, perhaps he could contain it. Only at the golden core realm, still falling short. Quite the old demon. 3 divine monks. Do not panic. Watch my Qingyun sect's thunder skill. Seeing that the 3 divine monks could only trap Lu Qingfeng, the 7 peak masters of Qingyun sect finally stopped observing from the sidelines. Daoist Xuanji, the head of the group, let out a ferocious shout, stepping forward with the authority of Heavenly Gang. Following his lead, the True People, Dragonhead, Qi Ling, Shuiyu, Wind Return, Morning Sun, and Heavenly Cloud all acted in unison. 7 swords pointed to the heavens. Daoist Xuanji stood at the forefront, a sword in hand, with the hilt at his dantian and the blade passing over his nose, pointing straight to the 9 heavens. His hands formed a seal technique as thunderlight flickered between his brows, his voice roaring. 9 heavens profound Sha, transform into divine thunder, glorious heavenly might, drawn by my sword. The thunder of the 9 heavens stirred, as if myriads of thunder gods were moving together, each gesture rolling with thunder, the abyss of thunder set to judge the great demon. Qingyun sect's thunder skill. Lu Qingfeng had been watching intently since the 7 true people of Qingyun sect made their move, but when the thunder was conjured, he felt somewhat disappointed. Exceeds in level, lacks divine skills. He shook his head quietly. Boom, rumble, the thunder roared, lightning flashed. Stop! Lu Qingfeng pointed a finger to the heavens, and instantly all the thousands of thunderclaps froze in place. This! The cultivators at Duanlong Cliff were shocked to their core. Their gazes converged, sensing beneath the thunder, this Guangyuan demon seemed like a thunder god, mastering the thunder, with lightning running like dragons and serpents, the thunder resonating but not touching him. Moving about freely, very submissive. The next moment. Little Thousand Thunder Prison! Lu Qingfeng flicked his fingers across the sky, and the thunder summoned by the 7 true people of Qingyun sect quivered and broke free from control. Not good! The faces of Qingyun 7 Real changed drastically. Their divine swords wavered, their spells pushed to their limits. But in vain. The boundless thunder that the Qingyun Great Method summoned, like unbridled wild horses escaping control, now harnessed by Guangyuan Demon. Thunder Prison descended, enveloping the entire Duanlong Cliff, covering all the true people of the 3 sects and others. Boom, boom, boom! The roar was incessant, the rampant thunder striking, causing weaker true people to be slashed open, sent tumbling from the clouds, a truly sorry sight. The devil's arrogance. Everyone, let's attack together. A shouting voice rang from within the Thunder Prison. Following that, Lu Qingfeng caught a glimpse of a ray of light in his eyes, swiftly aiming straight for him. Magic artifact. Grade 8th rank. Description: a supreme treasure refined by the ancestors of Qingyun sect. Initially, it appears as a faintly green-purple ring surrounding the body, with a diameter of a few feet. Then it releases a mist of light, enveloping the person wholly, forming a red and green energy sphere, changing wondrously with one's mind. If the enemy is smart enough to let it pass and fly away, no harm will come. Otherwise, upon provocation, it will emit a fierce glow, rapidly expanding 1,000 times its size, resembling a sun. Not even its owner can control it. Whether it be the fiercest of flying sword treasures, iron, stone, or earth, anything it touches will turn to dust. What a powerful 2 Qi rings! Lu Qingfeng was startled, sensing an imminent threat to life. His feet moved swiftly, attempting to dodge the attack of the indiscriminate, world-destroying 2 Qi rings with Cloudtop stepping. However, the purple-gold bowl above had 2 beams of light intertwining, blocking Lu Qingfeng's every escape. The Wuxiang divine monk exerted divine light, equally diminishing Lu Qingfeng's maneuverability. There was also the demon-suppressing golden ring morphing into a golden dawn encircling Lu Qingfeng. No escape possible, only a head-on confrontation. Taiyin Calamity Crossing Robe. Yellow Robe True Body. Lu Qingfeng invoked a thought, the Taiyin robe fluttering, supported by the Yellow Robe True Body, clashing against the 2 Qi rings in an instant. Boom, 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 pug! Amidst the thundering, in just an instant, the Taiyin robe shattered, the 2 Qi rings hitting Lu Qingfeng directly. He was blasted backwards, spitting blood continuously. Gritting through the pain, he desperately stabilized his form. On his chest, a faint glow of golden light flickered, the golden silkworm goo ready at any moment to take a fatal blow for Lu Qingfeng. Don't get entangled! The 3 sects joined forces, magic artifacts powerful. Lu Qingfeng, though borrowing strength from Daoist soldiers and possessing various wonderful methods, was ultimately limited in cultivation and could not stand against the relentless magic artifacts. Duqian demon god blood transformation flying body technique? With the flicker of a thought, he was ready to detonate the Gonggong demon within him for a silent escape. But then, Guangyuan demon, where do you think you're going? He turned and saw. From Upper Origin Palace formation, Golden Core expert Yu Qinghan unexpectedly produced an 8-layered palace in her hand. With a casual toss, it fell towards him. The tower swelled with the wind, quickly enveloping heaven and earth. An overwhelming suction covered Lu Qingfeng, dragging him towards the palace. Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower? Lu Qingfeng's eyes flickered. He hastily suppressed the Gonggong demon within, released his resistance. And in a flash, he was pulled into the palace. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 270, Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower. 3 sects refine the old demon. The old demon has been captured. Wonderful, wonderful. No matter how arrogant Ren Guangyuan, the old demon was, he couldn't escape his destiny in the end. I had long heard about the Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower of the Upper Origin Palace, crafted through the 8 Sceneries talismanic skill, claiming to encompass 8 sceneries and 8 realms, nearly as magnificent as a blessed land cave heaven. Today, upon witnessing it, it truly is extraordinary. Duanlong Cliff. The true men saw the towering Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower engulf Lu Qingfeng before shrinking back to 3 feet tall, landing in the hands of Master Qing Han of the Upper Origin Palace. They all offered their compliments, yet their gazes remained firmly fixed upon the 8 Sceneries Tower. It wasn't covetousness towards the Upper Origin Palace's supreme treasure that held their gaze, but rather because the Upper Origin demon, carrying numerous inheritances of divine skills, was now conspicuously within the 8 Sceneries Tower. The Kutuo, Wuxiang, and smiling-faced divine monks put away their magic artifacts and divine skills, taking a step forward to the front of the formation at the Upper Origin Palace. The monks from Great Shumi Mountain followed behind them. Xuanji, Qiling, Shuiyue, and other true men from the Qingyun sect, each holding a divine sword, landed on another side of the Upper Origin Palace. Together with Great Shumi Mountain, they formed a pincher attack, blocking the escape paths of the true men from the Upper Origin Palace. It was a hard-fought battle. Ultimately, the Upper Origin Palace captured the Upper Origin demon, but if the true men from Upper Origin Palace simply walked away with the 8 Sceneries Tower in hand, all the battles would have been for naught, like making a wedding dress for someone else. Inside the Upper Origin Palace, masters like Meng Zhu and Yu Yu frowned, displeased in their hearts. Master Qingfeng, holding the Eight Sceneries Tower and seeing the stance of the true men from Great Shumi Mountain and the Qingyun sect, was unfazed and said loudly, "With the old demon inside the Eight Sceneries Tower, there's no chance of escape now. This demon has many tricks up his sleeve. We need a proper discussion on how to deal with him. Fellow monks from Great Shumi Mountain, fellow Daoists from the Qingyun sect, why not join me back at the Upper Origin Palace for a thorough consultation on how to proceed?" The three great divine monks, Kutuo, Wuxiang, and Smiling Face, exchanged glances, joined palms, and with a sorrowful expression, the Kutuo monk said, "Amitabha Buddha, it should be so." Master Xuanji from the Qingyun sect, after looking at his 6 fellow sect members, also nodded towards Master Qingfeng and said, "Thank you for having us." Evidently, the Upper Origin Palace didn't dare to monopolize the Upper Origin demon and had to invite true men from the other 2 sects to share the spoils. As for the true men from the other sects at Fengyue Star and the independent practitioners, the alliance of the 3 sects was sufficient to disregard them. In the Upper Origin Palace, an 800-foot-tall tower stretched to the sky, the Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower itself. Below the tower, true men from the Upper Origin Palace, Great Shumi Mountain, and Qingyun sect were all present, staring intently at the Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower. Master Shuiyue of the Qingyun sect furrowed his brows. What's the state of the old demon inside the 8 Sceneries Tower? Is there a way to see him? As he spoke, his gaze turned towards Master Qingfeng. Other true men from the Great Shumi Mountain and Qingyun sect also looked to Master Qingfeng. There is indeed a way. Master Qingfeng smiled, forming a seal technique with his hands. Casting a talisman, and the 8 Sceneries Tower instantly became transparent like a water curtain. The upper 7 layers faded from view, but one could see the bottommost layer packed with thousands of flying swords moving through the void, forming an impeccably dense and invincible sword array, enshrouding a corner of heaven and earth. Within that sword array, the Upper Origin demon stood at ease, strolling leisurely. The onlookers watched. The Upper Origin demon seemed to sense something, his gaze turning towards them with a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. "This!" Master Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, his brows immediately knitting together. Seeing the odd looks from everyone, he quickly formed seal techniques, activating the thousands of flying swords to attack simultaneously, slashing towards the old demon. Yet, the old demon, wrapped in his magic robe, nimbly dodged the myriad of flying swords. Indeed, not the least bit threatened. Seeing the derisive look in the old demon's eyes, Master Qingfeng grew even more irritated, and the true men of the Upper Origin Palace also lost face. Master Meng Zhu of the Upper Origin Palace stepped forward, saying in a deep voice, "Brother, why not cast this demon into the Thunder Realm?" "The old demon's thunder skills are profound. The Thunder Realm might be ineffective," remarked Master Qi Ling from the Qingyun sect. They had previously joined forces, the 7 Gathering Law true men of the Qingyun sect, executing their highest thunder skill, only for the Upper Origin demon to turn it to his advantage. His mastery of thunder skills was unquestionable. Indeed, the Thunder Realm won't work. Let me send him directly into the Four Seas Realm, under the Heavenly Yi Ice Array. No heavens above, no earth below. Surely this demon will find no aid from gods nor from earth. Master Qingfeng's spells changed. Within the sword array, space cracked open, revealing darkness, ready to swallow the old demon. But the old demon simply looked up at the true men outside the 8 Sceneries Tower for a moment and stepped into the spatial rift on his own. The space sealed. Within the first layer, the Golden Dawn realm, no trace remained. Master Qingfeng stretched out his hand and waved it. Talismans fluttered, and the third layer of the 8 Sceneries Tower became see-through, revealing the scenery inside. The third level, the Four Seas Realm. Although the Four Seas Realm may not be as vast as 4 actual seas, it was incredibly broad. It was the transformed power of the Upper Origin Palace's mysterious Great Array, the Heavenly Yi Ice Array. Normally, it appeared as a boundless ocean, but once it reacted to an enemy, it would turn into boundless mystic ice, solidly freezing the foe, sealing any powerful being tightly within so that they could no longer move. Space shifted layer upon layer, truly ensnaring the enemy. Within that, the upper origin demon's figure was revealed among the four seas. He moved walking, striding across waves. Let's see you move now. Master Qingfeng formed a seal technique, activating the great array within the four seas realm. In an instant, the ocean surged with waves reaching high, from every direction engulfing the old demon. The next moment, the water covered everything. The old demon's trace was lost. Then it solidified into mystic ice, frozen in wave shapes. Looking closely, one could still see the upper origin demon, clad in a green robe with an indifferent face, maintaining his stride, frozen in the midst of the mystic ice. It's done! Master Yueyu of the Upper Origin Palace clapped his hands in approval, and the true men of Upper Origin Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. With the other two sects present, if they failed to subdue the Upper Origin demon, it would have been a great shame indeed. The true men of Great Shumi Mountain and the Qingyun sect all relaxed their expressions. They had no desire to be the butt of Upper Origin Palace's jokes. Subduing the Upper Origin demon early and obtaining the divine skills and secret transmissions was the proper way to proceed. However, while the true men were at ease, the two golden core experts of Upper Origin Palace, Master Qingfeng and Master Mengju, were still furrowing their brows without a hint of relaxation. Especially Master Qingfeng, whose white brows trembled as he concentrated deeply. Seeing the expressions of the two true men, a sense of foreboding rose in others' hearts. Master Xuanji turned to Master Qingfeng in confusion and asked, Master Qingfeng, could there be more tricks up the old demon's sleeve? Before Master Qingfeng could reply, a crisp crackling sound was heard from the four seas realm. A spark burst forth first, illuminating the area in an instant, shattering and melting the mystic ice for thousands of miles. Not good! Everyone's brows furrowed deeply. Could the heavenly Yi ice array of the four seas realm fail to trap the old demon as well? Indeed, Ren Guangyuan, the old demon, stepped out from the mystic ice, enveloped in demon flames, resembling a demon god amidst fire, walking on waves. He raised his head, his gaze colliding with Master Qingfeng's, and his lips parted. Insolence! How dare you insult Upper Origin Palace, you brazen devil! True man Yueyu saw this and exploded in rage, with indignation flaring in his eyes. Behind him, the true men of Upper Origin Palace had faces flushed with anger. Being insulted by Ren Guangyuan, the old demon, in front of true men from the two other sects, who could tolerate that? Upper Origin's supreme treasure, mere trinkets. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Today, I shall show you, devil, the might of Upper Origin's great method. Even Master Qingfeng laughed in anger. After much difficulty capturing Ren Guangyuan, the old demon, now they were at a loss in the 8 Sceneries Tower of Upper Origin. Today, when true men of Great Sumi Mountain and the Qingyun sect were present, if word got out, wouldn't Upper Origin Palace become the laughingstock of Fengyue Star? With restrained anger, Master Qingfeng swept his hand, and the space changed once again. He did not bother raising another true fire realm at the 4th level. Given the level of fire technique displayed by Ren Guangyuan just now, initiating the true fire realm would only bring disgrace upon themselves. Upper Origin 8 Sceneries, the barren exotics realm. The space transformed. In the 3rd level of the 8 Sceneries Tower, Ren Guangyuan's figure vanished suddenly. The crowd waited for a moment, seeing Master Qingfeng complete the spell, but the illusions of the 4th and 5th levels were not visible. Master Qingfeng? True man Xueyue, anxious about the whereabouts of Ren Guangyuan, looked to Master Qingfeng impatiently. Master Qingfeng looked slightly fatigued and did not reply. Instead, Master Mengju spoke solemnly beside him. The 8 Sceneries Tower of Upper Origin Palace is our supreme treasure. The latter 4 sceneries and realms are not for outsiders to know. The true men from the other sects heard this and turned to look at Master Qingfeng. But they saw Master Qingfeng showing a wry smile, saying, "My fellow apprentice, there's no need to protect me. With my limited Dao ability, despite exhausting my cultivation, I have only managed to refine up to the 4th level of the 8 Sceneries Tower. I have yet to master the 5th level's barren exotics realm fully. I can only let people in and out, but have no control within it and cannot perceive its interior." This The Kutuo monk, Master Xuanji, and the others were skeptical, but since Master Qinghan said so, without any way to verify it, they couldn't press too hard and begrudgingly accepted it. Seeing their response, Master Qinghan added, "The barren exotics realm contains numerous exotic beasts and venomous creatures with profound Dao abilities. Once the old demon enters, it's only a matter of time before he's running scared. Just wait for his energy to diminish, and I will transfer him out of the barren exotics realm. Then he will be at our mercy." Excellent. Smiling-faced divine monk was the first to respond, standing still, not rushing or impatient. The others, seeing this, also fell silent, waiting for the moment when Ren Guangyuan would run scared with dwindling energy. Time passed. 1/4 hour, 2/4 hours, 1 hour, 2 hours. Master Qinghan, how fares the demon in the barren exotics realm? True Man Shuyo was the most impatient. Seeing that 2 full hours had passed without any sign, he could not help but ask. For a better reading experience, visit M. Master Qinghan's forehead was soaked with sweat, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Odd. Once the old demon entered the barren exotics realm, I could sense someone was inside, yet none of the traps were triggered. It's as if he's hiding somewhere. Without the Dao ability to manipulate the barren exotics realm, I can't do anything to him for now. What should we do then? True Man Shuiyue frowned. We can only wait. Dangers lurk in every corner of the barren exotics realm. He may avoid them for a moment, but he cannot hide forever. I ask all divine monks and fellow Daoists, please be patient. After Master Qinghan spoke, he addressed the divine monks and true men from the other sects. Let's hope so. The true men from 2 sects could do nothing else. They could only stand by and wait. However, 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. Years passed, and since the old demon entered the barren exotics realm, there had been no news. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 271, 300 Years. Golden Phoenix Sparrow. Magic Artifact Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower. Description: before the Great Destruction, the ancestral masters of the Upper Origin Palace refined a treasure with the Upper Origin 8 Sceneries talismanic skill called the Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower. They intended to refine it into an immortal artifact, creating a blessed land and grotto heaven within its spaces, to be the unshakable foundation of the Upper Origin Palace for all eternity. Unfortunately, due to an insufficient destiny, the Great Destruction arrived, the immortals scattered, and the Earth Immortals and true immortals of Upper Origin Palace had no choice but to ascend, leaving behind the unfinished Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower. Inside it, a world unto itself was formed, divided into 8 layers, each possessing infinite mysterious uses, becoming a supreme treasure for the Upper Origin Palace after the Great Destruction. 5th layer. Barbaric Exotic Realm. Lu Qingfeng stepped into the barbaric exotic realm, feeling as though he had entered the boundless ancient wilderness. Mountains surrounded him on all sides, the mountain ranges crisscrossing and extending endlessly, with rivers rushing boldly, a sight full of vast and desolate aura. Upper Origin 8 Sceneries talismanic skill. The latter 4 sceneries and realms are far more mysterious and powerful than the former 4. The latter 4 layers of the Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower are also much more dangerous than the former 4. But Lu Qingfeng gazed at the sky and the earth, no longer feeling the sense of being watched that he experienced in the Golden Dawn realm and 4 Seas realm. His heart suddenly moved. That's it? The Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower, after all, is an 8th rank magical artifact. How can a mere golden core cultivator fully refine and smoothly operate it? It was already not easy to refine the first 4 layers, but the latter 4 layers are not under Yue Qinghan's control. Although more perilous, without someone operating it, as long as one is keenly aware, it actually becomes easier than the first 4 layers. With this thought, Lu Qingfeng felt at ease. Originally, he only intended to enter the Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower to see if he could seize the opportunity to decipher this supreme treasure of the Upper Origin Palace. Now, it seems he can have a good stroll through the upper 4 layers. Countless years have passed since the Great Destruction. The upper 4 layers of the 8 Sceneries Tower have always been uncontrolled. Who knows how many mysteries are hidden? Just the spiritual energy in the barbaric exotic realm alone is enough to make many immortal sects covet. However, since the Upper Origin Palace could send people inside but did not occupy it, it must be extremely dangerous. Even the vast Upper Origin Palace is unable to contend with it. Barbaric exotic realm. There must be ancient exotic beasts, extraordinary insects of heaven and earth, and poisonous creatures of the wilderness roaming wildly. I must be careful. Lu Qingfeng walked through the barbaric exotic realm, feeling the rich spiritual energy, and with each sway and stumble, his invisibility technique unfolded, and the inverted void glazed glass wall was utilized to its extremity. His entire being seemed isolated from the present world, walking through the barbaric exotic realm as though intangible. Just at this time, Master Qing Han outside could only sense that Lu Qingfeng's presence was still in the barbaric exotic realm, but could not pinpoint his whereabouts, nor could he move him out of the barbaric exotic realm. Lu Qingfeng casually picked a mountain peak. Rich spiritual energy, nourishing countless spiritual medicines and extraordinary substances of heaven and earth for thousands and tens of thousands of years. It's indeed a hidden treasure trove. On a lower mountain peak, which was also 600 feet tall, Lu Qingfeng strolled leisurely. While walking, the Daluo Cave Temple view allowed him to see either sleeping or hibernating ancient exotic beasts. Hidden in the void or deep within the forest, extraordinary insects and poisonous creatures. All sorts of mysteries broadened Lu Qingfeng's horizons, exhilarating him. Besides, what made Lu Qingfeng even more delighted was the various spiritual medicines. They were entry-level, and rare spiritual medicines, difficult to find in the outside world, were frequently visible here. The barbaric exotic realm is full of potent exotic beasts, unpredictable extraordinary insects, and poisonous creatures, which is why cultivators from the Upper Origin Palace dare not come in to explore and harvest resources. They guard a mountain of treasures, yet they cannot obtain it. So, it all benefited Lu Qingfeng. After a search, Lu Qingfeng quickly gathered the spiritual medicines needed to refine several types of Spirit Void Divine Silence and Spirit Void Fusion level spirit pills. So, he simply set up a furnace to perform alchemy right in the barbaric exotic realm. Not just alchemy. The barbaric exotic realm existed before the Great Destruction and constantly swallowed spiritual energy, already transforming from magic artifact space toward a blessed land. The barbaric exotic realm cultivated and evolved countless precious treasures and refining materials. He could also refine artifacts. Currently, as Fiery Fire Wanderer in the real world, I can already match a solid pill true man. But the proficiency in alchemy and artifact refining is still at 5th order and can be further improved. This place is an excellent spot. Lu Qingfeng immediately smiled. He immediately established a cave dwelling and set up an array. Alchemy, artifact refining, cultivation, delving into divine skills and arrays, contending with exotic beasts, subjugating extraordinary insects, manipulating poisonous creatures. Time passed. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. In the blink of an eye, 300 years went by. The genuine article resides on MV Elnan. 300 years in the mortal world. Star shifts are enough for mortals to live through 3 to 5 generations, passing down through more than 10 generations. For immortal sects and cultivators, it is also a significant span of time. Today, in the Upper Origin Palace, Master Qing Han's eyebrows were whiter, his face withered, no longer possessing the imposing demeanor that once suppressed the Guangyuan demon. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and in front of him was the 800 feet tall Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower. By his side, Mengju also appeared somewhat aged. The lifespan of a Jiedan true man is long, but also no more than 3,000 spans. Both major true men of the Upper Origin Palace advanced to core formation early on. Zijin, their lifespan was nearly exhausted. Struggling within Fengyue Star, breaking through to Jiedan had been challenging. They thought the opportunity lay with the Guangyuan demon 300 years ago, but even capturing the demon proved fruitless. As of today, advancing to Jidan in this life seemed hopeless. Yo Qinghan and Meng Zhu sat opposite each other. Master Qinghan closed his eyes in silence. Meng Zhu glanced down at Master Yueyu and asked in a grave voice, "How goes the tracking of the four demons?" The four demons are cunning and support each other. They strike then vanish, truly difficult to track. Master Yueyu shook his head in response. The four demons are disciples from 300 years ago, suppressing the Guangyuan demon within the 8 Sceneries Tower. If even the Guangyuan demon couldn't escape our pursuit, how could the four demons exceed Guangyuan's strength? Meng Zhu's authoritative tone resonated without anger. Master Yueyu lowered his head, unable to deny. It was no wonder Meng Zhu was anxious. Ever since Upper Origin Palace suppressed Guangyuan demon 300 years ago, and then the old demon entered the 8 Sceneries Tower's barbaric realm, no trace of him was found. Years later, provoked by Great Shumi Mountain and Qingyun sect's waning patience, a fierce battle broke out in the mountains of Upper Origin Palace. With its profound heritage and numerous true men, Upper Origin Palace managed to withstand the attack, but severely soured relationships with the two sects. For the past 300 years, they often faced targeted attacks, weary and utterly exhausted. Unfortunately, 4 demons appeared in Fengyue Star before anyone knew it. They were disciples of Guangyuan Demon, each inheriting a lineage of cultivation techniques and divine skills. Roaming the stars, striking horizontally and ambushing, they especially made Upper Origin Palace extremely troubled. Generation after generation of elite disciples were sent out for trials, suffering death tolls exponentially greater than before. Year after year, Upper Origin Palace could no longer bear it. Moreover, 2 Golden Core experts, Yo Qinghan and Meng Zhu, were nearing the end of their lifespans, and in these years, only Yu Yu was newly promoted as a Golden Core. Upper Origin Palace was increasingly unstable. Among the 4 demons, Vulture Lin Feng controls the Fire Crow Daoist soldiers, and Fisherman Zhang Yang controls the Water Dao soldiers. One dominates the land, the other commands the waters, and they are the most difficult to deal with. The Overlord Wen Guang has exceptional combat skills, practices the body-to-saint method, can regenerate from a drop of blood, and possesses the blood-burning escape technique, making him impossible to capture or kill. The only sword demon Linye is preoccupied with alchemy, the weakest in cultivation. Yet, with the protection of the other 3 demons, her movements are the most mysterious. Not to mention pursuing her, we can't even get a hint of information. Master Yueyu stayed silent for a long while before speaking reluctantly. With the emergence of the 4 demons, they were able to contend with Jiedan true men. With numerous tactics and continuous strength improvement in recent years, even ordinary void and solid pills were no longer a match for them. Although Upper Origin Palace had many true men, a portion had to suppress various enterprises, and another portion had to confront Great Shumi Mountain and Qingyun sect. Only a small part could deal with the 4 demons. They were truly caught in a difficult situation. The 4 demons aimed to rescue Guangyuan Demon. Yet, the old demon has been in the barbaric realm for 300 years, unseen and unreleased, a real flesh wound. Mentioning Guangyuan Demon ignited an unnamed rage in Meng Zhu's heart. Because of Guangyuan, Upper Origin Palace had not only stagnated for 300 years, but also consumed much of its foundation. Utterly stifled. Even if the old demon dominates the barbaric realm and doesn't come out, he has been enduring 300 years of solitude. Just languishing like this, what's the point? Can he really bring down my Upper Origin Palace while still inside the barbaric realm? Yueyu also frowned. Humph. My Upper Origin Palace has inherited countless years. How could it be ruined by a mere demon? Lingering like this, even if he doesn't die from the strange beasts and exotic species in the barbaric realm, he will eventually perish from exhausting his lifespan. Just let him be. Meng Zhu scoffed, his face gloomy. These years truly bothered by Guangyuan Demon, sending people into the barbaric realm to find him, yet no trace of the old demon. Even after fully opening the gates of the barbaric realm, the old demon did not appear. Sending people to stir up chaos in the barbaric realm couldn't threaten the old demon either, instead putting their own safety at risk. Can't fight him. Can't kill him, can't release him, can't harm him. The troublesome part, only Upper Origin Palace knows. It is indeed easy to invite a deity, but hard to send one away. During the conversation, boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, tremors and roaring sounds emerged from the fifth layer of the 8 Sceneries Tower, causing the entire tower to shake. Yue Qinghan, Meng Zhu, and Yu Yu, 3 true men, lifted their heads simultaneously to look at the 8 Sceneries Tower, showing helplessness in their eyes. The Guangyuan demon is unsettling even in the barbaric realm, now disturbing some exotic beast or demon king's lair again. Yu Yu shook his head. These years, every once in a while, the 5th layer would be in chaos, stirred up by Guangyuan demon. This demon was originally a high-level alchemist and artifact refiner, squandering countless spiritual medicines and materials in the barbaric realm, refining who knows how many spirit pills and magical artifacts. He entered the barbaric realm 300 years ago, not yet having undergone the 4-9 heavenly tribulations. 200 years ago, he underwent the tribulation within the barbaric realm, and now his strength has already reached an unimaginable level. Even if he wishes to come out now, he must not be released. Yu Qing'an spoke, his voice tired, with a trace of worry in his eyes. It should indeed be so. Yu Yu nodded. Outside 8 Sceneries Tower, 3 true men of Upper Origin Palace wore faces full of worry. In the barbaric realm, vast and boundless, extending mountains displayed a barbaric atmosphere. Between the mountains, the void of heaven and earth, thousands of sword chi flashing, sweeping towards all directions. On the earth below, numerous exotic beasts ran wildly, with strange insects and poisonous creatures moving along. In the sky, a giant bird with a golden crown and sharp red plumes stretched across, stirring the winds and clouds with its wings. As it faced the thousands of sword chi, the giant bird suddenly swept past, its long tail feathers fiercely swiping. A white light suddenly appeared, immediately shattering the thousands of sword chi, revealing its true form. Golden Phoenix Divine Light. Lu Qingfeng glanced back, seeing the Golden Phoenix Sparrow enraged. Below, exotic beasts roared, and strange insects and poisonous creatures soared through the air, from all directions, wanting to surround him. Golden Phoenix King's divine skills are powerful. Let's avoid him for a moment. With a thought, the Daluo Cave Temple swept across, directly aiming at a spot, fingertips flashing with 2-colored light, and the space immediately opened up big enough for one person. Squeak! Squeak! Roar! Roar! Golden Phoenix King shrieked, opening its mouth to activate the 5 elements. Dozens of 5-colored light needles burst out, shattering the void and sweeping towards Lu Qingfeng. I am also leaving. Seeing the 5-colored light needles, Lu Qingfeng laughed loudly, diving into the hole. His figure disappeared, the portal closed. Boom! The light needles missed, striking a mountain peak 3,300 feet high. With a loud bang, the mountain peak was blasted apart, stones flying everywhere, and the massive mountain was explosively halved, leaving only about 400 to 500 feet of mountain body. Rumble! The mountain collapsed, the earth shook. Inside the barbaric realm, only the agitated thousands of exotic beasts remained, and the Golden Phoenix King cried out. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe. Share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 272, Golden Phoenix Divine Light, 5-colored Divine Light. The 6th floor of the 8 Sceneries Tower is the Heavenly Palace realm. This floor resembled the palace of the Heavenly Court, endless flowers blooming and beautiful sights splendorous without exhaustion. Clouds carpeted the path below. Splendorous jade-like flora bloomed on either side, while jade dew trickled melodiously. Numerous heavenly soldiers, attendants, and powerful warriors gardened, raising flowers and grass, engaging in vast construction works. Moreover, there were countless beautiful immortals singing and dancing joyfully, embodying pure delight and playfulness. Yet, this regal sight was nothing but an illusion. Lu Qingfeng was accustomed to coming and going as usual. Looking skyward, Auspicious clouds gathered, transforming into auspicious signs. Joy on his face, he waved his hand at once, transforming it into a large hand that plucked divine dragons, white horses, phoenixes, and more auspicious beings from the sky, drawing them into the Dutian Xuanming strategy. The Dutian creation pool roared deafeningly as it refined them. Upon closer inspection, there were innumerable cloud-like auspicious signs within it not yet refined, as well as other sundry items bobbing about. The Dutian creation pool thundered heavily, seemingly overwhelmed by the burden. The fifth layer is a wild and strange habitat where spiritual medicine, refining materials, exotic beasts, strange insects, and poisonous creatures are endless. In the heavenly palace realm of the sixth layer, it draws spiritual energy from outside, bathed in the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, crystallizing into clouds, making jade dew variants, no less than spirit stones or spiritual pearls. Can be directly used for cultivation or to elevate the grade of the Dutian Xuanming strategy. Lu Qingfeng's mouth curved slightly upward. The Upper Origin Palace's primordial spirit practitioners had long ceased to exist. The fifth layer blocked their path, and they could not ascend to the heavenly palace realm of the sixth layer. Over countless years, the accumulated crystallized clouds in the heavenly palace realm were all captured by Lu Qingfeng, becoming fodder for the ascent of the Dutian Xuanming strategy and materials for his own cultivation. Such a treasure, nearly cleared out. Behind this, the seventh layer, known as the Outer Heaven Realm, was vast and boundless, claiming to have moved the Nine Heavens galaxy and all the heavenly stars within it. Although this claim was exaggerated, it held a star array concealing innumerable star-secret treasures. Lu Qingfeng did not exploit these secrets, occasionally sitting cross-legged in the stars, meditating on divine power. The Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light and the Taiyan Calamity Crossing Robe, both related to stars and constellations, significantly benefited from this connection. The very top floor of the Eight Sceneries Tower, the Primordial Realm, aimed to recreate the opening of heaven and earth by Pangu, developing the nine nether, nine heavens, and multiple layers of worlds. However, his divine power and ability in the Dao were not sufficient, and the laborious work was inadequate. Merely a half-finished product, covered by a great array of opening heavens and creating the earth. A vision of pure primordial chaos. Even over millennia, for chaos, these were all unchangeable. Lu Qingfeng ventured into it once and nearly lost his way. Since then, he never entered again. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng arrived in the Heavenly Palace realm and stopped. He casually chose a pavilion and, with immortals singing and dancing beside him to enhance the pleasure, he flicked his hand and directly a corpse fell from the void, vibrantly colored, with feathers both bright and splendid. It was a golden phoenix sparrow. The Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan, said to be closely related by blood to the primordial divine beast, the Peacock clan. The clan's innate divine power, Golden Phoenix Divine Light, bears a striking resemblance to the supreme divine power, Five-Colored Divine Light, which holds great fame among the primordial heaven and earth, wielded by the Peacock Great Bright King, with nothing it cannot cleanse. Inherently aligned with the five elements, it also possesses the Great Five Elements Primordial Magnetic Extinction Light Needle, with immense piercing power, breaking all five elements. Surpassing the two main divine powers of the Black Vein Golden Butterfly clan by innumerable measures. There are levels to divine power. Both considered divine powers, the two divine powers of the Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan undoubtedly surpassed those of the Black Vein Golden Butterfly clan. Lu Qingfeng looked at the Golden Phoenix Sparrow corpse on the ground, a look of joy appearing on his face. The corpse of a Demon King-level Golden Phoenix Sparrow will surely allow for the analysis of the Golden Phoenix Sparrow's two great divine powers. 30 years ago, Lu Qingfeng was in the wild and strange fifth layer, using exotic beasts to hone his own divine skills and combat rule abilities. By chance, he encountered a strong member of the Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan, who brushed him with the Golden Phoenix Divine Light, stripping away his 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman and all 12 staves of the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banner. From then on, enmity was formed. However, Lu Qingfeng was not distressed about losing magic artifacts. On the contrary, he was ecstatic, setting his sights on the Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan, aiming for their two formidable divine powers. Although both were merely common divine powers, as long as he could decipher them and further enhance them, the supreme divine power would be within reach. The five-colored divine light. Merely thinking of it, Lu Qingfeng was filled with endless anticipation and boundless joy. The Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan, even in the vast primordial great heaven and earth and the billions of constant sand worlds, was considered rare. It was unknown from where the Upper Origin Palace acquired them, having placed them within the wild and strange territory to ensure their continuation to this day. In recent times, Lu Qingfeng had continuously slain 7 golden phoenix sparrows below the core formation stage. Unfortunately, as they had not reached core formation, they had not awakened their bloodline divine powers. Thus, after several plots and many years lying low, today, he finally found an opportunity and used the 3-edged demon-slaying needle to ambush a lone golden phoenix sparrow, resolving the matter swiftly. This golden phoenix sparrow before him was one of the strong members of the golden phoenix sparrow clan in the wild and strange territory, no less capable than the core formation strong members of the 3 sects on Fengyue Star. He would have certainly triumphed in a direct confrontation with his numerous divine skills, techniques, and magic artifacts. However, any entanglement would immediately alert other powerful members of the Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan, rushing to support. Outnumbered, even Lu Qingfeng would not be their match amidst one of the strongest species of the wild and strange territory. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use the 6th-rank assassination artifact, 3-edged demon-slaying needle from Garbage Star, a swift and decisive battle. Grabbing the corpse, he immediately departed. Even so, he still triggered the Golden Phoenix King's presence. A great demon comparable to a primordial spirit, a sweep of the Golden Phoenix Divine Light broke through the light-splitting and shadow transformation with Swords in Void. The deployment of the final Great 5 Elements Primordial Magnetic Extinction Light Needle exhibited world-destroying might. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng had been dwelling in the wild and strange realm for 300 years, easily moving between the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th layers. Thus, he escaped with ease. Gathering his thoughts. First, let's analyze the corpse, he concluded. Lu Qingfeng sat down cross-legged, with his hands resting on the Golden Phoenix Sparrow corpse ahead, beginning the analysis process. Time passed. 12 years later, derivation technique, Golden Phoenix Sparrow. First magic gate, 5 elements mixed element technique, true sect level cultivation method, experience value 12 million. Magic gate 2, Golden Phoenix Divine Light, experience value 15 million. Magic Gate 3, Great 5 Elements Primordial Magnetic Extinction Light Needle, experience value 15 million. Magic Gate 4, 15 million. Lu Qingfeng chuckled as his aura rapidly descended. Core Formation Void Core, Spirit Void Fusion, Spirit Void Divine Silence, Spirit Void Heart Movement, Spirit Void Heart Movement Early Stage. With an imposing 26 million experience points, Lu Qingfeng directly allocated 15 million to exchange for the Golden Phoenix Divine Light. Divine Skill, Golden Phoenix Divine Light. Description: the innate divine ability of the Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan, inherited from the supreme divine power, 5-colored divine light of the Peacock Great Bright King. Within the elements of the 5 phases, nothing is untouched. Within the 5 phases, nothing is untouched. In the primordial heaven and earth, at the inception of chaos, one chi divided into yin and yang, and from yin and yang came the 5 phases. All things in heaven and earth, none exist outside the purview of the 5 phases, none that are not derivatives of it. Even the immortals who claim to transcend the 3 realms and are outside the 5 phases, when faced with the Peacock Great Bright King's 5-colored divine light, cannot escape being swept by its ray. The Peacock Divine Power is said to be cultivated from a single point of innate chaos chi that split into the 5 phases, bringing Kong Xuan to life within it, growing the 5 feathers on his tail, and beginning to manifest divine power. As Kong Xuan's Dao ability deepened, and he refined through countless years, he perfected the 5-colored divine light and built a tremendous reputation as the invincible one beneath the saints of the primordial age. The Golden Phoenix Divine Light is somewhat inferior and comes with limitations. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the properties of the Golden Phoenix Divine Light. not in a hurry to exchange the Great Five Elements Primordial Magnetic Extinction Light Needle, but instead pouring the remaining 11 million experience points into strengthening the Golden Phoenix Divine Light. From a common divine skill to great divine power level, no fewer than 10 enhancements are required, consuming a whopping total of 102, 12 million experience points. Lu Qingfeng possessed so many great divine powers only because his experiences were as boundless as the Blood Sea, allowing him to achieve greatness. Now, to enhance the Golden Phoenix Divine Light to the great divine power level on his own is no easy task. With the Spirit Void Heart Movement, Spirit Void Divine Silence Realms, and the abundance of elixir pills, advancing my spiritual state is extremely simple. In just 18 years, I can cultivate from the Spirit Void Heart Movement early stage to the peak of Spirit Void Divine Silence. That would give 9 million experience points. Still short 90 million experience points for the enhancement. Just cultivate through the cycle 10 times and it will be accomplished. Considering this, it would take just 180 years. This is the perfect time to thoroughly comprehend the Golden Phoenix Divine Light. The renowned five-colored divine light with its boundless wonders stirs Lu Qingfeng's passion. A mere 180 years is of no concern. With determination, this chapter was first seen on MVM.ir. He continues to remain in the 8 Sceneries Tower, devotedly cultivating and enhancing the Golden Phoenix Divine Light. Year after year passes. In the 47th year of Lu Qingfeng's seclusion to derive the Golden Phoenix Divine Light, amounting to 359 years since entering the 8 Sceneries Tower. Supreme of the Upper Origin Palace, Yo Qinghan passed away, bequeathing the Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower and the new advanced golden core of Upper Origin Palace to Master Yuyu. In the 93rd year of deriving divine skills, entering 405 years in the 8 Sceneries Tower. Supreme Elder Mengju of Upper Origin Palace passed away. Immediately, Upper Origin Palace was left with only Master Yueyu to sustain it, being completely suppressed by the Qingyun sect and Great Shumi Mountain. Assets both within and beyond the stars were either seized by the 2 sects and other immortal sects, or looted and destroyed by the 4 demons, falling into decline. 88 years after the passing of Master Mengju, the Upper Origin Palace, known as Master of 10,000 Swords, Master Lingyun, condensed evil and refined his mana, achieving the Golden Core realm. Upper Origin Palace was instantly stabilized. Within were countless cheers. They held a banquet for dozens of days, with guests from all directions bringing congratulations, and once again demonstrated their past splendor. In a blink of an eye, it's been 17 years since Master Lingyun achieved Golden Core. The same year, Lu Qingfeng entered the 510th year in the 8 Sceneries Tower, 198th year of deriving divine skills. In the wild exotic realm, the Golden Phoenix King stands proudly across the sky. Lu Qingfeng, wearing a green robe, rides on an auspicious cloud. The Golden Phoenix King glares with eyes full of rage and suddenly opens its mouth. A 5-colored light needle shoots out immediately, aiming straight for Lu Qingfeng. With no hint of panic, Lu Qingfeng holds the Duqian Xuanming strategy in one hand, while his other spreads like a fan, and with a sudden sweep, his fingers feel as heavy as ancient mountains. Face set with determination, Lu Qingfeng boldly swings his hand. Green, yellow, black, and white hues surge forth, confronting the 5-colored light needle head-on. Hiss! The void crackles, and in the next moment, the 5-colored light needle appears to weaken. Again! Lu Qingfeng repeatedly fans his hand, pushing as if he's moving ancient mountains, stirring the 4 seas with great effort. True Yuan within him is rapidly depleting, but the effect is evident. The 5-colored light needle unleashed by the Golden Phoenix King is continuously nullified as Lu Qingfeng sweeps it with divine light. By the time it reaches him, it simply dissipates into a puff of Qingfeng wind. Ha ha! The Great 5 Elements Primordial Magnetic Extinction Light Needle of the Golden Phoenix King is nothing more than that. Lu Qingfeng relaxes his expression and can't help but burst into laughter. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 273, 500 Years. Old Demon Emerges. This is... The Golden Phoenix King, seeing the divine light, became furious and even more suspicious. In a moment of thought, the 5 tail feathers at the end of his body were infused with mana and they abruptly unfurled, furiously fluttering. Divine light surged forth, sweeping towards Lu Qingfeng's head. Golden Phoenix Divine Light, also just a light show. Lu Qingfeng's voice rang clear, with the Duqian Xuanming strategy supplying an endless stream of power through Daoist soldiers. Raising his large hand, his 5 fingers came together, stirring up wind and thunder as they swept towards the sky's divine light. The 5-colored light appeared. Bang, bang, bang! The divine light collided and dissipated against each other. The Golden Phoenix King continually shook his tail feathers, and Lu Qingfeng kept swinging his large hand. One could see the sky filled with colorful brilliance, as both sides' divine light collided and dissipated time and again. Duqian Xuanming contained an abundance of Daoist soldiers, and Lu Qingfeng's strength was unending, coupled with the mysteriousness of his divine skills. Finally, he took the initiative with a palm strike, the divine light sweeping down right onto the Golden Phoenix King's face. Bang! Divine light smashed into the face, directly causing the Golden Phoenix King to somersault. However, he is, after all, the king of the Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan, with immense strength, far beyond any Jindan cultivator. Although hit by the divine light, he was completely unharmed. But as he raised his head, his eyes shone with sharp light, and he exclaimed in shock, "5-colored divine light!" After consecutive collisions, the Golden Phoenix King finally confirmed that this human cultivator, who had entered the desolate exotic land 500 years ago, was using the very divine skill rumored among his Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan, the one that could refine the Golden Phoenix Divine Light to the ultimate level, to perceive the ultimate, possibly mastering that earth-shattering, legendary divine skill. 5-colored divine light. For a moment, the Golden Phoenix King was shocked, with endless greed rising in his heart. The human cultivator before him, nearly 200 years ago, had somehow practiced their clan's innate divine skill, Golden Phoenix Divine Light, and had now come looking for trouble. At that time, the Golden Phoenix Divine Light was incredibly immature, easily shattered. Over time, this human cultivator kept improving, and the Golden Phoenix Divine Light in his hands grew stronger. Its mysteries appeared to be different from that of the Golden Phoenix Divine Light, seemingly even more profound and powerful. The same divine skill, different cultivators practicing, each achieved different levels. The Golden Phoenix King did not care about it. Until today, until just now. He finally recognized that this was not the Golden Phoenix Divine Light, but clearly the legendary 5-colored Divine Light that was infinitely more brilliant and mysterious than the Golden Phoenix Divine Light. For a moment, greed surged in the Golden Phoenix King's gaze, his heart filled only with the 5 colors. Indeed, it is the 5-colored Divine Light. Lu Qingfeng laughed out loud. Seeing the divine power, born from the Golden Phoenix Divine Light, and finally attaining perfection after improvement, triumphing over the supremely skilled Golden Phoenix King in a direct clash, Lu Qingfeng was also in high spirits. Moreover, after 188 years of derivation enhancement, he had finally elevated the ordinary divine skill, Golden Phoenix Divine Light, to the level of a great divine power. His mood was extremely joyful. His face beamed with a bright smile. Divine skill, 5-colored divine light. Grade great divine power. Description: comprising green, yellow, red, black, and white, corresponding to the wood, earth, fire, water, and metal elements of the 5 elements. Nothing can withstand its sweep. Derived from the Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan's innate divine skill, Golden Phoenix Divine Light, born from the supreme divine power, innate 5-colored divine light of the Peacock Great Bright King, belonging to the postnatal. Everything in the postnatal world, within the 5 elements, can't withstand its sweep. The 5-colored divine light in the Peacock Great Bright King's hands belongs to the innate. One bit of chaos chi could create a supreme great divine power. Lu Qingfeng derived it from the Golden Phoenix Divine Light as a postnatal, merely as a great divine power. Even so, It had an ineffably mysterious use, a might that traversed the universe. The Golden Phoenix King's cultivation was profound and inscrutable, with divine skills honed through unknown eons. Lu Qingfeng studied divine skills for only 188 years, and the five-colored divine light was still new. But being able to gain the upper hand in a simple clash of divine skills, one could see the might of the five-colored divine light. Casting a glance and seeing the greed of the Golden Phoenix King, Lu Qingfeng suddenly smiled. Many thanks to the Golden Phoenix King for all the years of sparring. Today, my cultivation has reached perfection, so I've come to say goodbye. Lu Qingfeng bowed to the Golden Phoenix King. These years. Whenever he had some gains in cultivation, made progress in understanding divine skills, or when he encountered confusion or stagnation, he would come to the desolate exotic land to battle exotic beasts, validating his learning and sparking inspiration. After practicing the Golden Phoenix Divine Light, he repeatedly sought out the Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan to spar, using the Golden Phoenix Divine Light in clashes, and his understanding of divine skills was incredibly swift. The Golden Phoenix King, the strongest among the Golden Phoenix Sparrow clan, was an old rival. Goodbye? The Golden Phoenix King was puzzled. Born in the desolate exotic land, he knew nothing of the vastness of the world outside. With a cultivation that could overpower the Upper Origin Palace, he could only be confined within the 8 Sceneries Tower. Truly frustrated. And he did not comprehend Lu Qingfeng's words about goodbye. Lu Qingfeng bore no sympathy and did not concern himself with the Golden Phoenix King. A burst of spirit light shot from his eyes as the Daluo Cave Temple perceived the world. In an instant, with a sweep of his sleeve, the 5-colored divine light brushed across the void. Boom! In the void, a portal opened. The essence of the Black Star realm and the atmosphere of Fengyue Star seeped through the portal. It's been a while. Lu Qingfeng took a breath, stepped on the clouds, and stepped into the portal, disappearing from sight. This is the Golden Phoenix King, seeing a corner of the universe outside the portal, his eyes immediately burst forth with brilliance. Once he caught a glimpse of the vast world, he would no longer bear the cramped, desolate, exotic land. Where do you think you're going? Seeing Lu Qingfeng about to leave, the Golden Phoenix King shouted loudly, hurriedly unleashing his Golden Phoenix divine light towards Lu Qingfeng. Ha! Don't bother sending me off. Through the void portal, the 5-colored light surged out, directly scattering the Golden Phoenix divine light, followed by Lu Qingfeng's hearty voice. After he stepped in, accompanied by the 5-colored divine light and Lu Qingfeng's voice, the void portal closed immediately. Don't go. Golden Phoenix King could no longer sense Lu Qingfeng's presence and went mad in an instant. Wielding the Golden Phoenix divine light, he ruthlessly brushed it across the void, shattering it to pieces. Unfortunately, without the insights of Daluo Cave Temple, he could not discern the ever-changing gates within the desolate and exotic realm. Madness. Yet all efforts were in vain. Even more infuriating was the glimpse of the vast world from a corner of the gateway, feeling the distinct aura of another land, which only drove his madness further. Lu Qingfeng didn't look back. With one step, he left the 8 Sceneries Tower, where he had stayed for a whole 510 years. Whoa! Stepping on the void, with the 800 Zhang tall Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower behind him, Lu Qingfeng dropped his arms by his sides and inhaled the air of Fengyue Star, feeling refreshingly unblocked all over. Who goes there? While he was still immersed, a thunderous shout came from below. Lu Qingfeng looked down to see a swordsman in a white robe rising from his seated position, like a sharp sword against the sky, blade pointing straight up. So it's true man Ling Yun. Not having seen you for 500 years, it's remarkable that you've achieved Golden Core. Congratulations. Seeing this person, Lu Qingfeng immediately smiled. Over 500 years ago, when he first made his name known on Fengyue Star, it was by battling a Gathering Law Realm true man from the Upper Origin Palace without falling behind, even completely suppressing him, thereby becoming known to the world. That true man, known as Master of 10,000 Swords, referred to as True Man Ling Yun. It was precisely the white-robed swordsman below guarding the 8 Sceneries Tower. Guangyuan Old Demon? True Man Ling Yun was initially stunned, then his eyes grew sharp. This demon had been trapped in the Eight Sceneries Tower for 500 years, sought after but never seen, neither allowed freedom nor escape. Today, he actually left the Eight Sceneries Tower? Content sourced from MV4L, My Virtual Library Empire. True Man Lingyun glanced at the Eight Sceneries Tower, his mind racing, eyes filled with murderous intent. Clang! A divine sword on his back was immediately unsheathed, and without a word, he struck towards Lu Qingfeng. With one sword, 10,000 swords materialized, densely forming a formation. Golden Dawn Realm. Seeing the myriad of sword lights, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but smile. True Man Lingyun was known as Master of 10,000 Swords because of his profound mastery of the Golden Dawn Realm within the Eight Sceneries' talismanic skill. With a single strike, 10,000 sword chi turned into talismans, deriving the 10,000 illusion sword formation. Golden Dawn Realm formed. But unfortunately, with Lu Qingfeng's spirit eye seeing through heaven and earth, how could such a trivial Golden Dawn Realm trap him? Break! As his word followed the law. A chilling sword light burst from his fingertip, hitting the void, shattering countless Golden Dawn Realm sword chi. Crack! The next instant, the Golden Dawn Realm was immediately resolved. What a terrifying sword chi. Seeing this, True Man Lingyun's pupils suddenly constricted. Others might not see the depth, but as a cultivator of the Sword Dao, he felt it most clearly. The sword chi that Guangyuan Old Demon seemingly casually emitted was in fact subtly aligned with the Earth Pole magnetic power. As the sword chi was released, it immediately caused instability within the myriad Golden Dawn Realm sword chi. Then it hit a critical point, shattering numerous sword chi, directly dissolving the Golden Dawn Realm. This demon has grown stronger. A glimpse is enough to capture the essence. True Man Lingyun saw Guangyuan Old Demon standing proudly in the sky, not daring to be negligent. He shook his divine sword, and another strike was made. Sword light soared into the sky, turning into a net, glittering with electric flashes, the thunder shocking. Qianqing Shangyuan Taiyin Divine Thunder Net. Wielding sword to command mana. After 500 years, True Man Lingyun has indeed earned a second look. Seeing this divine ability, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but acclaim. However, using thunder skill in front of him was really like playing the lute to a cow. Lu Qingfeng soared in the air with a light flick of his finger, countless thunders, and the dense thunder net instantly halted. In the void, Thunder Prison came down, directly devouring the thunder net. Little Thousand Thunder Prison! Descended abruptly. True Man Lingyun frowned, never expecting, after his promotion to Golden Core and his Gangsha reinforced, wielding sword to command mana could be broken so easily by Guangyuan Old Demon. Thunder Prison descended. True Man Lingyun did not dare to be careless. With divine sword in hand, he waved continuously, creating myriad sword chi to resist the thunder. Lu Qingfeng stood calmly in the air, controlling the Thunder Prison like a thunder god descending from the heavens. 500 years of arduous cultivation within the Eight Sceneries Tower. 500 years of solitary meditation to understand divine skills. Not only did he master the five-colored divine light, but he also delved deeper into various divine skills. Constantly battling exotic beasts in the desolate exotic realms, his progress could be described as divine speed. With a move of his hand now, his extraordinariness was immediately revealed. Who dares to act wildly in my upper origin palace? As the sword chi rose and Thunder Prison approached, it immediately startled all around. A shout exploded through the air, and as Lu Qingfeng controlled the Thunder Prison, suppressing True Man Lingyun, he looked towards the direction of the shout. But then he saw another familiar figure surging through the air. A seemingly languid rainbow suddenly smashed forward, swelling with the wind, expanding in an instant to 100,000 zhang. Lu Qingfeng's spirit eye swept over. Magic artifact. Great order. Description. Upper Origin Palace's supreme treasure to vanquish the enemy. When activated, it starts as a languid rainbow, looking like a lunar halo. Initially, the light is not strong, but once activated, it expands outward from small to large like lightning, constantly turning without end, growing longer and brighter, dazzling to the eyes with rapid growth of thousands of zhang. Then it turns into a rain of light that bursts apart, and wherever the rain of light reaches, whether it's people or objects, nothing fortunate remains. Even entire mountains can be blasted into level ground. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 274, The Five-Colored Divine Light Appears. The supreme treasure is collected. True man Yueyu remains as ruthlessly efficient as ever. Lu Cheng's voice was clear and loud as he watched the Great Yu Circle hurtling towards him, intent on shattering him to pieces. He immediately conjured up a white divine light and fiercely brushed against the Great Yu Circle several times. The Great Yu Circle, radiant with 10,000 beams, instantly contracted. What was once vast as hundreds of feet shrank down in an instant. By the time it reached Lu Qingfeng, the light had fully retracted, and it was only the size of a palm, feebly falling towards the ground. Lu Qingfeng reached out to catch it and grasped the Great Yu Circle in his hand. After a brief glance, he tossed it into his storage bag. Then he looked towards True Man Yuyu in the distance, whose face sunk as he bellowed, "Scoundrel! How dare you steal my magic artifact?" Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng chuckled and shouted, "True Man Yuyu, please take a closer look." True Man Yuyu was taken aback. As he moved closer, he saw Lu Qingfeng's face and recognized the familiar voice in his ears, remembering in a flash, "Guangyuan Demon, weren't you trapped in the barren and strange realm? How could you be standing here?" This surprise was not of the ordinary kind. Compared to the Great Yu Circle, the Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower was the true supreme treasure of the Upper Origin Palace. Passed down through generations, the Upper Origin Palace had used it to trap demons without fail. Having been confined within the 8 Sceneries Tower for a full 510 years, how could the Guangyuan demon appear outside the tower today? Junior brother? True Man Yuyu glanced at the 8 Sceneries Tower nearby, sensing it briefly and finding no irregularities. He let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned his attention downward to True Man Lingyun trapped within the Thunder Prison. This demon is mysterious. We don't know how he escaped from the 8 Sceneries Tower. True Man Lingyun understood and whispered silkily into True Man Yoyu's ear, "Guangyuan Demon." True Man Yoyu's expression became grave, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingfeng while also tuning into the Great Yu Circle. Not until he could no longer sense it at all did his heart sink. How could such a trifle, 8 Sceneries Tower, confine me? Of course, I come and go as I please. Lu Qingfeng, having been trapped for 500 years within the 8 Sceneries Tower, now faced familiar faces with great cheer and laughed loudly. While speaking, he even slapped his head. "I almost forgot." True Man Yuyu was bewildered, with countless doubts swirling in his mind. Down below, True Man Lingyun struggled desperately to unravel the Thunder Prison, his expression grave. They then saw Lu Qingfeng turn around and conjure another white brilliancy, fiercely brushing against the 8 Sceneries Tower. The 8 Sceneries Tower remained still. Then he conjured white and yellow radiances, brushing against the tower once more. The 8 Sceneries Tower trembled slightly, but still, no changes occurred. Inside the 8 Sceneries Tower, the sceneries include the 5 elements. It seems 5 colors must be simultaneously present. Lu Qingfeng perceived the secret and immediately deployed green, yellow, red, black, and white 5-colored divine light altogether, fiercely brushing downwards at the 8 Sceneries Tower. The tower trembled, shrinking from 800 feet to 400. Lu Qingfeng brushed again, and it became 200 feet. Brush! Brush! A rapid series of forceful brushes, the radiance of 5 colors flickering, and the grand 8 Sceneries Tower, within the blink of an eye, stood only 3 feet tall, landing on the ground. Lu Qingfeng reached out to grasp it, about to clasp the tower in his hand. Both True Man Yueyu and True Man Lingyun, who had never seen such profound and mysterious divine skills, were momentarily stunned. Only when Lu Qingfeng was about to grab the 8 Sceneries Tower did they spring to action. "Guangyuan Demon, how dare you behave so arrogantly?" True Man Lingyun bellowed, his hands forming a seal technique. Behind him, the divine sword flew towards Lu Qingfeng, cut through the air, stirring wind and thunder. "Trivial tricks!" Lu Qingfeng continued to draw the 8 sceneries tower towards him with one hand, while the other hand formed into a palm fan. With a wave, white brilliancy appeared, flickering repeatedly, and the menacing divine sword instantly had its sword chi shattered, its radiance retracted. Feebly, it fell to the ground. Both his hands caught the empty air. The divine sword and the 8 sceneries tower landed in his hands at the same time. A 6th rank magic artifact, the Canshan sword. Not bad. It'll make a nice meeting gift for Lin Ye. Lu Qingfeng smiled slightly, putting both the divine sword and the 8 sceneries tower into his storage bag. By this time, True Man Yuyu had just finished forming seals, casting countless talismans to deploy the upper origin 8 sceneries talismanic skill, intending to envelop Lu Qingfeng. The 8 sceneries tower couldn't confine me. How could the mere 8 sceneries talismanic skill deal with me? Lu Qingfeng scoffed, rubbing his hands together as scorching divine light burst forth. Great sun annihilation divine light! Once the divine light appeared, it illuminated the heavens, relentlessly shattering the layered illusions of the 8 realms and sceneries. True Man Yuyu bore the hit and was sent flying back, the divine light catching up and slamming into him, blood spilling from his mouth. Senior brother? True Man Lingyun stepped forward, using soft chi to support True Man Yuyu. It's nothing. True Man Yuyu shook his head, wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked up at Lu Qingfeng with great solemnity. After 500 years, the Guangyuan demon had emerged once more, and catastrophe loomed for the Upper Origin Palace. Guangyuan demon. How mighty must these divine skills be to let you collect those magic artifacts? True Man Lingyun was also shocked to the core. The gaze of True Man Yuyu flashed with contemplation, and then with a jolt of realization, he pointed at Lu Qingfeng exclaiming, "The 5-colored divine light!" He had finally remembered. Among the ancient records in the Upper Origin Palace, there seemed to be a supreme divine power referred to as 5-colored divine light. When deployed, its functions mirrored precisely the divine skills used by the Guangyuan demon. With the power to brush away adversaries and collect treasures, it was truly formidable. 5-colored divine light? True Man Lingyun was passionate about swords and paid little heed to elusive and ethereal divine skills, uncertain of their true extent. Hence, he looked towards True Man Yuyu for clarification. But he saw True Man Yuyu with extreme wariness in his eyes, staring at Lu Qingfeng and speaking gravely. 5-colored divine light. Nothing can withstand its sweep. Who are you exactly, and why do you trouble the Upper Origin Palace? True Man. Yuyu might not recognize any of the many divine skills Lu Qingfeng had used 500 years prior, but witnessing the 5-colored divine light, he was shaken to his core. Such divine skills were surely not within the reach of ordinary lower realm mortal cultivators. Could it be a reincarnation of an exiled immortal? True Man Yuyu's eyes fell on Lu Qingfeng, his wariness intensifying. Senior brother, forget about the old demon's origins for now. We cannot lose the 8 sceneries tower and the great Yu circle. True Man Lingyun, oblivious to the power of the 5-colored divine light and unaware of True Man Yuyu's speculation. All he knew was that the 8 sceneries tower was the supreme treasure of the Upper Origin Palace. The infinite foundation of the palace depended on this treasure for at least 70%. The Great Yu Circle was also a supreme offensive treasure. In times of vulnerability, it was these 2 artifacts that allowed the palace to stand tall and defiant. Failure is not an option. Speaking of which, before Yuyu True Man can respond, he draws talismans in the void. With a flicker of spirit light, he fiercely shoves them at Lu Qingfeng. How pathetic! Lu Qingfeng's voice booms, echoing in all directions. With a wave of his hand, the great sun annihilation divine light flickers again, shattering all the talismans to pieces. Fortunately, Lingyun True Man is prepared, dodges swiftly, and narrowly avoids the divine light. Boom! The divine light misses its target and strikes the island behind Lingyun True Man, obliterating an island tens of miles in size along with the palaces on it. This? Yuyu True Man and Lingyun True Man exchange a look, both seeing the sign of trouble in each other's eyes. Trapped in the 8 sceneries tower for 500 years, upon his return, Guangyuan Demon's strength has increased by more than tenfold compared to 500 years ago. His combat power is immense, and his divine skills are unpredictable. There's simply no stopping him. Lu Qingfeng stands with hands behind his back, looks at Yueyu and Ling Yun, and then surveys the surroundings, wondering, why aren't Qinghan and Mengzhu true men here? Both have reached Golden Core. It doesn't make sense that with such commotion at Upper Origin Palace, they would not appear. Yueyu and Ling Yun's faces stiffen. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng's fingers twitch behind his back, and with a slight divination, he realizes, turns out they've already passed away. What a pity. I couldn't see them off on their last journey. Shaking his head with great regret. At these words, Yueyu and Ling Yun look even more grim. Enjo, Y the Steedori by Rien and G on M Velpem at Y are sent, plus Qinghan and Mengzhu. True men were worn to death by the Guangyuan demon. Unwilling to accept this, before their demise, they made a last request to keep Guangyuan demon trapped in the 8 Sceneries Tower. But now, he has emerged perfectly fine, with no signs of being disheveled, and instead his divine skills have greatly improved. Both feel a sense of injustice. While anxious thoughts race in their minds about how to deal with the old demon, suddenly, what demon dares to run rampant in Upper Origin Palace? From within Upper Origin Palace, a chorus of angry shouts rings out. Immediately followed by streams of light speeding toward Lu Qingfeng. It's the Jiedan true men of Upper Origin Palace reacting, all rushing over together. Their voices and magic artifacts arriving before they do, intending to blast Lu Qingfeng into ashes. This is bad! Quick, retract your magic artifacts. Upon seeing this, Yueyu and Ling Yun true men instantly panic. They've seen how just now, Guangyuan demon employed the 5-colored light to take in magical artifacts of 3 sects, including 7th Order Great U Circle and the 8th Order 8 Sceneries Tower. The arriving magic artifacts are mostly of 4th and 5th Order. How could they withstand him? Unfortunately, it's already too late. Whoosh, whoosh! The magic artifacts whiz through the air. Excellent! With a face showing delight, Lu Qingfeng watches the sky full of light as green, yellow, red, black, and white beams of light erupt from his head. With a shake, 7 or 8 sect magical artifacts all drop helplessly. With a sweep of his sleeve and a swirl of chi, he collects all the artifacts into his storage bag. Damn you! Return our artifacts! The cultivators from Upper Origin shout in unison, furious and frustrated. The importance of magic artifacts to a cultivator goes without saying. To have their trusted artifacts taken away would reduce one's strength immensely. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be furious? Ha ha! Upper Origin Palace, you are merely this! Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng laughs out loud. His laughter resonates throughout Upper Origin Palace. The disciples of Upper Origin Palace are bewildered, looking up at the true men engaging in combat. In the midst, the demon is brazen. The surrounding true men are frustrated and enraged. The situation looks bleak. Activate the sect's great array. Ling Yun true man shouts explosively, retreating while commanding the other true men to start the mountain guarding array. Yueyu true man also retreats explosively, stretching his hand out and urgently calling, "Go and ask for assistance from Great Sumi Mountain and Qingyun sect." With the demon being so outrageous, Upper Origin Palace alone cannot match him. Only by rallying the 3 sects together can they capture the demon. Otherwise, the entirety of Fengyue Star would tremble. Yes. A true man accepts the order, dashing outwards. But just as he ascends into the clouds, he is struck down at an even greater speed. What? Who is it? Ling Yun, Yueyu, and the others are startled and look up, only to see the true man who took up the order spewing blood midair. He stabilizes himself and lands in front of the 2 true men, crying out, "The 4 demons have appeared at the gate of the mountain." At this utterance, the entire Upper Origin Palace is stirred up. The 4 demons. Here again. 4 mere fleas? You really think Upper Origin Palace is easy to bully? Please order us, esteemed seniors, and let the disciples capture the 4 demons. The Upper Origin Palace's true men below are indignant, volubly volunteering to fight. Clearly, they have been harassed by the 4 demons many times and cannot tolerate it anymore. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 276, 5 years later, Xuanyuan Water Realm, Feiyun Island. Seated in the cave dwelling, Lu Qingfeng practiced in meditation, operating the cultivation technique. Clutching 2 spirit stones in hand, he quickly drew the pure spiritual energy within, transforming it into true yuan. Additionally, nature's spiritual energy from all directions gathered at Lu Qingfeng's heavenly spirit acupoint, almost forming a vortex of spiritual energy that was continuously swallowed and refined. Zhu Rong and Zhu Meng, 2 great demon gods, stood behind Lu Qingfeng. Around the body of Zhu Rong demon god, dozens of fiery red spiritual pearls revolved continuously. These were fire spirit pearls produced by the fire spirit shell field, containing abundant fire attribute spiritual energy. The Zhurong demon god absorbed and refined them, quickly elevating to catch up with Lu Qingfeng's cultivation level. Zhumong demon god drew in spirit stones, a piece of heavenly silver suspended at the brow, also improving. The thoughts of all the demon gods gathered. The 2 demon gods continued to grow stronger. Rustling noises. Lu Qingfeng's body, within his meridians, the true yuan operated and faintly transmitted sounds of flowing water, at first like a small stream, suddenly turning into a raging river, howling loudly. Approximately 2 hours later, he completed his cultivation. Sigh! Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes, a faint glimmer briefly flickering within them. Looking again at Zhu Rong and Zhu Meng, the 2 great demon gods, they also ceased their cultivation and entered into Lu Qingfeng's body. Feeling an increase in cultivation, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but smile. The enhancement of root bone truly provides great aid to cultivation. 5 years had passed. Root bone had been enhanced early on, reaching 4 points, making the cultivation speed described as rapid progress. 5 years ago, he was still in the mid-stage of the energy introduction realm. Now, he had already broken into the condensed liquid realm nearly 2 years ago and further stabilized the condensed liquid realm. Following this pace, in at most 30 to 40 years, he could reach the foundation establishment peak, then break through to the spirit void realm. It saves more than twice the time compared to before. Lu Qingfeng's mouth couldn't help but lift at the corners. He had already practiced repeatedly in the various realms of the Jiedan realm during his time in the game, understanding them thoroughly. Initially, it was repeated practice with just 1 point of root bone. It was equivalent to hell difficulty. Now, in reality, going against the heavens to change fate, increasing the root bone to 4 points. Future cultivation was reduced from hell to ordinary difficulty. It was countless times easier. Reflected in cultivation, it meant that in just 5 years, he advanced from the mid-stage of the energy introduction realm to the early stage of the condensed liquid realm. Previously, this would have taken more than a decade of arduous cultivation. Not bad. Lu Qingfeng was in a great mood, standing up. Although possessing various divine skills, holding the Dutian Xuan Ming strategy, capable of battling a Jiedan true man, ultimately, his own cultivation level was still a shortcoming. Being able to quickly enhance his cultivation level was naturally an excellent matter. Standing in the cave dwelling, Lu Qingfeng opened his attribute panel. Name, Lu Qingfeng, Fiery Fire Wanderer, True Body. Race, Human Faction, Xuanyuan Sect Title. 5 Wanderers, Lord of Fiery Fire Island, Master of Illusion. Wave C, Dan and Artifact Double Extreme. Lu Master Cultivation, Foundation Establishment. Condensing Liquid Level 2 and 40 level, 35 and 85, 3600. True Yuan, Slight Lifespan, 43, 150. Root Bone, 4. Merit, Unknown, Unknown. Cultivation Technique, Yellow Court Scripture 2nd Layer, Trait, Derivation Technique 2nd Layer, Domination of All Techniques 2nd Layer, Karma Removal 2nd Layer, Observing 8-9 Tribulation Method, Mysterious Grade. 2nd Tribulation, Luofu Sword Scripture Supreme Level, 94th Layer, 12 Heavenly Demon God Skill, Mysterious Grade. 94th Layer, Yellow Robe True Skill, Mysterious Grade. 94th Layer, 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, Mysterious Grade. 94th Layer, Skills. Slight Divine Skills, Standard Divine Skills, Blood Transformation and Soul Splitting Technique, Golden Saber Soul Slaughter Method, Ice Sealing Water Technique, Water Dragon Technique, Vajra Spell, Hand Heart Thunder, Cloud Summit Step, Poison Punishment, Bone Locking Heart Piercing, Little Ashura Technique, Heavenly Listening and Earthly Viewing, Great Method, Duchian Divine Slaughter, Dutian Demon Flames. Dutian Demon God Blood Transformation Flying Body Technique. Earth Extreme Primordial Magnetic Annihilation Sword Chi. Mountain and Earth Breaking Skill. Great 5 Elements Primordial Magnetic Extinction Light Needle. Great Divine Power, Light Splitting and Shadow Transformation. Void Condensing Sword Technique. Demon Evil Entangling Silk Divine Spell. Daluo Cave Temple. 7 Beasts, Small Divine Number. Tie-in Calamity Crossing Robe. Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light. Little Thousand Thunder Prison. 9 Heavens Talisman Inverting Heaven and Earth Technique. Invisibility Technique. Inverted Void Glazed Glass Wall. 5 Colored Divine Light Equipment. Dutian Xuanming Strategy, 5th Order. Mist Banner, 5th Order. 2. Capturing Heart Mirror, 5th Order. Dutian Fierce Fire God Flag, 4th Order. 12. Mist Banner, 4th Order. 6. Wind and Fire Dual Beads, 4th Order. Purple Insect Bell, 4th Order. 9 Strategies Zhuanhao Talisman, 3rd rank. Tlas 1280, Heavenly Star Command Talisman, 3rd rank. 3. Luofu Heart Lamp, Dejeng Sword Formation, Profession, Alchemist, 5th Order. Artifact Refiner, Talisman Refining, Slight Tame Beast, Skylark Bird, Red Bird, Luaniao, Iron Feathered Flying Eagle, 5 Colored Bird, White Crane, Swan Goose, Divine Cat Hawk, Iron Fire Ant, etc. 43 now. Lu Qingfeng glanced at his attributes, which could be described as luxurious. Over 2 decades, time passed in a flash. Starting the path of cultivation at 16, it has been more than 27 years till now. At 43, even a month or two away from stepping into 44 years old, in the mortal realm, he could already be called middle-aged, he reflected in this moment. Over the past 20 years, the cultivation had been slow, and the grades of the magical artifacts he possessed were also low. Only in the recent 5 years, not only did his cultivation make rapid progress, but relying on the identity of the Fiery Fire Wanderer of Illusion Wave Sea's Fiery Fire Island, Lu Qingfeng forged alliances with sects and independent practitioners of the Third Realm, acquiring countless rare materials. Even the lowest grade of the magical artifacts he possessed was 3rd rank. He owned as many as 4 5th-order magical artifacts. This could truly be called a transformation from flintlocks to cannons. Even ordinary core formation true men might not possess wealth like that of Lu Qingfeng. Staring at his attribute panel, Lu Qingfeng was fully satisfied. Following this trend, he would ascend to the Spirit Void realm in a few decades, and then to the Core Formation realm in another few decades, or at most 100 years. At that time, he would truly be able to settle down and live peacefully in reality. Even if confronted by a primordial spirit expert, he would be able to keep his life safe. With the identity of Fiery Fire Wanderer in the public, being a 5th-order alchemist attracts various connections, collecting many spiritual medicines and refining materials. Keeping his real identity hidden in the Xuanyuan sect, there's no need to be high profile, and he can cultivate steadily. The identity of Fiery Fire Wanderer was initially meant just for gathering materials to refine the golden silkworm goo. Now, it seemed to be a brilliant move. Over the past 5 years, continuous conflicts erupted between the Xuanyuan sect and the White-Bone Demon sect. But as Lu Qingfeng, under the identity of the 5th-order alchemist Fiery Fire Wanderer in Illusion Wave C, he made connections from both sides, befriending quite a few 3rd realm perfected beings. Among them was the 5-Fire True Man who supervised the Fire Spirit Shell Field. The Fire Spirit Pearls consumed for cultivating the Zhurong Demon God were also provided by the 5-Fire True Man and Xuanyuan sect, saving Lu Qingfeng a significant amount of heavenly silver. While contemplating, someone arrived outside the cave. Island Lord, Law Enforcement Hall's Yan Pingshu is here. Lu Qingfeng exited the cave and saw Wang Hui standing respectably. 5 years had passed, and Feiyan Island had transformed significantly. Layered arrays covered the area, with people constantly coming and going. Thinking back, Lu Qingfeng had joined the Xuanyuan sect initially to become a true inheritor of the combined pill hall and was tasked with developing Feiyan Island. Counting the 3 years he spent in the Xuanyuan cave, it had already been 10 years. Wang Hui was brought to Feiyan Island by Lu Qingfeng 7 years ago. With changing identities, it was unknown when he had started addressing Lu Qingfeng as Island Lord instead of Junior Brother Lu, a sign of respect. Brother Yan. Lu Qingfeng wore a smile as he hurried forward to greet him. In just a few short years, Junior Brother has managed Feiyun Island in such an impressive and vibrant manner. Truly astonishing, Yan Pingshu said, dressed in a mysterious black robe and wearing a jade crown, walking side by side with Lu Qingfeng. As they walked, observing Feiyun Island, he saw the elegant scenery and pavilions everywhere and couldn't help but express praise. Just trivial matters, nothing compared to Brother's acts of slaying demons in the White Bone Realm, achieving great merits. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Since 6 years ago, when the White Bone Demon Sect first made a move against the Xuanyuan Sect's Fire Spirit Shell Field, a great battle began. Many disciples from the Xuanyuan Sect were either defending various properties within the Xuanyuan realm or infiltrating the White Bone Realm to slay demons and attack from behind. Yan Pingshu was one of the elite disciples operating deep behind enemy lines. He had slain countless demon cultivators, establishing numerous merits. Brother, have you returned this time to ascend to the fusion realm? Lu Qingfeng observed Yan Pingshu's cultivation, having already reached the Divine Silence Peak, undoubtedly on the verge of a breakthrough at this critical juncture in the Xuanyuan Water Realm. However, Lu Qingfeng was slightly surprised. 6 or 7 years ago, Yan Pingshu was still far from achieving Divine Silence perfection. Lu Qingfeng had thought it would take at least over a decade for him to ascend. This content is presented by M4. Unexpectedly, in just 6 or 7 years, he had already touched the threshold. It seems the intense battlefront has been greatly beneficial to cultivation. Lu Qingfeng thought to himself. Exactly. Hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, Yan Pingshu showed a smile, obviously in a good mood, and said, "A few months ago, in the White Bone Realm, I chanced upon a soul-swinging mountain and luckily obtained a few soul-swinging stones, which helped me reach the peak of Divine Silence years ahead of schedule." Soul-swinging stones? You truly have good fortune, brother. Lu Qingfeng looked at Yan Pingshu, seeing him beaming, and couldn't help but be astounded. The soul-swinging mountain, soul-swinging stones. Both were extremely rare. The former, Soul-Swinging Mountain, would only form in lands of slaughter where yin souls congregated, potentially taking 10,000 or even tens of thousands of years to emerge. The yin chi was hidden deeply, and the murderous aura subtle, making it completely inconspicuous unless one thoroughly explored it. Soul-swinging stones, nurtured within Soul-Swinging Mountain, were hidden within the mountain, even more difficult to find than spirit stones. Soul-Swinging Mountain was of yin nature. Yet, the soul-swinging stones it nurtured were extreme yin producing yang, containing abundant divine soul power. Cultivators could directly absorb this to strengthen their divine souls. For those in the Divine Silence realm, it could directly improve their cultivation, speeding up the Divine Silence realm cultivation process. Extremely valuable, rarely seen on the market. Even when they appeared, they were quickly snatched up. For Yan Pingshu to stumble upon an undiscovered soul-swinging mountain and even obtain several soul-swinging stones from it, such fortune was truly enviable. How was the soul-swinging mountain dealt with? Asked Lu Qingfeng curiously. The soul-swinging mountain, located in the White Bone Realm, was difficult for the Xuanyuan sect to hold onto and hard to decide what to do with. The head of Demon Suppressing Peak, Uncle Master Elder Wang Shaoqing, has already led several array masters from the Spirit Mechanism Hall, along with Cold Chanjue, the Elder of the Spirit Mechanism Hall, to the Soul-Swinging Mountain. They also moved a few true inheritors and elders from the Luozhen Hall who are skilled in treasure hunting and spirit searching, along with a 6-taste spiritual fox to extract as many soul-swinging stones from the mountain as possible before the White Bone Demon Sect could discover them. At the same time, they laid down a demon refining and transferring yang array to dissipate the deep yin chi inside the mountain. By now, they've almost successfully extracted and evacuated. Yan Pingshu smiled bitterly. This soul-swinging mountain is too deep. Holding it would definitely attract attacks from the demon sect. We could only relinquish it and destroy it. A vast soul-swinging mountain, having taken advantage of such heavenly and earthly benefits, could only form over tens of thousands of years. The entire Xuanyuan sect only had 2 soul-swinging mountains. The yield of soul-swinging stones was extremely limited. Even most of the true inheritors within the sect weren't eligible permissions to obtain them. Hence, destroying it was indeed painful, but still better than letting the White Bone Demon sect discover and occupy it. empowering the enemy. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 277, Illusion Dreamstone, Jade Talisman. Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly after hearing this. If he were in charge of the Xuanyuan sect, he would also choose this method of handling the situation. However, in the future, we can stock up on some soul-swinging stones. Not only could I use them in the future, but Qing Mountain and Qingyu could also quickly cross the Divine Silence Realm with the aid of soul-swinging stones. The Divine Silence Realm is the process of reinforcing the Divine Soul after slaying the Heart Demon. Only with a strong Divine Soul can one fuse with the True Yuan, step into the Fusion Realm, and then ascend to the Jiedan Realm with both Spirit and Qi in unison. Similar to the Heart Movement Realm, the Divine Silence Realm also emphasizes the cultivation of one's mental state. During this process, the Divine Soul might fluctuate between strength and feebleness, requiring one to cultivate in peace or seek spirit pills and miraculous medicines to nourish and strengthen the Divine Soul. This process varies from person to person and can be long or short. Some might slowly accumulate and endure over time, utilizing persistent effort to reach divine silence perfection. Others might be prodigies who, between heaven and earth, understand in an epiphany and greatly enhance their divine soul. The last are spirit pills and miraculous medicines, or spiritual objects like soul-swinging stones, which directly strengthen the divine soul. In the game, Lu Qingfeng initially practiced the first method, endurance. Then he became proficient. His understanding of realms far surpassed the Divine Silence Realm, so he belonged to the second type. Frequently having insights, his divine soul would grow extraordinarily fast. As for spirit pills and miraculous medicines, they were only used as supplementary aids. With Lu Qingfeng's accumulation, plus the assistance of soul-swinging stones, he could reduce the time needed to cross the Divine Silence Realm. On the path of cultivation, racing against heaven, a slight advantage could mean the difference between longevity and being mere dust. Naturally, he needed to make thorough preparations. Along the way to the cave abode, he and Yan Pingshu talked about everything under the sky, mostly about the strategic situation between the Xuanyuan sect and the White-Bone Demon sect. The situation was at a stalemate. Both sects had Jiedan true men making moves, but they were restraining each other and still in the probing stage. Mostly, it was the conflicts between disciples, either suppressing a region to resist enemies, or infiltrating enemy territory to carry out raids and sabotage. The back and forth was truly lively. The clashes between Jiedan true men often took place at crucial locations, such as the Fire Spirit Shell Field or Soul Swinging Mountain. Speaking of which, near the Black Death Swamp at the southern edge of the White Bone Realm, some cultivators claim to have seen Black Death spirit shells with hands and feet. Many suspect that these are centuries-old spirit shells that have gained sentience and transformed into spirits, which can be called immortal shells. The spiritual pearls they contain can also be termed immortal spirit pearls. Once refined, even Jiedan true men can greatly advance their cultivation level. Some can even break through bottlenecks. Now, our sect has already dispatched people to investigate, and even Heavenly Travel Mountain has sent experts there. If there truly are immortal shells, it could provoke a fierce competition among the three sects. Yan Pingshu introduced the situation between the two sects and various major events. Of all the news, the emergence of immortal shells in the Black Death Swamp was the most explosive, and even Lu Qingfeng was quite astonished. If there really are immortal shells, and we can seize immortal spirit pearls, our sect might even have the chance to add another Gathering Law realm true man. Yan Pingshu's tone fluctuated with some excitement. However, this kind of treasure contest was beyond his reach, even if he advanced to the fusion realm. Only those at the true man level had the qualifications to compete. Immortal spirit pearls, Lu Qingfeng pondered. Then he shook his head. With his current strength, although he could contend with Jiedan true men, He had no confidence in snatching the immortal spirit pearls. Instead, he might even offend various true men and lose his esteemed status. Even if he obtained the immortal spirit pearl, he would not benefit from it for another 100 or so years. To ruin his hard-earned identity as the fiery fire wanderer for cultivation resources 100 years from now, which would also affect his current cultivation, that would be unwise. Lu Qingfeng would not pursue it. Upon arriving at the cave abode, the two sat down. Yan Pingshu looked at Lu Qingfeng with a gleam in his eyes and raised his voice. "We have talked about external affairs just now, but I have yet to congratulate junior brother on advancing to 4th rank." "Thank you, senior brother," Lu Qingfeng replied with a smile. After joining the Xuanyuan sect, Lu Qingfeng had always been steady and solid. Half a year ago, he revealed his 4th rank alchemy accomplishment. To outsiders, this newcomer, true inheritor of the combined pill hall, seemed to possess remarkable talent in the way of alchemy. He was not only highly valued by the master of the combined pill hall, but was also recognized among the chiefs of the main peaks and various halls. Content presented by MVilMp.YR. With Lu Qingfeng's promotion to 4th rank, even if he never left Feiyun Island, his reputation was resounding. Almost no one within or outside of the Xuanyuan sect was unaware. He was hailed as the most likely candidate in the Xuanyuan sect to achieve 5th order and inherit the position of the master of the combined pill hall. His status and reputation, compared to when he was 3rd rank, had increased more than tenfold. 4th rank alchemist at the foundation establishment stage, 3rd rank artifact refiner. Junior brother, if you ascend to core formation in the future, your achievements may not be below that person of Illusion Wave C. Yan Pingshu exclaimed, "There will always be young geniuses emerging in the world." Years ago, when he heard of the fiery fire wanderer from Illusion Wave C, a 5th order alchemist and artifact refiner, he thought such talent was rare. But now that he was back, he learned that his junior brother Lu had advanced to 4th rank alchemist, and he realized that the world was full of extraordinarily talented individuals. The fiery fire wanderer is among the 5 wanderers, as famous as the early renowned 4 wanderers in the 3 realms, and is also a 5th order alchemy and artifact master. Lu is nowhere near comparison. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Hearing this, Yan Pingshu couldn't help but praise. Junior brother possesses extraordinary talent and diligence, yet is so humble, truly making Yan feel ashamed. Senior brother is just 1 step away from the fusion realm. Once you cross that step and perfect the fusion realm, you can start preparing to break through to the core formation realm. Lu needs to learn more from senior brother. Lu Qingfeng expressed himself. The two exchanged glances, saw the compliments in each other's eyes, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After the pleasantries, Yan Pingshu took a storage bag from his waist, shook it toward the ground in front of him. Dozens of jade boxes and countless materials fell to the ground, piled up like a small mountain, making noises. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 277, Illusion Dreamstone Jade Talisman 2? This is... Lu Qingfeng looked at Yan Pingshu. He heard Yan Pingshu say, "The jade box contains 3rd rank and 4th rank spiritual medicines. Junior brother has a particular interest in alchemy, and I have set these aside especially for you. These materials were carefully selected and are quite rare, even in Luojian Hall." Lu Qingfeng looked at the materials scattered on the ground and quickly said, "Thank you, senior brother." His identity within the Xuanyuan sect was previously that of a 3rd rank alchemist, and it was only 6 months ago that he advanced to a 4th rank alchemist. Through the connection established by Yan Pingshu, he had been collecting various spiritual medicines and materials. Yan Pingshu kept an eye out for him and collected these on his behalf. Although Lu Qingfeng didn't have an immediate need for them at the moment, he still appreciated the gesture deeply. "These are nothing." Yan Pingshu reached into his bosom and took out a transparent and illusory, seemingly real and fake dark black jade stone and casually tossed it to Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng caught the jade stone, and his eyes instantly shone with light. Illusion Dreamstone. After seeing Yan Pingshu off, Lu Qingfeng returned to his cave dwelling, holding the dark black jade stone, pondering incessantly. Illusion Dreamstone. One of the three main, most difficult to obtain materials for refining transmission array plates. My Virtual Library Empire, M. Among these three materials, he had acquired purple essence copper early on at an auction. The refining crystals had started to be produced in succession with the breeding of the iron fire ants. Only the Illusion Dreamstone had been put on hold. There were rumors that in the Three Elements mountain range, the Illusion Origin Demon Sect possessed a strange place called the Nightmare Realm, which might contain Illusion Dreamstones. Originally, Lu Qingfeng, when traveling from the Juyan mountain range to the Xuanyuan Water Realm, had intended to explore it on the way back. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. He never went. Illusion Dreamstones are valuable. How could they be possessed by the Illusion Origin Demon Sect? Luo Zhen Hall had investigated this long ago. It's merely a rumor. I thought that for a while I would not be able to find the Illusion Dreamstone. Unexpectedly, senior brother Yan managed to find it. Lu Qingfeng casually tossed the Illusion Dreamstone into his storage bag, genuinely marveling at Yan Pingshu's fortune. First, the Soul-Swinging Stone, and now the Illusion Dreamstone. Both are treasures rarely seen outside, each worth at least 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. If one were to convert them into spirit stones, Yan Pingshu's wealth would probably be among the top in the spirit void realm cultivators throughout the three realms. The timing is just right. The first group of disciples undergoing the longevity trial in the Crying Swamp should be almost at an end. However, there are still many hidden dangers within, and at this moment I hold dual identities as the true inheritor of the combined Pill Hall and the Fiery Fire Wanderer. Whether it's spiritual medicines or refining materials, I lack for nothing. Qingyuan Sword Sect. Lu Qingfeng organized his thoughts. There was no rush to refine the Nine Palace Star Plate. He got up from Feiyun Island and headed towards the fading Sunshine Peak. Disciple pays respects to Master. Inside the Grand Hall of Combined Pill Hall, Lu Qingfeng bowed deeply to Gu Buyan. After so many years, Gu Buyan was still aging. After all, being a Jiedan true man, he might be getting older, but there was still plenty of time before his lifespan would end naturally. Seeing his beloved disciple, Gu Buyan showed a kind expression on his face. You spend your days in seclusion on Feiyun Island. Don't you find it monotonous? Alchemy is profound and vast, and as a disciple contemplates the great Tao, I only lament the swift passage of time and do not find it tedious. Lu Qingfeng wandered in the primordial era, witnessing worlds as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, experiencing countless mysteries. How could he feel it was monotonous? You? Ah? Gu Buyan immediately smiled upon hearing these words. The young disciple he took in 10 years ago was truly comforting. Always cultivating in seclusion on Feiyun Island, he delved into the way of alchemy. A genius. Plus, he was very hardworking. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason why he was able to progress from a third-rank alchemist to a fourth rank in just a short decade. Lu Qingfeng stood silently. His master's cultivation was only at the level of the Void Core, and his alchemy skill was merely fifth order. Lu Qingfeng had already caught up with him early in the game, overpowering him in all aspects, whether it was in crafting pills or engaging in magic combats. Even with their ages, the cumulative lifetimes in the game were not too different from Gu Buyan. But indeed, Gu Buyan was a rare good teacher. Over the years, setting aside the skills he imparted, his mere intentions and attitude alone were enough to earn the deep respect of Lu Qingfeng. Seeing the respectful Lu Qingfeng, the smile on Gu Buyan's face grew even broader as he said in a clear and loud voice, "In recent days, I have invited Master Liu Guang from the east and Master Half Moon from the south to meet in the Xuanyuan Water Realm. You will accompany them during their visit. These two masters are rare fifth-order alchemists in the Xuanyuan realm. A little guidance from them is worth several years of your solitary contemplation." Master Liu Guang. Master Half Moon. Both of these were fifth-order alchemists, well known in the three realms. Lu Qingfeng had heard of them. Gu Buyan must have put in a lot of effort to invite these two people. It was clear that he had no hope of advancing to 6th rank in this lifetime, and his intention for inviting them was self-evident. Thank you, Master. Lu Qingfeng quickly expressed his gratitude. Though he was already a 5th-order alchemist, exchanging views and absorbing new ideas from peers could potentially help him to identify new insights and further enhance his skills. There's no need for thanks between us, master and disciple. Gu Buyan shook his head and said with a hint of regret, "It's only a pity that Fiery Fire Wanderer is often secluded in the Illusion Wave Sea, and the Divine Dragon is elusive. I've sent people to invite them, but have received no response. Both of you have your own strengths in alchemy and artifact, yet are diligent and fond of secluded contemplation, rarely venturing out. If we could have this master, who is extraordinary in both alchemy and artifact, it would surely resonate greatly." Lu Qingfeng blinked and replied perfunctorily, "Disciple has the teachings of the master. There is no need to curry favor with others. This Fiery Fire Wanderer is no ordinary man." Hearing this, Gu Buyan sighed, but did not delve further into the subject. Then he said, "I remember 7 years ago, I compensated you with a jade talisman for the first secret realm from the Dharma Transmission Hall. Why haven't you gone there yet?" Disciple. Lu Qingfeng was startled. He had forgotten. With all the divine skills in the game, he no longer cared about the few minor arts in the Xuanyuan sect. Moreover, tangled in various trivial matters and managing the identity of the Fiery Fire Wanderer, he had completely forgotten this matter. Gu Buyan looked at Lu Qingfeng and slowly said, "It's fine to have a passion for alchemy, but cultivation is the foundation. If you neglect your cultivation due to alchemy and remain stuck in the spirit void or even at the foundation establishment, you will regret it later. The opportunity for the first secret realm in the Dharma Transmission Hall is rare. You should go earlier to comprehend the wonderful methods. It will significantly aid your cultivation. The way of cultivation values balance. You've stayed on Feiyun Island for too long. It would be good to go to the first secret realm to clear your mind and make some adjustments." It must be said. What Gu Buyan said did make sense. However, it only applied to ordinary cultivators. Lu Qingfeng had a 100-fold time difference and could manage both alchemy and artifact without neglecting his real-world cultivation. Going to the first secret realm would just be a waste of time. However, given Gu Buyan's kind intentions and the rarity of the opportunity for the secret realm, it was difficult for Lu Qingfeng to refuse, so he said, "I will heed Master's teachings and visit the first secret realm in the next few days." There were still 2 months left in the rebirth pool in the game, so he might as well take the chance to visit the first secret realm and get it over with. Hearing this, Gu Buyan finally nodded and said, "That would be for the best. I have been keeping this jade talisman for you, and it wouldn't be easy for me to seek another opportunity for the secret realm on your behalf." Lu Qingfeng felt a headache coming on. Gu Buyan was unaware of his proud disciple's thoughts and continued on his own. However, don't be in a hurry to go in the next few days, lest you miss out on meeting Masters Lu Guang and Half Moon. Disciple understands. Lu Qingfeng replied reluctantly. He had been looking forward to having 2 months off to take Qingyu to see the Green Mountains. Now it seemed that he would have to put that plan aside. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 278. Qingyu, Development Leaving the Sunset Peak. Lu Qingfeng found his direction and returned to Feiyun Island. He stepped into the cave residence. With a wave of his wide sleeve, a scene appeared in mid-air, in the dense forest. A graceful figure flickered, clutching a black banner in her hand, with 7 evil spirits closely following on either side. Shadowy figures flashed ahead, occasionally revealing their tracks. It was a black fox demon, sometimes transforming into human form, sometimes into a fox, with cunning flashing in its eyes. "Monster, where do you think you're going?" Qingyu commanded the seven evils, with a gale rising under her feet, sweeping her and the evil spirits forward in pursuit. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, sword chi burst forth, aiming to block the black fox. The black fox was agile. With a roll in midair, it dodged the sword chi, speeding up even more. Rainflower sword! Swift! Qingyu pinched the seal technique, and a flying sword shot out, heading straight for the black fox's back heart. Not good. The black fox flickered, stopping in midair. The flying sword missed its target, colliding with the dense forest ahead. Boom! The booming sound rang out. The sword chi rampaged, breaking more than a dozen trees in succession and smashing fiercely onto the ground, creating a pit several meters wide, although the flying sword missed. Taking this opportunity, the seven evils descended around the black fox, trapping it from all sides. Now's the time. The panic on the black fox's face disappeared, and with a raise of its hand, several black lights shot out, slamming hard toward Qingyu's face. Ha! Little Missy, taste the special 100 fragrance pills prepared by this fox lord. With one hand holding the black banner and the other pinching a seal technique chanting a spell, her body shone with golden light, clearly the use of super-level techniques, Vajra spell. It was difficult to master divine skills. Qingfeng and Qingyu had limited cultivation aptitude and just average comprehension. Even with daily guidance from Lu Qingfeng, they mastered only a few techniques and had never delved into divine skills. However, having 2 or 3 super-level techniques at her disposal was enough to handle many situations, even allowing her to defeat stronger opponents in the Xuanyuan realm, such as Qingyu. Besides a few middle-level techniques mastered in the Crying Swamp, she had also grasped 3 super-level techniques from the advanced versions of these middle-level techniques, like the Golden Light spell, enhanced to form the Vajra spell. Lu Qingfeng had already strengthened it to divine power level, but Qingyu had only managed to grasp the super-level version. And the 5 Thunder skill enhanced to form Hand-Heart Thunder was also a super-level version. There was one last technique, the super-level light splitting and shadow transformation, used for chasing and escaping. 3 super-level techniques. 1 for defense, 1 for offense, 1 for escape. By diligently contemplating and practicing these 3 techniques repeatedly, combined with the magic artifacts refined by Lu Qingfeng for Qingyu, even at the True Qi realm, she could remain undefeated against Foundation Establishment opponents, and possibly even defeat them. The black fox before her was a little demon at Foundation Establishment level, already capable of human transformation and with no small number of tricks. But facing Qingyu, who had reached the late-stage True Qi realm, it was still chased and scurried away in panic. Qingyu had the upper hand, but her expression remained serious. Protected by the technique, safeguarded by Vajra. The so-called 100 fragrance pills hit the barrier of golden light from the Vajra spell and burst directly, turning into a black mist, trying to penetrate through the golden light and tarnish the flesh. But after all, the Vajra spell was a super-level technique. Though Qingyu had only learned the basics, it was not easily broken. Golden light flickered, the black mist continuously dispersed. Eventually, it turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared. The black fox demon's complexion changed, feeling that something was amiss. It attempted to flee, but saw the 7 evils encircling it. The cunning female cultivator stepped forward with fast-paced movements. Hand-Heart Thunder! Hand-Heart Thunder activated, and thunder descended. The black fox demon hurriedly defended. Unfortunately, with the 7 evils setting the formation and Qingyu leading the attack, the black fox at Foundation Establishment condensing liquid stage couldn't last until the second incense stick burnt down. It was beheaded by the Qingyuan sword light that shot out and fell to the ground. Its life ended. Hoo-hoo! Having slain a powerful enemy, Qingyu was also somewhat tired, panting slightly. All the while, she controlled the 7 evils to search the black fox's body, and at the same time, she lowered her head, her delicate nose twitching slightly, and her eyebrows suddenly furrowed deeply. How stinky! Looking down, she noticed an unknown black stain on her sleeve, emitting a strong musky odor. Clearly, it was a result of the 100 fragrance pills thrown by the black fox demon exploding earlier. Qingyu's fingertips flashed with sword light, and she cleanly cut off the part of her sleeve that was stained. The seven evils just finished searching the body of the black fox and returned with a storage bag. Let's go. Qingyu didn't linger, controlled the seven evils by her side, and disappeared deep into the forest. The black fox demon uses the filth on its body, mixed with secret techniques to refine the 100 fragrance pills, containing an extremely strong musky smell. Once anyone is touched by even a trace, even if they cut off their robes, the smell will linger for many days. Seeing Qingyu's disgust with the musky smell, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh. This translation is powered by the readers at MVLE9MPYR. Aside from being tainted by the 100 fragrance pills, it was quite clean and efficient. True Qi Realm 8th layer. Root bone improved, and added to that, battle experience gained from fighting, both cultivation and combat experience have seen great progress. Lu Qingfeng nodded continuously. Qingfeng and Qingyu were different from him. He has the primordial to experience and train in. No need to go out. But they can't do the same. Qing Peak is fine. He has always been in Luoxia sect in Juyan Mountain Range, undergoing much training, often clashing with demons and evil cultivators. Qingyu has always stayed by Lu Qingyu's side, and later was in Gathering Immortal Island. It is not beneficial for cultivation. Therefore, after refining the Dutian Xuanming strategy, Lu Qingfeng enhanced Qingyu's root bone. Then he sent her to the edge of the Crying Swamp for training. There, experts are scarce. Even Spirit Void practitioners are extremely rare. It's most suitable for Qingyu's tempering. Lu Qingfeng also dispatched 6 Spirit Void peak-level Dutian Ghost Generals to look after her from all directions. Even if they encounter a Jiedan True Man, they could block them for a few breaths, and more importantly, give a warning, allowing Qingyu a chance to use the Mist Banner to escape. Ensuring her life is without danger. Although there are still some risks, the path of cultivation is never smooth sailing. Without taking risks and training, solely focusing on secluded, bitter cultivation, the progress in cultivation will be slow. Even if Qingyu's root bone is improved to 4 points, she may still have no hope of attaining longevity. The risks of that are even greater than the current external training by 7 or 8 points. In a movement of his thoughts, the scene before Lu Qingfeng changes, falling on a Dutian Ghost General clad in armor, wielding a battle blade. The Ghost General hides in the void, and before him, a dark shadow sweeps through the sky, rushing in the direction where Qingyu disappeared. Black Fox Demon! A flicker of light flashes in Lu Qingfeng's eyes. In the air, a long blade suddenly cleaves down from the sky, smashing down upon the dark shadow. Bang! The shadow is smashed from the sky to the ground, revealing its form. It turns out to be a black-robed man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and fox ears on both sides, a fox that has turned into a demon. Who are you? Did you kill my son? The black fox demon frowned, stabilizing his form in the sky, staring seriously at the Dutian Ghost General, and asked. Lu Qingfeng did not respond. The Dutian Ghost General did not reply. With blade in hand, he advances with imposing pressure and slashes down again. In the distance, another shadowy figure sweeps through the air, landing behind the Black Fox Demon. This is bad! The Black Fox Demon's heart sinks to rock bottom. A quarter of an hour later, the body of the Spirit Void Stage Black Fox Demon is split into 2 and falls in the dense forest. The Dutian Ghost General steps forward and with a slash turns its body into powder, scattering into the void. Suanyuan Water Realm, Feiyon Island. Lu Qingfeng waves his hand, dissolving the scene before him, and strides towards Feiyon Hall. Brother, we have met. Greetings, Master. Inside Feiyon Hall, a gathering thrives, including the official alchemists of Feiyon Island, including deacons Zhao Yunxing and Wang Hui. Among the official alchemists, apart from the 4 people Liu Feng, Fang Changzai, Jie Yingyuan, and Ye Mu left from the initial batch of alchemists, in recent years, 7 other apprentices from Feiyon Island were promoted one after another. 2 of them belonged to the alchemy rooms managed by Liu Feng and Ye Mu respectively, becoming their disciples. The other 5 were promising talents selected by Lu Qingfeng, who he occasionally instructed. Coupled with extensive practice, they were able to advance and were considered as disciples of Lu Qingfeng. In addition to the 7 that were promoted to first-rank alchemists. Among the original 3 first-rank alchemists, Ye Mu advanced to second rank. Thus, including Lu Qingfeng, Feiyon Island now has 1 fourth-rank alchemist, 2 second-rank alchemists, and 9 first-rank alchemists. Below the alchemists, 200 more alchemy apprentices have been added, reaching a total of 400. With the large-scale refinement of elixir pills and cost-indifferent training, the alchemy apprentices' progress is swift, with the majority reaching intermediate level, amounting to as many as 250. There are 44 high-level alchemy apprentices and 21 top-level alchemy apprentices. As for the remaining low-level alchemy apprentices, they are mostly newly selected and are still growing. Refining low-level elixirs like yellow dragon pills, they can also be put to good use. After becoming proficient, even if they remain at the low level, they can refine large quantities of yellow dragon pills to earn profits for Feiyun Island. With such a scale, Feiyun Island has long matched the results of other third-rank alchemists of the combined pill hall who have been operating for decades or over 100 years. If you include Lu Qingfeng, who is publicly known as a fourth-rank alchemist, it might even exceed them slightly. Its potential is countless times greater. Common people only notice Lu Qingfeng's promotion to fourth rank, but overlook the rapid progress of Feiyun Island. Looking at everyone below, Lu Qingfeng nods slightly. He is ambitious about taking charge of the combined pill hall. Before that, being able to cultivate a team to strengthen the combined pill hall, solidifying his own foundation, is naturally excellent. His gaze sweeps over, and everyone below is full of respect and admiration. Lu Qingfeng waves his hand, and 11 jade scrolls fall into everyone's hands. Everyone takes them and is not in a hurry to look, but their eyes looking up towards Lu Qingfeng are filled with anticipation. They have experienced this scenario several times before. This is the top-level Qi condensing pill elixir recipe. Familiarize yourself with it, and then it can be handed over to your high-level and top-level alchemy apprentices for refining. Lu Qingfeng speaks out loud. Top-level elixir? Liu Feng's eyes light up. The other alchemists feel the same. In the past few years, Lu Qingfeng has been gradually producing intermediate elixirs and advanced elixirs, but now he can even improve top-level elixir recipes? Based on past experience, wouldn't this Qi condensing pill be comparable in efficacy to a first-rank spirit pill? It's not that exaggerated. Lu Qingfeng sees what's on everyone's mind and shakes his head. Top-level elixirs and first-rank spirit pills may seem separated by a wall, but the reality is more like a chasm. Although this Qi condensing pill recipe has been improved by me and its efficacy greatly increased, it's still less than twice as strong as a normal top-level elixir, far from the first-rank spirit pill. Not that! Less than twice? The alchemists on the stage exchange glances, finding themselves at a loss for words. Such statements could only be made by the #1 alchemy genius of the combined pill hall from the past thousands of years standing before them. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 279. The 14th World, Guangyuan 4 Immortals. It's rare to have 2 months of free time. Lu Qingfeng sorted out and smoothed over various trivial matters one by one. In the Illusion Wave Sea, with Dutian Ghost generals on guard, any disturbance is immediately reported, ensuring no unforeseen events. Within a 500-li radius of Fiery Fire Island, Lu Qingfeng had laid down a net-like array such that even a Jidan true man would not dare to sneak in without making a sound. Lu Qingfeng hung up a "Do Not Disturb" sign, remaining in seclusion. Given the reputation and prestige of the Fiery Fire Wanderer nowadays, it's unlikely that any cultivator below the Jidan level would dare to intrude uninvited. Even a Jidan true man would definitely not offend the combat-capable Fiery Fire Wanderer, who is on par with Jupan Po and has mastered both alchemy and artifact refining up to the 5th grade. Fiery Fire Island was safe and sound. Lu Qingfeng had no need to show his face. Only occasionally did he refine a 5th-order magical artifact or a furnace of 5th-order spirit pills to maintain the presence of a 5th-order alchemist. Or he would sell some Mingqing spirit water to accumulate spirit stones. The former wholly depended on his will, mainly to expand his network of contacts, and those qualified to request his craftsmanship in refining artifacts or alchemy were either solid pill real persons or void core real persons with high qualifications and potential. All others were disregarded. As for spirit stones, with something like the Dutian Xuanming strategy, a gluttonous eater of spirit stones, more is naturally better. Quietly accumulating, awaiting the moment to soar to the heavens. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Guang and Half Moon, the two masters mentioned by Gu Buyan, jointly arrived. Lu Qingfeng was in attendance, accompanied by the two masters, full of joy and feeling as if he had benefited immensely. 3 days later, after the two left, he had finally dealt with the matter. Lu Qingfeng, holding the spirit-cutting jade talisman, hurried to the Dharma Transmission Hall. Dharma Transmission Hall. Like the other halls of the Xuanyuan sect, it was located on Xuanyuan Peak, occupying a not small area. Lu Qingfeng walked briskly, heading towards a particular area of the Dharma Transmission Hall. A secular disciple of the Dharma Transmission Hall led the way in front. The entire journey was silent. When they reached an ancient stone house, the secular disciple stopped, pointing ahead and saying, "This is the entrance to the first secret realm. Once Brother Lu enters, the master will naturally guide you into the secret realm." Thank you. Lu Qingfeng expressed his gratitude to the secular disciple and walked towards the stone house. The stone house was not large. It was about the same size as the Blackwood house where he and his siblings had once lived in Blackwood Village. Inside the stone house, a youth sat cross-legged. He was dressed in a thin Qing robe with a calm and indifferent expression. One glance from a common passerby would bring a sense of peace to their heart without stirring any ripples. When Lu Qingfeng looked over, his pupils immediately constricted and a thought flashed through his mind. In his prime, he wore regal robes with pride. Now as a youth, he wears but a thin Qing robe. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately went forward and bowed, saying, "Disciple Lu Qingfeng greets Senior Master Zhuang." The Xuanyuan sect's disciples were ranked based on their date of entry, cultivation level, and lineage. Although Lu Qingfeng was a disciple of Gu Buyan, who was of very high status within the Xuanyuan sect, with only 2 supreme elders of the same generation as Gu Buyan, theoretically, according to Gu Buyan, Lu Qingfeng would even rank higher than many leaders and chief disciples. Obviously, this was not possible. Lu Qingfeng had joined the sect later on and only demonstrated foundation establishment level cultivation. He could not accept being called Uncle Master or Junior Brother by Jidan true men. Thus, he was ranked on the same level as the true inheritors, a generation below chief disciples like Zhou Huayu and Weng Shaoqing. The person in front of him, called Zhuang Bi, appeared youthful but was actually the master of one of the Dharma Transmission Hall's halls. Green-robed guest, Zhuang Bi. Lu Qingfeng had heard that this senior master Zhuang, once a monarch in the mortal realm, wearing the imperial robe and wielding the power of life and death over his subjects, later yearned for longevity and joined the Xuanyuan sect at the age of 43. Surprisingly, he surpassed his predecessors and advanced rapidly, achieving core formation. Such talent is truly extraordinary and heaven-sent. It is said that his true rise to prominence was within the first secret realm of the Dharma Transmission Hall. After becoming the master of the Dharma Transmission Hall, he personally guarded the entrance to the secret realm and meditated on the Tao. Both inside and outside of the Xuanyuan sect, there are speculations that Zhuang Bi's strength may be no less than that of the Hua Mei sword Weng Shaoqing. Unassuming, yet no one dares to underestimate him. You, lad, have finally decided to come. Zhuang Bi opened his eyes, his gaze as serene as still water. Lu Qingfeng could sense a hint of a smile in them, filled with an appreciative look. Disciple. Lu Qingfeng chuckled sheepishly. Knowing that Zhuang Bi was teasing him, others, upon receiving the Dharma Transmission Hall's jade talisman, could hardly wait to come here. But Lu Qingfeng, after receiving it, disappeared for a full 7 years. Even this time, he wouldn't have come if not for Gu Buyan's reminder. As the master of the Dharma Transmission Hall, Zhuang Bi could not help but tease Lu Qingfeng upon seeing him. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's expression, Zhuang Bi didn't say much more, but smilingly said, Hand over the jade talisman. Lu Qingfeng quickly took out the jade talisman and passed it over. Without seeing Zhuangbi move, the jade talisman disappeared out of thin air. Immediately afterward, Zhuangbi waved his sleeve towards Lu Qingfeng, who felt a gentle force envelop him, whisking him away towards a mysterious place. The stone house in front of him vanished. Zhuangbi in front of him also vanished. Only a clear voice echoed by his ear. The opportunity to enter the first secret realm is rare. You may stay within for 3 months. Make good use of it. The voice faded. Lu Qingfeng felt the world spinning around him, and suddenly he was in a strange land. The first secret realm. Lu Qingfeng steadied himself, looked around, and saw that there was no sign of human life or activity. Mountains stacked upon each other, picturesque rivers and streams. It was indeed a fine realm for leisurely visits and enjoyment. But as his feet touched the ground, he could feel mysterious vibrations emanating from it. Looking further afield, on the cliff faces, there were handprints of varying sizes and depths arrayed in a pattern. At first glance, the myriad of handprints seemed to strike at once, making one's divine soul tremble. Yet these were not the most shocking things. Lu Qingfeng raised his head. Above the horizon, within the void, it seemed formless, yet as if there was a splendid canopy covering the heavens. All living beings beneath it felt as though they were being suppressed by 1,000-fold mountains, unable to move freely. Daluo Cave Temple. Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with spirit light as he looked up at the sky once more. This glance, he felt as if there was a giant outside of the celestial cycle, with a palm covering the sun and the sky, forcefully descending from the horizon, causing the earth to cave in countless fathoms deep and separating a vast territory from the land. Is this the origin of the first secret realm? Lu Qingfeng stared at the seemingly invisible handprint in the sky, pondering. Observing this handprint with Lu Qingfeng's experience, he speculated that the giant must be at least at the Mahayana true immortal realm. He wondered what kind of great battle it encountered to separate this piece of land. At first glance, it seemed destructive. In reality, a single palm strike encapsulated a lifetime of enlightenment, which then transformed into an inheritance and evolved into a secret realm. One skill derives all skills. Most of the techniques in the Xuanyuan sect were derived from this handprint and the secrets within the realm. Lu Qingfeng gazed at the horizon. Technique, Xuanyuan spirit-slaying handprint. Grade, description, inherited from the upper realm immortals. Xuanyuan sect was fortunate to obtain it, founded the sect with it just for super level. Lu Qingfeng glanced over. He found a spot to sit cross-legged, pretending to ponder, but in reality, he was meditating and cultivating qi. Such trivial super-level techniques were not worth his time. Better to take this opportunity to properly cultivate. Outside the secret realm, in the stone house, Zhuangbi closed his eyes, noticing that within the secret realm, Lu Qingfeng did not delay a moment and began to meditate and ponder. I thought you, lad, had such good fortune that you wouldn't care about the great method of our Xuanyuan sect. Zhuangbi opened his eyes. Outside the stone house, a spiritual crane rode the wind and then transformed into a breeze that entered Zhuangbi's ear. Where Uncle Master Ancestor instructs is naturally the best spot. Concentrate and ponder, and you can easily master a middle-level technique. How much you can comprehend from the secret realm will depend on your perception, Zhuangbi said quietly. As he spoke, the spiritual energy of the void vibrated, and streams of spiritual energy wove themselves into a palm-sized immortal crane that flapped its wings and soared towards the setting sun peak. Afterward, Zhuangbi shook his head. The lifelong hopes of the Uncle Master Ancestor are all placed on this boy. He'd better not disappoint. With that, Zhuangbi's aura retracted, blending into the void, sinking into a motionless sit. Inside and outside the secret realm, time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months. Cultivation, lifespan 8. Ha ha! Ha ha! It finally changed. Black Star Realm, Garbage Star. Lu Qingfeng walked out of the rebirth pool and looked at his attributes again, unable to contain his joy. Carrying just a little root bone and reincarnating for 13 generations in the primordial was truly frustrating. Now in reality, having successfully changed his root bone, he could finally shake off the minor root bone in the game as well, accelerating the early stages of cultivation. The 14th generation. Lu Qingfeng looked around. After 16 years, Azure Dragon River was still turbulent, but the terrain along the riverbank had changed due to the continuous pouring of discarded magic artifacts. Garbage Star undergoes a cycle every 4,800 years. Before my reincarnation, there were 220 years until the next cycle. Calculating. There are now 204 years left until the two-pole universe light disk appears. Lu Qingfeng calculated the time and thought to himself, first, cultivate. In a flash, 200 years passed. Fengyue Star. Previously for 10,000 years, Upper Origin Palace, Great Shumi Mountain, and Qingyun sect dominated. Bearing down upon innumerable sects and many cultivators atop the stars, none could surpass them. More than 700 years ago, the founding master of Guangyuan Immortal Sect, Guangyuan Wanderer, appeared suddenly, traversed the stars, and overshadowed the three sects with unparalleled might. The three sects felt threatened. Together with the many sects, clans, and loose cultivators of Fengyue Star, they joined forces to confront the Master Guangyuan, branded as a demon. With his great power, Master Guangyuan managed to resist the three sects. However, being outnumbered, he was eventually captured by Yu Qinghan, the Supreme Elder of Upper Origin Palace, who had long since passed away in meditation, using Upper Origin Palace's supreme treasure, the 8 Sceneries Tower, to suppress him. After another 500 years, no trace of Master Guangyuan was heard. Many cultivators on Fengyue Star even forgot the Guangyuan demon who once terrified the star. Unexpectedly, 218 years ago, the latest chapters are always available first on MV5L. After being suppressed under the 8 Sceneries Tower for 500 years, Master Guangyuan made a stunning reappearance. His great divine power, the 5-colored divine light, could sweep away any material object, successively taking Upper Origin Palace's supreme treasures, 8 Sceneries Tower and Great U Circle, and then went to Great Shumi Mountain to steal the supreme treasures, Purple Gold Bowl and Demon-Suppressing Golden Ring, as well as taking the 2 Qi rings from Qingyun sect. The three sects raged. Facing the invincible Master Guangyuan, they fell into despair. After seizing the treasures, Master Guangyuan bestowed them upon his 4 disciples and vanished without a trace. In the decades that followed, the individuals formerly known as the Fengyue 4 Demons, now revered as the Guangyuan 4 Immortals, Lin Feng, Lin Ye, Wen Guang, and Zhang Yang, rose to prominence together. Vulture Lin Feng wielded the former treasure of Upper Origin Palace, the 8 Sceneries Tower, commanded the Fire Crow Daoist soldiers, defeated many true men from Upper Origin Palace, even capturing Yueyu and Ling Yun, 2 golden core experts of Upper Origin Palace, suppressing them within the 8 Sceneries Tower. He declared he would suppress them for 500 years as vengeance for his master's ordeal. Sword Demon Lin Ye, armed with Qingyun sect's treasure, 2 Qi rings, fought alone against the 7 peak leaders of Upper Origin Palace and prevailed. With assistance from his brother Lin Feng, 7 great true men of Qingyun sect were subdued and suppressed within the 8 Sceneries Tower, denied release for 500 years. Fisherman Zhang Yang wielded Great Shumi Mountain's supreme treasures, the Purple Gold Bowl and Demon-Suppressing Golden Ring, to single-handedly fight the various divine monks of Great Shumi Mountain. He captured Wuxiang Divine Monk, Smiling Face Divine Monk, along with a newly emerged Divine Monk, trapping them inside the 8 Sceneries Tower. As for the Kutuo Monk, he had already passed away before Master Guangyuan broke free of the seal. Thus, he avoided the torment of 500 years of suppression. In this way, the 3 sects first lost their supreme treasures, and then their top experts were captured, swiftly declining. Seizing the opportunity, the 4 brothers, Lin Feng and company, established Guangyuan Immortal Sect, venerating Guangyuan Wanderer as the founding master. Lin Feng and the other 3 senior disciples led Guangyuan Immortal Sect, each with divine powers and supreme treasures at their side, unrivaled on Fengyue Star. Fengyue 4 Demons, transformed in a flash to be revered as Guangyuan 4 Immortals. Since then, the era of the 3 sects ended. Fengyue Star moved from a tripartite standoff to a single dominant force with 100 flowers vying for attention. In the blink of an eye, 218 years had passed since Master Guangyuan broke free from the seal. and 148 years had passed since the establishment of Guangyuan Immortal Sect. Guangyuan Immortal Sect thrived. The four immortals of the sect reigned supreme, suppressing the stars. With Fire Crow and Water Clan Daoist soldiers, land and water territories were subdued. Disciples within the sect continued to grow, and with a single call, Jiedan true men would come to join. In just over 100 years, their overall strength had already matched that of Upper Origin Palace and the other three sects, and their influence began to expand beyond Fengyue Star. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 280, Derivation Technique, 3rd Level. On that day, on the planet of Fengyue Star, beams of light twin streak across the sky, plunging into the silent expanse of the cosmos. Figures wrapped in tunneling light dash forward, slicing through the void and melding into the vast river of stars. Above the stars, an 8-layered paired palace soars through space, massive enough to cover the sun and sky, yet its speed is astonishingly swift. At each of the 4 corners at the topmost layer, a solitary figure sits cross-legged. Each remaining layer's corners also feature a meditating cultivator. Look, the Guangyuan Immortal Sect! Across the stars, cries of excitement ring out. It's the Guangyuan 4 Immortals. In just over 100 years, the growth of Guangyuan Immortal Sect is frightfully swift, with all 4 of the Guangyuan 4 Immortals making an appearance, accompanied by 12 Jiedan true men. It looks like they mean serious business this time. Every one of the 4 Immortals in action, need we say more? Look at the palace beneath them. None other than the supreme treasure of the Upper Origin Palace, the Upper Origin 8 Sceneries Tower. Now it's wielded by true man Lin Feng of the Guangyuan Immortal Sect, having subdued 11 core formation true men from the Upper Origin Palace, Qingyun Sect, and Great Shumi Mountain. Just look at the true men of the 3 sects. Ha! All red-eyed with envy. Red-eyed they might be, but what can they do? With the 3 sects Gathering Law and Golden Core Realm true people suppressed, they've been defensive for years, not daring to utter so much as a harsh word. Do you really think they'll have the nerve to act? Ha ha! A bunch of cowards! As the 8-layered palace sailed through the sky, leaving the star behind, every cultivator who saw it, one after another, began to discuss heatedly. When they looked at the cultivators from the 3 sects, such as the Upper Origin Palace, there was a strange glint in their eyes. Some, fed up with the oppression of the 3 sects, made jeering comments. Younger generations of cultivators who didn't know the full story were enlightened by their elders. In any case, for a moment, the Guangyuan Immortal Sect captured the attention of countless eyes. Amidst the starry sky, the 8 Sceneries Tower floated effortlessly, its pace undiminished even when compared to a 5th-order spaceship. A petite female cultivator sat cross-legged at one corner of the topmost level of the 8 Sceneries Tower, none other than true woman Linye, one of the current 4 immortals of the Guangyuan Immortal Sect. Linye's gaze reached far into the quiet stars, stirring her true yuan to transmit a message. I wonder if Master is on the 2-pole star. Master had been gone for over 200 years, without a word. Amid the vast stars, 4 years from now, the 2-pole universe light disk is predicted to make its appearance on the 2-pole star, marking the best chance of encountering her master. Master possesses great divine power. The 5-colored divine light cleanses all. If he goes, he will surely claim the 2-pole universe light disk, acquiring yet another supreme treasure, Wen Guang said in a resonant voice. Master disdains earthly supreme treasures like the 8 Sceneries Tower and the purple gold bowl. I'm afraid he might not favor the 2-pole universe light disk either. Linye shook her head. Zhang Yang, with his hat and straw cloak, silent as ever, gazed into the distance. Wen Guang's eyes widened, his voice booming. The 2-pole universe light disk's powers are miraculous, and it is of an extremely high grade. According to records, it emerges once every 4,800 years. each time it has appeared uncontrolled, not a single core formation true man on Fengyue Star has managed to refine it. Its mysteriousness is no less than that of the 8 Sceneries Tower, and it could very likely be a Heavenly Gang immortal device from legend. Master appeared on the two-pole star in his early years, perhaps for this very treasure. This time, he will surely appear. Wenguang spoke with certainty. Hope also rose in Lin Yi's eyes. The two-pole universe light disk is unparalleled in its mystery. Once a true man enters its fold, trapped between the polarities, it enables the refinement of the two-pole true body, forging an invincible physical form. Its divine light stretches across the poles, influencing the two-pole, with the 5 intentions aurora shining upon stars, and moreover can restore all the decayed magic artifacts accumulated over 4,800 years on the star back to their original state. Master is skilled in artifact refining. He must be interested in such a device. The reason why the two-pole star had fallen to become the garbage star was unknown before. But upon arrival at Fengyue Star, the reason was not hard to discern. Ultimately, it was because there was a supreme skill artifact on the two-pole star called the two-pole universe light disk. Its specific effects were unknown to others. They only knew the two-pole universe light disk could restore all magic artifacts on a whole star, including damaged ones, back to their original forms. Therefore, on Fengyue Star, every sect would gather their discarded magic artifacts and every 10 years transport them to the two-pole star to discard. Hence, the origin of Garbage Star. Besides, the two-pole universe light disk could also help core formation true men refine a two-pole true body, rendering most ordinary magic artifacts unable to inflict harm, along with numerous other mysteries to uncover. Once refined, one's power would surge, far surpassing peers. It was said that this treasure remains from the time of great destruction, and through ancient times, generations of core formation true men attempted to refine this treasure. However, throughout innumerable years, no one succeeded. Instead, the once every 4,800 years emergence of the two-pole universe light disk marked a grand event for Fengyue Star. Gathering all sorts of refining materials without contention, as there was already a system in place. The share distribution depended on the amount of discarded magic artifacts each sect sent to the two-pole star, with the 3 sects overseeing and controlling this order. But this time, with the 3 sects weakened and the rise of the Guangyuan Immortal sect, the outcome was uncertain. Additionally, the number of slots to refine a two-pole true body within the two-pole universe light disk was limited. More monks than porridge. Competition was inevitable. Though the Guangyuan Immortal sect was strong, there was no guarantee they would monopolize all the slots. A great battle was looming. As Lin Ye and Wenguang discussed, Lin Feng listened on the side, also anticipating. This time on the two-pole star, it was very likely to meet Master. Over 200 years apart, I wonder how Master is doing now. Lin Feng pondered with yearning. During his youth, he followed Master Guangyuan, receiving his teachings in cultivation techniques and divine skills, who cured his little sister and took them out of the cage that was the two-pole star, showing them the vast universe. Now he is one of Fengyue Star's most renowned Guangyuan 4 immortals, one of the most formidable on the planet. Lin Feng felt both gratitude and affection in his heart, missing his master deeply. The vast starry emptiness, timeless. The two-pole star, also known as Garbage Star. As dusk fell, a green-robed Daoist sat cross-legged in a deep tranquility, his expression serene, exuding a faint aura of Dao. Opening the Daoist's heart would surely shake one's divine soul. Chants like that of the yellow bell, great live of resound within, purifying the mind, bringing clarity to the soul. Oblivious to the moon, unmindful of the year. Until sunrise from the east, Qingfeng opened his eyes with initial calm, which then gave way to profound joy. Yellow Court Scripture. 3rd layer, characteristics, derivation technique, command over various techniques, 3rd level, karma removal, Yellow Court Scripture. The 3rd layer. Qingfeng glanced over the system prompt and attribute list, unable to contain his joy. 2,800 years. I've finally advanced. In his 4th life, Qingfeng was still in the rebirth pool when the Yellow Court Scripture advanced to the 2nd layer. By the reckoning of the game's years, it had already been 2,800 cycles. Content presented by MV Lemp YR. In the rebirth pool, unable to do anything else, Lu Qingfeng would recite the Yellow Court scripture day and night. In the game, every night he would chant the Yellow Court scripture. Initially, in less than 200 years, he had advanced to the second layer. He never imagined. Advancing to the third layer would unexpectedly take nearly 3,000 years. The average person truly couldn't endure such consumption. The third layer. Derivation Technique's third layer, I wonder what changes it will bring. Lu Qingfeng suppressed the joy in his heart, shifting to curiosity and anticipation. Derivation Technique's first layer, derivation. Derivation Technique's second layer, analysis. The importance of the former goes without saying. Lu Qingfeng's achievements today are inseparable from derivation across various magic gates. The latter, analysis, is equally extraordinary. It was through this method that Lu Qingfeng was able to master many magic gates, such as the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light and the Taiyin Calamity Crossing Robe, such as the five-colored Divine Light. Without the method of analysis, even if he could derive various spells, ultimately a skilled wife cannot cook without rice. Now, having reached the third layer of the derivation technique, he wondered what kind of change would occur. Lu Qingfeng closed his eyes. A thread of mysteriousness lingered in his heart, and streaks of spirit light flashed in his mind. Such myriad spirit lights represented the countless magic gates Lu Qingfeng mastered. Over the 3,000-plus years in the game, Lu Qingfeng had derived and analyzed who knows how many magic gates. Whether it was the low-level techniques barely grasped or the great divine powers he had begun to master. All were listed. They shone brilliantly, narrating glory. Among them, a particularly dazzling five-colored spiritual light caught Lu Qingfeng's eye. Instinctively, he reached out with his thoughts to touch it. In an instant, the ground inverted, time and space regressed. As if dreaming back to the ancient chaos, a divine general appeared as if made of gold, his brilliant armor gleaming. His red steed and large saber exuded a towering presence. Above his crown, a five-colored radiance emerged, shaking fiercely as if a primordial divine mountain trembled, causing heaven and earth to lose color. Lu Qingfeng was caught in it. The intertwining of the five colors indeed brought forth endless mysteriousness. Within Lu Qingfeng's body, true yuan circulated continuously, forming divine power talismans one after another. In the midst of the convergence of five colors, boom! Like the creation of heaven and earth, a thread of chaos was cleaved open, revealing five-colored radiance. The next moment, humph! Lu Qingfeng let out a muffled grunt, tumbling out from the mysterious state, his face deathly pale, even his eyes devoid of luster. Not daring to delay, he carelessly ripped open the void, grabbing a handful of elixir pills and swallowing them. He sat cross-legged with eyes closed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After half a month, Lu Qingfeng's complexion finally regained a hint of color, and when he opened his eyes, a trace of spirit returned to them. That was close. I was almost completely drained. Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath, his face full of frightened relief. Half a month ago, he suddenly plunged into a profound realization, as if experiencing the legendary epiphany. Immersed in it, he was utterly unaware that his divine soul's power was rapidly depleting. By the time he experienced the piercing pain of overexertion, it brought Lu Qingfeng back from the mysterious realm. By then, his divine soul was already spent, weak and feeble. It took a full half-month of elixir pills treatment to recover a shred. To fully regain his peak condition, it would certainly take a year. As for this technique, with weary eyes, Lu Qingfeng wished to contemplate further, but his divine soul ached, leaving him wanting in strength. He simply set aside the thought and continued to restore his divine soul with closed eyes. Time passed. 1 year later. Huff, huff! On Two-Pole Star, deep within the earth. Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes, which shone brightly with vigor, and his face radiated a youthful vibrancy. Finally recovered. Silently chanting the Yellow Court scripture, calmly nursing his health, and assisted by elixir pills. The combination of 3 factors finally revitalized his drained divine soul. Had he merely nursed his health calmly, it would have likely required a decade of hard work. With his divine soul full again, Lu Qingfeng felt revitalized, a sense of fulfillment that brought peace of mind. He got up and moved around, stretching his muscles. As he walked, Lu Qingfeng activated his True Yuan, and a yellow divine light swept down, covering an area of soil and rocks. In a flash, the yellow divine light passed, and the soil and rocks vanished on the spot, revealing a pit. Looking inward at himself, Lu Qingfeng saw a five-colored divine light flickering amidst the chaotic void, a space filled with divine power talismans where the soil and rocks from moments ago now floated and submerged. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 281, Enlightenment. Ha! Five-colored divine light. Five-colored divine light. This is the true five-colored divine light. Lu Qingfeng casually swung his hand, and a piece of soil and rock fell, but he burst into loud laughter, indulging in the joy that had arrived late. The five-colored divine light is a great divine power, difficult to comprehend. Even for Lu Qingfeng, deriving and enhancing it from the golden phoenix divine light, while having clues to follow, the comprehension of divine skills was just as challenging. Originally, Lu Qingfeng cultivated the golden phoenix divine light for 200 years with some foundation. Only then could he grasp the basics of the five-colored divine light in just a few short years, even surpassing the Golden Phoenix King's Golden Phoenix Divine Light. But after all, he was still outside the threshold. He had farmed the 7th Order magical artifact Great U Circle, farmed the 8th rank magical artifact 8 Sceneries Tower in the Upper Origin Palace, appearing as if he had boundless divine skills, but in reality, he had lost the majesty of the five-colored divine light. Five-colored divine light, there is nothing it cannot farm. The Peacock Great Bright King, during the Sealing God Tribulation, even used this technique to farm away the Western teaching's saint. Back when I was in the Upper Origin Palace, I could only farm down the 4th and 5th Order magical artifacts and snatch them afterward, unable to directly farm them away. It was because my comprehension was lacking, and I had yet to open up this dimension. Hence, I could only farm the treasures down, incapable of farming them away. Farming down, farming away. The two are vastly different. Lu Qingfeng and the famous Peacock Great Bright King naturally had no comparison. But after reincarnation, having painstakingly cultivated for 200 years, and still not truly entering the gate of the five-colored divine light, it was inevitably frustrating. Unexpectedly, the Yellow Court scripture advanced to the 3rd layer. The derivation technique showed changes again, and in one night, directly pushed Lu Qingfeng inside the threshold, sparing him at least 200 years of arduous cultivation and comprehension. It really left Lu Qingfeng ecstatic. Compared to 200 years, what does a mere year of weakened divine soul count for? A smile filled Lu Qingfeng's face. Techniques are hard to master. Divine skills are hard to cultivate. He was able to master many techniques only because he relied on the 100-fold time difference. But as the number of divine skills he derived increased, Lu Qingfeng gradually felt the strain. If the levels of mastering divine skills are divided into beginner, entry level, small success, great success, and perfection, Lu Qingfeng's divine skills mostly remained at the beginner stage, able to display some power. The reason he could dominate his peers was that even the beginner level of divine skills could overwhelm the super-level techniques of small success or even great success level. Further empowered by the advantage of his cultivation technique, a crushing force naturally occurred. But continuing this way, he could be mighty in the early stages, but the further he progressed, especially when encountering cultivators who also mastered divine skills or great divine powers, he would be at a disadvantage. Lu Qingfeng had originally thought about whether to select a few divine skills to focus on and study intensively. At this moment, why bother choosing? Lu Qingfeng's brows soared, and infinite boldness arose in his heart. With the 3rd layer of the derivation technique in hand, one night could be worth 200 years. Even if mastering a divine skill requires 10,000 years or 100,000 years to reach the stages of great success or perfection, Lu Qingfeng was confident that he could push 5, 10, or even 20 divine skills to the perfect realm. Empowered by numerous divine skills, he would dominate unchallenged across the heavens. However, the third layer of derivation technique seems to have changes beyond this. Lu Qingfeng perceived the Yellow Court scripture, especially the third layer of the derivation technique, and felt somewhat unfulfilled. In thought, myriads of spiritual light flickered in his mind. The beam of 5-color spiritual light representing the 5-colored divine light shined brighter than before, much stronger, and even nearly catching up to the most proficiently mastered great divine powers like Daluo Cave Temple and invisibility technique. But this time, Lu Qingfeng passed over these divine skills and great divine powers, all sorts of techniques, and focused on a light resembling the heart lamp. The world turned upside down. For a moment, he was in a trance. Countless sword chis swept across, the derivation sword formation, gathering heart lamp, touching upon the mysterious. With intent, Lu Qingfeng felt a rapid consumption of his divine soul after 3 breaths. Indeed, not just techniques and divine skills, cultivation techniques, also belonging to magic gates, can speed up comprehension. Lu Qingfeng stopped, his eyes flashing with a hint of enlightenment. On the path of cultivation, cultivation base is the foundation. Cultivation technique relates to cultivation base, the importance of which goes without saying. Many cultivators get stuck at bottlenecks, unable to break through in their lifetimes for numerous reasons, such as insufficient resources, such as poor root bone. But undoubtedly, the cultivation technique is a critical factor among them. Some people have high comprehension, even if their root bone is not strong. But as long as they can quickly penetrate the true meaning of the cultivation method, they face no bottlenecks in their advancement. Even if the pace of cultivation is quite slow, they can still overtake on a bend, advancing while other cultivators with superior root bone waste time on comprehending cultivation techniques. It's like the race between the tortoise and the hare. The former, though slow, makes steady progress. The latter runs fast, but often stops. Between the two, the former clearly has a brighter future. Lu Qingfeng is the former. He had extremely weak root bone and also very average comprehension at first. Relying on repeatedly practicing the cultivation technique in the game, he achieved the talent of exceptional comprehension in reality. Afterwards, cultivating in the real world, his comprehension of the cultivation technique had already been thorough. And aside from a slower speed, as long as he had sufficient resources, he faced no obstructions. From the fetal breathing realm to the true Qi realm, then from postnatal to foundation establishment, without any obstacles. Even with a single point of root bone, his speed of cultivation could even catch up to 4 or 5 point root bone little geniuses. Many cultivators get stuck at the peak of the fetal breathing realm, stuck at the peak of the true Qi realm, with no hope of breaking through in their lives. But Lu Qingfeng had no such worries. Just 3 breaths, and my understanding of the Luofu sword scripture has improved quite a bit. Although it is still only the 94th layer now, my future cultivation up to the 95th layer can be achieved with ease, without having to stop in my cultivation process, waiting for comprehension to catch up. The consumption of divine soul is indeed significant. Lu Qingfeng carefully perceived the profound mystery of the cultivation technique, realizing the benefits, and also felt his divine soul. In the end, joy was predominant. The third layer of derivation technique allows me to comprehend cultivation techniques more quickly and thoroughly. In the future, even in the game, I can rely on the third layer to accelerate the comprehension of cultivation techniques, becoming a cheating comprehension genius. Divine skills, cultivation techniques, the third layer of derivation technique could benefit both, speeding up Lu Qingfeng's pace of cultivation, allowing him to master divine skills faster, comprehend divine skills, and elevate his proficiency with divine skills. The benefits within are indeed endless, but still lacking a bit. Lu Qingfeng frowned, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. With a shift of his foot, the earth opened a path for him, and he walked out from deep beneath the ground. This was a desolate forest, where birds and beasts roamed without end. A pale yellow spotted leopard sprinted through the woods, chasing after a sparrow the size of a palm. Suddenly, the leopard panicked, enveloped by a mysterious force that immobilized it. its eyes wildly turned, witnessing the small bird that teased it also panic, flapping its wings yet hovering midair, neither ascending nor descending, equally immovable. In the next instant, a figure in green clothes approached. The leopard, unable to discern human expressions, felt only increasing terror. So did the sparrow. Before the leopard's eyes, the green-clothed figure casually beckoned, and the detestable little bird landed in his palm. The other hand pressed against its head. Boom! Mind thundering, the world spinning in a daze, the leopard seemed to see a streak of spiritual light. In its heart, complex and mysterious truth circulated, unwittingly. A refreshing current flowed through its body. Its entire frame seemed to strengthen. Immersed in this moment, unaware of how much time had passed, the leopard felt as if many things had been added to its mind, the forest in front of it clearer than ever, as if its past decades had been lived in vain, only now truly awakening to its existence. What the leopard didn't know was this: the awakening of spiritual wisdom. The next moment, the leopard felt its head was about to explode, vision fading to black as it fell into a deep sleep. The sparrow lay sprawled in the green-clothed figure's palm, similarly lapsing into unconsciousness. Too much divine soul expended. The person in green retrieved 2 spirit pills, his fingertips trembling faintly as they turned into puddles of spirit water, enveloping both leopard and sparrow. Roughly half a day later, the leopard and the sparrow finally awoke, their eyes regaining vibrancy, more spirited than before. The leopard was confused, yet seemed to comprehend something. Unable to speak, it voiced soft chirps, excitement shimmering in its eyes, with 2 streams of hot tears rolling down, uploaded by the MR team. Looking at the green-clothed figure, it suddenly knelt on its front knees, bowing its head repeatedly in a gesture of worship. What a spiritually awakened beast! Lu Qingfeng saw this and could not help but laugh heartily. Looking at the lark still in his palm, it seemed less spiritually aware than the leopard and confusedly acknowledged the grace, bowing its small head incessantly, irresistibly amusing. Stop bowing now! Lu Qingfeng spoke with a light smile. The leopard lifted its head, still kneeling but ceasing its movement. The sparrow looked up at Lu Qingfeng, puzzled for a moment, then continued nodding its head. You little bird, Lu Qingfeng shook his head, gesturing and sending the sparrow into the air. From now on, your name shall be Sparrow. With a wave of his sleeve, the leopard stood up, and you shall be called Mountain Wind. Stay by my side. Having said this, Lu Qingfeng turned and strode away like a shooting star. Mountain Wind watched Lu Qingfeng's retreating figure, hooves stirring up the wind, not hesitating to follow. Sparrow flapped its wings, flying up and down, its speed now several times faster than before, chirping with joy. When it halted, it saw a person and a beast moving further away, its eyes bright and twinkling, seemingly hesitant. Moments later, chirp, chirp! With a flutter, it chased after them. Not daring to get too close to Lu Qingfeng, Sparrow landed on Mountain Wind, who was running through the trees and clung tightly. While Mountain Wind continued running, it turned its head, trying to scare off Sparrow with a fearsome look. Chirp, chirp! Sparrow was unfazed, confidently gripping the leopard, enjoying the oncoming wind, bobbing up and down. Lu Qingfeng ahead. Sensing the playful antics of the bird and beast behind him, the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. Chirp, chirp! Roar, roar! Deep within the earth, allowing Sparrow and Mountain Wind to frolic, Lu Qingfeng sat down cross-legged to the side. The 3rd level of derivation technique. It can transform oneself, aiding the comprehension of magic gates, divine skills, cultivation techniques, or even alchemy and artifact refining texts, so overnight it might seem like 200 years of effort, akin to a sudden enlightenment. Not just oneself. It can also transform all living beings. Just now, I randomly chose a naive leopard and sparrow from the forest, bestowing upon them the yellow robe true skill, true sect level, and 9-colored phoenix technique, side door level, respectively. Then, using the 3rd level of derivation technique, I aided them in comprehending the cultivation methods. In an instant, they had some understanding, their spiritual wisdom awakened, easily stepping onto the path of cultivation to become spiritual beings. It is like ascending to heaven in a single step, escaping the sea of suffering. To transform oneself consumes the power of one's own divine soul. To transform the two consumes the divine soul power of Mountain Wind and Sparrow. Lu Qingfeng watched the playful animals, pondering in his heart. From various trials, the third level of the derivation technique proved to be potent. Not only could it assist oneself, an already exceptional defiance of fate, but it could also help all living beings to comprehend the wonderful mysteries it is really Qing Mountain, Qingyu. Lu Qingfeng's face could not contain his smile, thinking of Qing Mountain and Qingyu immediately. In the practice of cultivation, root bone is one cornerstone, the beginning. Insight is another, which extends from the start to the end. Although Qing Mountain and Qingyu have improved their root bone, their insight is still mediocre. In the early stages, elixir pills can supplement them. However, after reaching the spirit void and core formation stages, the importance of insight increases, and the time spent in seclusion to comprehend cultivation techniques and divine skills will also greatly increase. To simply comprehend cultivation methods may still be possible. To divide attention between skills and divine powers, likely they are willing but unable. However, with the third level of the derivation technique in hand, no more worries. Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with divine light, overjoyed, murmuring, "This technique can transform oneself, enlighten all living beings, enabling oneself and all beings to awaken. Surely it is the ultimate path to immortality." Let's call it enlightenment. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below.